swiftly dispersed and shot a few times at Han Xiao. Bam! Bam! Han Xiao's sword had blocked the bullets in front of him as the sound of gold and metal clashing rang, with fiery sparks flying off the sword. Bloody hell, this must be fake. Is he a human or a monster? Jackie's forehead broke out into a cold sweat. There were people who can evade bullets in this world, but who had seen someone use a sword to block a bullet? Han Xiao, are you done playing games? Suddenly, from afar came a man and a woman. The man who spoke donned an all-black outfit, and he looked grave, while the woman wore a long dress, and her sharp eyes stared at Han Xiao. She looked very pretty and sweet. Haha, I'm just playing around, Han Xiao laughed. Original Sin's leaderboard's #1 assassin, Asia's #1 assassin, and America's #1 assassin. Han Xiao, who did you offend? The black-clothed man asked curiously. Rothschild, that old man. I don't want to marry his daughter, so he got someone to kill me, said Han Xiao as he shrugged. Interesting. The black-clothed man looked in disdain. There's no one in this world that can suit you. Once he said this, that pretty girl pulled on his ear. Qin Wentian, if you continue to incite Han Xiao, I will slap your mouth. Qin Yug, I'm just telling the truth. No woman in this world fits him, said Qin Wentian seriously. Me included? The girl called Yug said unhappily. You're not a common girl, Qin Wentian said. Helplessly. Are you guys done? The fury in Venus rushed out as she shot at the black-clothed man, Qin Wentian. Chom! Qin Wentian immediately pulled out a sword and waved it with an inhuman speed. It broke. After Qin Wentian blocked the bullet, he stared at his broken sword and his eyes turned vicious. Are you looking for death? Instantly, Qin Wentian had flown in a few steps to Venus, and before she could react, his broken sword slashed Venus's neck. Freaks, two freaks. Jackie had goosebumps now. He was America's #1 assassin and had never been defeated. The entire America would be terrified at the sound of him. Yet today, he had met two freaks. Do you think you can escape? As they watched Jackie escape into the forest, Qin Wentian flung the broken sword, and it cut through the air before stabbing right through Jackie's head. Once they settled the two of them, Qin Wentian walked to Han Xiao and said, Rothschild's underground influence covers the entire Europe. I heard he even has a huge influence in Asia and America. He was even the mastermind behind several war-torn countries. That amazing? Then, I guess I should just marry his daughter. Han Xiao held his chin and thought about it before he said, There's no worldly woman that can suit you. Qin Wentian said expressionlessly. If worldly women don't suit me, do you suit me? Do you have a crush on me? Han Xiao hinted at Qin Wentian. Bugger off. Qin Wentian tried to smack Han Xiao, but he easily evaded. You descendants of dynasties are all so violent. That's not good. Han Xiao laughed, then pulled the girl's hand and walked away. Hey, I'm a descendant of the dynasty too. The girl stared at Han Xiao unhappily. Haha. Qin Shi Huang was ruthless, and his descendants also have the genes of ruthlessness, if I'm not wrong. In a flash, Han Xiao reached the summit of the mountain and took the girl into his arms. In any case, you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say that Qin Shi Huang's descendants are ruthless anymore. The girl was annoyed and pinched his face. I know. Han Xiao looked helplessly at this spunky woman before him. The girl was satisfied now, and she happily twirled before him. Is my outfit pretty? Han Xiao thought about it, before saying with a smirk, It'd be prettier if you don't wear it. Idiot, if you have time, you should go outside the world to look around. This is Italy's top brand, and there's only a global limited edition of 10 pieces. The girl pouted and was unhappy that Han Xiao did not know how to admire it. It's just ordinary stuff to me. Wait till I design a few for you to wear the next time, Han Xiao said pridefully. You said so. I'll be waiting then. The girl sat down and leaned in Han Xiao's embrace. There was a worry between her eyes. Will there be trouble since you rejected Rothschild's daughter? Trouble? Han Xiao suddenly laughed aloud scornfully. In this world, if I wanted someone to die, they would. So who could go against me? I'll settle my scores with that old guy later. Boasting again. Wait till you defeat Qin Wentian before you brag about the title of world undefeatable again. The girl could not help but attack back. Don't mention Qin Wentian again. It's fine if he's giving up on romance since he kept urging me to. I'm a person with a wife. Han Zhao's fingers twirled the girl's hair as he scoffed. That's because he's worried you would neglect martial arts. Only you are a worthy opponent of his. So if you're gone, there's no fun in him being alive. The girl giggled. You be careful. That old pervert better not fall in love with me, or you'll gain a romantic rival, said Han Xiao seriously. Before Han Xiao could continue, there were sounds of footsteps from behind them suddenly. The two turned around to see a white-haired elder. Old guy, why are you here? Han Xiao demanded. Uncle Han Yin. The girl swiftly stood up and looked at the elder with slight alarm. The elder was the master that had enlightened Han Xiao's talent, and the girl was quite familiar with him too. Before Han Yin could say anything, he walked up to the girl and then raised his hand. With the speed of lightning, the hand landed harshly on the girl. The sound of ruptured bones was heard, and before the girl could struggle, she had fallen limply onto the ground. The elder had caught them off guard with the attack. Han Xiao did not get the chance to react from the start till the end. He had to watch the girl fall before him. Han Xiao, you disgraceful bastard. You don't want the European king's daughter, yet you've been charmed by this woman till you've lost all your wisdom. The elder did not even look at her. He just turned to look at Han Xiao. Yug. Han Xiao stared at the girl's fallen body. His gaze was straight ahead, while his body was trembling fiercely. Han Xiao, remember this. You must marry Rothschild's daughter. Han Yin said. Yug. Han Xiao moved closer to the girl, squatted down, and with trembling shoulders, he hugged the girl tightly within his embrace. Xiao, I'm cold. There was blood pouring out of the girl's eyes, nose, mouth, and nose. Don't blame Uncle Yin, he's just doing the best for you. The girl wanted to hug Han Xiao tightly, but her arm hung halfway before it fell lifelessly. Yug, I'll fix you. Don't be afraid. Han Xiao quickly carried her and walked down the hill. You're lying to me again. Big fat liar. You only know how to kill people. You don't know medicine or saving people. Han Xiao kept his face close to hers. I'll learn. I'm willing to learn anything. Don't die, don't die. You once said that you'll bring me to Kunlun summit to see the snow. I might not be able to accompany you anymore. Can you find a safe country, find a woman who loves you more than me, to help me spend the rest of life with you? I really want to marry you and be with you, really, really do. As she finished, a huge amount of blood spilled out of her mouth and her white dress was stained a bright red color. Her body gradually turned cold in Han Zhao's embrace. Yug! Han Zhao's fingernails stabbed into his palm and blood flowed freely between his fingers. He put down the girl's body aside, and then turned around to look at Han Yin as he slowly retrieved the sword from his waist. Han Xiao, what are you doing? When Han Yin saw what was happening, he was stunned. This punk had always been respectful towards him, yet today he dared to use his sword on him for a woman. I want to deceive and destroy the ancestors. Han Xiao held the sword and walked towards Han Yin. Han Xiao, you want to betray the entire clan. When he saw that Han Xiao was really ready to murder him, Han Yin started to feel uncertain. All because this vixen from Qin Shi Huang's bloodline made you completely lose all rationality. Han Yin shouted angrily and kicked her body down the bottomless pit off the cliff. I want your pathetic life. Han Xiao had entered a state of insanity and flew to Han Yin before his sword slashed horizontally. Han Xiao, you dare? Han Zhao's sword was strong and vicious. Han Yin evaded it awkwardly. Swoosh. The second sword struck out. Chong. Han Xiao put the sword back into his sheath, and without another look at Han Yin, he ran down the cliff. After Han Xiao left, a huge amount of blood splattered out of Han Yin's neck. He had long been slashed at the throat by Han Xiao. 3 days later, in the same forest, the viciousness in Han Zhao's eyes showed as he took huge steps towards Qin Wentian. Han Xiao, you killed Han Yin. Follow me back to confess your crime. Qin Wentian said sternly. I will only say it once, bugger off. Han Zhao's eyes were full of insanity, and his body trembled lightly, as if it was resisting the craziness in him. Han Xiao, you did something wrong. Qin Wentian could not bear to see Han Xiao like this. Yug is dead, said Han Xiao. I know. I've told you from the start that you should have cut off love and lust. Yug's death was the clan's orders. It seemed to be related to the Rothschild, but you killing Han Yin is betraying the clan. Qin Wentian's disturbed expression faded, and he returned to calmness. Clan? Huh. They are just mediocre people, and yet they dared to touch my woman. Han Xiao laughed sinisterly. If you want to challenge the clan, there's just you and me today. Only one can live. Han Xiao got up. You're a mess. You're not my opponent today. I won't kill you. From now on, I, Qin Wentian, and you, Han Xiao, will cut ties. In future encounters, I won't care for friendly regard, only rivalry. Qin Wentian finished, then flung his broken sword down, and it pierced the ground. This 3,000 desires was given to me by you from way back when. Now, I return it to you. Han Xiao pulled out his sword and threw it at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian took the sword, and he looked like he wanted to say something, but he said nothing in the end and left. Yug, where are you? I can't find you, can't find you. Only until Qin Wentian left did Han Xiao go crazy and look all over for the girl's body, but he had never found it. Chapter 1191. Your boss needs to work too. The next day, history called for another press conference to explain that they met with a slight mishap the day before, hence they had to postpone the announcement. At Spirit Studio, Gong Shangza looked at the headlines on his computer screen showing history's announcement on their highlight piece as something cold flashed in his eyes. Director Gong, is this your design too? Han Momo asked. Gong Shangza nodded. There was not much anger in his eyes. In fact, it was one of my earliest works. Even though his earlier works were immature, they had the childishness and innocence that old designers did not have. This was something that could not be imitated with experience or practice, and it was this very vibe that made the design much rarer and precious. Indeed, based on the comments online, even though it did not have the breathtaking and overflowing beauty of Spirit, the comments for history's design were not too shabby. Ning Xi laughed. This guy has kept quite a lot of stock of drafts. The days to come will only get harder for him. If I remember correctly, there are still some backup drafts that I consider my best work. He's probably keeping them to use at critical times. Gong Shangza said. Oh, Director Gong. Even if you can't remember all of your previous designs, you should be able to remember the more impressionable ones, shouldn't you? Can't we just release those before he does? Han Momo suddenly suggested. Gong Shangza shook his head. My backup drafts and digital drafts are all with him, and there are dates on them, so if I release them before he does, we'd only be called plagiarizers. Not only that, I still need to break away from those styles and elements so as not to clash with my stolen designs. Geez, this is evil. Han Momo was very mad. Ning Xi wanted to say something when her phone rang. It was Ling Xi. Hello, Sis Gigi. There's a celebrity charity dinner banquet tonight. You should join it and remember to prepare some suitable items for the charity auction. It doesn't need to be too expensive or outstanding. I will have Xiao Tao accompany you to it. Okay, got it. Ning Xi hung up, then looked to Gong Shangza and the rest. My babies, continue to push onwards and upwards. Your boss needs to work too. Boss, you too. Han Momo cheered her on. Oh yes. Boss, when did you say your new movie will be screening in theaters again? Because of some scheduling problems, it's being temporarily pushed back, but it should be quite soon. I'll definitely get everyone around me to support you then. However, Han Momo could not have guessed that it would be hard for her to even get one ticket. Not only could she not support her, she had to ask Ning Xi for some backstage passes instead. Thank you. The charity banquet was organized by a huge luxury brand. They had invited the big shots in the entertainment industry as well as public figures in the political and the business world. This was one of the year's largest charity banquets. The entire venue was glistening with starlight and many prominent figures were present. Ning Xi brought her item for the charity auction, and behind her was Xiao Tao. The moment they walked in, they noticed a familiar figure. Yinshen? How could it be? Ning Xi's eyes passed through the crowd, and she fixed her gaze on the figure that had just walked over. She wanted to catch the color of that man's hair, but he had very quickly immersed in the crowd, accompanied by his bodyguards. Chapter 1192. Next time I'll go for sure. Sis Shi, what are you looking at? Xiao Tao asked suspiciously. Would that guy come to such a charity banquet? Is this a joke? Ning Xi shook her head. She decided to forget it. Nothing, let's go. Currently, Ning Xi wore Spirit's clothes for many occasions. Because this occasion was more important, Ning Xi did not choose a ready-made piece and went for a high-grade bespoke design instead. Han Momo had initially urged her to wear the store's highlight piece, but Ning Xi refused to. With her current identity, She could not pull off the highlight piece. Whether it was Luotian or beings, but there would be one day when she would need it. Ning Xi walked in and bumped head-on into Ning Xiao. The piece on Ning Xiao was obviously the highlight piece that history had just announced the day before. With Ning Xiao was Su Yan. Ning Xiao wore a long gown embellished with handcrafted flower petals that looked like they came from the fairy tale Garden of Eden. It complemented her entire pure and innocence, while by her side, Su Yan wore an elegant white tuxedo. It made him look as gentle as a jade. The two of them looked like the ideal couple. Xiaoxi, you're here too. Ning Xiao obviously recognized the outfit on her. Are you wearing spirit today? It looks really detailed. Bro Yan, don't you think so? The last time Ning Xi had gone to the Ning residence, she had worn spirit's clothes as well. She had then been scolded by Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua for helping outsiders. If the last time had been a coincidence, Ning Xi donning spirit's outfit again, this time could be said to have been completely intentional. Ning Xiao had also deliberately said these words while looking sad as part of her performance for Su Yan. However, Su Yan, who was usually attentive, had not noticed Ning Xiao's feelings. Instead, his gaze fell upon Ning Xi. Ning Xi wore a white oriental long gown with blue and red embroidery. The gradual change in the embellishment of colors, the embroidery of corals, and the translucent, gentle chiffon made her look as if she was surrounded by a magical aura. The person before him was within reach, yet it made him incredibly distant from her, like she could not be touched. This feeling made his heart tighten. Su Yan only returned to his senses after a while. He nodded and said, it's very nice. Ning Xiao had probably noticed the absent-mindedness in Su Yan's gaze too, and a coldness flashed across her eyes before she smiled slightly and held on to Su Yan's arm to say to Ning Xi, Xiaoxi, apart from celebrities donating items for the charity auction today, there are quite a few organizers who have prepared auction items for the event climax too. One of it is a crown called Queen. I fancy that especially, and Bro Yan said he'll get it for me to use for the wedding. Ah, right. Bro Yan and I are getting engaged soon. Sis, you must make it for the engagement banquet then. Engaged? Ning Xi raised her brows when she heard the news. So, her sister had unexpectedly disregarded that her career was in its rising phase and was getting engaged so soon? It looked like she was really compelled by the issue with the will. When Xiao Tao heard Ning Xiao called Ning Xi sis, she could not help but look on suspiciously. Why did she feel like there was a weird vibe between the three of them? Also, Ning Xiao was actually getting engaged soon. She had unexpectedly found out such huge news. An engagement banquet? Ning Xi muttered. Yes, sis, you'll come, won't you? I'm sorry, I'm quite busy recently. Next time, I'll go for sure. Ning Xi said, while beaming before turning around to leave. Xiao Tao was stunned for a moment. Then she almost blurted out laughing. Behind them, Ning Xiao's face had turned green. An engagement banquet the next time? Damn it. She was clearly cursing her to get divorced. Chapter 1193, Bidding Up the Prices. Su Yan was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted miserably. Ning Xiao was just about to whine to Su Yan when a group of reporters surrounded them. So she gathered her emotions and smiled to face the questions from the reporters. Xiao, did you prepare anything special for the auction today? It's nothing special, just a few personal accessories. Ooh, Xiao's personal accessories. I'm sure it will have everyone bidding madly. We remember that last year, Xiao. You just untied a ribbon from your wrist, and that fetched a bid of 100,000. All of the reporters spoke highly of it. Well, everyone's just doing it for charity. Xiao, is there anything you want to bid for today then? There is one thing, but everyone will know later. It's been quite long since Mr. Su successfully proposed. I wonder when we'd be able to attend your wedding. Ning Xiao looked shyly at Su Yan beside her and said, Soon. We'll inform everyone then. After Ning Xi entered the hall, all the big shots and public figures were networking with small talk and chit-chat. In front of the stage, the host and auctioneer were preparing for the auction. Sis Xi, I'll deliver the items for auction, Xiao Tao said. Ning Xi nodded. Okay. Because of her clout, it was not suitable for her to bring an item that was too expensive, so Ning Xi chose to donate a jade bracelet worth $30,000. Ning Xi fixed her skirt and then found a place to sit down. Moments later, Xiao Tao returned and passed her a numbered bidder's card. Every guest had one for the auction later, but there was nothing she particularly wanted, so she probably would not get to use it. When all the guests had arrived, the host started the event passionately on stage. To all the honorable guests present here today, welcome to our annual LA Celebrity Charity Banquet. Our theme for this year is Let Charity Be Fashionable. After some simple opening remarks and speeches from celebrities and philanthropists, the banquet entered the auction segment of the night. The first round was to bid for the items donated by the celebrities. Some of the items donated by the celebrities included branded handbags they were spokespersons for, some clothing of sentimental significance, and some accessories. Basically, there were all sorts of things put up for sale. Because they were items donated for charity, all of them did not have a starting price. But overall, the last bid would usually be higher than the original price, and the prices would be associated to the celebrity's status and reputation. Because of her schedule, Glory World Entertainment's artiste, Su Yimo, was not present, thus all the attention fell on Ning Xi. She was Starlight Entertainment's rising star and Ning family's daughter, while Su Yin was from Imperial's most powerful family in the upper-class circle, so naturally, the two of them attracted everyone. The next item is Miss Ning Xi's own diamond bracelet. There's also no starting price. Everyone can begin to bid for it. The moment Ning Xi's item appeared, there were continuous bids. $100,000, $120,000, $180,000, $500,000. A beer-bellied tycoon had just straight up called, causing quite a commotion. The original price of Ning Xi's bracelet was only $300,000 at the most, yet that tycoon had not started from the bottom. Instead, he just bid for a price several times more than the original. Chapter 1194, for the beauty's liking. Despite so, the passionate bidding did not seem to slow down. In fact, it had started to increase by the hundreds of thousands. $600,000, $700,000, $1 million, $1.1 million, $1.2 million. Even though Ning Xi and Su Yin were a well-known couple, Ning Xi still had many suitors and admirers. When they saw Ning Xi appear at the event with Su Yin, many men started to compete for the bidding out of jealousy and hatred. To add on, because of those who were supporting the Ning and the Su families' reputations, the bidding prices had unexpectedly broken into the millions and continued to go up, breaking Ning Xi's own record from the previous year. Many of the female celebrities looked on enviously at the situation. It's nice to have a solid family background. People will support and protect them wherever they go, even getting a husband who's a public figure with a well-matched social status. Unlike us, despite all of the hard work and training we do, we are just toys in their eyes. Well, who let them excel at reincarnation? They were rich the moment they were born, unlike us. $5 million. At this moment, bidder number 60 raised their card. 60. Mr. Su raised his card. $5 million. Mr. Su called for $5 million. Is there anyone who would like to challenge this bid? Anyone? On the stage, the auctioneer was already excitedly shouting as he looked below the stage. The person who had bid was Su Yin for $5 million. He caused quite a commotion. Her rightful owner had come out and called for such a high price at a go, so all those supporting earlier obviously stopped bidding. As for Ning Xi's admirers, they were all reputable people, and it was enough. They would not want to look too obnoxious at such an occasion by being jealous, so they could only unwillingly keep their cards. Would anyone else like to bid higher? No. Calling once. Calling twice. Calling 3 times. The auctioneer asked 3 times in a row. When he saw no one else was contesting, he slammed the mallet. Down. Bam. Mr. Su is now the recipient of Ms. Ning Xi's diamond bracelet. Congrats, Mr. Su. All of the guests laughed and teased. Ha! Master Su, General's fury for the lady herself. Ning Xi looked at the man beside her with adoration. Bro Yin, why did you? Su Yin gently gazed at her and said, I was already planning to bid for it. How could I let someone else have your personal item? Many people remembered that Ning Xi's personal accessories were also bid by Ning Yaohua last year. But this year it was Su Yin, so they could not help but lament to themselves about Ning Xi's good fortune. On the stage, the auctioneer teased her for a bit, then gave his well wishes to the lovely young couple, Ning Xi and Su Yin. He continued, "Okay, our auction goes on. The next item up for auction is..." The auctioneer paused, then said, "The next item for auction is a donation from Glory World Entertainment's Ms. Ning Xi, a jade bracelet." When she heard the auctioneer's voice on stage, Ning Xi's brows raised from the corner she sat in. Was her item put right after Ning Xuelua's? Beside her, Xiao Tao looked at Ning Xuelua's direction and looked resentful. How could it be so coincidental that we're right after Ning Xuelua? This is probably someone's intentional arrangement. Ning Xuelua had been in the limelight just now, so whoever was right behind her would just look bad. Chapter 1195. Want to attempt courting her. Ms. Ning Xi has acted in. Director was popular ancient costume film, The World, with our Xuelua. She was the second female lead, Meng Chang'e, in the film, and the audience was very fond of her character. The auctioneer briefly introduced Ning Xi. The World had indeed been a hit, yet she still had to be compared to Ning Xuelua as one female lead and one supporting role, making her future seem bleak. Almost no one in the celebrity circle knew this artiste who played the role of a co-lead. After the auctioneer finished the introduction, Ning Xi stood up and greeted everyone. When they saw Ning Xi in person, many of them exclaimed and gasped in surprise instead. "Yo, since when did we have such an exquisite woman in the circle? She's damned pretty. There are many beautiful female celebrities in the circle, one after another are coming in. Could you possibly catch them all? This is different. This one is really beautiful. Look at that body. Has she only gotten secondary roles so far? It looks like she's not taken. What? CEO's son, are you thinking of something?" "Hee, I am." Of course, there were many in the circle who recognized Ning Xi too. The few socialities beside Ning Xuelua started to discuss when they saw her. "Isn't this Ning family's adopted daughter? Ning family's adopted child? You mean the one they brought back from the village?" "Yeah, the last time I saw her at Elder Ning's birthday banquet. I'm sure it's her." "No way. Such a huge change. Back when I first saw her years ago, it was still Xuelua's coming-of-age party, and she was so unsophisticated that she even wore an imitation outfit. I heard that she was chased out of the family for stealing Xuelua's boyfriend and seducing Su Yan. Then she got plastic surgery elsewhere and now uses her vixen face to enter the entertainment circle. This chicken wants to become a phoenix. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" "Okay, everyone can begin bidding," the auctioneer said. Unfortunately, the moment he said that, the crowd had weirdly quieted down. Suddenly, no one bid anything. On such an occasion, there definitely would not be a situation whereby no one would bid, unless someone had intentionally manipulated the results in the dark. Xiao Tao gritted her teeth. "I knew someone would intentionally play such a trick. It's a good thing we're well prepared." "Prepared with support?" Ning Xi leaned in to ask. Xiao Tao nodded. "Exactly, to prevent such situations. I'll immediately inform him. To avoid this sort of awkward situations whereby no one would bid, or to intentionally raise the bid, many people would prepare some backup." That's exactly what Ling Zhizhi had already prepared in advance. Xiao Tao was just about to inform their people to act when someone suddenly raised their card in the crowd. $1. At this juncture, the crowd instantly burst into laughter. Someone had bid $1. Who was it? The auctioneer broke into laughter too. Number 17, CEO Qian's bid, $1. CEO Qian is quite humorous. CEO Qian was also the tycoon that had bid most vigorously when Ning Xuelua's bracelet was auctioned. Hey, such a bully. Xiao Tao was furious. CEO Qian was definitely Ning Xuelua's fan. Thankfully, at this moment, another CEO bid $100,000. Number 39. CEO's son bids $100,000. The host looked at the plump middle-aged man not too far away. When the crowd heard CEO's son helping Ning Xi out, all of them looked on with a thought. Everyone knew that this infamous pervert was just playing the hero, saving the beauty card. He was obviously interested in Ning Xi's beauty and wanted to attempt courting her. Chapter 1196. Such a dumb backup. When Su Yan saw CEO's son bid, he looked upset and his hand inched up to raise the card, but the back of his hand had been expressionlessly covered by Ning Xi. At this occasion today, many people knew about the dispute between them and Ning Xi. If Su Yan helped Ning Xi, who knows what gossip might come out of it. Ning Xuelua quickly said, "Bro Yan, don't worry. Based on Ling Xi's way of working, there will definitely be someone else to help Sis from her side. Su Yin temporarily suppressed his impulse. However, when he saw CEO Sun's salivating demeanor that he did not even bother to hide, an irritation remained in his heart. CEO Sun called for $100,000. Anyone else? The auctioneer asked. $100,001. From a seat in the corner where there was no light, a person had indistinctly raised his bidding card. Puffed. $100,001. This is hilarious. You don't bid like that. They only added $1. Who's that? The host did not know whether to laugh or cry either, but the person had not gone against the rules, so he could only continue. The man from number 8 bid $100,001. CEO Sun frowned and raised his card. $200,000. Number 8 continued to bid. $200,001. CEO Sun gritted his teeth. $300,000. Number 8 continued. $300,001. The competition between the two of them attracted sneers from the crowd. Ha ha ha. This is cracking me up. Who's this number 8? Could it be Ning Xi's backup? This backup is so unprofessional. Who raises prices like this? How embarrassing. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Number 8. Is our backup? Xiao Tao's face was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head like a rattle drum. She replied emotionally. No way. Why would Sis Gigi hire such a stupid one? I've just called, but I'm not sure why I suddenly couldn't contact our guy. I don't know who this guy is either. Damn it. Could it be Ning Xueluo's person slotted in to cause trouble? It must be. This is too much. Xiao Tao was about to explode from anger. Ning Xi thought things were a little weird instead, so she turned slightly to look at number 8, but it was just too far, and she could not see clearly who the person was. At last, even CEO Sun was unwilling to continue bidding so embarrassingly, so he just gave up on bidding. Naturally, no one else would not bid as well. At last, Ning Xi's jade bracelet had been bought by number 8 with the price of $300,001. The original price of Ning Xi's bracelet was $30,000, $300,000, and the bid had just nicely exceeded it by $1. Everyone looked at Ning Xi with condescension. I told you, adopted children are like that. She's even worse at getting a backup. They actually bid like that. How hilarious. Ha 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 ha, exactly. Those from the village really don't know much. To hire a backup and not wanting to spend too much. This is how it will turn out. It's understandable, huh? Ning Xueluo turned to look at Chong Li delightedly and lowered her voice to say, You arranged for this person? Good job. Chong Li had finally done something right. Chong Li was actually confused. She did not know where this number 8 had popped up from, but when she heard Ning Xueluo put it that way, she did not deny and just smiled along. Chapter 1197. Intense Bidding. Bro Yin, I told you that Sis would have her own arrangements. Her bracelet fetched a pretty decent price, and it shouldn't be too far from the original price. Ning Xueluo looked innocently at Su Yin. Su Yin could not help but feel slightly relieved that he had not presumptuously bid earlier, or else the person who would be humiliated now would not be Sio's son, but him. Xiaoxi was still not experienced and careful enough in dealing with these things. Xiao Tao still felt indignified all the way till the celebrity donation auctions had ended. She almost wanted to leave the banquet and rush to see who the troublemaker number 8 was. At last, she was stopped by Ning Xi. If Xiao Tao had walked to number 8 now, it would only further prove that that person was someone they had arranged. Next up, the second round began. The second round was the auction of 10 items that were considered the climax of the event. These few items were the treasures collected from the elite members of society. The margin of the bid price that exceeded the original price would go to charity. There were many public figures from the political and business scene aiming for these rare treasures. The entire atmosphere became lively again. The bids were unstoppable, and the final prices of the items were all very impressive as well. Ning Xueluo had bid for a pure gold pen, intending to give to her father as a gift. She won praises from the crowd for being such a filial daughter. As for Su Yan, he had not bid for anything all the way up to the 9th item, so the crowd was curious and started to question. What's up? There are so many valuable babies today, but none that have caught Master Su's eye. There is something. I'm waiting for it. Su Yan looked at Xueluo beside him and smiled. Ning Xueluo smiled shyly back at him. As soon as he said that, The host's voice was heard from the stage. Now, we will exhibit the final item. It's also the rarest treasure in this auction. It's called Queen, and it is a crown that is embellished with 12 Colombian pear-shaped emerald gems. The gems weigh 600 carats, which is an astonishing weight. It was specially customized by country-wise King Charles for Queen Eugenie to represent his faithful love for the Queen. It was once sold as a private collector's item by an anonymous person for $30 million. This time, we are auctioning it off for the anonymous person for charity. Once the introduction was heard, the crowd all realized that this was the item that Su Yin had been waiting for. The couple's wedding was happening soon, and this crown was clearly meant to represent a token of their love that he wanted to get for the happiness of his belle. Sigh, my wife took a fancy to this too and told me that I must bid for it, but it looks like I don't have a good chance. One of the rich lads glanced at Su Yin with a helpless expression. The other few rich public figures, who were aiming for this crown, laughed too. No matter what, I must at least try. Many people were interested in this item. All of them were eager to give it a try, while Su Yin maintained a calm expression, his determination clear on his face. With the Ning and the Su families joining hands strongly together, their business expanded greatly, especially for the latter. Their business had grown to the overseas market, and they were astonishingly strong in terms of their finances, so it was no wonder why he was this confident. Of course, there were many others with the same capabilities in the auction room too. The fight for this item would probably be extraordinarily intense. Even the auctioneer's tone was abnormally emotional. Now the auction begins. Everyone, please place your bids. $20 million. Okay. Now, CEO Zhao of number 31 opens with $20 million. Anyone else? $21 million. Number 56 bids for $21 million. $23 million. CEO Sun has bid $23 million. Everyone knows that this crown of ours is very rare and precious. There's still some time to continue bidding. Would anyone like to place their bids? Chapter 1198. Ask my wife for instructions. Because this item was incredibly expensive, everyone was still quite conservative when bidding, so not only was it lower than the base price, it only had increments of 1 or 2 million. The further it went on, the range of increment reduced too, especially after the bid had crossed the base price of $30 million as everyone started to bid more cautiously. The reason for the slow climb was because if the bid went past the base price, it meant that the bidder might suffer a loss compared to the actual item value. Of course, because this item had such a stellar reputation, even if the bidding price went over slightly, the bidder would not suffer too much of a loss. Besides, at such an occasion, whether or not something could be successfully sold depended on the bidders wanting to prove their reputation. No one wanted to show that they were weak in terms of resources, so the bidding continued. $38 million. CEO Sun shouted in a hoarse voice. When they heard CEO Sun's bid, everyone looked at each other in shock. Moments later, someone shouted, $40 million. Once it passed $40 million, the crowd started to shift around restlessly because it had surpassed the base price by a large amount. Even if one were to successfully bid for it now, it would not be worth it. Thus, the remaining bidders were the richer people or those with an extraordinarily strong interest in the item. Su Yin was one of them. $45 million. In such a situation, his bid caused a commotion instantly. The auctioneer's voice was shaking at this point. Number 60's Mr. Su Yin calls for $45 million. Is there anyone else who would like to continue? Even though the base price of this crown is $30 million, it's a rare treasure of the world. To encourage higher bids, the auctioneer started to introduce the fame and value of the crown. There were only 4 bidders left in the competition. Apart from Su Yin, there was still CEO Sun, the rich merchant who had coveted Ning Xi earlier, CEO Zhao Haixing, who wanted to give it to his wife, Ling Fei, as a gift, and another person's identity who was a little unique. It was Su Yan's half-brother, Su Sun, who shared the same father but had a different mother. The reason Su Sun was bidding was obviously to simply compete with Su Yin. Those in the circle who were up to date with the gossip would know that because Su Yin had a lung disease and was ill when he was young, the Su family was afraid that he would not make it into adulthood, thus they took Su Sun in. The idea was to raise him to be Su Yan's replacement. If Su Yin died, Su Sun would take his spot. Unfortunately for him, after Su Yin recuperated in the village for a few years, but not only did he not die of sickness, he had even slowly recovered and was finally brought home to the Su family. On the other hand, Su Sun, who had initially been raised to be the heir, had suddenly become an awkward existence. Today, these two brothers were fighting in the Su family. Su Yin was still the eldest son and was born in wedlock, so he was deemed right and proper. Su Sun's current circumstances were very awkward, but because of the connections he had accumulated in his adolescence, he still had some power to fight back. The two brothers had started to compete on such an occasion. It was going to be an interesting show to watch. $46 million. Su Sun followed Su Yan's bid. $47 million. Su Yan shouted. $48 million. Su Sun again. $50 million. Su Yan retorted. $55 million. When Su Sun's bid rang out, the crowd looked at him with their jaws dropped. The second master of the Su family was really going all out just for vindication. Mr. Su Sun bid $55 million. Are there any more bids? Mr. Zhao, do you still want to continue? The auctioneer looked at Zhao Haixing's direction. Zhao Haixing scratched his head uncertainly. Hold on. I need to call my wife to ask for further instruction. The entire crowd roared with laughter and teased him mercilessly. Chapter 1199, Spending Money Recklessly. Ha ha ha. Then I'll wait for you. The auctioneer howled. Very quickly, Zhao Haixing put down his phone and smiled apologetically. The wife says that it's too expensive, so we won't bid on it further. Please continue. Madame Zhao is indeed a good wife, the auctioneer concluded, then looked to CEO Sunday. What about you, CEO Sun? Would you like to continue? $56 million. Sun Zhangping looked at Ning Xi as he said, as if he was trying to brag about his wealth to the beauty. $56 million. CEO Sun bid $56 million. The two Mr. Seuss, would you like to continue? The auctioneer's eyes shone as he looked at the brothers, Su Yin and Su Sun. Su Sun looked miserable. He had reached his limit. If he continued to bid, even if he managed to get it, he would have suffered a great loss just for this vindication. His remaining supporters would also have opinions about his irrational behavior. At last, Su Sun could only gloomily say through gritted teeth, I forfeit my bid. The entire crowd sneered at him, and Ning Xi looked at him with ridicule too. He was just a bastard child, yet he wanted to fight with Su Yin for the limelight. How funny, because the contest in this auction was so intense. Xiao Tao was getting frustrated in a corner. Due to her anxiety, she had forgotten all about her anger earlier as she pulled on Ning Xi's sleeve to ask, Sis Xi, who do you think will win this crown? Ning Xi was bored stiff as she yawned. Who knows? It has nothing to do with us anyway. What charity banquet? She was done watching all these so-called rich tycoons and public figures pretending to be cool. She might as well just donate the money directly to those who need it. But this was how it was in the industry. One had to put up a show. Even if she had privately donated a lot and done tons of charity, others would not know about her deeds or praise her. Nevertheless, of course, she did all those out of her conscience and did not need any praise. The maximum threshold of the bid was $60 million. They were probably about to determine the winning bidder soon, so Ning Xi packed up her bag and was ready to leave to catch up on sleep. Xiao Tao was still mumbling to herself excitedly. Even though I really wish it wasn't him, I've already predicted that it would be won by Su Yin in the end. Before this, Ning Xi already said that she was here for the crown. Furthermore, the Seuss are so wealthy. The moment she said that, Su Yin jumped the gun and shouted, $60 million. $60 million. The auctioneer's eyes flew wide. Mr. Su has bid for $60 million. Would anyone like to continue? CEO Sun, do you want to continue? CEO Sun. Sun Zhangpeng was red in the face. He did not say anything for a while. Obviously, this price was way more than what he could swallow. It was not that he could not pay for it, but as a businessman, even if he wanted face, he would not spend $60 million for such a trinket. The auctioneer knew that such a high price was very rare, so he knew it was time to end the auction and he shouted out, Mr. Su, $60 million once. At this moment, there were already sounds of admiring exclamations, congratulatory remarks, and praises offstage. They are the Su family, after all. Indeed, he who has wealth speaks the loudest. Even Sun Zhangping declared that it's game over. Ning Xi is terribly lucky. If someone would spend so much money to buy me a crown, I would really wake up from my dream laughing. Congratulations, Master Su. You really went all out for your belle. It's not all out. This small sum of money is like a drop in the ocean for Master Su. Ha ha ha, you're right. Remember to invite us to your wedding banquet. Su Yan humbly responded to everyone's praises. Truthfully, he also let out a sigh of relief as he knew in his heart that $60 million was his maximum. If Su Zhangping continued to bid, he would probably not be able to follow. However, as he listened to the crowd's compliments, he felt a great sense of satisfaction, while Ning Xi intimately clung onto his arm and beamed sweetly at him. On the stage, the auctioneer started his second confirmation, $60 million, twice. $60 million thrice. As these words fell, the auctioneer raised the auction mallet in his hand high. Once the hammer fell, the auction would be complete. The entire crowd held with bated breath to watch, waiting for the hammer to fall. Unexpectedly, as the auctioneer's hand fell halfway, in the silently tense air, from the inconspicuous corner behind, a card with the number 8 was slowly raised up. $100 million. Chapter 1200. Spend money like nothing. $100 million. The auctioneer almost mistakenly flung his hammer in sheer shock. After he calmed himself down, he took a deep breath. 8. Number 8 just offered $100 million. Mr. 8 offered $100 million. Gosh, many people who attended the auction were anonymous, and number 8 was one of them, so the auctioneer only knew that the bidder was a man. He did not know anything else about him, hence the auctioneer merely addressed him by his number. There was a dead silence across the room. After a while, the crowd returned to their senses. Some people even stood up and strained to look back at the quiet corner, but they could only see a dark figure sitting there alone. The light was too dim to see his face, so they could only see his elegant pale white hand. Wow, did I hear wrongly? $100 million? Did someone just offer $100 million? Is he crazy? Who exactly in Imperial has this amount of wealth to waste? Moreover, is this how you're supposed to bid? This is like throwing money away. It's as though money is nothing to him. $100 million, just for an accessory. Wait, this isn't right. If I'm not wrong, number 8 is the one who raised the offer? Wasn't number 8 with the new artiste called Ning Xi just now? Right? I remember as well. He was raising the price dollar by dollar for an earlier item. Then suddenly his bid has now jumped to $100 million. What's happening? Not just the crowd, the auctioneer himself was startled. After being an auctioneer for so many years, it was his first time seeing an auction like this. The price had leaped from $60 million to $100 million, as if money meant nothing to him. In the end, the host wiped the sweat off his forehead while he went up to remind the auctioneer to continue his job. He took a deep breath. Everyone, please settle down, settle down. The auction is still in progress. Just now, Mr. Su offered $60 million before the third call, but it's not validated yet, and now guest number 8 has offered the crazy high price of $100 million for the crown EW know as queen. Yes, $100 million. Anyone else going to challenge this bid? The auctioneer rattled this off in a single breath out of excitement. He actually bid for an item at a price that was ridiculously higher than the original price. This would definitely be one of the proudest moments of his career. The crowd returned to pin-drop silence after the auctioneer's short speech. The auctioneer glanced at Su Yan. Because he thought the crown was already his expression darkened. Having his item being snatched away all of a sudden, and at such a high price, anyone would feel unhappy about it. Ning Xi felt embarrassed. Then she turned to Chongli. What happened? Isn't number 8 one of your men? Chongli was really confused, but she had to be honest with her right now. And no, actually, I've been meaning to tell you just now. Number 8 isn't one of ours. I don't know who he is as well. Chapter 1201. Refreshing. What did you say? Ning Xi's expression changed to a dubious one. If it was not Chongli's arrangement, could he really be Ning Xi's man? This was impossible. Otherwise, who was this random guy? Somewhere nearby, when Su Sun saw Su Yan's item being snatched away, he felt refreshed. He glanced over and laughed. Haha, he really thought Imperial is ruled by the Su family. However rich you are, there's someone richer. Imperial has the most number of discreet, wealthy men around. Stop thinking that you're the richest person around. You, Ning Xi stopped arguing with him. She then gave Su Yin an imploring look. Bro Yin. She had already expected to get the crown and even already released news that she would surely make it hers. Everyone also knew that Su Yin would give this crown to her during their wedding, yet it was now snatched away right before their eyes. How embarrassing. Of course, she hoped that Su Yin would not give up and would snatch it back. Su Yin did not want to back off as well, but after he saw Ning Xi's expression, he looked worse for wear. It was $100 million, nearly double his offer. He definitely could not continue because he could not gather that amount of money anyway. Ning Xi understood as well. She leaned closer to Su Yin and whispered, "Maybe I can chip in a little as well." Su Yin frowned. "I would never take your money. Moreover, for the auction this time, they will sign the contract immediately after the deal is validated." What did that mean? It simply meant that paying $100 million was a simple task for the person, and fighting with him would just make Su Yin look worse. Ning Xi clenched her fists hard until her fingernails broke through her skin. Damn it! Who was that? What was his purpose? He had just ruined her plans. Today was her first step towards building momentum for Su Yin and her wedding, and this had to happen. On the stage, the auctioneer continued as no one replied. Is no one going to offer higher? Okay, then $100 million once. $100 million twice. $100 million thrice. Thud. After the hammer slammed down, the deal was complete. Su Yin was quiet the whole time. He had nothing to say about that price. Another person who looked just as terrible as him was Sun Jianping. Congratulations to Mr. 8 for getting this crown. Now, let's invite him to the stage to retrieve his item. The auctioneer invited excitedly. Everyone looked at the red carpet. Who exactly was this number 8? A person with such an absurdly wealthy background, yet he had raised the price dollar by dollar earlier. His suspicious behavior was so unpredictable that it really made people curious. In the corner, Xiao Tao shook Ning Xi's shoulder repeatedly out of excitement. Oh my God, $100 million. $100 million. This was amazingly shocking. I don't know who this is, but it's refreshing. I'm happy as long as Ning Xi doesn't get it. I've mistaken the man just now. But still, he's really weird. Why did he raise dollar by dollar to buy your cheap bracelet? Chapter 1202. What a beast. Maybe he just really liked the bracelet? Hee. Sis Shi, it was I who picked out the jade bracelet for you. I never knew my taste was this good. Ha ha. Xiao Tao kept on talking and talking while Ning Xi remained silent as she felt uneasy. The way this number 8 acted seemed eerily familiar. Moreover, she thought that she saw a familiar silhouette earlier. As everyone focused on the stage, a big and buff man who resembled a bodyguard went up to the stage. He mumbled quietly to the host, then swiftly signed the contract, paid for it, and left. $100 million. $100 million. And he had signed it off just like that. There was something unusual. When the guy left, he did not take the crown with him. What's happening? Doesn't he want the crown? The crowd was disconcerted. The auctioneer carefully took the crown in his hands and looked at the audience, his eyes bright as he said with utmost excitement, "Everyone, I've just received a request from our guest, Mr. 8. The crown he bought at such a high price is a gift to someone among us today. Mr. 8 is a true fan of this lady." What? A gift? Wow. A live gift presentation. What a beast. He spent $100 million to buy a gift for a girl. A true fan? Seems like a female celebrity. That's some fan right there. Whose fan is it? He's powerful. I'm betting $100 that it must be Ning Xi's fan. Her fans are usually very powerful. Xiao Tao tried to peer as she mumbled to herself. Please don't be Ning Xi's fan. Please. No. Please. If he's Ning Xi's fan, I'll kill myself right now. Ning Xi was speechless. At this moment, a buzz flooded the room. A few other famous celebrities and actresses, including Ning Xi, were the topic of discussion. For suspense, the auctioneer waited until the time was right. Then he announced, "The crown queen is gifted to Ning Xi. Ms. Ning Xi, just now Mr. 8 also bought your jade bracelet. He's truly a big fan of yours." The auctioneer was trying to heat up the atmosphere, but the crowd gave no response as their jaws went slack. What? Was the auctioneer kidding? Are you sure he is a real fan and not a hater? Xiao Tao's eyes almost popped out. At the same time, Ning Xi's phone beeped as she received a new message. My dear, do you like the present? Sender, Carrot Yun. When she saw the nickname, Carrot Yun, that she had changed herself appear on her screen, Ning Xi pinched the juncture between her eyebrows and her veins popped out on her head. Her expression was changing rapidly, as well like she was going through a manic episode. Not at all. She knew it, this familiar, crazy behavior. As expected, it was that guy. Chapter 1203. Little junior sister was extra touched, wasn't she? Oh my god. Sis Shi, did you hear that? That $100 million crown is actually for you. It's a gift for you. Number 8 is actually your fan. I almost thought it was your hater. Based on the way Xiao Tao was, even if she did not die from hitting her head on a pole in her frenzied state, she was still about to die from excitement. However, when she watched everyone else's reactions, Xiao Tao was actually considered quite calm. Please, we would like to welcome Ms. Ning to come on stage. When they heard the host's words, the entire crowd exploded. It's actually Ning Xi. How did this happen? Shouldn't the Ms. Ning he's referring to be Shuloa? Is there some kind of confusion? Please Ning Xi, Ms. Ning. The host had probably picked up on the discussion in the crowd and had especially emphasized Ning Xi's name again. Finally, no one was questioning it. The base price of this crown was $30 million, but now at the transacted price of $100 million, it means that this auctioned item has raised $70 million in charity funds for us. Ms. Ning, you are undoubtedly the guest who has raised the most for us at this auction, and we really thank you for your contribution to charity. We sincerely wish you all the best in your acting career. On the stage, the host was cordially praising Ning Xi, while Ning Shuala looked beyond miserable and was completely uninterested in the host's words. She was, instead, drowned by hatred and jealousy. She would never have thought that the person to steal this crown away from her would be Ning Xi. Ning Shuala was so bitter that she was shaking, and when she looked at Su Yin beside her, her expression was one of incredible sadness and misery. Bro Yin, why? Why does sis have to treat me like this? She knows that I like this crown. She knows what this crown means to me. Why must she steal everything that belongs to me? Su Yin did not expect that it would turn out like this either, and he pinched between his brows in exhaustion. Xiao she didn't mean to. Didn't mean to? Would there be so many unintentional coincidences? For the last celebration banquet when you proposed to me, she already used all sorts of ways to steal my limelight, and now it's like this. She just can't afford to see me live well. I've been patient with her, yet she has humiliated me again and again. Bro Yin, I really can't stand it anymore. Xiao, even if Xiao Shi is capable, there's no way she could pull this off. It's probably just a fan that truly likes her. Don't be sad. Later on, I'll prepare something even better for you. Bro Yin, why do you keep making excuses for her? Are you also going to be stolen away by her? Are you starting to regret getting together with me? Don't talk nonsense. Inside a black-colored car, a silver-haired and pretty flirtatious-looking man just got in. Feng Xiao excitedly rubbed her hands together to ask, how did it go? My trick isn't bad, is it? A hero saving a damsel is a trick that works every time. Little junior sister was extra touched, wasn't she? Once she said that, the man's cold eyes shot her a look. Feng Xiao felt goosebumps rise, and she weakly coughed to ask, what's wrong? The man casually slid his black-colored phone across the seat. Feng Xiao quickly caught it, and then looked at the phone, and she saw the conversation. My dear, do you like the present? Not at all. Feng Xiao was dumbfounded. This is illogical. Chapter 1204. An incompetent EQ. How could this be? Little junior sister isn't such an unreasonable person. Feng Xiao repeatedly read the text messages and was further stupefied. The man squinted his eyes, and his lazy voice revealed traces of danger. Are you trying to say that I'm unreasonable? Feng Xiao coughed lightly and quickly waved to deny. No, I wouldn't. But this result is actually way too different than what I expected. Boss, did you really do as I told you to? Logically, little junior sister hates that trash and bitch duo the most in China. You've helped her savagely slap them on the face in public. Even if little junior sister doesn't appreciate the kindness, she shouldn't be scolding you either. Feng Xiao thought it was weird. Then she looked to Tang Yi, who was beside the silver-haired man, and asked, First senior brother, how was the situation like? Could you tell me? It's best to be more specific. Tang Ye's glasses reflected the light from his laptop. When he heard her, he just typed a few words on the laptop and passed it to her. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly leaned closer to the laptop and saw the screen playing the live stream of the charity banquet. The live stream was recorded by the organizers, and there was a high amount of traffic. It was currently in the top spot of live streams, making it clear that some shocking thing must have happened at the charity banquet. Feng Xiaoxiao was a busybody and excitedly clicked on it to watch. Sadly, the more she watched, the worse her expression became. All the way till the end, her face cringed as it was a spectacle too horrible to even endure. With a resounding bam, Feng Xiaoxiao slammed the laptop shut as she looked at the two men with quivering hands and was green in the face. You too. Moments later, the irate Feng Xiaoxiao, who was about to explode, finally forced herself to find the strength to speak. My dearest boss, please allow my humble self to ask you sincerely, why did you increase your bid $1 at a time before that? How does your brain even work? I was happy to. Is there a problem? The silver-haired man shot her a look from the side. Feng Xiaoxiao clasped her chest dramatically and almost spit blood out. She could not communicate properly with this person, so she then turned to Tang Yi and raved bitterly. First senior brother, you know the boss's EQ. Why did you just watch and not stop him? Tang Yi opened his laptop and started to work on his complicated financial forms again. He did not even look up to say, why should I stop him? Feng Xiaoxiao was speechless. Lord, someone, please save her. She was about to die from infuriation by this bunch of scoundrels with negative EQ. She really should not have had any high hopes of them. Feng Xiaoxiao looked like she was struggling to breathe as she said weakly, Boss, since you've hired me to be your advisor. No, wait, your love advisor. Then you should strictly follow the way I taught you to and not add any tricks for yourself. What's the difference between your earlier actions compared to a hater? Little junior sister probably thought you were hired by Ning Xi to mess around. It's too troublesome. The silver-haired man started to look irritated. Feng Xiaoxiao was afraid of angering this guy, so she quickly softened her tone. Hey, my dear boss, if you want to keep a hold on little junior sister's heart, then it's inevitable for things to be a little troublesome. Actually, money was the ultimate blame for this. Guy's low EQ because to him, only one trick was needed to treat women. Throw money, and throw more money. Besides, he was uninterested in man-woman matters. His brain worked in weird ways too, so naturally, he would never want to study such tricky matters of the heart. Chapter 1205. Someone is stealing your wife. She was initially hoping that first senior brother could advise the boss by having him stay beside him, yet the two were like Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Unreliable. The only people she was close to and had a normal functioning brain in the organization was little junior sister and second senior brother. But now that they were both gone, they had left her lonely, and every day she got infuriated. If not for the fact that she was seriously lonely, she would not have compromised to help that guy go after little junior sister. If he could really get little junior sister back, then that would definitely be a huge delight. Sadly, now that she had tried this once, she would much rather move to the countryside to farm than teach this guy to court women anymore. $100 million had floated away just like that. In the CEO's office in the Lu Corporation. Second Master, you're here. Hi, Second Master. Where's my brother? The CEO is in his office. Lu Jingli did not have time to attend to the others. He flew like a tornado past the employees and ran straight to the CEO's office. He pushed open the door, and then bam. Lu Jingli's hands were gripping his brother's work desk in desperation. My God. Bro, why are you still in the office? Don't work anymore. Lu Tingxiao looked up from his mountain of documents and massaged his temples. Did something happen? Of course, something happened. Something huge has happened. There's some guy who's trying to pick up your wife. Lu Jingli was beyond fury. The expression he wore was even angrier than having his own wife stolen, even though he did not have one. Lu Tingxiao paid attention now, and he cast a questioning look at his brother. Lu Jingli quickly moved closer and used Lu Tingxiao's computer to search. He opened up a live stream and exclaimed, Bro, look, 100 million. Yeah, a true fan sounds nice and all, but they're obviously coveting after your wife. Although, I don't know why this guy started by intentionally making fun of Xiao Shishi. Could it be to leave a stronger impression on her? It must be. This is so cunning. Bro, you must not lose. Look, I've already helped you choose the present. Every one of them can definitely surpass that crown. Lu Jingli prattled on, and had even started clicking on his iPad to show Lu Tingxiao the presents he found. There was a crown, a ring, and even a sports car. There was variety, and everything one could think of was listed. It looked like he was confident of winning this round. For a couple of seconds, Lu Tingxiao's eyes fell on the corner where the raised number 8 card was. One could not read his expression. Bro, did you hear what I say? The enemy has come in full force. We cannot be weak. Look at all these presents and tell me which one is suitable. I'll get them for you immediately. Lu Jingli said impatiently. No need, responded Lu Tingxiao. How can there be no need? It's too much of a need, I tell you. Even though you and Xiao Shishi are doing good now, there's still a need to protect this relationship. Things like gifts are still very important. Lu Jingli said with a serious expression. Then he frowned and mumbled. Also, this number 8 might be a little prank. Even I couldn't find out who he is and where he's from. How could I not know someone in Imperial with such wealth? But I can confirm that he's a crazy admirer of Xiao Shishi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent like that. The thing is, I'm not sure what his relationship is to Xiao Shishi. Maybe it's someone she knows. Lu Tingxiao leaned back in his chair and said with a cool expression and calm tone, he's just an ex-boyfriend. Lu Jingli was speechless. Chapter 1206. Preparing a gift. What? Lu Jingli's eyes flew wide open. Ex-boyfriend? This guy is Xiao Shishi's ex-boyfriend? How do you know? Lu Tingxiao did not say anything and just returned to his documents. For him to use $100 million this easily and to display that erratic behavior, he did not even need to investigate to know who it was. Ning Xi had once said that that man had only been in a relationship with her for a day. Even if Ning Xi once liked him or was even in love with him, it was all in the past. Lu Jingli was impressed at how calm his brother was. Right, both number 8 and Su Yan are just her exes. No matter what they do, you're still the current one. After he looked through the last document, Lu Tingxiao picked up his coat and was about to leave. Bro, where are you going? Lu Jingli asked. To prepare a gift. Huh? You're going to give Xiao Shishi a gift? What are you giving? You don't need me to pick for you. Lu Jingli was a little disappointed, but at the same time he was also curious. Could his brother have something better for Xiao Shishi? On the other hand, after the dinner ended, Ning Xi let Xiao Tao go home first. Then she sent Annie a text message and asked her out for a meeting. Although $70 million for the crown went to charity, $30 million was not a measly amount either. It was a gift from someone, so it would be inappropriate for her to donate it right away on stage. Hence she had taken it with her. Now, she could only ask Annie to return it back. She knew this money was worth near to nothing to a certain someone. She also knew he would never take back something he gave, but she had her own principles. She already had the devil, so of course, she would not take anything given by another man. Although that person was not considered a man or even a human by her. Before she met Annie, she purposely went back and took the huge diamond with her, as well as the gift for Annie she had prepared beforehand. Inside a guest room within a restaurant. Bro Shi. Annie was really thrilled to see Ning Xi. This is for you. Ning Xi gave her a pink plastic bag. Annie saw the cute cartoon-shaped biscuits inside the bag, and her eyes brightened. Wow, how cute. Are these for me? Where did you get them? I made them myself. I hope you'll like it. What? Bro Shi, you made them yourself? I really like them. Thank you so much. Annie hugged them protectively. She did not expect Bro Shi to be able to make something this cute, so she was pleasantly surprised. I should be thanking you. Your prescription for my grandfather the last time was really effective, Ning Xi said. It's nothing, really. Bro Shi, you came looking for me. Is there something else you wanted to see me about? Annie asked. Ning Xi glanced at her. Do you know what happened today? Annie was hesitant to speak up, but did anyway. Actually, I'm not too sure myself. I just know that boss, Bro Yi, and Sis Xiao Xiao went out together. They seemed like they were going to look for you. Did you guys meet? Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Even first senior brother and third senior sister had been there? What were they trying to do? Ning Xi scowled. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. There are 2 things I'd like to return to Satan. Knowing him, he probably wouldn't want it. So just put them back in his room quietly for me. I wanted to go in person, but well, I really don't feel like going to where you guys are staying at again. Chapter 1207. Why are you suddenly here? As Annie stared at what Ning Xi just passed to her, she seemed like she had a lot to say, but she probably felt it was futile to say anything else, so she just replied shortly, "All right, bro Xi, I'll return this for you. Thanks." Inside a creepy villa in the outskirts, as promised, Annie went back and quietly opened a door to a certain room. The boss should still be out now. The house was quiet and there was no light. She carefully walked towards the cupboard and wanted to put the item inside. The moment she opened the cupboard, the candle on the wall lit up, and there was a voice beside her ear. "My little bait. What are you looking for?" "Arg." Annie looked back in shock and saw the man lying on the bed, her face turning pale right away. "Nope, nothing. I'm not looking for anything. Your hand." The man used an extremely cold voice. Annie could not do anything else, so to prove her innocence, she took out the diamond and the crown from the bag. The man understood instantly the moment he saw those items, and the atmosphere turned chilly all of a sudden. The other one. Annie then put the things in her right hand onto the bed as well, the cute cookies clearly seen through the transparent plastic bag. "Leave what's in your right hand. Throw what's in your left." He meant for her to leave the biscuits there and throw the others away? But the biscuits are for me. Annie looked reluctantly at her boss. The man glared at her coldly. Then Annie quickly left her biscuits and ran away. How could he do this? "Bro, she made those cookies for me." At Peachwood, after Ning Xi asked Annie to return the items, she felt relieved. It had been a long day and she was hammered. She changed into her slippers after she entered the house, leaving her bag aside. She started undressing as she walked into her room. She took off her coat, then her stockings. She proceeded to take off her bra and jump onto her soft bed. But when she jumped on it, she was dumbfounded. It did not feel quite right. It was hard and warm. What was this? It feels like muscles, full of power. Did the blanket just gain some kind of human characteristic? Ning Xi quickly rolled off the bed and clumsily turned on the light. Suddenly, the room was bright as day. She then saw the devil lying on the bed, wearing a pair of silver-framed glasses. He was reading a book with his pajamas on, and his hair was still a little wet. He had probably just come out of the shower. However, his pajamas were all messy now because of his chest bare. This was the direct opposite of his usual cold look. How seductive. Ning Xi put her hand on her chest and tried to calm her thumping heart down. Lu Tingxiao, why are you here?" He made space for her and patted the bed. "Come over." Ning Xi gulped as she quickly went over and looked at her man. "Baby, what's happening? Why are you suddenly here? Warming the bed and sleeping with her?" He raised his eyebrows. "You don't like it?" Chapter 1208. Only you. I only like you. Ning Xi shook her head vigorously. "Of course I do. How could she not like it? It was just that her heart might not be able to take it." He seemed satisfied with her reply. He kissed the girl's forehead gently, then her lips. His gentle kisses seemed like a tiny dip in the water, but it was packed with the torrent of a strong wave. Ning Xi put her hand on her sensitive collarbone while she realized that the man's emotions were inconsistent with how he usually behaved. Could the devil have known about what had happened today? She just told him that she was attending a charity dinner. Furthermore, Lu Tingxiao was too busy to know everything about her. Still, there was the busybody Lu Jingli beside him, so the possibility of him knowing was very likely. "Who do you like more?" the man asked. Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he would know. Lu Jingli, you busybody. Damn it. She would get her payback later. What was important now was to comfort the wife. Ning Xi turned around and straddled him. "What do you mean more? There's no more to it. There's only you. I only like you." The man's dangerous stare turned into a passionate gaze as his hands placed themselves firmly around her hips. "That busybody, what did he tell you again?" "I've already asked someone to return the gift back to the so-called fan. The bracelet doesn't really mean anything to me as well. Xiaotao just bought it for me. I'm someone with a family, and I will only accept things from my sweetheart." Ning Xi suddenly realized why he was there and laughed. "So, you're here to give me a present today? If I knew this would happen, I should have found a few more fans to make you more jealous. Are you sure you can take it?" the man asked her suggestively. Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat again. "I'm just saying. When's your movie screening?" the man asked her. Ning Xi was a little dumbfounded. In her mind, the question sounded like, "When are you going to marry me?" After a while, Ning Xi returned to her senses, and she replied, I just spoke to Director Chun on the phone yesterday. He said it'll be released next week. Let's go watch together, all right? She was really sad when she did not get to watch The World with the Devil, but now that she had acted in this other movie with him, it was much more meaningful. Tingxiao nodded. Oh, the movie that was snatched away by Liang Biqin will be released tomorrow. The marketing these few days has been especially intense. Everyone is talking about how awesome the script is, how good the production is, the special effects, and how prestigious all the involved actors are. I'm going to have a look tomorrow. I want to see how good it is. But for me to contribute to her movie, it makes me feel frustrated. Ning Xi mumbled. Tingxiao took his laptop, and after some clicking around, a movie started playing. It was Liang Biqin's I Only Like You. Ning Xi was surprised. Wow, boss, you're awesome. You even got the original cut? And it looks super HD. Chapter 1209. Didn't you want to do business in bed? I'll satisfy your wish. The movie had not even been released yet, but Tingxiao had already gotten a copy of it. Clearly, he had done it all for her. Ning Xi was moved as she sighed. Such a lovely person beside me. Yet here we are, watching Liang Biqin's movie. This is too much of a waste. Then, what would you like to watch? Ning Xi suddenly thought of something and smiled sneakily as she stroked her chin. We should watch some romantic action movie or something like that. Wouldn't that be better for the mood? The man looked down at her and said, Do you really think that with you by my side, I'd still need to watch such movies? Ning Xi was speechless. Devil, your pickup lines are increasing in depth. She realized that every time she teased him now, the favor would be returned. She coughed. Let's just watch the movie. After close to 2 hours into the movie, Ning Xi had finished it without fast-forwarding any parts. To be honest, Ning Xi thought that it was not as bad as she had imagined. Even though this movie Liang Biqin had acted in did not have a script as epic as Chun Mian's, the storyline was still quite strong, and it had quite an original theme too. Otherwise, Ning Xi would not have taken interest in it back then. After all, with the script and all that money thrown in, the effects were commendable. Apart from noticing the obvious traces of the stunt doubles and Liang Biqin's slightly awkward acting through her professional lens, there was not too much damage done. Supported by the huge amount of money used for promoting the movie, and with all the big shots involved in it, they would definitely profit at the box office. Then again, that was inferred based on the perspective of the mass audience. Of course, if she were to honestly speak her personal perspective and standards, this was trash. The actors' acting was not mindful throughout. Even the experienced actors were obviously not in the zone. They were practically fooling around, and it made her mad to see their quality of acting. However, movies were shot like that nowadays. Even if there was poor quality, it would still rack up ticket sales based on marketing and the celebrity effect. This also created the phenomenon whereby directors and investors cared more about the popularity of actors rather than their talent. Boss, what do you think about Liang Biqin's movie? Ning Xi asked Tingxiao's opinion, cocking her head sideways. However, when she heard no reply, she looked up and met his eyes. Had he been not watching the movie all this while and been staring at her instead? Okay, the devil's reaction seemed to have summed up his views about this movie. It was not interesting at all to him. Big boss, when Chun Mian called me yesterday, he even asked if you and I have been. By you, I mean Kamingyu. He asked me if I've been in contact with you. It sounded like he wanted to introduce an agent to you. Ning Xi muttered. I'll arrange it later on, said Tingxiao. When Ning Xi heard his reply, her eyes instantly lit up. You want to get an agent? Does this mean that you won't disappear right after finishing this movie, and that I'll still have a chance to act with you in the future? Tingxiao looked at her glassy-eyed. Didn't you want to do business in bed? Your wish is my command. Damn it. The devil's taunting is so dirty. Ning Xi threw herself on him and wailed. My God. Previously, when I told Jiang Mai that I wanted to keep you as a mistress, he mocked me by saying that I would need to wait for my next life. Who would have thought that I'd get this chance in this lifetime? My darling, I love you so much. Chapter 1210, I'll give you this number. At night, in a private room in one of Imperial's fancy hotels. The room was all brouhaha, and everyone exchanged toasts with each other. It was very lively. The director of I Only Like You, Zheng Kangda, the producer, Wu Kai, the main actors like Liang Biqin, and the other creative staff were all present. At the main seat was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man dressed in a Giorgio Armani tuxedo. He was the manager of the People's Cinema, Tingxiao. Among the cinema box office ranking in Imperial, the People's Cinema came in first place by raking in $3.8 billion. When it came to a movie, the cinema manager was said to have the ultimate control of its number of shows on the premiere day. To have settled Tingxiao was the equivalent of having guaranteed the success of half the box office. In the industry, in order to get more screenings, accompanying them for meals and drinks were basic obligations. Blatant bribes like rebates and extra red packets were also a norm in the industry, and Imperial's #1 cinema was no exception. At the dinner table, director Zheng Kangde eagerly offered a toast to Tingxiao. "Come on, Manager Cui, I will drink to you once more. We're counting on you to look after our movie," Zheng Kangde said as he hinted at Liang Biqin before she quickly walked over to serve Tingxiao herself, while keeping her chest indistinctively close in contact with Tingxiao's arm. Another actress was not ready to be outdone by Liang Biqin, so she flattered Tingxiao. "I've always heard that movies which Manager Cui takes interest in will definitely be a hit." Zheng Kangde quickly echoed, "Manager Cui is our industry trendsetter." Tingxiao was smiling from ear to ear with Liang Biqin on his left and a beautiful second female lead on his right as he chuckled. "No, director Zheng, your theme is fresh and it will attract all the younger audience. It's the driving factor in the current box office sales. Don't even mention the famous actors involved. With such strong marketing, you don't even need to tell me what to do. I will definitely prioritize it. Manager Cui, you lavish us with too much praise. Whatever movies the audience watches are all decided by you. As great as our movie could be, we won't be able to escape your support." When Zheng Kangde saw that the atmosphere was about right, he closed in and showed Tingxiao 5 fingers. "As long as you support us fully, Manager Cui, I can make the decision on our end and give you this number." When Tingxiao saw the number Zheng Kangde's fingers revealed, his eyes instantly shone. This meant that he wanted to give him a 50% commission on the ticket sales. Usually, if a movie distributor wanted to collaborate with a cinema, the cinema would suitably increase the number of screenings, but the prerequisite was to get some sort of commission from the sales, which was also the so-called red packet. These gray profits would mostly fall into the hands of the cinema manager. Within the industry, the usual commission rate was 30%, so Zheng Kangde was being rather generous. Based on Zheng Kangde's investment, the big shots, and the promotion of this movie, at least $300 million at the box office was guaranteed. Based on the 50% commission, he could get more than $10 million. When he thought of this, Tingxiao instantly grinned. "Don't worry, Director Zheng. I can provide you with this number for the frequency of the movie screenings." Tingxiao then splayed out his 5 fingers at Zheng Kangde. That was half of the total screenings. Zheng Kangde instantly looked satisfied and gratified. "Manager Cui, you're frank indeed. In the current market, if the movie could occupy over 30% of the screenings, it would mean that there would be 50,000 shows in a day, definitely the standard for a blockbuster movie. The Hollywood blockbuster that exploded in popularity recently also only took up 50% of the allotted screenings." Chapter 12:11. Over this time, Tingxiao suddenly thought of something and revealed a questioning look. "Wait, Director Zheng, there's something I don't quite understand. Wasn't the initial release date decided to be next month? Why did you suddenly move it forward to this month?" "Haha, I'm not sure if you've heard that Chen Mian has released a new movie recently?" Zheng Kangde asked meaningfully. Tingxiao recalled for a moment before replying. "Director Chen, obviously, I know about it. I was shocked earlier because I haven't heard anything for a while. Then he suddenly came out with a new movie, and I especially noticed that he had used an entire cast of newbies." Zheng Kangde chuckled. "Director Chen's movie coincides with ours. The theme is also youth comedy, and it's also about a woman in man's clothing. Director Chen's fame really intimidates me. The audience always had the impression of the first mover being the stronger, so with 2 movies with the same theme, they would be more inclined towards watching the first movie." Even though Zheng Kangde put it that way, he was actually saying it with a tone of mockery and nonchalance. Tingxiao instantly understood Zheng Kangde's intentions. All these years, he had been overpowered by Chen Mian, but now it looked like he was ready to overthrow him with this great opportunity. Despite the concept of the first mover advantage, He could space out more time in between so that he could release his movie before Chun Mian because similar themes would cause a contest for the audience. However, Zheng Kangde had intentionally planned for it to be released only 2 days before Chun Mian's movie. Now, they were releasing it at almost the same time. So clearly, he was ready to steal Chun Mian's entire target market and crush him. Chun Mian's movie had neither big shots nor huge supporters behind it. So how could it fight with Zheng Kangde's? This would practically result in a stalemate. Cui Zhihao shook his head and said, Chun Mian is indeed great, but his performance at the box office for the past few years has been going downhill, and that's the truth. It's almost impossible for him to return to his glory days. Now, he's even independently produced this movie with such a small capital. Did he really think that he's still the Chun Mian from 10 years ago? Is the movie market still the same one from 10 years ago? Director Chun is really confused silly this time. All the fame he's accumulated for all these years will be ruined by this movie. I wonder how you're preparing to arrange Director Chun's screening frequency. Zheng Kangde served Cui Zhihao another drink and pretended to ask casually. Cui Zhihao gave him a knowing look. Naturally, I'll make arrangements as it should be. Our cinema is not a charity organization. Everyone's here to make money for a movie that obviously won't hold up in the box office. At most, it'll only get 10% of screen time even if it had Chun Mian's reputation on it. When they finished discussions, the two continued to drink and chit-chat. At last both sides had left satisfied. Liang Biqin said excitedly, Director Zheng, you're amazing. With such a high screening frequency, our box office would definitely be great. When the trailer had been released, because of the actor's popularity, there were many praises and anticipating fans. But there were also many who criticized it for being stupid and melodramatic. She was initially a little worried. Of course. Don't overestimate the audience's taste nowadays. The age of cinemagoers is getting younger, so they won't know what's great or not. They just watch movies for the hype, and they'll watch whatever is available to them. Zheng Kangde said with a confident expression. Liang Biqin nodded trustfully at Director Zheng's words. Of course, what made her feel most satisfied was that Chun Mian's wonder years were up. Chapter 12:12. Of course it was on purpose. That damned Chun Mian. He had even criticized her publicly on Weibo when he was defending Ning Xi. Furthermore, he had picked Ning Xi as the main character to piss her off and made a movie with a very similar theme, obviously to snub her. Now, she would like to see who would be the last one standing in the industry. The moment she imagined Chun Mian and Ning Xi's downfall, she felt extremely satisfied. They would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Right, Director Zheng. Producer Wu, should we count Oriental cinema in? The secondary female lead asked. They had already dealt with most of the top cinemas, so only Oriental cinema was left. When Oriental cinema was mentioned, Zheng Kangde sneered. That witch from Oriental cinema isn't cooperative at all. We don't have to deal with her. The ones we've contacted are already enough. Just wait until our movie is popular enough. She'll surely beg us for it. Based on what you're saying, is there something wrong with the manager from Oriental cinema? Wasn't she known as China's first row? The secondary female lead looked confused. The producer laughed. This Fang Jieyue. While she's great at running business, she's not a people person and very inflexible. She never takes any incentives from anyone, thinking that she's better than everyone else, and she's actually breaking the unsaid rules within the industry. No one likes to deal with her. I see, this woman is really daring, huh? The next day, I Only Like You was officially released. Ning Xi had watched the movie beforehand and already had an idea of the quality of the movie, so she focused on the screenings and online ranking. She also browsed through the online movie review sites. After the first day, Ning Xi realized that the movie's screening frequency was shockingly high. It was comparable with the few popular Hollywood blockbusters from before. The ratings from professional review sites were not low as well. It scored 7.6 out of 10, pretty good for a local movie. Even the comments from the netizens were mostly positive as well. Although there were some of them that criticized its glitch plot, it was soon flooded with praises from various experienced movie reviewers. With such elementary acting and shooting quality, the marketing team had done a considerable amount of effort for it to achieve such results. Most of the budget was not spent in the movie itself, but on marketing and business relationships instead. On the third day, the results for the first day of I Only Like You was released. It had reached $110 million at the box office. Over $100 million. Early afternoon, in Chun Mian's office, Ning Xi, Chen Hanchen, Jin Shu, Ji Yumeng, and the other core members of the team were present. On Chun Mian's table was the ranking list of the box office. I Only Like You ranked third. Now, everyone knew that the dates of The Dream Chaser clashed with the airing of I Only Like You, and the latter had done extremely well. The atmosphere in the room hung heavy. Ji Yumeng was frustrated. Zheng Kangde did this on purpose. Director, you already checked their release date beforehand and avoided them, but now they changed the dates secretly, even scheduling it to air before us. On purpose, of course, it had been done on purpose. If anyone lent it a little thought, they would know it had been done on purpose. They had no other choice now. They could only clash with it face on since the release date was decided, and they could not change it now. Chapter 12-13, Pleasant to the Eyes. They were all newbies. Although Ning Xi had acted in The World before, she had only acted in one previous movie. Plus, her fan base was rather small, and it had been such a long time since her last movie. With such a drastic shift in genre as well, it would not really impact the box office. Just continue with the planned marketing. I'll work on the cinema's side, said Chen Mian calmly. Since he decided to take on this path, he had anticipated this day. Everyone looked at each other as they knew the situation was not positive. Zheng Kangde's movie was doing abnormally well, almost taking away a huge chunk of the market. One would need a miracle to have a breakthrough. Although it was not mentioned explicitly, everyone sort of gave up. Deep down, they all understood that their movie was way better than Zheng Kangde's. But the current movie industry seemed not to care much about the quality. No one understood this more than director Chen Mian did. It was because of this that Ning Xi was really impressed with Chun Mian's comeback this time. Back in the day, every cinema would fight over Chun Mian's movies. Even when he had not been doing very well in the past few years, the allocation slots for his movies never fell below 30%. Nevertheless, this time, without any famous actors or strong investors, he only got about 10% allocation in most cinemas, some even 5%, and most of them were scheduled in the morning before noon or after 10 p.m., basically at rather odd timings. Moreover, these were the results that Chun Mian had to fight for. Finally, the premiere of Dream Chaser arrived. Ning Xi checked the timing at most big cinemas and was disappointed to see that all the screenings were scheduled in the morning and at night. In the end, Ning Xi bought tickets for a 10 p.m. movie. It was already very late, so there were only a few people left in the cinema. And among these few people, most of them chose to watch I Only Like You since both movies were of a similar genre, so of course, they would go with the more popular one. A couple was discussing in front of the poster of I Only Like You. Baby, let's watch this. There are a lot of famous actors in it, and I heard it's pretty funny as well. The man suggested. The girl mumbled sourly. No, I don't like Liang Bi-chin. She's too superficial. And her in a male outfit looks so ugly. Really? I think it's all right. I just don't want to watch a stupid movie. Watch it by yourself if you insist. Then, what do you want to watch? Doesn't seem like there's anything else good to watch at this time. Let me see. Dream Chaser? The main cast is Ning Xi, Chen Hanchen. I've never heard of them before. But, wow, the male lead in the poster looks so handsome. Totally my type. That gaze, that aura. Let's watch this. In the poster of Dream Chaser was a man and a woman. However, the man was actually Ning Xi instead of the male lead. One of the figures was Ning Xi in a male outfit, while the other one was her in a female outfit. Those who did not know the context would really mistake the two figures as the male and the female lead. The man was a little speechless. But this seems like a stupid movie as well. Stop with the complaints. If they are both stupid movies, at least a handsome lead is more pleasant to the eyes. Chapter 12-14, Mysterious Audience. In the end, the couple bought tickets for Dream Chaser. As Ning Xi witnessed the whole process, she thought it was hilarious. Haha, I didn't expect my face to attract a spectator like this. Tingxiao caressed the girl's hair and assured, it'll get popular. Ning Xi giggled. How are you more confident than I am? Boss, are you thinking of doing anything behind the scenes? There's no need to. Tingxiao looked calm. While money can manipulate the market, it can never change the market rules. Over-manipulating the market will cause a backlash. Ning Xi seemed hesitant, but then nodded continuously. Hmm. She did not understand at all. Still, she was impressed. Ning Xi clung to the man's arms and smiled. I don't know about the market. I only know that no matter how much manipulation is done, the spectators can see for themselves, and they will decide the movie's fate. Tingxiao gazed at the girl gently. Exactly, you're bright. Hee hee, it's all thanks to you, boss. After a short chat with Tingxiao, Ning Xi's mood improved by a drastic amount. They went to buy popcorn and drinks before entering the cinema hall happily, enjoying their hard-earned date. Before they went in, Ning Xi peeked into the cinema hall that was playing I Only Like You, and noticed that about half the seats were occupied. It was pretty good considering it was a late-night screening. It was the third day of I Only Like You airing, and the internet was already flooded with topics revolving around this movie. Whether good or bad, it was really popular. Ning Xi actually followed its news closely. Unlike the tsunami-like amount of positive comments, the rating of the movie kept on plummeting in the following 2 days, which was quite common among low-quality productions. Usually, the numbers would look good on the first day because of the production company's marketing, but after the audience watched and formed their own ratings, the movie would face its true trial. Something like that could not be faked. If you wanted to create fake ratings, it would be gravely criticized by the audience. An hour ago, Ning Xi had checked the rating for the movie again. In just 2 days, it had dropped from 7.6 to 6.5, and many netizens had started criticizing it as well. Nevertheless, the production company and cinema did not seem to mind at all. In recent years, everyone had become accustomed to criticisms. Although the audience would complain, they would still keep watching since most commercial films were of this level, and there was nothing really better anyway. Being criticized was not the worst thing that could happen. The worst thing would be no one caring enough to criticize. After all, critiques would still need to pay money to watch the movie. Ning Xi and Tingxiao sat in the last row, so they could see the whole cinema from there. Before the movie started, there were only 7 people. Aside from her and Tingxiao, there was the couple from before, a pair of schoolgirls, and the other member of the audience was a lady in a champagne-colored dress. She looked about 30 years old, and she had come alone. She sat right in front of Ning Xi and Tingxiao. Chapter 12:15, a breathtaking opening. Ning Xi could still understand why the couple and those 2 schoolgirls had picked this film, but she could not help but feel curious about the shrewdly dressed female in the row before them. Such a person did not look like the type to watch youth comedy, though no one made the rule that they could not watch it either. Actually, with the current stress level society faced, more and more people increasingly preferred to watch lighthearted movies. The target market for their movie could actually be considered very broad. It was not limited to youth at all. Ning Xi observed the 2 other pairs of audience the lovebirds sat in the right corner. The man did not look too interested in the movie. He was clearly just there to accompany his girlfriend, while the girl munched on her popcorn and looked absent-mindedly at the big screen. It seemed like she was not expecting much. As for the 2 students sitting in the middle, they had brought a bunch of things to eat and drink. They were already eating nonstop before the movie began, looking more like they were here for a picnic than to watch a movie. When the movie was about to start, 2 more people walked in. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and wore shades and a mask. He was making his way towards the last row, while Ning Xi actually recognized the woman beside him. It was Chun Hanshin's manager, Chun Yanan. Before this, Chun Hanshin had wanted to get Ning Xi to join fashion media and even gave her Chun Yanan's name card, but the devil had thrown it away. There was no question that the man beside Chun Yanan must be Chun Hanshin. Oh dear, who would have thought that I would bump into Chun Hanshin when watching his own movie premiere? Crap, I cannot let him see that I'm with Tingxiao. Thankfully, Ning Xi and Tingxiao's seat was located right at the side, so the duo did not even notice them and simply found a place to sit down in the last row. Ning Xi leaned in to whisper into Tingxiao's ear. Tingxiao, the 2 that walked in earlier. They looked like Chun Hanshin and his manager. Tingxiao grunted and nodded to say that he had seen them too. Ning Xi covered her forehead in anxiety. Jesus. There are only 9 people in the audience, and almost half of it is our own people. This really sucked. She did not know what to say anymore. Finally, the reel of advertisements ended, and the movie began to play. The first scene of the movie was the first time Ning Xi had acted with Chun Hanshin when she first displayed her power unto him. Because this was the opening scene, It was very important and required the aura of both the actors to be on par, so they had shot it for an entire day. At that time, Chen Hanxin had been pranked thoroughly by her. At last, he had been annoyed with her about this until he saw her in a female outfit and had realized that she was actually a girl. At this moment when she recalled the shoot, even though there had been some strife, it was quite nostalgic to think about it. All those scenes felt like it had just been yesterday. In a blink of an eye, this movie was already out in theaters. The couple in front watched the screen absent-mindedly, while the two students ate nonstop like two little squirrels, and the shrewd-looking lady hugged her arms and stayed unmoving. With the sound of orchestra music, the screen faded into the scene of a dinner banquet. At the end of the spiraling staircase stood two men. One was dressed in black and the other in white. One in front and one at the back, one noble-looking while one looked relaxed, and both were slowly making their way down. Halfway down, the man in front turned around and said something to the other young man. The scene closed in on the young man raising his brows ever so slightly, before smiling indistinctively at the other guy. In that instant, spam, akin to bedazzling fireworks, the audience's minds exploded with numbness at this scene. Chapter 12:16, updated like mad. What was that feeling the audience experienced? It was breathtaking and caused a throbbing that surpassed gender, age, and all else. The big screen tested actors the most because any flaw would be magnified many times. Yet the young man in the movie seemed to have been born for the silver screen. Everything was flawless. Not only had Chen Hanxin been stunned, even if the other person in the movie was himself, even if he had done many bad takes for this scene back then, and that he knew this scene's every detail like the back of his hand. Still, when he watched it as a member of the audience, he was still completely and thoroughly attracted by the young man on the silver screen. He's so handsome, even more gorgeous than the poster. I told you I made the right choice. The girl cried out in wonderment from the front. Shortly after that, the girl muttered suspiciously, "But this guy in the black tuxedo is not bad, huh? Could he be the second male lead?" Chen Hanxin snapped out of his stunned demeanor and thought to himself, "I am the male lead." The girl's boyfriend looked more attentive now too. Even as a man, that blew me away. That gaze was just. The two schoolgirls in the middle of the cinema were even more excited than the girl. So handsome. Who would have thought that the entertainment industry had such a handsome rookie? I seem to smell some bromance. Me too. Oh, I'm so emotional. As it turns out, there were also fujoshis. Even though there was not a large audience in this hall, everyone was quite diverse. Next up, the 5 people in the audience had obviously focused their full attention on the movie. As the movie progressed, and they found out that the one in the white tuxedo was actually a woman in a male outfit, the cinema was a flurry of emotional shrieks again. That's the female lead. That's actually the female lead. Oh my god. How could there be such a handsome woman? Oh my god. Not even giving us men a way out. Where's my sketchbook? Where is it? Crap. I'm getting overflowing inspiration. I feel like I can conquer 100 chapters of this movie's gay comics tonight. The girl excitedly took out her sketchbook and pencil from her bag. It appeared that she was an artist. In the next hour or so, since there were only a few people in the cinema, apart from the shrewd woman in front of Ning Xi, who remained rather quiet, the couple and the 2 schoolgirls had never stopped shrieking from the start of the movie until the end. The 4 of them had even periodically turned around to apologize for their overenthusiasm, clearly embarrassed, though they completely lost control at the end. The 2 students especially had to hug each other and shriek practically every 3 minutes. It was worth mentioning that there were 2 more people who came in halfway. It looked like they were late, so they looked regretful and muttered to themselves to watch the movie again tomorrow. After the movie ended, that night, the female artist updated like mad on her QQ space, friend circles, Weibo, and Twitter about watching Dream Chaser. She had even attached her own bromance fan art. Tonight, I learned of a new and very interesting movie. The name is called Dream Chaser. You guys must go watch it. A must watch. A must watch. Important things need to be repeated 3 times. You'll definitely come back to thank me after watching it. The girl was rather popular within her circle since she always drew bromance fan art of some popular movies or novels, so she had a huge group of loyal fans. Chapter 12:17, When Girls Become Handsome. When they saw the artist they liked recommending a movie late at night, all her fans were curious. Whoa, She actually recommended a movie. And it's a local production too. Didn't she say she wouldn't watch another local production anymore the last time? Oh my god. I went to search the Dream Chaser trailer, and the female lead is handsome AF. The plot is quite interesting too. I must go check it out tomorrow. Me too, me too, me too. Coincidentally, there isn't anything I want to watch recently. If she recommended it, then it must be great. The female artist's boyfriend statuses were usually all lovey-dovey. Tonight, he had surprisingly posted something related to the movie. Tonight, I watched a movie called Dream Chaser. The female lead is super cool. Although it's just makeup, she could interchangeably be both a goddess and Prince Charming. Actually, when girls become handsome, there's really not much use for men anymore. Especially after watching I Only Like You. I strongly recommend everyone to watch Dream Chaser. You'll know for yourself that it cannot be compared, and that it reigns supreme spreads hands. This status update included 2 photos, both of which were taken from the movie. One was the female lead in a woman's attire, and the other was her in a man's outfit. As for the 2 schoolgirls, they lived just near the cinema and had already decided to watch it again for the second and third time on another day. Of course, they had also highly recommended the movie in their respective online communities too. Similar situations also happened to many members of the audience who had randomly chosen to watch this movie. Even though there were very few who came to watch on the first day, almost everyone who did had started to promote it by word of mouth after watching it. Just like a tiny spark with a huge effect, the greatness that was Dream Chaser had quietly spread to every corner of Imperial. After the movie finished, the woman in the champagne dress left the hall expressionlessly. She walked away quickly as she made a phone call. Hello, Assistant Manager Zhang. Manager Fong. It's rather late. Is there anything you need me for? On the other end of the phone, a man's respectful voice was heard. What's the current screening frequency for Dream Chaser? The woman asked straightforwardly. Dream Chaser. On the other end, the person could not instantly recall which movie she was referring to. Chen Mion's new movie, the woman reminded. Director Chen's new movie. The other person finally recalled. Hold on, let me check. Oh, found it. It's about 5%. The woman frowned. So low. The man quickly explained. Director Fong, you probably don't know. Even though this movie was directed by Chen Mion, it's only a small production with a few $1 million in investments this time. It used an entire cast of new faces. The only person with past experience in movies is the female protagonist who's also acting as a lead for first time. Without any big shots, the likelihood of being the talk of the town or a huge multinational, it definitely can't hold up at the box office. This 5% was only done for Chun Mion's sake. Have you watched this movie? She demanded. The person was taken aback by her abruptness. Well, I didn't, but I've definitely taken into account all aspects. As a professional, when they arranged the screenings, they would have a basic estimation before the release and prior to deciding on the number of screenings. However, everyone cared about the public's interest nowadays. Almost nobody would truly watch a movie for its content anymore. When the woman heard that, she just instructed, make the screening frequency for this movie 60% tomorrow. Chapter 12:18. Confidence in my flirting abilities. What? How much? The voice over the phone stammered in disbelief. CEO Fong, did you make a mistake? Or were you meaning I Only Like You by director Zhang Kangda? Did you confuse the 2 movies? The woman's voice was calm. There's no mistake. It's Chun Mion's Dream Chaser. But that's impossible. I Only Like You currently takes up half of our movie slots. How can we give Dream Chaser 60%? Reduce the slots for I Only Like You. Do you still need me to teach you such a simple solution? I want to see the new allocation schedule tomorrow morning. The woman ended her sentence strongly and ended the phone call as well. On the way back home, Ning Xi sat shotgun. She looked at Tingxiao and said, although there were very little people, their reactions are awesome. There are exciting moments every few minutes in the movie. It'll definitely be popular if it gets more attention. Only the lady in front of us was pretty calm. She didn't really react. Maybe she doesn't like movies like this. Tingxiao replied her without glancing at her. Whether she likes it or not, you'll know by checking the movie slots for Dream Chaser at Oriental Cinema tomorrow. Ning Xi was dumbfounded. Huh? Oriental Cinema? What do you mean? That lady is the CEO of Oriental Cinema, Fang Jieyue. Ning Xi gasped in surprise. Wow, the CEO of Oriental Cinema? Why didn't you tell me when we were inside? Well, I didn't see her face when we were inside. Ugh, okay. Ning Xi felt a little nervous when she found out who the mysterious woman was. I wonder if she liked it. It'd be bad if she didn't. The screening allocation for our movie is already poor enough. I'm really nervous. Boss, do you think she liked it? Tingxiao replied almost instantly. She will. How are you so sure? Tingxiao stared at the girl in the eye. If the CEO of Oriental Cinema was a man, there's a 70% chance he'll like it. But if it's a woman, 100%. Ning Xi broke out in cold sweat. Ugh, thanks for having confidence in my flirting abilities. The next day was the fourth day for I Only Like You to be aired, and the second for Dream Chaser. I Only Like You became extremely popular on the internet. Everyone would talk about it whenever the topic of movies was mentioned. They chatted about how it was the most invested movie of the year and how well it was performing at the box office. Currently, it had reached $300 million at the box office, and it still contributed to the screening allocation at most cinemas. Of course, everyone would love to allocate more slots to movies that would help them earn money from ticket sales. The one cinema that did it differently was Oriental Cinema. Inside the meeting room of the Oriental Cinema office, the management team was having a meeting. Everyone did not look too happy. Fang Jieyue's order last night had caused a storm in their company. Chapter 1219. Resign as the CEO. In Oriental Cinema's meeting room, the shareholders voiced out their doubts. CEO Fang. Everyone knows that the current top-earning movie is Zhang Kongda's movie. I don't know why you've considered making such a ridiculous decision. You're reducing the slots for Zhang Kongda's movie and replacing it with the nameless Dream Chaser? And up to 60% allocation at that. I hope you can give us an explanation. The others in the management team and the shareholders nodded in agreement. Even if you believe in Shen Mian's ability, giving him a 10% quota would be enough. But this is 60% we're talking about. This is absurd. Even the Hollywood blockbuster last year, Life on the Line, got 60%. What makes this comedy drama deserve the same as that? CEO Fang, we acknowledge your professionalism, and we also admit that you've successfully predicted many unexpected winners and underdogs. But this time it's too much. The data today proves that it's a big mistake. Dream Chaser has less than 10% of seats sold. We've lost a lot just today. This is the same as sending the audience to our rival cinemas. We request that the screening allocation be rearranged immediately to avoid any more losses. Fang Jieyue's behavior, which did not go along with the flow, was not only despised in the industry. Even people within the company did not like it, as they felt like she restricted the company's growth. A cinema was set up to earn money. What use was there with just a good name? Even if she successfully discovered 10 high-quality, unpopular movies, it could not compete with the revenue brought in by a well-known commercialized movie. This made Oriental Cinema's ranking fall within the industry average, and they could never make it to the top. Vice President Zhang Yong was secretly glad that everyone was attacking Fang Jieyue. He faked a worried expression. I was really surprised when I received CEO Fang's call yesterday. I tried to convince her, but CEO Fang insisted on it. So I trusted her decision, but I didn't expect the numbers today. Sigh. CEO Fang, what's your take on this? You have to give us an explanation. Some people were impatient as Fang Jieyue still remained silent. Fang Jieyue carefully looked at everyone. I've heard everyone's questions and doubts. As everyone sighed in relief, Fang Jieyue continued, but I will not change my decision. What? You're not changing it even though the loss is this great? What is the woman thinking? Does she even take us, the shareholders, seriously? She thinks that the company is her own. Facing everyone's criticisms, Fang Jieyue spoke once again. In 10 days, if my decision is really a bad one, I'll resign from my position as the CEO. Everyone fell silent. Vice President Zhang Yong was especially happy when he heard that. If Fang Jieyue was gone, he could potentially be the CEO then. Chapter 1220. Throwing business away. He already had enough working under her. Not only did she not take bribes herself, she also forbade all her coworkers from accepting them, which made him look at loads and loads of cash fly past him, eluding his grasp. Unfortunately, Fang Jieyue upheld a really reliable name in the industry. Although the company could not be the best, it was still always within the top 10, and he could not do anything against her. He did not expect Fang Jiayue to say something this stupid. What a joke. 10 days. That unpopular film was the kind of movie used to fill the slots for, at most, 3 days. He was really looking forward to seeing all the empty cinemas. However, he had to thank this movie. It somewhat made Fang Jiayue go crazy, and finally, he now had a chance. After Fang Jiayue said that, all the shareholders left the meeting room. Had it been a few years ago, she would have patiently discussed the movie details with them and tell them why she thought it was a good movie, but now she did not bother to make the effort anymore. These people did not know about movies at all, so it would just be a waste of time. In fact, most of the people in the industry did not know about movies at all, and it was precisely these people who were manipulating the market, playing with the audience's taste, and causing the divide between local production and foreign movies to grow further apart. At the same time, Zheng Kongda was chatting with the producer, Wu Kai. "Old Wu, how is it? Because of the great response from the first 3 days, we're still having pretty good slots in most cinemas. We're leading ahead of the other movies." But what? Zheng Kongda asked. "There's one exception." "Oh, which one?" Zheng Kongda was curious. Wu Kai replied, "Oriental cinema. When I was gathering the data, I noticed that Oriental cinema reduced our slots to 5% and raised Dream Chaser to 60%. "What? How much?" Zheng Kongda was surprised. 60%. Zheng Kongda's expression darkened. "This Fang Jiayue, is she crazy? Is she taking her revenge on me? Interesting." Wu Kai shook his head. "With Fang Jiayue's personality, I don't think that's the case. While this might be very odd to others, it's actually pretty normal for Fang Jiayue. She always does things this way, giving extremely high screening allocations for unpopular movies. The only thing she did differently this time was that she gave even more. The movies that she supports have very high chances of being popular. If not, they wouldn't have earned the title China's first row. Hee, she's throwing her business away this time." Zheng Kongda laughed coldly. Wu Kai replied with a sarcastic tone, "Of course, I checked Oriental Cinema's numbers today. Although they gave Dream Chaser such a high allocation, the attendance is terrible. Almost no one watched it. To be honest, I really don't get her. No matter how popular these unknown movies can become, it can never be as popular as the commercialized ones. Her giving them slots are just a waste of resources." Chapter 12:21. Bent into a mosquito repellent. Zheng Kongda looked quite pleased. She's making such a big show out of it this time. I'm sure the shareholders of Oriental Cinema aren't going to keep quiet about this. I don't think she'll be staying in her CEO's seat for long. Just as Zheng Kongda and Wu Kai were confidently predicting that Fang Jiayue would get the sack, online, a strong force had been quietly growing and spreading. In the blink of an eye, it was already Dream Chaser's third day in theaters. The ticket sales at Oriental Cinema remained low, yet it was not as bad as Zhang Yong had predicted. In fact, it had increased significantly. At night, when all the masses had finished work for the day and returned home to casually scroll Weibo, they suddenly noticed a movie title that was new to everyone making its rounds on Weibo's Hot Topic leaderboard, Dream Chaser. The leading Weibo post was posted by an artist. This Weibo artist had passionately recommended a movie called Dream Chaser, and even attached a personal gay fan art, depicting a classic slapstick comedy scene from the movie. The artist had 30,000 fans on her Weibo account. While it was actually not considered a massive number, because there was just too much love for the comic fan art, it had snowballed to gain huge traction, especially after a few very famous people had shared it as well, indicating that they had watched the movie and strongly recommended it. Even they drew their own fan art too. The top 10 posts on Weibo included 3 gay fan art of Dream Chaser by well-known artists. Talk about Dream Chaser had started spreading within the artist's circle. Of course, it even spread to all the other circles. At 10 p.m., Dream Chaser's trailer on their official Weibo, which had been unfrequented, suddenly made it to the #1 hot topic by passionate netizens who indicated that they wanted to watch the movie in cinemas the next day. Oh my god, why did I just find out about this movie? Just watching the trailer is making me feel the passion. I've been bent into a mosquito repellent coil. Can someone light me up so that I can ascend to heaven? Want to know how it feels like to be bent by handsomeness? Go watch Dream Chaser to find out. Hee. I've already gone to the cinema to watch it thrice. The female lead is just too breathtaking. I've already been bent into a paperclip. I strongly recommend for all of you to watch it. I can't believe this movie was unknown. How outrageous. Well, of course, this movie is played out by a cast of rookies and they have such low-key marketing, so obviously, not many people noticed it. Unlike a certain movie that's in theaters now too. They keep hyping things up, paying to appear in trending topics, and even privately paying for their own box office, pushing away all of the good movies. To those who've been giving high praises to Liang Bichin's idiotic movie, go and watch Dream Chaser, please. You will hear the sound of pow, pow, pow. That's the sound of slaps in your face. Just like that, with an overwhelming force, Dream Chaser abruptly fell from the sky and exploded into every corner of social networking sites. Initially, the netizens who did not know about this movie at all thought it looked okay after watching the trailer. There were also some of them who thought it was a melodramatic comedy and that the reviews were exaggerating. However, no matter what, due to the superb reviews online, the crowd's curiosity had been hooked, and most of them had expressed that they would definitely watch it the next day to understand once and for all. Chapter 1222, Beyond Imagination. In the past, during a period when the internet had yet to be common, the public could only receive messages through newspapers, television, and radio stations, and these sort of media could easily be controlled by organizations and individuals. However, now in the age of the internet, the scope of China's netizen base reached up to 8 billion. All sorts of new media had emerged, and the power of the internet was beyond anyone's imagination. More importantly, it was hard to control. Within just one night of brewing on the internet, huge groups of audiences entered the cinema for Dream Chaser, a movie that was built on little capital and marketing, which led to zero attention on it at all. Once the effects of word of mouth took place, it would be worth much more than hundreds of millions in terms of marketing and publicity. Late at night, at a certain cinema in Central Imperial, it was currently past 9. Usually, around this time, after the primetime movie had ended, the entire cinema would be quite empty without many customers. However, it was an abnormal night today. Despite being so late and despite neither being a holiday nor were there any special activities, the flow of customers into the cinema had increased instead. Inside the cinema, a group of young men and women were gathered together, discussing enthusiastically. There's usually not a shadow in sight at this hour. Why are there so many people tonight for the late-night show? I thought it would be just us two, a girl had said to her partner. Her partner was also a young girl. She looked around and said, there are probably a lot of people who are here to watch Dream Chaser like us. Earlier, I heard a lot of people discussing it. The trailer does look quite good. I hope the actual movie won't be disappointing. It's just that there are 2 little showtimes for this movie. Apart from the one early in the morning, there's just this midnight show, so we had to rush over in the middle of the night. Exactly, it will already be past midnight when we finish. I still have to work tomorrow. I especially rushed over for the movie. If it's not good, then it's really not worth it. Not too far away, a middle-aged man clad in a tuxedo had walked to the cashier with his hands behind his back. Manager Zhou. Good evening, Manager Zhou. Because there were a lot of customers, the 2 cashiers were flustered as they tried coping with the crowd. When they saw the middle-aged man, they quickly made time to greet him. Manager Zhou just waved to indicate that they need not care about her and told them to continue with their work. The 2 cashiers only finished at 11 p.m. when the movie was about to start. At that moment, the manager walked up to ask with a delighted expression, the customer flow tonight isn't bad, eh? Has the cinema been doing any promotions recently? The 2 cashiers shook their heads. Then one of them said, Manager, there hasn't been any promotions recently. Then, what's up? Asked Zhou Jia, as he lifted his chin in question. I was looking through the ticket sales, and over 90% of the customers tonight are here to watch Dream Chaser. The other cashier answered. Zhou Jia paid full attention to them now. Dream Chaser? The one that people have been discussing online. Yep, the first 2 days when the movie was just released, there were a few people watching it, but it seems to have viral overnight. The cashier explained. Manager, it's not just the night show. Even the earlier one was almost sold out. Usually, each hall will only have a few seats taken up, but today's was half filled. Another cashier exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Jia had obviously seen some of the discussion going on online with regards to this movie, and she looked pensive at the sound of this. Chapter 1223, Maiden Heart Beating. After chatting a while with the two employees, Zhou Jia walked into the cinema hall, which was showing Dream Chaser for a peep. One glimpse, and she could see that there was more audience in the night screening than in the morning one. For a hall that could fit about 100 people, almost 72. 80% of it was sold out. Based on his many years of experience, he could roughly judge that this movie had huge potential to become a big hit. Unfortunately, it just had to clash with Zhang Kangda's movie. After leaving the cinema hall, Zhou Jia thought for a long while and decided to make a call to another cinema manager to try to find out something. Hello, CEO Zhang. CEO Zhou, could you be calling me this late at night about Dream Chaser as well? The other end of the phone teased. As well? It looks like the others have called you too. Zhou Jia raised his brows. Exactly. I've just gotten off the phone with CEO Zhao and CEO Liang. Well, what did you say then? Are we going to increase the screenings of this movie or not? Zhou Jia asked the key question. CEO Zhou, Chen Mian's movie's quality is not bad. If huge companies had invested in it, and if they had big casts like they did in the past, we would definitely push it forward vigorously. But with this movie, well, you know, there are so many such movies that go viral online nowadays, and the netizens' enthusiasm fades as quickly as it happens. So how long can it last if it just went viral in one night? Besides, we have a collusion with Zhang Kangda. If it was some other movie that was increasingly popular, we wouldn't mind increasing the showtimes. But Chen Mian, he's Zhang Kangda's rival. All right, CEO Zhang, I understand. Zhou Jia hung up. To offend Zhang Kangda and all of his supporters for Dream Chaser, which had an uncertain future, was just not worth it. It was easy to determine whether or not to change its screening frequency. They just had to follow people's cinema. If the industry leader did not make a move, they would not either. So far, it looked like people's cinema was completely on Zhang Kangda's side, and they would probably not change anything. The next day, Dream Chaser was getting more and more attention online. The movie networks rated it an 8.6, and there were almost 100% good reviews. Everyone who had watched the movie had given it high praises. All of the commentary on movie review sites and social network sites were rapidly progressing. Because there were too many people recommending it online, I risked not waking up for work and went to watch Dream Chaser in the middle of the night with my BFF. In the end, it was actually really, really awesome. Forget about the 10 p.m. showtime. Even if it was in the wee hours of the day, it's definitely so worth it. I've already planned to watch it the second time with my BFF. My dear, from today onwards, I have a new Prince Charming image, #DreamChaser hashtag. I've been charmed by a woman to the point of melancholy and suffering. Wait for me, my husband. I will continue to see you in the cinemas tomorrow. Actually, the male lead is very handsome too, but he's not as handsome as the female lead. In fact, their interactions are super duper cute. Even though I'm old, my maiden heart is beating like a runaway train. I haven't been this excited in a long time. Why is no one talking about the second male lead, Ling Yu? Even though Ling Yu looks pretty average, he's especially classy and charismatic. Chapter 1224, Return of the King. The scene where he kissed the female lead made my heart jump. I watched the movie a second time for Ling Yu. Oh, I'm shipping the female lead and Ling Yu as well. Ling Yu's presence is really strong. He really dotes on her. Every time the female lead faced any issues, he was always by her side. He also helped to cover up her real identity. It's really a shame that the female lead didn't pick him in the end. Not only the lead characters, even the secondary female lead in the movie, Ning Xi, and the male lead's best friend, Jiang Xiaohai, are really likable characters as well. The interaction between Ning Xiaoming and the female lead is pretty interesting. Jiang Xiaohai is the Joker of the whole movie. I didn't really have much expectations when I watched it, but I didn't expect it to be so good. To be honest, it's been a really long time since I last saw a movie with such a well-written plot, in addition to the superb actors. This movie is the bomb. I recommend everyone to watch it. No disappointments. All the actors in the movie are really great, but it's obvious that the core character is the female lead. Afterwards, I found out that she also acted Meng Chang'e in The World. I already followed her after I saw her acting in The World. She's definitely not the surface-only actress as rumors said. She's the real deal. Another important thing to note is that no one realized that the director of this movie is Chun Mi-an, the Chun Mi-an who made The Stars, The Moon, and The Sun. Also the same Chun Mi-an who made Love is in the Future. He's been making some horrible films in recent years. I've been disappointed, but this time, I'm really excited. The King has returned. I'd really love to watch it after all of your comments, but sadly, the showtimes are either early in the morning or very late at night. I can't watch it unless it's my off day. Actually, you can try suggesting to the cinemas through their suggestion box or make a complaint through the phone. I'm pretty sure they will increase the screenings if many people make requests together. While the online discussion boards were full of topics revolving around Dream Chaser, inside a high-class hotel in the Imperial, Zheng Kangde and Wu Kai had called the lead actors from their movie. They had also invited the managers from each of the big cinemas. Their purpose was obviously to make sure that they would not be swayed by the comments online. After a few drinks, in addition to Zheng Kangde's strong hint, the managers who were led by People's Cinema CEO Cui Zhihao all made a promise not to let anything affect Zheng Kangde's film, and the showtimes for Dream Chaser would not change as well. They paid them a large sum, after all, so they had to follow the rules. Rest assured, Director Zheng, I know where this is headed. Online comments aren't always real. The heat will go down after a few days. That's right, Chun Mi-an is just making his final struggle. 3 days later, not only did the audience numbers for Dream Chaser not decrease, it became more and more popular. Despite taking up less than 10% screening frequency in most cinemas, they were doing better. On Saturday, it reached $100 million at the box office in a day. To reach such a box office record with incredibly low showtime allocation meant that the attendance for each screening was very high. In all of the cinemas, despite the odd showtimes, every screening was a full house. Chapter 1225, Instant Fame. At the same time, customers' suggestions and complaints flooded many big cinemas. Every day, countless customers requested more showtimes for Dream Chaser. Manager, what should we do? There were more than 100 calls today alone asking for more showtime allocations for Dream Chaser. Similar conversations occurred in the offices of many cinemas. Nevertheless, with the pressure from Zheng Kangde, all the managers stood together and ignored their customers' requests. They still tried to force the customers to watch I Only Like You by limiting their choices. The consequences. On the fourth day, on a weekend, netizens' love for Dream Chaser and their dissatisfaction towards the cinemas reached its peak. As the popularity of Dream Chaser rose, Zheng Kangde's movie was criticized harshly. Give me back my money, Liang Biqin. I didn't really feel this way before watching Dream Chaser, but after that, I realized that a movie that's produced in mere 10 days isn't a movie at all. It's just a tool for making money. Liang Biqin's movie is terrible. It's not funny at all. After watching Dream Chaser, I felt like my soul has been cleansed. I Only Like You already told me that it's a comedy from its promotional video, but the real thing is worse than the promotional video. Trash movie. Have you grown tired of living? Why watch Liang Biqin's movie? What the heck? Why is the showtime allocation for Dream Chaser still so low? I wanted to book tickets for Dream Chaser, but the list is full of that stupid movie of Liang Biqin's. So many people are recommending it. With Dream Chaser being so popular now, why is there still so little showtimes? Are the people in charge for the cinemas blind? It's not that hard to guess. Of course, there's some under-table deal going on. All those managers must have taken some money. It's because of these people. They are the one who made China's movie industry become such trash. Damn it. Not only do they like trash themselves, they are even forcing us to watch trash as well. This is the sorry state of the current movie industry. Rise up. People who don't want to watch any more trash. Let's complain. Don't watch that stupid movie again. You're right. Boycott stupid movies. Get that stupid movie out of the industry. Zheng Kangde did everything he could to shift the premiere date of his movie to be near to that of Dream Chaser. However, he did not expect that not only did he not make Dream Chaser go down, but due to the comparison, his movie was criticized badly instead. Ironically, after Zheng Kangde had spent so much money on marketing I Only Like You, it helped Dream Chaser much more. Anywhere I Only Like You was mentioned, people would surely compare it with Dream Chaser and the popularity of the latter rose higher as it got a lift in marketing from I Only Like You. On the weekends, most of the cinemas showing I Only Like You at peak times were empty. Only a few people were inside the large cinema halls. When it came to odd timings like early in the morning and late at night, the cinemas were revived. Any hall that was showing Dream Chaser was fully occupied with no empty seats to the extent that tickets were hard to get. Chapter 1226. Overwhelming Confession. In the cinema, Zhou Jihe looked at the full cinema hall, and the louder the laughter from the audience from time to time during the funny scenes, the darker his expression became. The vice president of the cinema looked afflicted. CEO Zhou, are we really not allocating more showtimes to Dream Chaser? We're getting more and more complaints. The online attacks and suspicions are getting fiercer as well. Most importantly, Zheng Kongda's movie has been declining in numbers. It's a weekend today, and we should have the biggest audiences, yet only 6% of the seats were filled. We gave Zheng Kongda half of the slots, so we're at a great loss right now. How's the situation with the other cinemas? Zhou Jihe asked. It's almost the same, but there's one exception. Oriental cinema? Yes. The vice president nodded. Zhou Jihe put up a bitter smile. I heard on the second day after Dream Chaser was released, Fang Jieyue raised its showtime allocations to 60%. Such decisiveness is expected from China's first row. The vice president looked envious. Oriental cinema must be earning loads. The people can't see the movie anywhere else, and her cinema has so many slots. Actually, I went to one of their cinemas and took a look. Gee, the amount of people. The vice president did not finish his sentence, but Zhou Jihe could already imagine what he had seen. For a cinema, their loss was not just confined to ticket sales. Large numbers of audiences would spend more on snacks and beverages, as well as merchandise. Adding them together made it a huge loss. At the same time, at one of the Oriental cinema outlets in Imperial, there was an extremely long queue at the counter. Because Oriental Cinema gave Dream Chaser the most showtime allocations, they even opened all 6 halls for the late-night slots. One of the cinemas could even fit 300 people. Even with this generous slot allocation, many people still could not get the tickets they wanted because many people were bidding for tickets online. Most of the people were there to watch Dream Chaser, and a lot of them were watching it for the second or third time, some even the fourth. All of them had similar topics to talk about, and everyone chatted happily. Finally, I got my tickets. I'm so excited. I didn't expect Oriental Cinema to have this many slots. Now you know, Oriental Cinema always have this many slots. I've recommended many people to come here. I only came here after seeing the comments online. It's just too far away from my house, but it's worth it. I'd rather drive 2 hours here and look at my dear bro, Xi than watch that fake face of Liang Biqin's. I really like bro Xi as well. Oh, did bro Xi add you on Weibo yet? Yes. Sadly, bro Xi didn't have any pictures of her in a male outfit, and she hasn't updated her status recently. How sad. If we break a high record at the box office, let's request bro Xi to post a picture of her in a male outfit. With the rising popularity of Dream Chaser, all the main cast in the movie became famous as well, especially the female lead Ning Xi. Her Weibo was completely flooded. The comments section and her private messages inbox were all full of confessions and countless requests of Ning Xi's picture in a male outfit. Chapter 1227. Be responsible for flirting. At Peachwood, Ning Xi was looking through the comments on her Weibo. Within the few days that Dream Chaser had been showing in theaters, the number of Ning Xi's Weibo fans had broken through 20 million, and it was insanely increasing. The fans had begun to intimately address Ning Xi as Bro Xi. Of course, even more people were calling her husband and Prince Charming. If Bro Xi posts a photo in a male outfit, I will swallow 5 boxes of shampoo, copy the complete works of the news broadcast, break open a durian with my bare hands, crush a huge rock with my chest, knock my head against bricks, bungee jump without a rope, and catch a naked sword with my hands, eat tangerines with the skin on, copy the entire Chinese dictionary, Proverb Dictionary, Chinese-English Dictionary, the Book of Tao, the 3-character classic, the Classic of Mountain and Sea, the 300 Tang Dynasty poems, the 500 Song Dynasty poems. That's how confident I am. Ning Xi, you've been suspected of theft. Many maidens have been saying that you have stolen their hearts, but now they are punishing you and telling you. Be responsible for flirting. Or else, we will chase you to the ends of the earth. Husband, if you were a little ugly, I might still want to shop, watch movies, have Western food, take a walk and admire the night sky, while talking about poetry and life philosophy with you. But you're so handsome that it makes me only want to sleep with you. How's a life of being unable to sleep with bro? She different from being a piece of salted fish? Probably because Ning Xi had made such a memorable impression of the movie's character into everyone's hearts. Apart from the many confessions, many people were even questioning Ning Xi's sexuality and wondering if she liked girls. As she went through all of the overwhelming comments about wanting to sleep with her and just thinking about the fact that they were all girls, Ning Xi felt quite pleased about it. Tingxiao obviously saw the comments too. With a poker face, he said, "Why are all the girls nowadays so unreserved?" When she saw Tingxiao's serious expression, Ning Xi laughed. "This is just a way for everyone to express that they like me. For example, I'm like them with you." Ning Xi closed into his ear and whispered, "Better to sleep with you than 10 miles of spring. Better to sleep with you than enchanting you. Better to sleep with you than to be loyal to you. Better to sleep with you than have thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Better to sleep with you than." The man squinted as he rolled over and pushed her down. "You have to be responsible for flirting with me." Hey, the devil had actually picked up the fan's words, truly applying what he studied. Ning Xi quickly replied, "Of course, as much as I flirt, I'll only be responsible for you, okay? Besides, I like men. Are you still not sure about this?" The moment he said that, the man kissed her hard until her petal-like lips swelled up slightly before he was satisfied. He thought he could be indifferent to all of this, but the truth was that no matter how many times he experienced it, even if they were just girls, as long as he saw them overbearingly covet his wife, he still could not bear it. Still, this girl was increasingly understanding of him. She had a way of resolving his worries every time. The thing he hated and abstained from the most was having his emotions be controlled by others. However, before her, he endured this punishment gladly, even enjoying the feeling of her controlling him. Ning Xi suddenly thought of something and got up immediately. Oh yes, Tingxiao, wait for me. I'm going to change. Help me take a picture." Director Chun said that our box office is about to surpass $5 million. They need the leads to give the fans some rewards. I thought about it. There were most requests for me wearing a male outfit. They will definitely love it. Chapter 12:28. You seduced me. Practice makes perfect. Ning Xi changed very quickly. Half an hour later, she had changed from her homely little bunny outfit into a handsome and reckless-looking Prince Charming. Ning Xi had chosen a biker outfit, complete with a head of short, messy hair and a studded leather jacket. There was a scene in the movie where the female lead was riding on a motorbike and was flirting with girls. By then, the male lead had already distinctly felt his strange feelings towards her then. When he saw his good buddy flirting with other girls, he could not help but feel jealous, and because of all sorts of emotional struggles, he thought he had liked men. This was also one of the classic scenes that the fans loved to discuss most. For this scene, Ning Xi had even brought her baby, Blackie, which she had spent a lot of her own money on to assemble and maintain. "My dear, do I look okay?" Ning Xi ruffled her bangs slightly and asked Tingxiao, who was on the sofa. Tingxiao skimmed his eyes over her and replied, "Yes. Do you have a camera?" Ning Xi shook her head. "You don't need to go through all the trouble. Just use the phone to take it. It doesn't need to be deliberate. I want that sense that even though it's posed for, it feels candid. Later, I'll act out some situations, and you just take the pictures." Tingxiao nodded to indicate he understood. Then he took out his phone and prepared to shoot. Ning Xi walked out of the door and held a cool, black helmet in her hand as she pushed the door to walk back in. Then, she put the helmet down and took out a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. After she sat down on the sofa, she seemed to notice that someone was taking pictures of her. In between swigs, the youth suddenly raised his brows at the camera's direction, the smirk on his face boasting of confidence. Click. This scene was captured in both the phone and in the man's eyes. Ning Xi was going to continue when she saw the man suddenly walk towards her with the phone. She thought that Tingxiao was going to do a close-up shot, yet he kept coming closer. Isn't this a little too close? The next second, the man's arm held her waist as he leaned over, and his thin lips covered hers off guard. As her mouth was pried open, A reckless invasion followed quickly, and the man's kiss became increasingly passionate. Ning Xi looked dumbfounded as she blinked her eyes. Then she panted as she pushed the man away. "Hey, photographer, you're not being very professional, are you?" The man's gaze darkened as his low voice rang in her ear. "You just seduced me." Ning Xi was quite stupefied by this. She raised her brows. "Hey, when did I seduce you?" The man's reply was an even more passionate kiss, as if she had seduced him again a second before he complained. Even though this photographer was unprofessional and too easily distracted, they continued another 2 hours of taking pictures on and off in between hungry kisses. Thankfully, the photographer managed to retain some semblance of professionalism. Earlier, Ning Xi saw that he had just simply clicked on the phone to snap pictures, yet she realized that every shot he took made her look very handsome. She was about to bend from her own handsomeness. The devil was so reliable. To seduce him into helping her take pictures was the right choice. Ning Xi was very satisfied as she saved the pictures to be used when needed. "Your photography skill is amazing. I feel so lucky to have a boyfriend that can take such amazing shots." Ning Xi gave the devil a sloppy kiss. Then her eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of something. "Oh, Tingxiao, the character that you acted as, Ling Yu, is quite popular too. Many fans flooded my Weibo to ask about you. Do you want to consider starting an account or something?" Chapter 1229, I'm only trying to please you. "I don't want to," Tingxiao simply said. What?" Ning Xi did not understand. Tingxiao looked at the girl and shrugged. "I'm only trying to please you." Ning Xi was first stunned speechless. Then she wailed dramatically to indicate that an arrow had just pierced her heart. "Bloody hell. To say that he's just trying to please me is too much." Fine. She had already subconsciously started to plan Tingxiao's career earlier, but she had forgotten that her big boss did not shoot a movie to act in. If they said that the entertainment industry was a game, Ning Xi was a player who worked hard to fight monsters and level up, while Tingxiao was practically the game manager, continuing his unnaturally defiant existence. The next day, numbers for the box office was released. Dream Chaser had steadily surpassed $500 million. I Only Like You had such a huge production and marketing budget and had even been released 2 days before Dream Chaser. Yet their box office sales was only slightly over $500 million. Before this, after I Only Like You surpassed $300 million, their growth slowed down, and that was with Kongda spending money to buy up the box office behind the scenes. In the meantime, Dream Chaser ticket sales continued to increase against the current and went on to rapidly grow further. These past few days, apart from Oriental Cinema's outlets, Dream Chaser showtime allocations remained low on the surface. However, in reality, many cinemas had started to secretly increase the showtimes after seeing its popularity. Their subtle methods included changing from a small hall to a big one and changing the screenings to prime times. That way, the showtime frequencies were not affected, but in reality, the number of people watching the movie had increased significantly. Initially, because of Kongda, they could only use this way to secretly increase the number of viewers they could accommodate. Once they had a whiff of the sweet taste of success the moment Dream Chaser had surpassed $500 million in the box office, and especially when they heard the news that Oriental Cinema's turnover rate had gone from number 8 to number 1. Finally, all of the cinemas could not sit still any longer. People's Cinema that had previously ranked first particularly regretted it horribly. Bloody hell. Just because of Kongda, they had to endure all the horrid insults from the netizens and even suffered a great loss, letting even Oriental Cinema topple them. They had really lost big time. This time, no matter how much money Kongda wanted to stuff them with, Cui Zhihao would not listen to him anymore. "Director Zheng, you can see the current situation yourself. I can barely hold on to my CEO seat just for you. No matter what, I've already been extremely kind. Go look at the comments online yourself. I'm just saying if your movie's quality was even only slightly better, it wouldn't get to this stage. It was fine if he ruined things for himself, but their cinema's reputation had been implicated as well, so how could Cui Zhihao not be angry? Kongda knew that he could not save the situation either, so he could only leave unhappily. For the past few days, he had spent all his energy holding down the cinemas by paying a lot of people to try and change the commentaries online. However, the more he wanted to reverse the situation, The more the netizens fought back harshly to the point that even if one person wanted to say something nice about "I only like you," they would be bombarded by everyone else. Even the mainstream media had gradually chimed in offline. All of the lead stories had similar headlines. The Return of the King, director Chun Mi-an creates magic again, might break the box office record for homegrown production. Country's young woman changes into Prince Charming. Ning Xi, an actress that embodies idol material and strength, bringing you behind the scenes of Dream Chaser, producing movies steadfast. The crew of I Only Like You paid for AstroTurfers, inciting fury from netizens. Chapter 1230, Creating Legend. The harsher the oppression, the stronger the rebound. The people were already extremely angry about the current local movie industry. Zhengkangda now felt the full counter of rage from everyone. On that day, People's Cinema raised the showtime frequency for Dream Chaser to 50%. Soon after, all the other cinemas also followed suit. Some of them even allocated staggering numbers of up to 70% to recover back their losses. Inside Oriental Cinema's meeting room, compared to the stiff and arrogant environment a few days ago, all the stakeholders and management staff pasted big smiles on their faces. On the big screen, numbers showed that Oriental Cinema had risen up to the top spot. Everyone praised Fong Jiayue. As expected of CEO Fong. Amateurs like us just can't make it. That's great. Just because we increased Showtime's frequency for Dream Chaser on the second day, everyone is commending us. The loss on the first 2 days is just a small matter. All thanks to CEO Fong's decisiveness, we were able to reach the top this time. I heard that all the other cinemas are increasing the Showtime's frequency as well. It has already been a week. That's kinda late for that. CEO Fong looked far into the future. I can't believe that I doubted her decision before. I still have a lot to learn from CEO Fong. Vice President Fong Yong, who had thought he might be able to replace Fong Jiayue this time, put on a bitter fake smile. He did not expect a small production movie to become such a big hit. He also did not expect that after 10 years, Chun Mi-an would create another legend. Over on Ning Xi's side, she received a call from Chun Mi-an early in the morning. "Xiao Xi, we've reached $500 million at the box office, but don't post your picture first. I'll get Chen Hanshan to post his reward photo for $500 million. We'll keep yours for last. Post it when we reach $1 billion. $8 billion. Ning Xi was taken aback. "Why? Are you not confident?" Chun Mi-an teased her. Ning Xi laughed. "We're going to make it if you say so." At Lu Corporation, in the staff pantry, a few girls were complaining. "Did you guys get tickets to watch Dream Chaser?" "No, the cinema near us added a lot of showtimes, but the tickets were all gone in just 2 hours. Crazy. I got myself a pair. I have 2 friends who wanted to watch as well, but they couldn't get any." As they were chatting, 2 people entered the pantry. Bro Xiong, Bro Xiao. The staff greeted warmly when they saw the CEO's personal bodyguards. Shi Xiao and Xiong Ji whipped out a stack of movie tickets. They were all tickets to watch Dream Chaser. The group of employees was confused. "Go and distribute it to everyone. It's free," Shi Xiao generously said. "Let us know if it's not enough." Ji Xiong added. The girls looked at each other, then grabbed the tickets swiftly. After the duo left, they discussed among themselves. "What's happening? I don't know. Could they be Broshi's fans?" You think they like Broshi in a female outfit or a male outfit, huh?" "Of course, in a female outfit. But it's possible that they might like the other one as well. Hee. Chapter 1231, Everyone's Victory. As Ning Xi's movie became more and more popular, Shi Xiao and Xiong Ji were probably the happiest. Not only did they join the Dream Chaser discussion forum, they even bought tickets with their own money and distributed it to people around them for free. They were even the VIP members of Ning Xi's international fan club. With their lady boss getting more and more popular, they would soon be back at work. As the cinemas increased the showtime's frequency, the number of tickets sold for Dream Chaser became higher and higher. $600 million, $700 million, $800 million, $900 million. On the 10th day, Dream Chaser reached $1 billion at the box office. As for I Only Like You, it stopped around $500 million, and its online ratings dropped to a wretched 3.5. All the netizens celebrated. This was not just a movie's victory, it was everyone's victory. To a certain extent, It was a monumental moment for the movie industry in China. Inside a high-class villa in Imperial, Liang Biqing cried in front of Su Yimo. "Cousin, that woman is really wicked. She's just pushing me into a corner. If it wasn't for her, my movie would surely be a big hit. But now, everyone is criticizing me. How can I still survive in the industry?" Su Yimo flipped through the magazines and newspapers beside her, all of them saying praises for Ning Xi, and she did not look very happy. They had ignored Ning Xi when they found out she was involved in Chun Mian's small production movie. But who would have known that this movie would become such a big hit? "Cousin, this woman is really calculative. First, she took care of me. I'm afraid she'll be dealing with you next." Liang Biqing wept. Su Yimo smiled coldly. "She'll have to be up to my standards first." Liang Biqing knew something was up, so she asked, "How can she be up to your standards? You simply didn't do anything against her before. But if you really wanted to, she wouldn't stand a chance against you. She's at her peak right now. We would be troubling the company if we go against her now. Let's give it some time. Moreover, it's at the peak for her movie to reach 1 billion. Su Yimo sounded calm. "Cousin, you're too kind. You're thinking about the company even now." Liang Biqing mumbled. "It's just 1 billion. Of course, it's nothing to you. Your best movie reached $1.8 billion. Almost double of hers." Most people had the same judgment about Dream Chaser as Su Yimo. They predicted that it would be difficult for it to rise anymore after hitting 1 billion in sales. Usually, the peak period for a movie was the first week after its release. Afterward, it would not budge much. On the day the movie reached $1 billion, Ning Xi followed Chun Mian's instructions and posted a set of photos of her in a male outfit. However, because the photos Tingxiao took were so perfect, Ning Xi did not want them to go to waste, so she posted all of them in a photo grid. The netizens had already been asking for her photos for several days. After Ning Xi uploaded the photos, it was shared for over 100,000 times within just 2 hours. Her attraction was similar to the influential power of a first-class actress. Chapter 1232, Sweet Taste of Love. After she posted the photos, thousands of girls went crazy in the comments section. Why is my screen so dirty? Lick. My hubby's sexy at-home look. I'm losing it. What a hot photo, you dirty little creature." Some of the netizens realized something. Don't you guys think that in Xi's picture, there's an odd sweet taste of love? Yes, I can feel like I'm in love at first glance. The way Xi looks into my eyes is like she's gazing into the eye of a lover. My body is trembling. I'm really jealous of Xi's photographer. To be so near to her. Ning Xi read through the comments. Then she somewhat understood Tingxiao's reaction the other day. Maybe the devil really was being professional after all. I did seduce him. Well, it was the devil's fault for being so attractive in the first place. As Ning Xi was scrolling through the comments section, her phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Mai. "Hey, what's the matter?" "So, I can't find you without anything important now, huh? Big shot." Jiang Mai mumbled. Ning Xi teasingly replied him. "What? Are you jealous? You still have a long way to go." Jiang Mai had said it over and over again before, but this time, his tone was much humbler. "What's up?" After a while, Jiang Mai finally asked. "Your photos, who took them for you? Why are you asking this? Answer me first." "Your uncle." "Who else?" Ning Xi replied. I knew it. That cheeky smile." Jiang Mai then ended the call abruptly. Ning Xi was confused. This crazy guy? He called just to ask me this? After Jiang Mai, Chun Mian soon called her. "Xiao Shi, who took your photos for you?" She did not expect Chun Mian to ask her the same question. "A friend of mine took them for me at home. Is there any problem?" Ning Xi asked. Chun Mian laughed. No problem. Your friend takes good pictures. This is great." Chun Mian then continued. "Do you know that I just got news that within the 2 hours after you posted the photos, all the tickets were sold out in all cinemas? We might break the record for the reaching highest box office number in a day." Really? Ning Xi only knew her pictures were doing well, but she did not realize that they could affect the box office to such an extent. Chun Mian chuckled. "It's understandable that we have managed to achieve this much. You're reaching both the male and female fans. I see, okay. So, I have to remind you, you can't be too biased towards your female fans. If we break the record, remember to post a set of photos of you in a female outfit. It'd be great if your friend can help you again." Chen Mian was looking out for her male fans. Ning Xi smiled. Sure. Chapter 1233. Don't overestimate my self-restraint. Coincidentally, it was a week-long national holiday the next day, so all of the major cinemas had given Dream Chaser the highest number of showtime allocations. Given that it was the holiday season, plus the extremely high screening frequencies and Ning Xi's Weibo postings' promotional effect, it could be said that everything was perfect. On the third morning of the week, the box office numbers for Dream Chaser from the day before were revealed. $802 million. Just in one day, within 24 hours, the box office had achieved this stupefying number of $800 million and had broken the record of Comedy King, Pang Sun's movie last year by a neck's length. Joyful Occasion had only reached $798 million. In fact, the total box office sales of Dream Chasers had reached $1.8 billion at this point. If they continued on with the current situation, it was not just the single-day box office records that they would surpass. They might even be able to break the record for total box office sales. When everyone had thought that $1 billion was the peak of their performance, the surge in the box office numbers practically shocked all of the media and industry people. At the same time, just as Chen Mian had predicted, waves of people started to ask for Ning Xi to post herself in a female outfit on Weibo. Even though Ning Xi was dressed as a man most of the time in the movie, something was deemed precious when it was rare. Not only were those few scenes in female outfits forgotten, on the contrary, it left a more impactful impression on the audience, especially when it was worshipped as a classic scene by a huge group of men. Many of the male audience had at first been like Chun Hanchen and Qi Fang. Because of Ning Xi's skilled acting, they had completely forgotten that she was a woman. Realizing that she was so popular with the ladies, especially those with wives and girlfriends, they could not help but feel uneasy when they saw their other halves so charmed by Ning Xi. However, when they went to watch the movie with them and saw the breathtaking beauty of the female lead when she returned to her original female state, all of them had become crazy fans of Ning Xi along with their wives. In the past, couples would get jealous when one of them was chasing after a celebrity, but now that they liked the same idol at the same time, they were unusually harmonious, and the eagerness to idolize Ning Xi had multiplied. Early in the morning, Ning Xi's phone was about to explode with congratulatory messages. And of course, there was Chun Mian's reminder to prepare the reward. Ning Xi had thought that even if they broke the record, it would not be so soon. Yet who would have thought that it had only taken a day to achieve it? She quickly called the devil and planned for him to help her take pictures after he was done with work. In the afternoon, after Tingxiao came, Ning Xi quickly hopped over and massaged his shoulders and back. Big boss, your pictures the last time were amazing. Director Chen told me that I must ask you to help me again this time. Tingxiao shot her a side look, then asked, this time you're going to take pictures in a female outfit? Ning Xi nodded. Right. Big boss, you're so smart. I don't want to. Ning Xi was speechless. The devil had actually rejected her. Ning Xi was instantly disappointed, and she pouted. Why? I can't bear to. When she heard this, Ning Xi almost choked on her own saliva, and a long pause later, she cleared her throat. But weren't you fine with it the last time? Do you think that if I could barely hold it in for you in a male outfit, I could restrain myself to see you in a female outfit too? Tingxiao said, then continued expressionlessly. Don't overestimate my self-restraint. Ning Xi was speechless again. As she looked at Tingxiao's adamant look, Ning Xi felt a headache coming on. Did he really not want to help her take pictures just for this reason? Chapter 1234. Little Treasure is very happy. The pictures this time were quite important. Ning Xi wanted to reenact the quality and candidness from the first time, so she did not want to hire those professional photographers that would make her pictures look too posed. For a moment, she really did not know who else to ask for help from. As she was fretting, inspiration struck her. I got it. He was not the only reliable male in this house. Little Treasure will be done with school soon, won't he? I'll go fetch him. Ning Xi said happily. She had decided that this time, she would get baby Little Treasure to help her with the pictures. This was different from the past. Ever since Ning Xi had exploded in popularity overnight, it would definitely be harder for her to leave the house now. Before this, she would always dress as a male to leave the house conveniently, but now it was probably safer to dress as her normal self. Thankfully, Her name that was registered with the teachers as Little Treasure's parent was Ning Xi, so it was still alright to use the excuse of looking like a celebrity in terms of looks. However, to be safe, Ning Xi still did not get down from the car. Tingxiao picked Little Treasure up instead. Even though it was father fetching him from school personally today, the little bun was quite calm about it. Through the car window, Ning Xi could see the little guy carrying a school bag on his back as Tingxiao held his hand. His face was as flawless as Tingxiao's, and he walked expressionlessly towards the car. The conversation between the father and son made one go speechless. Tingxiao asked, "What did your teacher teach in school today?" Little Treasure answered, "I don't know." Tingxiao inquired, "How are you getting along with your classmates? Do you talk to them?" Little Treasure answered, "Boring." Tingxiao questioned, "How did you do on your quiz?" Little Treasure responded, "All right." The father and son pair had this odd conversation as they walked to the car. Tingxiao walked up and pulled open the car door. Then the little bun was instantly stunned. "Mommy!" The little guy's expressionless face instantly revealed an adorable expression as he softly called out to his mother before he quickly ran to the car and into her embrace. "Little Treasure." Ning Xi hugged the little guy and kissed his soft little cheeks. "Mommy, are you here to fetch Little Treasure?" The little guy's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. "Yes, but I didn't get down because I'm afraid of getting recognized." "Little Treasure, don't be angry at Mommy, okay?" The little guy quickly shook his head. Little Treasure will never be angry at Mommy. Little Treasure is already very happy to see Mommy. When he saw his son's entirely different expression and distinct treatment, Tingxiao admitted that he was already used to it. The car slowly started to move. Ning Xi was so excited that she kissed the little guy again. Then she hugged Little Treasure to chatter. "Baby, what did your teacher teach today?" "Mommy, teacher taught us maths, art, and nursery rhymes." "How are you getting along with your classmates? Do you talk to the kids in your class?" "Mommy, Little Treasure did." Little Treasure followed Mommy's advice and talked to the other children. "Very good." The little bun looked happy as he was praised. Then he turned around and took out an exam paper to show Ning Xi. "Mommy, Little Treasure got 100 marks. Ning Xi looked at the red-inked full score on the paper and was delighted. "My dear Little Treasure is just awesome." She knew that Little Treasure did not like to waste time on boring things. Yet he had done the kindergarten-level paper and had even gotten 100 marks. Obviously, he had done so to make her happy. When she thought about this, she felt her heart melt into mush. Chapter 1235, Obedient and Sweet-Talking. In the driver's seat, Tingxiao looked helplessly at his obedient and sweet-talking son through the rearview mirror. If they had not done the paternity test quite a few times back then, he would still have doubted whether this little guy was his biological son. Instead, this little guy was closer to Ning Xi than if she were his biological mother. Tingxiao stared at the mother and son duo in a daze. Not only were the two harmonious in interaction, it almost seemed as if some of their smaller actions and mannerisms were somewhat similar, especially when they smiled. That little quirk on the tip of their brows was just too alike. If Little Treasure was really Ning Xi's biological son. Just as he thought about this, Tingxiao sighed and shook his head to brush off this wild thought. After they reached the villa at Peachwood, Ning Xi told Little Treasure about asking him to help her take some pictures. The little bun instantly agreed and indicated that he was very happy to be able to help Mommy. As Ning Xi was thinking about her look for the shoot, Ling Xi called. "Director Chun is asking you to post a picture in a female outfit for the latest reward. Have you chosen your outfit?" Ling Xi asked. Nope, I'm still fretting about it." "Is there a sponsor?" Ning Xi asked. "Yes, in fact, there are many, but I suggest that you wear your own brand," suggested Ling Xi. "Sis Gigi, you mean Spirit?" "Right. Why didn't I think of it?" Ning Xi exclaimed. The past few days had been a roller coaster, so she was a little muddled in the head. It had completely slipped her mind about wearing Spirit's outfit for her pictures. She had told Ling Xi the moment she founded Spirit. Hence her manager had always known about her business and was very supportive. It was her brand and it fit her charisma very well, so it was very suitable. Now, the most important thing for you is not those sponsorships. It would benefit you much more in the future for Spirit to rise up, analyzed Ling Xi. But which series should I pick? The ready-made series. Ready-made series? Ning Xi thought Ling Xi would ask her to wear a custom-made one. You will go viral this time, and you've been entirely pushed forth by the public. You have the foundation of strong public influence, so to stay down to earth instead of suddenly progressing towards a high-end direction would have a much better effect. And most of your fans are just normal youngsters. Even though the ready-made ones aren't cheap, most of the working-class fans can still afford one. From this perspective, the ready-made series with a more wallet-friendly pricing was much better than the luxurious and expensive bespoke series. She could promote the bespoke ones when she was much stabler. When she thought about this, Ning Xi immediately said, "Okay, got it. Thank you, Sis Gigi. I'll send you the pictures I've taken later." She had Spirit's ready-made pieces right at her home, so Ning Xi just picked out 9 outfits from her wardrobe. Ning Xi changed into the first floral dress and walked out. "Little Treasure, you ready to shoot?" Little Treasure's expression was serious as he nodded. Then he had one hand holding the phone and the other hand gesturing something in the air. Ning Xi laughed at this sight. She wondered if this was some special way of taking pictures. Oh, never mind. As long as Little Treasure was happy. Very quickly, the 9 outfits were all shot, and Ning Xi flipped through the photos. The more she looked at them, the more she felt shocked. Even with a layman's eye, she could tell that compared to the ones Tingxiao had taken, which had a casual and lazy vibe, every picture of Little Treasures had been accurately framed within the golden ratio, so each still looked like an oil painting or blockbuster movie. It looked the little guy had lent all his composition skills from his art to take pictures. Chapter 1236. Because Mother looks great. Ning Xi really liked the pictures. "Baby, how are you so talented? You took such great pictures of me." The little bun looked up at his mother and said with a serious tone, "Because, Mommy, you look great." Ning Xi felt an arrow full of love shoot through her heart. She already thought Little Treasure was cute enough before he had started talking, but now that he started to speak again, everything he said was terribly sweet, rendering her helpless. If he wanted the stars in the sky, she would probably do anything to get them for him. Before she posted them on Weibo, she sent the photos to Ning Xi and Chen Mian for a look first. As she waited for their reply, Ning Xi saw that Tingxiao was staring at his phone. Tingxiao was intently ogling her photos that he had discreetly taken just now. Ning Xi swiftly snooped up behind him. "Tingxiao, I saw that. You took my pictures. Didn't you say you didn't want to? Why are you doing that?" "Let me see." Secretly taken photos usually looked bad, and she would not allow horrible pictures of hers to be on Tingxiao's phone. Tingxiao did not stop her. He let her snatch his phone away from him. Ning Xi looked at his phone, then she blushed. She glared at the man on the sofa. "You hooligan." Tingxiao raised his eyebrows. Oddly, he felt great even though he was being scolded at the moment. Ning Xi became even angrier at his innocent expression. What was the meaning of that? Even though she looked the same, it was a totally different feeling when it was taken by different people. Little Treasure's photos had focused on her elegance, but in Tingxiao's photos, she just looked so provocative. Each of the pictures looked like she was seducing someone, and she blushed even deeper. The saying, "You see what you think of," was true. However, to be honest, Tingxiao's picture would probably be more attractive to the fans. As Ning Xi thought about it, Tingxiao swiftly snatched back his phone. Apparently, he knew what she was thinking. Ning Xi pouted. Stingy. Now, she understood why Tingxiao had not wanted to take pictures of her. The photos he had taken of her in a female outfit was at least 100 times more seductive than when she was in a male outfit. "Whatever, my son takes better pictures." The little bun nodded along with his mother. Ning Xi and Chen Mian replied her, expressing their satisfaction with this set of photos. "Xiao Shi, this looks great as well, although the style is vastly different. Your friend sure is talented," Chen Mian praised. "Ah, right, father and son. Of course, their styles were different." After they approved of the photos, Ning Xi then posted the photos on her Weibo. Afterwards, Ning Xi remembered something about her company, so she called Han Momo. "Momo, bro she." "Ah, bro she called me." Before Ning Xi could say anything else, Han Momo let out a deafening scream of excitement. Chapter 1237. Prince Charming to Goddess in 1 second. As she listened to Han Momo's overly excited reaction, Ning Xi was quite speechless. "My dear, it's not like you're a fan who can't see me in person. Why are you so excited as well?" "But, boss, I've never seen you in a male outfit." "Boss, you're really incredibly handsome in it." Could you be so kind as to provide me some employee welfare? I really want to see how you look like in a male outfit. Forget it. Ning Xi laughed. Why? Han Momo was instantly disappointed. Ning Xi smirked. I'm afraid that one glance will doom your love life. The moment she said, Han Momo replied with a whiny, unbearable tone. Bro Xi, don't talk to me like that. My heart can't take it. Oh my god. If all of your crazy fans know that you're on the phone with me right now, and know that I'm your employee, they'd definitely be horribly jealous of me. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's get back to business. Momo quickly explained to the factory team to prepare for an increase in production for ready-made. Where anytime. The recent sales might increase slightly, Ning Xi told. What? Look at my latest Weibo post. Oh, let me get to it, said Han Momo as she opened Weibo on her computer. Moments later, Han Mom excitedly shrieked from the other end of the phone. Boss, you're too humble. It won't just increase a lot. I'm guessing the warehouse is going to just explode. These are just the normal ready-made wear. It's not very expensive, but why does the effect on you look like it's a branded bespoke piece worth millions? There are already people commenting below. Han Momo was trembling emotionally as she typed to answer the fans' questions on Weibo. Oh, bro, she is so beautiful, my god. I thought that I was just charmed by bro she in a male outfit, but it looks like I'm really turning gay this time. These photos show that bro she is really gentle. I feel healed just by the look of this. P.S. May I ask what's the brand of the dress on bro she? I like this style way too much. I like it too, but it's obviously very expensive. It will cost millions, to say the least, and it's probably a limited edition. We definitely can't afford it. Han Momo quickly typed away. I know. The brand bro she is wearing is called Spirit. In fact, it's not even that expensive. You could buy it with just a few $1,000s. Spirit's custom-made pieces are indeed very expensive, but these outfits are just from the off-the-shelf line. It's not that hard to get them. All of Spirit's boutique stores will sell them. There are currently 6 Spirit franchises in Imperial. The addresses are City Q's boutique's address is. For more information, you can log on to Spirit's official website. Very quickly, Han Momo had answered with a detailed comment, and it had been liked by fellow netizens who soon made it a top comment. Previously, Ning Xi's Weibo already had some pictures of her in a female outfit, but she was different from the female celebrities who always posted selfie and portraits with lots of makeup. Most of Ning Xi's Weibo were pictures of the set or fun cosplay pictures. There were very few ones of herself, and not even one selfie, so she was quite exotic compared to the crowd of female celebrities. That was why this time, she had posted 9 pictures at a go, allowing the fans a feast for their eyes. It was simply magical how her previous Weibo were pictures of her as a Prince Charming, and the next Weibo exuded a goddess's vibe. Whether it was the male fans or the female fans, all of them professed their astonishment for her. Apart from having their breath taken away by Ning Xi, many male fans also asked about her outfit. They all said that they wanted to buy it for their wives and girlfriends. The effects of this subsequent promotion of Spirit was even better than what Ning Xi could have ever imagined. They would just need to observe the sales the next few days. Chapter 1238. Overnight Popularity. Currently, Dream Chaser had only been in theaters for half its planned release period, and the total box office had already surpassed $1.8 billion. Thus, no one dared to simply predict how the trend of their box office would continue to fare. Usually, a movie's release period would depend on the box office. If its performance was too dismal, then it would basically be considered a 3-day run. There was even quite a number that had been taken down after 1 day of release. One such example was Ning Xi's most recently released and completely unknown art house film, Mountain. Forget about the pitiful box office performance. Even its reputation was bad. Initially, they were prepared to hang on for half a month before they stopped playing it. Yet even after doing it for the sake of Starlight Entertainment, it could only last for 3 days. Many cinemas were allocating as many screenings as they could for Dream Chaser. How could they bear to waste their allocations on a movie without as great a turnover rate? Big shots were useless now, and it was best to let the ticket sales speak for themselves. With Dream Chaser's level of popularity, they would probably last for another month. In the earlier stages, Dream Chaser had managed to draw sales with the quality of the movie as well as the fantastic performances by the actors. Later on, director Chun Mion's strength had also started to accumulate and work its magic. That year, Chun Mion's debut work, The Stars, the Moon and the Sun, had become popular all over the country and was even dubbed Asia's star by America's Business Weekly. The movie leads had also burst into popularity. Now, they were all experienced big shots in the industry. His youth-themed movie called Love is in the Future had also been the champion of the box office back then, paving the way for a bunch of other coming-of-age movies and trends. It was exactly because Chun Mion had started with a bang that the audiences had very high expectations and anticipations of him. This was also why several of his works after, which compromised with the investors and the commercial market, had invited much criticism. The media had always praised the winners and stepped on the losers. This time, after Chun Mion had returned to glory, almost all of the print and online media were hailing Chun Mion all over, stating that they owed Chun Mion a movie ticket. All of the industry big shots that Chun Mion had made popular previously had also promoted the movie themselves. The huge crowd of Chun Mion's old fans dating back all the way to 10 years ago had all entered the cinema for him. Even though Zheng Kongda's team was on their toes, they could do nothing but watch. The trend was strong, and there was no reversing. 1 month later, Dream Chaser's total box office numbers were out. It had raked in $3.275 billion. It had broken Joyful Occasion's $2.48 billion record in the box office and steadfastly took the champion seat for highest box office sales in the history of the local cinema. It was practically a miracle in the history of Chinese cinema. In the movie, all of the leads and co-leads had all become famous, especially the female lead, Ning Xi, and the male lead, Chen Hanchen. They had gained fame overnight and were suddenly leveled with the A-list actors now. Ning Xi's movie contracts, ambassadorship, and variety shows, all of it had insanely swarmed onto Ning Xi. The gaming company that Ning Xi and Jiang Mai had both been spokespeople for was overjoyed at this point. Before this, they had hired Ning Xi for 5 years for only $1 million, so now they had really earned big. Of course, some were happy while some were worried. At Starlight Entertainment, Chang Li had come to the office as always, but she was greeted by peculiar gazes and whispers from all her colleagues. Have you guys heard that Ning Xi's movie's box office surpassed $3 billion? They are the Chinese language movie box office champion. They've broken more than 20 records. Duh? Of course, I heard of the huge news. I've already seen people post about it in groups early in the morning. Everyone's saying, this time Chang Li's probably going to regret it a lot. Obviously. Back then, Ning Xuelua had harshly chased Ning Xi away. Now Ning Xi has gone over to Glory World and instantly exploded in popularity. Chapter 1239, Defeated Terribly. Recently, following Dream Chaser's huge counterattack, Ning Xi's popularity increased at a terrifying pace. Ling Xixi had regained her prime as a golden manager, while Chang Li continued to be insulted for her bad judgment. All of these whispers and comparing just made her agitated. She was one step away from losing her mind. If Ning Xi was still her artiste this morning, if she had not chased Ning Xi out of Starlight back then, all of this glory would have been hers. The one people would be envious of and worshipped would have been her. Her career would have taken a huge step, and most importantly, she would have gained this money tree. Sadly, now, she could only watch as what should have been hers fell into the hands of Ling Xixi. In fact, she had delivered it over herself. Most ironically, Ning Xuelua had decided to act in some art house film to win awards and be cool, but at last, the box office performance had been tragic. She did not earn any good reputation, and the show had even embarrassed her through and through. Now, she had to suffer that lady's temper too. Ning Xuelua looked at the silent Chang Li and mockery filled her eyes as she caressed her nails. She sneered, "Why? Now that you see Ning Xi blowing up in popularity, you're regretting it, aren't you? Regretting that you terminated her contract back then." In this internet war, Ning Xuelua had not been idle. She had been quietly helping Liang Biqin by paying AstroTurfers to suppress Dream Chaser. After her plan failed, she tried to use Mountain to replicate Dream Chaser's pathway to popularity as a counterattack. But who knew that she would be defeated so terribly? The thing she hated most was that not only did the bitch step all over her with the movie, she even promoted Spirit endlessly. That way, even history was hugely affected. Clearly, She was intentionally going against her. When she heard Ning Xi speak, no matter what Changli thought in her heart, there was no way she could admit it, so she bucked up and replied, "Xu, what are you saying? Why would I not be visionary? Many people gain popularity overnight in the entertainment industry. How many can really go far? It's just temporary. So what if a melodramatic comedy does well in ticket sales? Wait till our movie gets awarded. We'll still defeat her the same." However, the reality was that even though their movie was directed by a famous director, the reviews within the industry was not fantastic. If they really wanted to get a worthy award, it was quite unlikely. It all depended on how strong Ning Xi's connections were, and whether she could get through to the judges over on the other side. She was probably quite satisfied with Chang Li's answer, so Ning Xi did not act out for now. She just scoffed, "Let her climb. The higher she climbs, the quicker she dies." When Chang Li heard her, she rolled her eyes as she knew that Ning Xi meant that Su Yimo's team would take action. Ning Xi was quite demonic. She could actually rise up despite being suppressed by both Su Yimo and Liang Biqin. They heard that the last time, Liang Biqin had intentionally stolen the main role in I Only Like You, and let Ning Xi get Chun Mi on small production. Who would have thought that this very production would have gone viral? This woman's luck was just excessively good, was it not? However, Su Yimo did put her support back there. If she really wanted to mess with her, it would be easier than killing an ant, whether or not she was popular. Ning Xi's smooth sailing days was about to come to an end. At the same time, at Glory World Entertainment, Ning Xi wore a new gown from Spirit that had yet to be released on the racks. She donned sunglasses and had Xiao Tao beside her, causing quite a commotion the moment she stepped into the company. Chapter 1240. Go on a show with the devil. When everyone saw her, the people who usually ignored her suddenly stood up. The newbies, who were still in training, joined in as well, offering their praises. Broshi, can you give me a signature? I'm your fan. Senior, you're awesome. I wonder when will I ever become like you. Sis Shi, it's been some time since you last came here. I'm glad that I didn't change my shift today. Can I take a picture with you? Not only Ning Xi, even Xiao Tao was surrounded by some people. She had been Lung Manyun's assistant before. She had been demoted to be Ning Xi's assistant. Many people had laughed at her, but now the way people looked at her changed. Xiao Tao, you're really lucky. You've worked with Sis Manyun before, and now Ning Xi is so popular. Right, it's a blessing that you followed Sis Ling's arrangement. Sis Ling was right. Please remember us if you're going to do well in the future. After being delayed for quite some time, Ning Xi and Xiao Tao finally got past them and arrived at Ling Zizi's office. I bet they don't dare to look down on us anymore. Xiao Tao was relieved as she went to get Ning Xi a glass of water. Ling Zizi did not need Xiao Tao's explanation to guess what had happened outside. She handed Ning Xi a full schedule. These are your arrangements for the next month. We can adjust again if you have any issues with it. She then gave Ning Xi a few other documents. These are some information about the recent shows. As for your new movie, there are a lot of scripts here, but you have to pick carefully. It's not urgent. Thank you, Sis Zizi. She looked at Ling Zizi's dark eye bags and gratefully took the stuff from her hands. The first document on the stack was about beauty specialties. Ning Xi glanced through it. The director invited me to go with Chen Hanshin. Ling Zizi nodded. Yes, I thought about it, and I think this show suits you right now. The audience would like to see you appearing with Chen Hanshin as well. Ning Xi scratched her head. Then she told Ling Zizi, Sis Zizi, I have a request. What is it? Ling Zizi asked. For the male guest on this show, can we invite Kamingyu? Ning Xi begged. Ling Zizi was a little surprised. Then she stared at her incredulously. Ning Xi felt a little awkward. Sis Zizi, please don't misunderstand. It's just that I owe him one. I want to help him a little since he's from Glory World as well. So it'd great for both me and the company, right? Lu Tingxiao had assigned his character Kamingyu under a manager of Glory World Entertainment. Ling Zizi thought about it carefully. Actually, Kamingyu is too low profile. He has quite some fans himself, so I guess we can invite him since he's in the same company as us. But I think the crew favors Chun Hanshin's popularity more. It might be difficult to convince them. Ning Xi looked confident. That's easy. I can tell them that if they agree to let Kamingyu to appear on the show, I'll attend the show in a male outfit. Chapter 1241. It belongs to the devil. Countless programs had invited Ning Xi to attend their show in a male outfit. but Ning Xi and Ling Xi both thought it might affect her future career if she made too many appearances in a male outfit. So currently, she had only agreed to 2 shows. With Ning Xi's persistence, Ling Xi thought it did not matter if there was just one more. So she listened to Ning Xi's request and contacted the person in charge of the program. On the phone, when the director Wang Xiaoyuan heard Ling Xi say that she hoped for the male guest to be Mingyu, he felt a little troubled. He had a good time working with Ning Xi before, so he made an early arrangement for her to appear in the next show. Now that Ning Xi had become famous, he was worried that she might not come, but she had approved pretty quickly. What surprised him even more was that Chen Hanxian had agreed to come as the male guest as well. He was overjoyed that he got to invite the most discussed on-screen couple in town. But now Ning Xi wanted Mingyu to be the male guest. Compared to Chen Hanxian, Mingyu's popularity was much lower. "Can I speak to Ms. Ning directly?" Wang Xiaoyuan asked. Ling Xi passed the phone to Ning Xi. Ning Xi took the phone. "Hello, Director Wang." "Hello. Hello, Ms. Ning. I heard that you want the male guest to be Mingyu." "Yes." Ning Xi nodded. "I remember you promised me that if I were to join your show the second time, I could pick the male guest." Wang Xiaoyuan felt a little awkward. "Well, I did promise you, but Ms. Ning, if the male guest this time is Chen Hanxian, it's a win-win situation for us. I'm sure that the show ratings would skyrocket. So, how about we don't change the guest? I put in quite a lot of effort to invite him. I'm afraid that it's difficult for me to tell him about changing guests now." So, what Wang Xiaoyuan meant was that he was going to break his promise to her. Ning Xi was always a straightforward person. If someone respected her, she would respect them back. Even though she had become very famous now, she still took his show as a priority, and now Wang Xiaoyuan wanted to break his promise just to get his high ratings. Damn it. She had been preparing that spot for the devil. Ning Xi did not sound mad. Instead, she just said casually, "I see, then, please look for another person to be your female guest." Wang Xiaoyuan thought she would surely agree and did not expect her to act this way. "Ms. Ning, wait. We can discuss this slowly. Please don't be angry. It's my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't make the decision alone. I just thought that you would be happy with the male guest I selected this time." If Ning Xi was not coming, there was no point having Chen Hanxian. Although they were both main characters in the movie, Ning Xi's popularity was much higher than Chen Hanxian's. It would be great if they could both come. What a waste. Wang Xiaoyuan could not help it. To avoid any further mistakes, he said, "Please don't be angry, Ms. Ning. I promise you, I'll take whoever you want. I'll do anything to fulfill your needs." Chapter 1242, Blessing from the Heaven. Wang Xiaoyuan really did not understand why Ning Xi insisted on having Mingyu on the show instead. Maybe they were trying to bring Mingyu up. That was quite possible. After Wang Xiaoyuan promised her, Ning Xi did not press on the matter further. "Thank you, Director Wang. As for your viewers, you don't have to worry. I'll be on your show in a male outfit." Wang Xiaoyuan was shocked by this sudden blessing from heaven. "You? What did you say? Ms. Ning, are you saying that you're willing to attend our show in a male outfit?" Wang Xiaoyuan could not believe his ears. So many popular programs had invited Ning Xi to go on air in a male outfit, and she had rejected most of them, so he had not even dared to think about it because he thought it was impossible. In the end, Ning Xi suggested it herself. He was elated. He would agree to whatever requirements she had now, not just the male guest. "Ms. Ning, please rest assured. I'll make sure the show will be great. If there's anything else you need, please let me know. I'll explain the situation to Chen Hanxian's side and make sure that there are no issues for you." Wang Xiaoyuan then ended the phone call and told the good news to his crew. Ling Xi looked at Ning Xi. She actually did not have to say that she would attend the show in a male outfit, but she still did. She really was doing a lot for Mingyu. It was normal for Ning Xi to fall for a man at her age. As long as it was within boundaries, there was nothing wrong with it. But Ling Xi was just curious. Why Mingyu? Soon, Chen Hanxian's manager, Cheng Yanan, received a call from Beauty Specialties. After the call ended, Cheng Yanan went to the theater room and looked for Chen Hanxian. On the screen, Dream Chaser was playing. He had watched it several hundred times already, and he still had not gotten bored of it. Cheng Yanan shook his head. "Hanxian, Beauty Specialties just gave me a call. Because of some miscommunication, the male guest will be changed." "Change? Who to?" Chen Hanxian looked away from the screen when Ning Xi appeared on screen in a female outfit. He looked at his manager curiously. Mingyu, Cheng Yanin replied. Chen Hanshen's expression changed. What? Why the sudden change? According to them, Ning Xi will only attend the show if the male guest is Mingyu. Glory World probably wants to promote Mingyu more, Cheng Yanin explained. Chen Hanshen's expression darkened, and he kicked the seat in front of him roughly. So, you're just going to let someone else snatch the show away from me? Cheng Yanin felt a little odd at Chen Hanshen's anger. It's just a cooking show. There are so many more shows that are better than this. There's no point making a fuss about this, and it's also not necessary to have a bad relationship with Glory World. Ning Xi even promised that if Mingyu could go, she would attend the show in a male outfit. They would surely agree to whatever conditions she has. Chen Hanshen seemed even more upset, and Cheng Yanin looked at his own artiste with a confused expression. Chapter 1243, Sweetheart? After Ning Xi left the company, she went straight to Platinum Palace. Boss, the male guest for beauty specialties has been confirmed. We can go sign the contract tomorrow, Ning Xi said happily. On the sofa, Tingxiao put down his book and welcomed the excited Ning Xi with a warm hug. Cheng Feng told me just now. Tingxiao had assigned his character Mingyu under a normal manager in Glory World Entertainment, but his actual matters for Mingyu were all dealt by Cheng Feng. That director was really bad. He almost wanted to break his promise and invite Chen Hanshen instead, but I made sure he kept his promise. Ning Xi felt proud of what she did. Hee, sweetheart, what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you on the show. Tingxiao's emotions were obviously influenced by the girl's happy mood as he caressed the girl's hair gently. Anything. Ning Xi gave it some thought. Then, I'll decide and you just have to eat it then. Okay. Oh. As Ning Xi was talking sweetly with Tingxiao, a howling sound was heard, and a person came thundering in through the door swiftly. It was Lu Jingli. He was looking at something on his phone and mumbling angrily. Bro, how can you do this? This is too much. You stopped me from being the male guest the last time, and now you're becoming the guest yourself. How unfair. Apparently, Lu Jingli was talking about Tingxiao becoming the male guest on beauty specialties. For promotional purposes, the guest for the next show had been released. The viewers were really looking forward to it, but some of them felt a little sad that the male guest was not Chen Hanshen. Of course, some people who liked Mingyu were really excited. It was his first time on a variety show after the movie Dream Chaser was released. The production team did not release any news about Ning Xi's outfit that day, but the netizens were already discussing it in the comments section. Ning Xi frowned at Lu Jingli. Stop fussing about it. Your brother didn't do anything. He got it with his own abilities, all right? Lu Jingli did not believe her. Impossible. Stop lying. I know that the male guest was supposed to be Chen Hanshen, but now it's my brother. I'm pretty sure he did something. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. It was I who told the production team that I wouldn't go if the male guest isn't your brother. Lu Jingli was speechless. You're heartless. Do you call this by his own abilities? Ning Xi replied as a matter of factly. Of course. I'm your brother's woman. My ability is his ability as well. Am I right, sweetheart? Tingxiao gazed at her in the eyes. Lu Jingli felt hopeless. I'm definitely not your biological brother, Tingxiao, or your brother-in-law, Xiaoxi. Chapter 1244. Be gentler to my girls. On the day of the show, a large crowd had gathered in front of the TV station building as they had gotten a hold of information that Ning Xi would be coming today. A short while later, a black car stopped in front, and Ning Xi walked out in a light gray trench coat. The girls went crazy when they saw Ning Xi, some even passing out instantly. Ah, bro Xi, look here. I love you. I want to make babies with you. Shi Xiao and Xiong Ji were officially on the job now. They were dressed in black suits and dark sunglasses as they carefully guarded Ning Xi and opened up a path for her. They were shuddering internally when they heard the girls screaming about wanting to make babies with their lady boss. One of the girls was too excited and broke through the security line. Shi Xiao's expression darkened and blocked her with a solid arm. The girl fell backward because of the inertia, so Ning Xi swiftly went up and held her shoulder firmly. She then looked at Shi Xiao unhappily. Hey, be gentler to my girls. Oh. A deafening scream from the crowd tore her attention away. Facing the bunch of crazy fangirls, all the security guards including Shi Xiao and Xiong Ji were crying deep inside. They just hoped that Ning Xi would stop adding on to their workload. Xiao and Xiong Ji looked at each other, psyching themselves up. They had actually looked down on celebrities' personal guards before as they felt it was too easy a job, but it seemed like they got the wrong impression. They had to protect their lady boss and not hurt any fans, most importantly. The reputation of their lady boss was terrifying. With all the fangirls screaming, it was crazy. After some struggle, they finally reached the studio. Sis, she is here. Bro, she looks so cool in a male outfit. Much more charming than in the movie. Gosh, I can't take it anymore. Too bad, bro, she has already put on her makeup. I don't have the chance to do it. The last time she came, she was still an exquisite beauty. It's amazing. I've always felt that Ning Xi would be popular one day. I just didn't expect it to be this soon. She has both male and female fans on her side. We can really expect the TV ratings for this episode to soar. Sadly, the male guest this time is Mingyu. If it were Chen Hanxin, then it'd be perfect. I heard that Chen Hanxin would come today as well, but for another program. Right, Mingyu looks pretty charismatic in the movie, but in real life, he looks too normal. His existence is too weak. As she reached the studio, director Wang Xiaoyuan and a few others came over and greeted her. Ning Xi glanced around and saw that Lu Tingxiao had already arrived, so she went to the rest area to look for him after she had greeted everyone. Kiki, you're here already. Senior. Lu Tingxiao greeted her. He was already in Mingyu mode. Ning Xi almost laughed when he called her senior, but she still felt happy every time he addressed her that way. Chapter 1245, Beloved One. Moments of preparation later, the show began rolling. Hello, fellow viewers before the screen. Everyone knows that Beauty Specialties always has someone beautiful as the female guest. This time is no exception, but the beauty we invited for today is slightly special. I'm sure many would already know her. She is Ning Xi. The host, Zhu Xuan, announced excitedly as she invited Ning Xi up. The moment she said that, the audience offstage shrieked in excitement and held the lighted-up boards with Ning Xi's name. Hello, everyone, long time no see. I'm very happy to be here again today, Ning Xi said as she took a bow like a gentleman in her light gray tuxedo. The deafening screams were going shrilly nonstop. Zhu Xuan's eyes lit up as she stared at Ning Xi. Then she touched on her sleeve and said exaggeratedly, "My God, I can't believe my eyes. The last time you came, you were clearly a beautiful woman, but now you've turned into the nation's Prince Charming. All of the girls' dream lover, and of course, mine too." When they saw that the host was getting so close to Ning Xi and had touched her while flirting, all of the crowd screamed in a wave of excitement and envy again. The host chatted with Ning Xi for a long time until the stage director had to remind her of the time, so she unwillingly said, "Now, we'll invite our male guest for the day, Mingyu, who acted in Dream Chaser as Ling Yu." The moment Mingyu stepped on stage, the host set aside the small talk she prepared and turned the topic to Ning Xi again. "Bro Xi, I wonder what delicious food you're going to be preparing for us today." Ning Xi looked at Mingyu and said, "Today, I'm going to prepare a pretty common dish, omelet wrap, but it's very suitable for everyone to make it for their beloved." Oh, beloved. The few fans who shipped Ji Feishua and Ling Yu hugged each other emotionally. Zhu Xuan was still a little unhappy that the male guest had been changed from Chen Hanxin to Mingyu, so she intentionally neglected Mingyu on stage and did not let him speak. At this moment, she just casually looped him in. How exciting. Looks like our male guest is in for a treat today. Well, then, can we begin? Ning Xi asked. Of course. The host smiled back and asked shyly, "Bro Xi, is there anything you need my help with? Shall I help you cut the vegetables?" Not only did she neglect the male guest, she even stole his dialogue. Ning Xi understood Zhu Xuan's meaning immediately, so she smiled plainly and then said, "Girls' hands should not be used to do these things. Just let the men do it." When she heard this, Zhu Xuan was still fascinated even though she was rejected. All of the viewers were entirely charmed too. After successfully covering up, Ning Xi walked to the stove. To give the viewers the best viewing pleasure, Ning Xi had worn an English suit, looking very dapper. However, it was just not convenient to cook in. She had just walked over to the stove, and there was no need for her to say anything before Mingyu, whose existence had been quite neglected, walked to her and helped her roll up her sleeves meticulously. "Thank you." Ning Xi met with the man's eyes and smiled. Chapter 1246, Attacked by PDA. This was clearly a common scene, yet for some reason, when it was done by the two of them, it gave one a sweet and romantic feeling of being wrapped in pink bubbles. The fangirls offstage felt their cheeks blush and their hearts beat fast at this sight. Oh, my maiden heart. Why do I feel like I've been attacked with PDA? I'm going crazy. There's so much love. I love Ling Yu and Ji Feishua the most. Never would I have thought the two of them were these fitting in real life too. My little heart can't take it anymore. Even though I've always stood on the male and female lead side. But when the two of them are together, they feel oddly harmonious. Don't you guys think that Kamingyu's presence is super strong? There is an aristocratic air in his gesture. In fact, such an aura definitely can't be put on. I always feel my heart palpitating every time I see this. Even Zhu Xuan, who had neglected Kamingyu, could not help but admit that he did have a unique attractiveness to him. After Ning Xi thanked him, she lowered her head and whispered reminders to Kamingyu about the things she needed help with. Kamingyu nodded slightly before he left to prepare the ingredients. Every word and every little interaction between the two of them was full of chemistry. The audience reacted as if they were watching a romantic comedy. Once in a while, they would burst out in excited shrieks. The director, Wang Xiaoyuan, did not think that having the two of them on his show would create such a great effect. At this moment, he was smiling from ear to ear. Initially, he was prepared to have Zhu Xuan create some jokes and fireworks between the two, yet he was surprised to find that their natural and harmonious romantic interactions created a better atmosphere. So he let them improvise freely. The audience all indicated that they were satisfied. Oh, I feel like I'm not here to watch a cooking show, but Dream Chaser's side story instead. Exactly. Ji Feishua and Ling Yu's intimate life post-marriage. It's just too lovely. With the help of Mingyu, Ning Xi's omelet-wrapped rice was soon ready. After she wrapped the rice with the egg, Ning Xi picked up the ketchup sauce on the side and contemplated before writing on the dish, I, heart shape, you. When they saw Ning Xi's love message on the dish, the shrieks almost blew through the roof as all of them screamed Ning Xi and Kamingyu's names. The director quickly reminded the cameraman to do a close-up shot on Ning Xi as he looked delighted with this progress. This time, the episode could be promoted as a teasing joke about being Dream Chaser's side story to attract viewers. He had turned a cooking show into an idol drama. What a genius! This episode was definitely going to go even more viral than he had imagined. Now, he was incredibly grateful that he had agreed to let Ning Xi bring Kamingyu along. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell onto Ning Xi and Kamingyu on stage. No one noticed that in a corner of the backstage, Chen Hanshin's cool figure had appeared after he just finished another show's shoot. It was not sure how long he had stood there for. Chen Yanan looked at his artiste with confusion. Before this, he might not have been sure, but now with Chen Hanshin's repeatedly odd reactions, one conclusion was clear. She was afraid, yet was sure that Chen Hanshin had fallen for Ning Xi. Chapter 1247. How does it feel to live off a woman? After the show finished recording, Ning Xi had especially cooked a few dishes for the audience and her fans present as an Easter gift. This made all of the girls extremely excited, and they offered themselves for marriage. At last, even a few shy boys had walked up to confess their love for her. In the empty resting room backstage, the moment the door closed, Ning Xi was engulfed by a kiss. When he saw the I love you on the dish, he had already wanted to do this. Angry. Ning Xi thought Lu Tingxiao was jealous of the fans' reactions. I'm not, Lu Tingxiao replied. Ning Xi raised her brows. You sure? A sigh followed by a passionate kiss fell on her lips again. Only I can do this to you. She was speechless. Okay, she could not argue with that. In front of the TV station, it was not convenient for Ning Xi to leave with Kamingyu, so the two of them went home separately. Kiki, I'm leaving now. Stay safe. Kamingyu watched the girl leave in her car. After Ning Xi left, Kamingyu was about to leave too when suddenly someone walked over to him. Chen Hanshin had stopped beside him as he lit up a cigarette, then smiled indistinctly at him with an insulting tone. Kamingyu, how does it feel to live off a woman? Kamingyu looked at Chen Hanshin and was not as angry and annoyed as he expected. Instead, he replied expressionlessly, not bad. After he said the two words, the man left in his car. Chun Hanshin stood in his original spot and only returned to his senses moments later. Then, he threw the cigarette butt in his hand away and looked so furious that his handsome face was distorted. To a man, being accused of living off a woman was definitely the worst insult. Hence he had intentionally said this to embarrass him. Who would have thought that he would react like that instead? After he got into his car, Chun Hanshin remained on the verge of exploding with fury. Cheng Yanin quickly tried to console him. Hanshin, why are you being petty with such people? He's already all right with living off a woman. Could he have any more shame? Chun Hanshin was young and fiery after all, so he immediately roared. Which part of me is lesser than Kumingyu? Why would she be willing to spend the effort to help that weakling instead of giving me a second look? Cheng Yanin cleared her throat. Could not be just explained in a few sentences. Besides, who asked him to keep going against her when the two of them were shooting the movie? He had just let someone else get the advantage over him. However, she obviously would not just say that to provoke this prince's anger, so she soothed him instead. Hanshin, I think you might be overthinking. Ku Mingyu is now signed with Glory World, so Ning Xi just wanted to help him. The last time, you asked me to get Ning Xi over to fashion, didn't you? It's actually not possible. What do you mean? Chen Hanshin immediately asked. Cheng Yanin continued. Actually, I already heard that Su Yimo will do something to go against Ning Xi soon. She probably won't stay at Glory World for long. Ning Xi is so popular now. There's no way Glory World won't want to profit. Is Su Yimo really all that powerful to make Glory World give up on a popular A-lister? Chen Hanshin asked uncertainly. Cheng Yanin shook her head. You don't know? Forget about a popular A-lister. Even if it's a really experienced A-lister. If Su Yimo wanted you out, you're out. What do you mean? Do you know whose woman Su Yimo is? Chen Yanin said with a sly expression. Who? Cheng Yanin showed one finger and pointed upwards. Lu Corporation. Chen Hanshin frowned. Lu Jingli. Cheng Yanin shook her head. Then she continued with a tone that seemed to be terrified every time she mentioned his name. Not Lu Jingli. It's Lu Tingxiao. What? Now, even Chun Hanshin's expression changed. Chapter 1248. He Can't Kiss. Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao went back to Platinum Palace separately, because Lu Tingxiao was going out of the country the next day and they might not meet for a long time. Ning Xi stayed over for the night. After the little Bun went to sleep, Ning Xi closed the door quietly and crept to Lu Tingxiao's bedroom. When she saw that he was not there, she found him in the study room. The man was still working at his desk. Why aren't you asleep yet? Rest earlier. You have a flight to catch tomorrow. Ning Xi exclaimed unhappily when she saw Lu Tingxiao was still working. Just a little more. Lu Tingxiao replied without looking at her. He was reading through a contract. Then he naturally extended his arms and pulled the girl to sit on his thigh. Ning Xi touched Lu Tingxiao's face gently. I shouldn't have made you go on the show with me. You're already so busy. Lu Tingxiao then held the girl's hand and kissed it. He looked at her. Nothing is more important than you are. Are you trying to take away the only fun part of my life? Ning Xi blushed. The moment she heard the exact same words she had once said coming out of the devil's mouth, it was way too much for her to handle. The devil was too good at applying things he had just learned. So, where are you going this time? Ning Xi asked. Russia, Moscow. When will you be back? I'm not sure yet. I'll be back when things are settled, Lu Tingxiao replied. Ning Xi frowned a little. She remembered some recent news mentioning that the Lu Corporation assets had been encountering continuous accidents abroad. Furthermore, recently, a wealthy investment company had taken over Lu Corporation's market share in China. It seemed like pretty normal news, but it was too much to be a coincidence, so Ning Xi felt uneasy. Lu Tingxiao saw through the girl's concerned face, and he murmured into her ear, Are you missing me already? Ning Xi laughed. Right, there are a lot of beautiful girls in Russia with big, blue eyes and blonde hair. What if you're snatched away by them? Other women are no different from dust to me. Lu Tingxiao said with a serious expression, really feeling that way. Ning Xi kissed him. Me too. The next morning, Ning Xi sent Lu Tingxiao to the airport. Although everyone could recognize Ning Xi now, her disguise skills were amazing. If she needed to go out for private matters, she just had to spend some time on more delicate makeup. Today, Ning Xi had actually disguised herself as a high school girl, even wearing a school uniform. No matter how sharp the eyes of her fans were, they could never recognize that this high school girl was actually their idol. Lu Jingli's mouth twitched as he looked at his underage sister-in-law. Xiao Shishi, this is really superb. I'm impressed. He thought Xiao Shishi could never go too wild now that her fans were everywhere, but clearly, he was too naive to believe so. I'll be going now. Lu Tingxiao patted the girl's head and leaned over to kiss her, but her outfit today made it difficult to do so. Chapter 1249. It's not over yet. Ning Xi was waiting for her goodbye kiss, so she looked miserable. My kiss. Lu Tingxiao pinched between his eyebrows and looked helpless. Lu Jingli felt awkward. Xiao Shishi, aren't you afraid that my brother will be locked up after he kisses you? As Lu Jingli was silently thanking the heavens that he did not need to see them display their affection for each other again, Ning Xi shrugged off her school jacket and kissed the man's lips intensely. Lu Jingli stayed silent. What a bold move. It was not over yet. After they were done, Lu Tingxiao turned over to him sternly. Look after Ning Xi and the company. Ning Xi and the company. Of course, he would prioritize his wife first. As for him, after he sent Xiao Shishi back, he went straight to the office to take care of business. Glory World Entertainment was meant to be a training ground for Lu Jingli, and now that it had become more and more successful, most of the matters were handled by the vice president, Yi Sudong. Nevertheless, Lu Jingli was now shifting his focus back to the main office. At a ribbon-cutting ceremony of a high-end brand, Zhao Meixin had just ended a call. She walked in jauntily. Yimo, Director Yi from the Lu Corporation's adverts department, just called me. He said there's no issue at all, so we can go and sign the contract in a few days. Su Yimo's contract with Lu Corporation had expired recently, and they were discussing the renewal of the contract. Seeing how Ning Xi was so popular currently, Zhao Meixin could not just let Ling Zhizhi stay on top of her, so she had doubled the price for Su Yimo's contract fees. Su Yimo actually smiled genuinely for once. What did they say specifically? They really have no issues with you doubling the price. Zhao Meixin looked cheekily at her. What are you saying, Yimo? How dare they say anything about it? If I gave them any lower, it would be destroying your reputation. CEO Lu would never turn down your request. Liang Biqing said in excitement. Cousin, CEO Lu really pampers you. Su Yimo blushed, but soon she looked bothered. But it's been so long, and we've never actually met each other alone. At first, she thought that Lu Tingxiao was being low profile, and as a way to protect her, she thought that this might be how he was conveying his feelings. However, as a year passed, Lu Tingxiao had never requested to meet her, so she felt a little disappointed and insecure. Liang Biqing comforted her. Cousin, that's Lu Tingxiao. Of course, he'd be different than other men. I believe he has his own concerns and is trying to find the best time to publicize the relationship between you two. Zhao Meixin was worried that it might be a misunderstanding. Still, it was true that the Lu Corporation was treating her exceptionally well. Su Yimo came from a normal family, hence it was impossible for her to be related to anyone from the Lu family. The only explanation was that Lu Tingxiao was into her. Zhao Meixin spoke up. Biqing's right. I heard the elders in the Lu family don't really like people in the entertainment industry, but CEO Lu is probably trying to convince them. Chapter 1250. Gathering the 7 male idols. Su Yimo felt better after listening to the both of them. Liang Biqing massaged Su Yimo's shoulders. Cousin, speaking of Lu Corporation, I heard some news about them preparing to invest a large amount of money and invite 7 extremely popular male idols in the industry, including Jiang Mai, to make an epic ad. This ad will be used to promote all the products from the Lu Corporation. Su Yimo replied, I heard bits and pieces of this. What about it? Superstars like Jiang Mai would cost loads to hire, and Lu Corporation was going to hire 7 of them. The netizens went crazy when the news was released. They had already confirmed 6 of them, and the last slot was still a mystery. However, because they were all male stars, she was unrelated to it. Therefore, Su Yimo did not understand why Liang Biqing was mentioning this. Liang Biqing sounded annoyed. Hasn't Ning Xi's weird male alter ego become pretty popular lately? I heard some sources saying that they are trying to get Ning Xi into this ad. Su Yimo's expression changed instantly. What? She was trying to be considerate to Ning Xi, but now she was stepping into her territory. Liang Biqing instantly knew Su Yimo understood what she was trying to imply, so she followed up. Cousin, Ning Xi is really too much. Not only did she take away what was supposed to be mine, now she's overstepping her boundaries. How arrogant of her. If it had not been for Ning Xi, the overwhelming popularity and this epic ad from the Lu Corporation should have all been hers. Liang Biqin was practically boiling from anger. Su Yimo sneered coldly as she flashed a look at Zhao Meixin. Sis Xian, call Director Yi this moment and ask her if they are really hiring Ning Xi. You know what to do. Su Yimo then went for the ribbon-cutting ceremony with Liang Biqin. Of course, Zhao Meixin understood what Su Yimo meant, and she quickly called Director Yi of the Lu Corporation. Hi, Ms. Zhao. Is there anything wrong with Yimo's contract? Ying asked helpfully. Zhao Meixin replied, Sorry to bother you again, Director Yi, but it's not about Yimo this time. I just want to know something. Oh, what is it? Please tell me. I heard the Lu Corporation is going to make a big ad inviting 7 male celebrities, and one of them is Ning Xi? Zhao Meixin asked. Ying turned pale after she heard Zhao Meixin's inquiry. She had decided on Ning Xi, and this idea was supported by their whole department. But her worst worry still surfaced. In Glory World Entertainment, their rumored lady boss, Su Yimo, seemed to be on bad terms with Ning Xi. Now that Su Yimo knew about it, it might be impossible to hire Ning Xi for this project. Chapter 1251. Almost puked blood. With regard to inviting Ning Xi to be the spokesperson, we do have such plans on our end. I wonder how Miss Su feels about this. Ying trod carefully. When Zhao Meixin heard this, she sounded incredibly upset as she said, Director Yi, I won't beat around the bush. I'm sure you know how it's like here at Glory World. Ning Xi is an artiste. She's not very sensible and keeps making our Yimo very unhappy. Our Yimo is quite considerate. She kept being patient with her, but now she has become a spokesperson for the Lu Corporation like Yimo, and this nauseates Yimo right before her eyes. Do you think Yimo can ignore this? Ying sighed silently. Then she continued, Ms. Zhao, I understand what you mean. I admit I've indeed been neglectful in my considerations. I'll get someone else to be the ambassador. Please have Ms. Su rest assured that in any future advertisements and endorsements for the Lu Corporation, Ning Xi won't be anywhere in sight. I hope Ms. Su won't mind. After much struggling, Ying decided to settle it this way. Other people might not know about it, but as the marketing and public relations director of the Lu Corporation, she was clearest about how the big boss himself had once instructed them to satisfy all of Su Yimo's requests. Besides, previously, Su Yimo frequently came in and out of the company. She was even close with the little master. So, even though this time the lioness, Zhao Meixin, had asked for double in endorsement fees, she had agreed without hesitation. What more on the issue of changing spokesperson? Although, sadly, she had really spent a lot of thought and effort in planning the advertisement strategy. If she could get a unique character such as Ning Xi, it would definitely be a great finishing touch to her idea with double the effect, but now she could only resort to looking for another candidate. As Ying was lamenting about this to herself, Zhao Meixin added on, Since you need to look for another person, how about I recommend someone to you? Our Liang Biqin also has experience in being in a male outfit, and she's quite good. Director Yi, what do you think? When Ying heard this, she almost puked blood. To let Liang Biqin replace Ning Xi? How dare she actually make such a request? Currently, Liang Biqin had already been lambasted through and through by the viewers when compared to Ning Xi. If they hired such a person for the advertisement, all of her hard work would go to waste. What's wrong, Director Yi? Is there a problem? Zhao Meixin's steady tone was pressuring and threatening with arrogance. After all, Yimo could really be the future lady boss. Even if she did not, she was still someone that the big boss personally protected. Thus, despite her reluctance, Ying had to compromise. Oh, of course, there isn't a problem. At last, Ying had to reply through gritted teeth. On the other side, after Su Yimo and Liang Biqin were done with their activities, Zhao Meixin informed them of the outcome of her phone conversation. Yimo, it's done. I've told them your thoughts, and Director Yi immediately said that they definitely won't invite Ning Xi to be a spokesperson. Not only that, all of the future-related endorsements and activities of the Lu Corporation won't have Ning Xi anywhere near it. Su Yimo nodded satisfaction. Okay, there's also good news. I've also helped Biqin get the endorsement instead. Zhao Meixin beamed as she announced. Liang Biqin was overjoyed when she heard this. What? Sis Xian, you're saying Ning Xi's spokesperson spot is now mine? Yes. Sis Xian, thank you. And cousin sister. I'm so lucky to follow after cousin sister. Liang Biqin exclaimed emotionally. Su Yimo looked calmly at her cousin's excited demeanor and said, Happy now? I won't have to hear you whining in my ear anymore. Happy, definitely happy. Cousin, you're amazing. That Ning Xi is nothing to you. Chapter 1252. Think very highly of me. At Ling Zizi's office in Glory World Entertainment, Ning Xi was discussing a script with Ling Zizi. Ling Zizi handed a particular script to Ning Xi. Ning Xi, take a look at this. Ning Xi skimmed through it. Guo Qixing is the director? She had collaborated with Guo Qixing for The World and experienced a very smooth and positive time. Ling Zizi nodded. Yes, though this script is not for a movie, but for a drama series. Even though you come from a background of movies, I don't recommend that you only stick to movies in the future. There are many movie actresses who think that shooting a drama will lower their statuses, but that's not true. The market for television dramas is expansive, and there are already few differences between the statuses of a movie actor and a TV drama actor. Ning Xi echoed. I've never thought of only shooting movies. As long as the script is good, I'm happy to explore. Even the queen of movies, Song Lin, dropped in popularity after doing just movies for so many years, and despite being determined not to act in dramas, she has just taken up a TV drama recently, hasn't she? After they reached an agreement, Ling Zizi continued, This script of Guo Qixing's is not bad. It's a very popular fantasy series led by the country's top scriptwriter, and they've even hired a Hollywood special effects team. All of the participating cast are big shots and experienced ones in the industry, so I think it's quite suitable for your first TV drama. Ling Zizi paused, then continued. Actually, Guo Qixing already gave me the script a few months ago. Unfortunately, you've already committed to Qin Mian's movie then. Thankfully, their crew was still in the preparation stage. Recently, they're wrapping up with that, and all of the main leads have been decided. What will be my role then? Ning Xi asked. You're one of the female leads. This drama has 2 female leads, 1 protagonist, 1 antagonist. Both have their own unique characteristics. In the original, both characters were of equal popularity online. Most of the focus and comedic interactions in this drama will be based on the 2 female leads, Ling Zizi explained. Ning Xi could not help but be shocked at this. Guo Qixing had already delivered the script over months ago. She did not have her current popularity at all then. Yet Guo Qixing had already felt assured enough to hand her the female lead role. Even though it had 2 female leads, based on how Sis Zizi described it, this role might be even more important than if it just had 1 female lead. When she thought about Guo Qixing's trust in her, Ning Xi felt quite moved. Who's the other female lead? Ning Xi asked. Golden Film Award and Golden Phoenix Award winner, Meng Xi. Ling Zizi answered. Ning Xi laughed and held her head in disbelief. Director Guo sure thinks very highly of me. Even at her current status, she was still far from Meng Xi. Meng Xi had always acted as the female lead ever since her debut. In fact, all of her roles were premium ones. She herself was a talented actress and was considered a resourceful artiste with solid capabilities, which was why she had received both awards at such a young age. Moreover, these 2 awards were the 2 most prestigious awards in the movie industry, so the world was her oyster. When she thought about how she could act with someone of such capabilities, Ning Xi felt her passion ignite. Sis Zizi, I will spend the time to read through the script and then give you my answer as soon as possible. Ning Xi said, even though she had basically decided in her heart to take on this drama. At the same time, she could also see if there were any characters suitable for the devil to come in as a cameo. Her relationship with Guo Qixing was pretty good. Plus, Kamingyu's current popularity was not too bad, so it should not be a problem for him to come in as a supporting character with a few scenes. Chapter 1253, The Big Boss Will Attend. At this moment, Ning Xi's phone rang. Coincidentally, it was Guo Qixing. Ning Xi quickly picked up. Hello, Director Guo. I was just discussing the script you sent over with Sis Zizi, and then you called. Hey, Ning Xi, I was going to tell you something about it too. Did you? Guo Qixing sounded hesitant, wavering momentarily before asking. Ning Xi, did you offend anyone recently? When she heard this, Ning Xi was stunned. No, why would you ask that? Guo Qixing sighed. I've just met a few investors, and a few of them seemed worried that I'll be casting you. They said that the Lu Corporation has put out an order to shut you out, so they're worried that casting you would bring trouble. Cough, cough. Ning Xi almost choked on her own saliva. Director Gua, what are you saying? Who's put out an order to shut me out? The Lu Corporation? When she heard Ning Xi's words, Ling Zizi's expression changed. Gua Qixing continued from the other end of the phone. I don't know how this news got out either. Whatever it is, the rumors are bad for you and will cause quite an uproar. Even if they're just rumors, it's enough to make many potential opportunities turn away in fear. Thank you for your tip, Director Gua. I'll check on this issue. But don't you worry about my side. I've created the role perfectly for you, so it will definitely wait for you. Guaranteed, Gua Qixing. Ning Xi thanked him again and updated Ling Zizi. Ling Zizi looked worried. I'm afraid it's not entirely baseless claims. Su Yimo's side is probably on the move. Ling Zizi was always very calm, yet she looked concerned now. Ning Xi, I've told you before right from the start that we cannot offend the support Su Yimo has. If this was really released from the Lu Corporation, well, we don't have much ground to counterattack. You know that before such a strong force, tactics are no use. Ning Xi did not know how to console Ling Zizi. She could not just tell her that her dearest would never shut her out. Thus, she could only say, Sis Zizi, don't worry. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. Sis Zizi, Broshi, time for the meeting. At this moment, Xiao Tao knocked on the door to remind them. Because it was going to be Glory World Entertainment's anniversary celebration soon, the company had especially gathered all the management and influential signed artists for a huge meeting. The crowd had to wait for half a day before Su Yimo, Liang Biqin, and Zhao Meixin made their way in late. However, almost everyone treated it as a regular occurrence. Obviously, they were used to Su Yimo's ways. Yimo, why do you work so late? Take care. The vice president did not reprimand her for tardiness at all, instead, voicing out his friendly concern. Okay, since everyone is here, let the meeting begin. Because the CEO is back at the main office and he's very busy lately, I will be chairing this meeting. At the meeting, Yi Sudong especially commended many of the artists with outstanding contributions. All sorts of flowery praises for Su Yimo was a given. As for this year's most outstanding underdog, Ning Xi, Yi Sudong did not bother to mention her at all. She was basically ignored completely. After he finished his lengthy prologue, Yi Sudong said emotionally, Today, I've called everyone to also inform you about a very important matter. For the company's anniversary celebration this year, our CEO, Lu Tingxiao, will also be attending the event, so everyone must perform well. Chapter 1254. Opportunity for the hero to save the bell. At the Lu Corporation, Lu Jingli was working hard in his office when someone knocked on his door. Come in. Second master. It was the creative director of the advertising department, Ying. Lu Jingli stretched himself and looked at her. Yo, little Leafy, what's up? As she looked at Lu Jingli's wide smile that seeped into his eyes, and with him intimately addressing her. Even if Ying had been in this role for a long time, she could not help but blush and lightly say, Second master, there's something I need your directions on. Su Yimo's endorsement contract with our Lu Corporation is up. Currently, we're discussing renewing it, but Zhao Meixin has increased the renewal fee by double. Lu Jingli just indifferently asked, Just this? Ying quickly continued, Don't worry, second master. I've already agreed on that and didn't want to disturb you with such small matters at first. But there's still one more thing. Our company has a very important endorsement ad this year. I was going to invite 7 super popular male stars. For the 7th person, I was prepared to invite Ning Xi, the female artiste who's been very popular recently, to let her be the spokesperson with the other 6 in a male outfit. That way, we would achieve both creativity and ignite talkability. Lu Jingli's eyes lit up when he heard this. He sipped on his coffee and said, It sure is a good idea. When she heard Lu Jingli's praise, Ying was both proud yet disappointed. But Su Yimo's party has also taken interest in this advert and recommended Liang Biqin to replace Ning Xi. If it's just about status, then Liang Biqin is fine actually. But if it's about her image in a male outfit, I'm afraid Liang Biqin's image won't cut it and would negatively impact the effect of the ad and even pull down our company's image. Ying kept thinking about it. Finally, she still decided that she could not bear to watch this advertisement be ruined like that. Even if she knew Lu Jingli would probably agree to Su Yimo's request, she was skeptical and had gone to him for further direction. Ms. Su seems to dislike Ning Xi very much, so to avoid Ms. Su's unhappiness, I've agreed that all the endorsements and activities under the Lu Corporation will exclude Ning Xi. When he heard this, Lu Jingli spit out his coffee. Ying was shocked. Second Master, is there a problem? Lu Jingli took a while to gather himself. Just as he wanted to quickly blurt something out, he suddenly had a thought and remained silent. Lu Jingli stroked his chin. Obviously, he could help Xiao Shishi right now, but it was such a good opportunity for the hero to save the bell, so of course, he should let his brother do it. Besides, whoever started the trouble should end it, and only his brother could. Su Yimo had somehow accidentally saved Little Treasure's life back then, but it was just a gimmick to make her popular. This was nothing. As long as she did not ruin herself, merely having that luck from accidentally saving Little Treasure once was enough for her to have a comfortable lifetime. Back then, his brother had put out a word and did not care about this matter. He had probably long forgotten about her. What more pay attention to this? Nobody who had been rubbing off on his popularity. This time, unfortunately for her, that woman had definitely succeeded in getting his brother's attention. Little Leafy, do you know that you just saved your own life? Lu Jingli looked at Ying intently and said, Second Master, what do you mean? Ying was confused. Lu Jingli sighed. Then he kindly said, Director Yi, don't sign Su Yimo's contract renewal and the ad terms for now. What? What? Ying did not understand. Lu Jingli smirked. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 1255, Final Say in This Industry. At Glory World Entertainment, after the meeting ended, because Vice President Yi Sudong had announced the news about their CEO coming, everyone was excited. My God, will CEO Lu really come? I've worked at Glory World for 5 years, and I've never seen the big boss. At least, I've seen him once at some event. How was it? How is it? Is he really as handsome as the rumors say? How's he compared to our second master? Of course, he's handsome. He's so handsome that my knees went weak with just one look. He can't be compared to the second master because they're two entirely different types. The few crew murmured amongst one another as they looked at Ning Xi pitifully. Ning Xi is so sad. She just became popular, but it'll all be over soon. Who told her to shoot to popularity so quickly and even hit Queen Su in the face? I heard that she initially had an endorsement with the Lu Corporation, but one word from Su Yimo changed the spokesperson to Liang Biqin. In fact, Ning Xi shouldn't even think about being the spokesperson for any of the Lu Corporation's brands anymore. What? This is so sad. Will the next step be a complete ban? I think it's over for Ning Xi. Don't you see that CEO Lu is personally coming over to support Su Yimo? Hey, I suddenly thought of something. Do you think CEO Lu is going to go public about his relationship with Su Yimo at this year's anniversary celebration? On the other side, after the meeting ended, Ning Xi turned off the silent mode on her phone and suddenly saw a message from the devil. She quickly opened it and only saw 5 words on the screen. Cabbage Lu, wait for me to come home. When Liang Biqin walked past Ning Xi, she intentionally bumped her hard on her shoulder, but Ning Xi was steady. Not only did Ning Xi not move, Liang Biqin had instead staggered from the recoil and had to be held steady by Zhao Meixin. Liang Biqin shot Ning Xi a disgusted look and scoffed with an arrogant attitude. Ning Xi, if you kneel before me now and apologize to me, maybe I could forgive you once and let you go on living in the entertainment industry. Su Yimo watched Liang Biqin insult Ning Xi in public without any intention to stop the action. Ning Xi held back the fuming Xiao Tao and put her phone away before shooting Liang Biqin a sideways look as she smiled indistinctly. The exact same words apply to you. Every dog will have his day, Ms. Liang. Allow me to remind you that it's not yet certain who has the final say. The moment Ning Xi blurted out these words, almost everyone gasped. This Ning Xi was so gutsy. Was she crazy? How dare she say those words in public? Ning Xi finished and spun on her heel to leave, ignoring everyone's reactions. After Ning Xi left, Liang Biqin finally realized how arrogant all the words Ning Xi had just uttered were. She was so mad, she almost burst a vein. Cousin, look at her. Obviously, the lesson this time has not made her reflect on her shortcomings. How dare she say such arrogant words in front of you to provoke you? Liang Biqin said with gritted teeth. Then she lowered her voice and said into Su Yimo's ear, "Cousin, when are we doing it? I've already thought of a few good plans for you. I guarantee to kill Ning Xi in a hush-hush manner." Su Yimo smiled coldly. "Do I need a plan to deal with her?" Liang Biqin was stunned for a while. Cousin, you're saying." At this moment, Zhao Meixing grinned wryly. "Biqin, with our Yimo's identity, to deal with a witch like Ning, she only requires one word. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Liang Biqin instantly brightened up. "Right? Look at me being all silly." Chapter 1256, Breathtaking. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was Glory World's anniversary celebration. That day, after the company meeting, Su Yimo had put word out to the entire entertainment industry to shun Ning Xi. Su Yimo was Glory World's big shot after all, so she had quite an influence in the entertainment circle. Together with the covet for her popularity, Ning Xi's work stagnated, and she almost lost the right to join in the celebrations. At last, it was only after Su Yimo had spoken to Vice President Yi Sudong that Ning Xi was allowed to attend. It was such an excellent opportunity for her to get Ning Xi to open her eyes wide and see clearly for herself who had the final say in this industry. Glory World's annual celebration was extraordinarily grand every year. Furthermore, the big boss was attending the function this year. Thus, Vice President Yi Sudong had put in tremendous effort to make the grand ceremony lavish, and had even invited all the influential media. To boost Su Yimo's status in the entertainment industry, Zhao Meixing could not let go of today's great opportunity. She had intentionally slipped to the media beforehand that Tingxiao was attending the event for Su Yimo, and in fact, might even publicize his relationship with Su Yimo today. When they heard that the legendary CEO of the Lu Corporation would attend, all of the media could not wait to witness it. Entrance tickets were hard to come by. Besides, there was such controversial gossip making its rounds in the industry. How could they not be excited? Tonight, Su Yimo donned the brand that she was a spokesperson for. She wore a custom-made white, long gown that cinched her waist and swelled into a fishtail train. She was extraordinarily charismatic, winning stunned gazes and continuous compliments. For Su Yimo to have achieved the status she held, it would be wrong to say that she was incompetent at all. A textbook example was how her signature cold and elegant goddess look had been used thoroughly to the point of perfection. Even though many fans were quite tired of her one-dimensional image, there was still a huge crowd of die-hard fans who digged it. As soon as Su Yimo stepped onto the red carpet, cameras flashed and did not stop. After she signed on the autograph wall, Su Yimo was immediately surrounded by many reporters. "Yimo, you're so beautiful today. Only you can bring out Chanel's goddess wings this well." "Yimo, today's Glory World Entertainment's 5th-year anniversary celebration. Do you have any reflections you'd like to share with us?" "Yimo, we heard that CEO Lu of the Lu Corporation will also be here today, and we heard that you're in a close relationship with CEO Lu Privatel. Is this true?" That's..." As the media was trying to worm facts out of Su Yimo one after another, someone suddenly looked towards the door and exclaimed. All the reporters who were surrounding Su Yimo turned to stare at the door, and their eyes glazed over. At the end of red carpet, Ning Xi stood wearing an extremely lavish black gown. No one could be sure what was used to create that gown, but the threads were light as flowing water, and the gems embellishing it were akin to the Milky Way. The mysterious motifs released a strong vibe of presence no one could ignore. Even though Ning Xi wore this extremely breathtaking outfit, as incredibly elegant as it was, her own charisma was not drowned out by it at all. In fact, she looked like the queen of all beings. Moments later, the stunned crowd started to exclaim, Too beautiful. Who's that woman?" "Ning Xi. It's Ning Xi. Oh my god. I almost couldn't recognize her." Chapter 1257, Disdained Beings. My god. What's the brand of her outfit? How have I never seen it before? This design is practically the work of the gods. Many started to ask. I know. That's one of Spirit's store highlight pieces. It's called Beings. It's famous. When it was first released, many socialities and celebrities wanted to buy it, but Spirit didn't relent even with the sky-high prices offered. It's very difficult to even rent it for a day. Most importantly, not everyone can carry the dress well. It's better to be bought for your own personal collection since almost no one dares to wear it. Who would have thought that Ning Xi would look so perfect in it? In that outfit, she really makes me feel like a being under her feet, completely tamed by her. Oh my lord. Our Broshi's female outfit is simply beautiful, leaving Su Yimo far, far behind. No wonder Su Yimo is so wary of our Broshi. One of the junior reporters was Ning Xi's fan, so he spoke out. Indignantly. Softer. Don't let Su Yimo hear you. After the photographers saw Ning Xi, almost all of them had a spark of inspiration and passion at the same time as they raised their cameras. Some did not dare to outrightly shoot her, so they did it discreetly. Unfortunately, because of Su Yimo's ban, even if these pictures were taken, they probably would not have the chance to be published. Apart from the photographers, the reporters also had their breaths taken away by Ning Xi, but at this moment, no one dared to walk up to her for an interview. Despite the media's apparent neglect, Ning Xi walked in at ease akin to a queen who was walking towards her own garden. She slowly floated over the red carpet regally, paused at the autograph wall, and signed her name. Every one of her moves made it hard for one to look away. Earlier, when they had seen Su Yimo, they thought that she was stunning, yet now before Ning Xi, Su Yimo was nothing. Ning Xi was clearly a rookie who had just entered the circle. She had even been attacked after she rose to stardom with great difficulty. Should she not feel entirely set back instead? How could her presence still remain so strong? This woman was practically born for the entertainment industry, but sadly, she had to go against Su Yimo. This was suicide. There were too many artistes in the circle who appeared momentarily and then vanished. After today, it might also be her last public appearance. Such a potential seedling might need to end its journey just like that, while she could only watch helplessly. This feeling was akin to knife being twisted cruelly in her heart. After Ning Xi's brief interlude, twist focus of the celebration returned to Su Yimo. Compared to Su Yimo being surrounded by many, Ning Xi could only sit in her arranged corner that was far behind. All the guests slowly arrived. It was a big drinking party, and everyone looked splendid. The night was becoming increasingly lively. Ms. Su, you're truly gorgeous today. Yes. Someone's really lucky. Some of the investors and the CEOs of Glory World Entertainment's partner companies were extremely friendly to Su Yimo. One of them smiled and gave her a toast. Ms. Su, we're old friends too. Don't forget to say a few kind words for me to CEO Lu. Her boosted ego from being surrounded by so many admirers instantly made Su Yimo's short unhappiness from Ning Xi's appearance earlier fade. She kindly conversed with the CEOs with some arrogance in her attitude. She was now representing Lu Tingxiao, so she could not let others take her lightly. Chapter 1258. My brother will definitely come tonight. Second Master. CEO Lu. Accompanied by the sound of emotional shrieks from the girls, Lu Jingli stepped foot in the venue. Lu Jingli wore an extremely flashy pink tuxedo, making him look even more flirtatious and unruly, causing all the girls to scream nonstop. In the corner, Ning Xi looked at Lu Jingli's neon-colored outfit and felt her mouth twitch, but she could not deny that this punk quite suited this color. Su Yimo thought Lu Tingxiao had come, so she could not help but feel slightly disappointed when she saw that it was Lu Jingli. Liang Biqing teased her from the side. Cousin is already peering with eager expectations. Su Yimo blushed as she shot back. Nonsense. When he saw that Lu Jingli had arrived, the vice president, Yi Sudong, quickly went up to greet him and then looked nervously behind him. CEO, you're here. What about CEO Lu? He had worked so hard for this. If CEO Lu decided not to come, he just got off the plane and is on the way, said Lu Jingli with an indistinct smile towards Yi Sudong. Don't worry, my brother will definitely come tonight. Yi Sudong felt like Lu Jingli's tone was somewhat odd, but he did not think further about it. He sighed in relief. Great if he was really coming. After he was done with Yi Sudong, Lu Jingli walked to the stage, then raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Instantly, everyone kept silent and looked to Lu Jingli on stage. Lu Jingli picked up the mic, and with his seductive eyes, he drawled unhurriedly. Today is Glory World Entertainment's 5th anniversary. I thank you all for being here, and as everyone knows, my brother will be here today as well. Apart from that, I've also got a huge reward for all of our ladies. When they heard this, a wave of curious conversations began. A reward? Second master, what reward? Second master, quickly tell us. Don't tease now. Lu Jingli was calm and collected as he glanced towards a certain corner before he continued. Well, in the past, our opening celebratory dance would be begun by yours truly. But for this year, Tho Lu will do the honors. Ah, the moment he said that, his voice was drowned out by sounds of excited yells. Lu Jingli pretended to look sad. Sigh. Turns out everyone dislikes me this much. No way. We like you the most. When the girls saw Lu Jingli's disappointed expression, that stirred them up again. After he was done basking in praises, Lu Jingli continued. As for my brother's dance partner, I'm going to shake things up tonight. I'm sure that everyone has received the numbers given out by the waiters when you entered tonight. Please keep this number carefully, everyone. Later on, my brother will be randomly picking one of the ladies present to begin the dance with. What if CEO Lu picks a man? Don't worry, there are only ladies' numbers in the box. All the girls were really excited to hear this. Oh my, does that mean even I would have a chance to dance with CEO Lu? In your dreams. Don't even talk about your luck being that good. Do you really think that it will be so random? You're right. It's probably just going to be Su Yimo. We're just here to compliment their fun. Ah, forget it. Chapter 1259, Attacked by PDA. Because of the huge announcement Lu Jingli had just made, the entire event seemed even livelier. Even though everyone knew that CEO Lu's dance partner was most probably going to be Su Yimo, the ladies still could not help but cling on to a glimmer of hope. What if they were really randomly picked? In a certain corner, Jiang Mai's manager, Lei Ming, was anxiously making a call. My prince, the CEO is here and CEO Lu is on the way too. Why aren't you here yet? From the other end came Jiang Mai's annoying voice. Who said I was coming? Lei Ming was so fed up with him. Today is such a huge occasion and you're not coming? What are you doing then? Did some emergency happen? Jiang Mai replied, I'm playing video games. Mai, I'll beg you then. Even if you just show your face and then leave, it's fine. It'll just take up 1 hour of game time. I already said I'm not going, said Jiang Mai, annoyed as he hung up. No way I'm going. I'll definitely be attacked by PDA. Offstage, after Lu Jingli finished speaking, Liang Biqin looked starry-eyed as she held Su Yimo's arm excitedly. Cousin, I didn't know CEO Lu was this romantic. Zhao Meixin looked delighted as well, her gaze towards Ning Xi full of mockery. As long as Su Yimo was here, she would be Glory World Entertainment's #1 manager forever. It was useless even if Ning Xi discovered great new talents. Su Yimo looked longingly at the door as she muttered, It's just a random pick. Who knows who'll get picked? Zhao Meixin smiled. Yimo, CEO Lu had prepared everything tonight especially for you. How could it be anyone else if not you? Su Yimo checked her makeup nervously. Sis Xian, do I look okay? Do I look fine? All's fine. You're so beautiful. CEO Lu would definitely fall for you. CEO Lu has done so much for you. This friendship is remarkable. The celebration event continued ardently. However, everyone's attention was obviously distracted to focus on the person who was about to arrive. Time passed slowly. Lu Tingxiao still had not appeared, causing many people to whisper. Why hasn't he come? Could it be that he's not coming anymore? CEO Lu is quite busy after all. I heard that he's just flown in from work overseas. He's rushing over right after landing. Does CEO Lu really value tonight's celebration so much? He probably values a certain person. As they waited worriedly, the vice president Yi Sudong received a phone call. What? He's here? Good. Got it. Yi Sudong hung up with a wide smile on his face. Then he ran to the door. Glory World Entertainment's shareholders and management team followed after. Outside the entrance, a low-profile black Maybach stopped quietly. With Yi Sudong as the lead, the management stood in 2 organized lines and waited outside the car. The driver got out of the car to pull open the door as a pair of long legs stepped out. The man wore a neat black formal outfit. Without any expression on him, he exuded the prestige of a leader. He was very handsome, as if he was God's most meticulously sculpted work, but his presence overpowered his looks. Yi Sudong walked up to greet him humbly. Lu, you're here. Come in. Chapter 1260, Fantasy Shattered. He's here. CEO Lu is here. He's real. It really is CEO Lu. Oh my God, he looks so handsome. I'm falling for him. The woman who CEO Lu loves must have saved the world in her previous life. Amidst a bunch of girls' screams, Tingxiao appeared. As the man slowly walked along the aisle, the spotlight shadowed him closely. Su Yimo's heart raced rapidly, and she felt herself heating up. Liang Biqin reminded her. CO Lu is here. Cousin, what are you doing? Go. Zhao Meixin gave her some encouragement as well. Go, Yimo. Suddenly, every woman looked at Su Yimo with intense jealousy. Su Yimo imagined herself walking towards him and the man holding her hands. Finally, she took a deep breath. With her elegant steps and under everyone's watchful eyes, she walked step by step towards the man. Tingxiao was walking on the same line as her. As he was blocked by her, he stopped and looked at the woman in front of her. Aside from Lu Jingli, everyone else was grinning. CEO Lu, you've made Ms. Su wait for you for a long time. Su Yimo seemed as bashful as a little girl. She looked up nervously and saw the godlike man. She quietly called out his name, Tingxiao. She had called this name countless times in her dreams. Now, she could finally say it in real life this time. However, Tingxiao's expression turned colder as he looked at the woman like she was an insignificant ant. Who are you? At that moment, there was dead silence. No artiste, investor, or media partner expected Tingxiao to react this way. This was way different from what they had imagined. Su Yimo was still fantasizing about him holding her hands. But the moment she received that three-word reply, she stood there frozen. What was happening? Could Tingxiao not want to let the public know about it? Why did he come here personally today then? Lu Jingli stood aside and touched his nose. He was impressed by his brother's ruthless public murder of a girl's heart. Before anyone could follow what was happening, Tingxiao walked past her expressionlessly. After Tingxiao signed his name on the wall, the media partners returned to their senses and surrounded Tingxiao swiftly. The journalist from First Entertainment News went first. CEO Lu, did you just say that you don't know Ms. Su? Should I know her? A journalist from one weekly magazine asked. Don't you know about the rumors between you and Ms. Su? Rumors? The journalist from South News Daily responded. It is said that you loved Ms. Su for many years and have been supporting her behind her back. The journalist from First Entertainment News questioned, aren't you planning to make your relationship with her public during this event? The journalist from the Sun Daily added on. Rumors say that Ms. Su is your girlfriend. Facing the barrage of questions from a bunch of journalists all at once, Tingxiao stared intently at every one of them. Do I look like I have such bad taste? Chapter 1261, Revenge for the Wife. Do I look like I have such bad taste? When Lu Jingli heard his brother say those words, he felt the pain even though his brother was not talking about him. Imagine what Su Yimo felt. The way his brother treated any woman aside from Xiao, she was incredibly cruel. Su Yimo stood there dumbfounded. She was in deep shock while Liang Biqin and Zhao Meixin were extremely confused as well. Of course, the management in Tingxiao's company had interesting expressions on their faces as well. There was a long silence. Then discussions sparked in every corner of the venue. In Glory World Entertainment, the oppressed staffs and artistes were unleashing their fury right now, unable to hold it in anymore. Wow, this is the best drama of the year. Our boss doesn't know Su Yimo at all. He doesn't know who she is. Moreover, didn't you hear, boss? He wouldn't even consider her. Can I just say that our boss is the coolest? Did you see Su Yimo's expression when her fantasy shattered? It was just her own fantasy all along. I knew our boss wouldn't have such bad taste. He avoided women for so many years, and he wouldn't go for someone like Su Yimo. But I wonder what kind of girl could steal our boss' heart. I've already felt something was not right before. As expected, Su Yimo must have gotten delusional. She imagined the plot of a romance movie happening to her, but he doesn't even know who she is. Of course, someone like our boss wouldn't know about her. She's just a little famous in the industry. Does she think she's really a goddess? Although both of them were first-class renowned celebrities, Su Yimo was still classified way behind the retired international star Lung Manyan. Everyone was dissatisfied to be placed someone as revolting as Su Yimo, as she would use her so-called supporter, who was Tingxiao, anytime and anywhere. A lot of artistes were just glad to see that her supporter was non-existent anymore. As for the media partners, they were all here for the big news tonight, and juicy news indeed they got. With just a few words from Tingxiao, The guests and media partners almost went crazy. Even Lu Jingli almost went mad as well. Bro, I asked you come here to support me, all right? Yet, the moment he arrived, he had taken revenge for his wife. Hey, she's an artiste from Glory World. Give me some face, please. Lu Jingli went up to him. Although it just seemed like a casual conversation, it was meant to further clarify the relationship between Su Yimo and Lu Tingxiao, hinting that Su Yimo's advancement in career was just because of Lu Jingli's influence since Glory World. Entertainment was his first company. On the other hand, Su Yimo had mistakenly thought that Lu Tingxiao had fallen in love with her. What a joke. Chapter 1262. Boss Taste. In the corner, Xiao Tao was brimming with excitement. She almost wanted to kneel before her boss. Ah, bro, did you hear that? Our big boss is really cool. Su Yimo must be so embarrassed this time. I'll see how she used her title as the lady boss of the Lu Corporation in the future. Ning Xi did not expect this to happen as well. It was like a wild roller coaster ride. So, this was all a misunderstanding. Lu Tingxiao did not know Su Yimo at all. The Lu Corporation's leniency towards Su Yimo was simply just because she was from Glory World Entertainment? But there were so many potential artistes previously. So why did they pick Su Yimo, who was not known at that time, and provided her with so much? I think Su Yimo was just lucky. The company decided to support one artiste, and that's it. Yet she thought Lu Tingxiao was in love with her. Nonsense. I saw the boss's expression. He did not look very happy just now. Su Yimo's going to get into trouble this time, Xiao Tao mumbled. Ning Xi just sat there quietly without saying a word. Xiao Tao asked her curiously. Bro Xi, I realize that you're pretty calm about this. You don't even feel anything about everyone avoiding you. Could you have predicted the future and known about this already? Ning Xi looked at her man who was surrounded by journalists and laughed. Because I believe our boss wouldn't have such bad taste. Ugh, Xiao Tao had no rebuttal for this reason. Xiao Tao saw Ning. She was really focused when she looked at the boss. In fact, she was so focused that there was a certain sweetness in her gaze. Xiao Tao shook her head and cleared her thoughts. The boss looked so handsome. Of course, any girl would have this expression. Boss has no relationship with Su Yimo at all. So about the deal that Second Master mentioned, do we stand a chance now? One of the female artistes piped up happily. I'm so excited. I want to dance with the boss. God, please bless me. Make him pick me. At this moment, Su Yimo still stood frozen at the same spot. Zhao Meixin and Liang Biqin had to drag her to a corner. Looking at the man who was far out of reach and the sneers around her, Su Yimo felt like the sky was falling. This isn't real. This isn't real. He loves me. He loves me so much. Su Yimo's mind was not sound at the moment, and she kept mumbling to herself. She had been creating this love fantasy for too long, totally deceiving herself. Actually, she felt that things did not make sense from the start. That small seed of suspicion and greed grew bigger and bigger. In addition to the advantages she had gained from the rumors she had with Lu Tingxiao, she became deeply addicted to it. She wanted to complete her perfect dream, just as she was enjoying herself with the advantages she had gained from everyone. She also deceived herself. She had genuinely believed that this man truly loved her. Until today, the dream was destroyed, forcefully crushed in front of everyone. Chapter 1263. Now taken. She really regretted it. Why had she not been more careful? If she had, if she was just a little more rational, if she had not been so greedy, she could have continued to enjoy the halo of being Lu Tingxiao's woman and remained on her seat on the throne of the future lady boss of the Lu Corporation. But tonight, it was all over. Zhao Meixin also regretted it thoroughly at this point. She thought that with Su Yimo's grace, Lu Tingxiao would not have embarrassed her publicly even if he was not actually interested in her. Yimo was still the nation's goddess after all. As long as his attitude had been slightly more ambiguous, they could still continue to go with the flow and cook up this rumor. Had they not been doing this all along, since Lu Tingxiao was not the kind to pay attention to entertainment gossip and would not intentionally clarify anything? Unfortunately, she would not have thought that Lu Tingxiao would be so cruel and leave no room for them. His single sentence of, "Who are you?" was enough to crush everything they had planned for. Even his last reply to the reporters was enough to cast them eternal damnation. The scariest thing was that CEO Lu looked like he was furious. Zhao Meixin would never know what had gone wrong and how tonight had escalated to such a stage. Okay, To all friends of the media, just as my brother said, everything you said is a misunderstanding. I hope that everyone will stop believing such rumors in the future. After all, my brother is now taken. He's also very happy and in love with his girlfriend. If it caused my sister-in-law to misunderstand, I'm afraid he'd need to kneel on the washboard. Lu Jingli teased. Lu Jingli's joke had caused a huge wave of sensation across the room. The media would never have thought that shocking news would come one after another. Hundreds of mics were hurled out by the reporters to Lu Jingli. What? Second Master, are you trying to say that CEO Lu already has a girlfriend? I wonder which lady is CEO Lu's girlfriend? Or is it someone in the entertainment circle? Second Master, is what you're saying true? Second Master, could you reveal a little bit more? Second Master. Lu Jingli chuckled. I'm not allowed to reveal too much about my future sister-in-law's identity, but I can tell you that they've been dating for almost a year and their relationship is very stable. I've been stuffed by all their display of affection. The media could never hope to get a hold of the woman's identity, so they could only attack from other aspects, and the mics all turned to Lu Tingxiao. CEO Lu, is Second Master telling the truth? When are you planning to get married to your girlfriend? CEO Lu has such good taste. I'm sure your girlfriend is very beautiful too. After Lu Tingxiao took revenge for the wife, he did not plan to speak again, but he was in a good mood at this moment and answered the reporters curtly. It's true. Up to her. Beautiful. The crowd was speechless. His answers were really concise. As for the first question, it turns out that Lu Jingli was telling the truth. The rumors from before were true. Lu Tingxiao already had a girlfriend. However, that person was not Su Yimo, who had been using his name to show off and swindle. No wonder CEO Lu had clarified it in public for the first time. He was afraid that the one back home would misunderstand and be jealous. In regard to the second question about when to get married, CEO Lu actually said he would go with the girl's thoughts. This tone sounded like he had been entirely locked down by the woman. As for the last question, beautiful. Oh, this loving yet proud tone. Chapter 1264. Who could it be? When they heard Lu Tingxiao's reply, the crowd all agreed with what Second Master had said. Even they had been attacked by the sudden display of affection. So much of the revealed information had been learned within only a few sentences of interviewing him. As the #1 person on the leaderboard for the man that women wanted to marry the most, he had finally announced his unavailable status today. Lu Tingxiao had a girlfriend. It turned out Lu Tingxiao liked women. In fact, the two had been dating for quite a while. In that case, if it was someone in the entertainment industry, to have a boyfriend like Lu Tingxiao, that woman must be a powerful somebody in the industry by now. After all, if Su Yimo could do as she wished in the entertainment circle just by borrowing Lu Tingxiao's name, what more Lu Tingxiao's actual girlfriend? Who could it be? Was it Lung Manyun, who had previously retired? That was not right. Lung Manyun was not young. In fact, she had retired to marry someone, and CEO Lu had not yet married his girlfriend. Could it be that super popular singer from Polystar Records, Chu Jing, that skyrocketed to fame? Or Ning Xi, the movie star who debuted with great opportunities and was even rumored to have a strong support? All those who had risen to fame and had strong support behind them in the entertainment circle was speculated by everyone. Of course, most people still lean towards hazarding the girlfriend being a socialite. Okay, since everyone is here, let's officially begin our celebration. That's right. Next up is the segment you're all most excited for. We'll see who's the lucky one that'll get the chance for this dance. Lu Jingli said this with enthusiasm. Finally, it was time for the lucky draw. All the girls present were very excited. Someone in the crowd then said, "Wouldn't the lady boss be jealous if the boss dances with another woman?" Lu Jingli's gaze turned to a corner and said with a smirk, "How could it be? This is work. My sis-in-law is still quite understanding." Yet, the truth was, how could his brother dance with another woman? Lu Tingxiao walked to the middle of the stage. Then two ladies carried a big red box onto the stage. Vice President Yi Sudong turned pale with fright when he saw it. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. On stage, the man's long fingers had unhurriedly picked out a strip of paper with a number on it. The host carefully took the paper from the big boss. Then he excitedly looked to the crowd and said, "Who will our lucky lady be? I will immediately announce this for all. Stop with the suspense, quickly announce it." What number? What number? Number 7, number 7. Please be number 7, Aya. Under all the tense faces, the host slowly opened up the strip of paper, then said, "The lucky lady is number 29. Who's number 29? The crowd buzzed, and everyone looked at each other. Sadly, none of them were number 29. Yimo, it's you. You're number 29. Zhao Meixin, who had been gloomy, suddenly excitedly pulled at Su Yimo's arm. Su Yimo then returned to her senses and looked pleasantly surprised at her number. Is it me? Yes, Yimo. Zhao Meixin did not care about everything else. She was afraid of losing this chance to turn the tables, so she quickly said aloud. When Zhao Meixin spoke, there was a momentary silence across the crowd. Su Yimo? How annoying. Chapter 1265. Amazing, my brother. Everyone looked dismally at the unfairness of the situation. Anyone was better than Su Yimo. How shameless. Now that she's unsuccessful in bragging and swindling, she's turned to straight-up seducing now. The boss dislikes her. Please don't dance with her. Anyone is better than Su Yimo. But it's such an important occasion today. Many reporters are watching too. Second Master has already explained the rules. Even if Su Yimo rigged it, they probably can't change anything. Yimo, don't give up. With your beauty, no man would be unmoved. It's just a girlfriend. They're not married, so you still have a chance. Zhao Meixin spoke to Su Yimo as she shot a mean look at the host. The host was in Su Yimo's gang of supporters, and he was afraid that there would be changes, so he quickly continued. Congratulations, Yimo. Could we please invite her? However, before he could finish, a cold voice was heard beside him. Change it to someone else. The host was stunned. He had been frightened by Lu Tingxiao's presence that his entire body shook. Change to someone else? Lu Tingxiao had actually ordered him to change just like that. He was not subtle about his hatred for Su Yimo at all. Oh, long live the boss. Too cool. This is how you need to treat people like her. You pick. Lu Tingxiao looked to the host and said. The host dared not disagree. He swiftly picked out another number, and after he looked at the number, the host almost fell to the ground as his knees gave way. At the same time, the suspended high-definition camera had been guided to zoom in on the strip of paper. On the huge screen behind him, a 2-digit number was clearly shown on the strip of paper. It was 29. 29 again. Hey, how could there be two 29s? Is this even a question? That box is definitely filled with number 29s. Ha! Su Yimo is being humiliated big time tonight. Could she be any more embarrassed tonight? The vice president Yi Sudong staggered up onto the stage and was terrified as he said, I am really sorry, So Lu. There's been a slight mistake. Then, he shot an angry look at the host. What are you doing? How could you have gotten two of the same numbers? The host looked guilty, yet he could not defend himself. Off stage, Zhao Meixin fell to the ground. Over. It was all over. They had thought that this could be their chance to turn the tables. But who would have thought that it was the last straw to topple them instead? She dared not think about how crushed Su Yimo's carefully crafted image of an elegant star would be after tonight. After a short obstacle, Lu Jingli chucked as he brought another box on stage. And to indicate fairness, he had even picked out multiple numbers to prove that they were all different. Then he replaced the host's spot. This time, everyone agreed on the fairness of the situation, and they watched with excitement as Lu Tingxiao reached into the box again. Oh, who could it be? This time, it's really completely based on luck. Xiao Tao held on to Ning Xi's arm excitedly. On stage, Lu Jingli smiled sneakily as he took the strip of paper from his brother. He slowly opened it up and was ready to rig it to become Xiao Shishi, yet his eyes widened at this point. Whoa, number 166. My amazing brother. He actually managed to pick Xiao Shishi? Chapter 1266. Totally unfair. It was already proven that the box was completely unrigged, but Lu Jingli had a pair of magic hands. No matter what number his brother picked, he could swap it with Xiao Shishi's number without anyone seeing. He was much better than Yi Sudong. This was not the first time Lu Jingli was doing this, so Lu Tingxiao knew about it as well. As Lu Jingli was about to demonstrate his skills, his brother had actually picked Ning Xi's number on his own. Bro, what luck! Even the heavens are helping you. That's totally unfair. Lu Jingli had invisible tears on his face as he looked at the number on the small piece of paper. The number your dear boss picked is number 166. Please welcome our lucky lady tonight. The camera shifted through the crowd, and looked for number 166. Ning Xi was dumbfounded. It was Ning Xi. Xiao Tao was hopping happily. Bro Xi, it's you. She was really lucky tonight. Not only could she witness Su Yimo's embarrassing moment, she had also won the lucky draw of the night. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows, but she soon noticed that it must be a trick of Lu Jingli's. The camera closed in on Ning Xi, and the number 166 in her hand. The crowd was surprised. Wow, it's Ning Xi. Although I'm not selected, somehow I feel glad that Ning Xi was selected. Ha ha ha, of course. Su Yimo was trying to bully her before. I think Ning Xi being the lucky girl is pretty nice. Lady Su's expression must be so fascinating. But I wonder if the boss is happy this time. Maybe he might want to change. Oh my, it's Ning Xi. As expected of the girl I recruited personally. Just my luck. Come here quickly. After Lu Jingli's invitation, Ning Xi adjusted her dress a little and went up the stage. Su Yimo stared at Ning Xi. She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails left on her palms. How could it be Ning Xi? It must be rigged. It's impossible for it to be Ning Xi. Liang Biqin was really bitter. CEO Lu would never agree to dance with that witch. I bet not, since he doesn't even. Liang Biqin almost wanted to say he doesn't even like you. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tingxiao suddenly moved. He adjusted his collar a little and walked down the stage towards Ning Xi. Finally, they stood in front of each other, just 2 steps away. Lu Tingxiao took a gentlemanly bow and extended his hand towards her. Ning Xi looked at the cold-looking man in front of her. She was mesmerized for a while. Then she gently placed her hands on the man's wide palm. The music started playing and Lu Tingxiao led the girl to the dance floor. He put his hand around her waist, then started. Moving along with the music, Lu Jingli remained silent. He had prepared a long, exciting speech to heat up the atmosphere. How could you two start dancing right away? Chapter 1267, Bad Hand. Ning Xi thought there would be a lot of interacting events with the crowd, but she did not expect Lu Tingxiao to drag her to the dance floor right away. Your brother looks like he has something else to say. Ning Xi glanced at the appalled Lu Jingli. Ignore him. Okay. Under the large crystal ball, the man in the black suit was a fitting pair with the woman in the retro oriental black dress, as if they were a couple. Surprisingly, Ning Xi seemed unfazed in front of such a charismatic person like Lu Tingxiao. As the saying went, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. A few female artistes whispered among each other. Although they were really envious, they did not really hold any ill intentions against Ning Xi. To be honest, from her outlook alone, I have no opinions about Ning Xi. What an orchestra of beauty. I'm so envious. I want to dance with the boss too. Why aren't I as lucky as Ning Xi? One of the female artistes seemed like a fan of Ning Xi's. Bro, she wasn't really that lucky. She was ostracized by Su Yimo's gang and could only take on small-budget projects. Now that she's become famous, everyone avoided her just because of a few words. I think she deserved it. If not, I'll be questioning my life if Su Yimo could get her way. Su Yimo won't be controlling us anymore. Someone said. Some people looked suspicious. Even if the boss didn't know anything about Su Yimo, Lu Jingli should know how arrogant Su Yimo was acting. I don't get why he was so lenient with her. Maybe he's been unhappy about it for some time. If not, why did he recruit Ning Xi over to suppress her? Now, that's interesting. Since Su Yimo lost her title as the lady boss of the Lu Corporation, can she beat Ning Xi? A slightly more experienced female artiste analyzed. Even if we factor out Lu Tingxiao, Su Yimo has a solid foundation in the industry, so it's not easy for Ning Xi to replace her. But she's still young and has a lot of potential. Now that Lu Tingxiao has helped her out personally, we wouldn't know what could happen in the future. The rumors between Su Yimo and Lu Tingxiao had been cleared. After Lu Tingxiao danced with Ning Xi, it meant that people no longer had to avoid Ning Xi anymore. All the photographers aimed their camera on Ning Xi. The people who had taken photos of Ning Xi just now were glad that they did. Those who were afraid of Su Yimo and had not taken any photos earlier started regretting it. So they seized the chance and took more shots now. At midnight, at Platinum Palace, number 6. The chat group was chiming nonstop. Jiang Mai ignored all of it as he knew they must be discussing the anniversary tonight. The screen flashed with a big game over. Jiang Mai threw away his controller angrily. Then he lay down on the floor mat behind him. Notifications still kept popping up on his phone annoyingly. Finally, Jiang Mai opened the chat group. The latest message was a video, and Jiang Mai tapped on it. In the video, right in the center of the dance floor, under the mesmerizing lighting, Ning Xi was waltzing with Tingxiao. It looked just like they were in a movie. Jiang Mai was miffed. He tossed his phone away, and he slapped his hand hard. Bad hand. Bad hand. He had already avoided the celebration this much, yet it was all futile. Chapter 1268, Fateful Match. After they finished the dance, Tingxiao made a short speech, then passed the floor back to Lu Jingli and Yi Sudong. A notable mention from last month, Dream Chaser became a big hit. Ning Xi is the real, unexpected winner of the industry this time. When he was making the concluding speech, his cold and ignorant attitude towards Ning Xi was nowhere to be seen. He even specially mentioned her achievements in Dream Chaser and gave her a lot of encouragement as if he had become a totally different person. If possible, of course, he wanted Glory World to produce more high-quality artists. Glory World Entertainment was fairly new, but they had caught up very quickly. Their overall level of artistes was very high, and they had a lot of amazing new recruits as well. Their sales numbers had been leading the charts compared to other companies, and they even surpassed the top company in the industry, Starlight Entertainment. But they lacked charismatic and influential top artists. Starlight Media was the oldest in the industry. They had the classic and well-known Song Qiumin, Ding Shan, and Lu Yan. Although most of them were not active in the industry anymore, they helped to build the foundation of Starlight. Even the newer generation artists like Ning Xi, Li Yueling, and Fan Luo were doing pretty well too. Speedy Multimedia produced the Dozen Award winner, Song Lin, and had several Best Actors and Actresses of the Year award holders. Even the newly started Sunset Multimedia had a young Best Actress of the Year achiever, Ning Xi. Ever since Lung Manyun left Glory World Entertainment, they had a lot of new artists, but none of them were influential enough to represent the company on their own. There were several instances when some of them received foreign awards before, but they were all Best Female Supporting Characters. As for Ning Xi, Yi Sudong did not expect much from her. Because she was too pretty, it would be very difficult for her to get awards. None of the prominent award holders were chosen because of their looks. Having a slightly normal face would actually increase the chance of getting recognition. So the beautiful female artists would need to make themselves look uglier on purpose to stand a chance. That was the unsaid rule within the community. Take Su Yimo, for example. She would never take on any jobs that would tamper with her image. After she had reached where she was at the moment, she would not really advance any further. The reason anyone was interested in Su Yimo was because of Tingxiao. At midnight, after the anniversary celebrations, Tingxiao and Ning Xi went back to the Platinum Palace one after another. The moment Ning Xi reached home, she was welcomed with a passionate, warm hug. Is little treasure asleep? You completed everything you had to? Ning Xi looked at the man's tired face. He had rushed to the dinner right after he landed, probably having sped up his schedule and working overtime. Tingxiao was busy kissing her and probably did not really hear what she just said. He was focused on her lips. She did not have the time to remove her makeup. Oddly, her regal look seemed like she was a cute little girl in his arms. Ning Xi felt a little itchy, so she pushed him away. Right, Tingxiao, I've been wanting to ask you just now. When you picked the number, did Lu Jingli do any tricks to it? Or did you? The man looked at her solemnly. Nope, it's you. Huh? What do you mean? Ning Xi was confused. I picked your number. Ning Xi opened her eyes wide. What? No way. Are you for real? It's real. So, you guys were planning to do something, but you picked my number instead? It's fate. My dear, we're a fateful match indeed. Chapter 1269. Something major happened. The next morning, all the entertainment tabloids in the newspapers and magazines, as well as the internet headlines, all featured the shocking news from Glory World Entertainment's anniversary celebration. Su Yimo's public relations team had to work overtime and find ways to stop the flow of information through media, yet their efforts were to no avail. Without Tingxiao backing her up, Su Yimo was just another artiste in the entertainment industry. Even a more famous artiste's life and death were within the control of the media. Furthermore, with last night's situation, Tingxiao had made it clear that he had intentionally clarified the rumors. All of them would obviously fight to be on his good side. Early morning, at the pantry in the Lu Corporation, Ying had arrived a little late today. After she put down her bag, she took her mug to the pantry and immediately heard excited chatter. What's with the excitement today? When they saw Ying, someone immediately gripped her excitedly and said mysteriously, Director Yi, you still don't know? Something major has happened. What? What happened? Ying asked. One of the secretaries replied, Yesterday, at Glory World Entertainment's anniversary celebration, our boss publicly announced that he already has a girlfriend. In fact, they've been dating for a long time, and their relationship is going steady too. What? Ying was so shocked that her hand shook and the coffee in her mug sloshed violently. She questioned, the boss really went public with Su Yimo? When they heard Ying's words, everyone in pantry spurred out in laughter. What? The exact opposite. The boss publicly turned Su Yimo down and said he didn't know her at all. He even said that he wouldn't have such bad taste. Ying was even more bewildered now. She was stunned for a long time before reacting. What? If it's not Su Yimo, then who is it? I don't know. The boss is keeping it a tight secret. He didn't reveal anything, but we do know that the boss really pampers her. Last night, we were attacked by huge displays of affection. You can see for yourself. One of the secretaries passed a newspaper to Ying. Ying quickly put down her mug and impatiently flipped through it. All the media did not dare to reveal too much of Lu Tingxiao's news. They did not even attempt to put a single picture, but they did describe last night's events vividly, as if it was a novella. There were many twists and turns like a roller coaster. Who are you? Should I know you? Is my taste that bad? Just 3 of these sentences were enough for one to imagine the strong presence that man had last night. Whoa. She had been carefully serving Su Yimo all along, but the woman had been bragging and swindling about nothing from the start. When she finished reading it, Ying almost puked blood. At the same time, she was incredibly grateful that Lu Jingli had told her not to rush into signing the contract with Su Yimo. After she put down the newspaper, Ying walked swiftly back to the office in her high heels and immediately called Ning Xi's manager, Ning Xi. Earlier in the tabloids, even with Su Yimo stealing the show, Ning Xi still managed to garner most of the reports. Even though there were no pictures in the report, it had substantially mentioned how Su Yimo tried to rig the lucky draw, yet was rejected by Lu Tingxiao on the spot before he picked Ning Xi for the dance. This dance was not just a simple dance. It further clarified Lu Tingxiao's attitude towards her. Hello, is this Ning Xi's manager, Ms. Ling? Hello, I'm the creative director of the Lu Corporation, Ying. Our corporation is going to shoot a commercial soon, and we'd like to invite Ning Xi over for an audition. After she successfully communicated the audition details to Ling Xi, Ying felt refreshed and energetic. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Zhao Meixin. Chapter 1270, Fell from Pedestal. Hello, Director Yi. Ms. Zhao, you're calling pretty early. Is there anything you need? Well, I just wanted to ask when our Yimo should sign the renewal of her contract. Also, Bichin's commercial. It's been many days. Logically, it should be time to sign the contract. When Ying heard this, she sneered. This Zhao Meixi. How dare she mention this? She was the creative director of the Lu Corporation headquarters. Everyone in the circle were courteous her, except for Zhao Meixin, who used her position to bully others, even going overboard with requests in their time of collaboration. Now that she knew Su Yimo was not even the big boss's woman, she did not need to care to be courteous. Ms. Zhao, I'm very sorry. The double endorsement fees previously requested was really just too outrageous, and Ms. Su's influence for our products during her endorsement hasn't been that fantastic, so we've already decided to use other artistes. As for Liang Bichin, Ms. Zhao, you know well enough about the online reviews Liang Bichin received for her movie. How could we let a rat's feces ruin the pot of porridge if we've made huge investments in this ad? It's best to have some self-awareness. After she kept it in for so long, she could finally release it all in one breath. Ying had really not given any face to Zhao Meixin. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Meixin was about to explode, but she probably remembered that times were different now, so she suppressed her anger and said, Director Yi, what do you mean? Haven't we already discussed these things earlier? Yet, now you want to go back on your words. It was best if she did not mention it, but now that she did, Ying was more offended. Without my boss's name, you fully know yourself how much your artiste is worth. Our Lu Corporation is not a rubbish hub. Ying finished and hung up. At a certain high-end villa in Imperial, for the entire night, Su Yimo, Zhao Meixin, and Liang Biqin did not sleep a wink. Since the night before, they had been coming up with plans and making calls, but the situation had still progressed to such a dire stage. Zhao Meixin was worried that any delay would bring trouble. The moment it was working hours, she called Ying to talk about the contract, but she never expected this response. She thought that only Biqin's commercial gig would not hold up at most, but it never occurred to her that even Su Yimo's contract renewal was a lost cause. "How's it?" Su Yimo asked. Zhao Meixin looked gloomy as she responded. "That goddamned Ying. She's taking advantage of the situation. Not only did we lose Biqin's commercial, even your contract won't be signed." "How could this be? Those people are too much." Liang Biqin was exasperated. Su Yimo clenched her fists hard. In just one night, her everything had turned upside down. All those who used to fawn over her were beginning to avoid her. Ever since she had risen to fame, she was carefully treated everywhere no matter where she went. But now that she had fallen from her pedestal, how could she bear this grief? Then again, she had forgotten that all of this was never hers to begin with. When she saw that Su Yimo looked increasingly upset, Zhao Meixin pinched the space between her brows and said, "Yimo, don't be too sad. Even without Lu Tingxiao, you're still Glory World Entertainment's A-lister." "Huh, A-lister," Su Yimo sneered. "What A-lister?" Now, she was just a joke in Glory World Entertainment and the entire entertainment industry. Zhao Meixin knew that without Lu Tingxiao's halo, their loss was huge. The entertainment industry had strong competition, and Su Yimo was not young. Without any backup, she could be replaced if she was not careful. No, she had made it to her position with hard work, and she would not allow everything to be over just like that. Zhao Meixin cleared her throat and softened her tone as she leaned closer to Su Yimo and advised, "Yimo, we must move on. The situation's already like this. The most important thing is to quickly think of a resolution. I've just helped you set a dinner appointment. It's with Ning Xi and real estate's boss." Chapter 1271. Who else are you remaining your chastity for? Who would have thought that before Zhao Meixin could finish, Su Yimo flew into a terrible rage. "Zhao Meixin, what do you mean? Are you treating me like those women who sell themselves in the entertainment industry?" As soon as Su Yimo finished, Liang Biqin instantly looked upset. What did she mean by women who sell themselves? Before this, she had slept with the director and investors many times to maintain her relationship with them. Was she just a woman who sold herself in her eyes, while Su Yimo remained pure herself? Zhao Meixin was upset, but she suppressed her emotions and continued. "Yimo, look at you. Hasn't the entertainment industry always been like this? You've been in it for so long. Don't you understand? I've just gotten news that the commercial has gone to Ning Xi. Even the endorsement might be taken away by her. Guo Qixing's latest production has also booked her to be the female lead. If you still don't open up, you'll soon be stepped on by her. Then you'd really be done for." Su Yimo bit her lip as her expression darkened. "No, I will not entertain that disgusting old man." From Lu Tingxiao to Sun Zhanping, that 50-odd-year-old man with a huge belly and perverted appetite, she could not take it. Liang Biqin could not help but mutter, "Cousin, Lu Tingxiao's already dissociated himself from you publicly. Who else are you remaining your chastity for? You? How dare you?" Su Yimo slapped her. Now, even Liang Biqin dared to speak to her like that. Liang Biqin looked miserable as she held her face in shame. She roared back, "Am I wrong? That's what happened. Why can I do it, but you can't? Do you think you're still that high-up lady boss of the Lu Corporation? Lu Tingxiao doesn't even fancy you, yet you still pretend to be all virtuous. Do you expect all of us to die with you?" She had previously been treating her cousin like the queen, being her little minion, but now she did not even dare to leave her house. All of the fantasized glory and wealth were all gone. "Stop fighting." Zhao Meixin frowned. "Yimo, Biqin's words don't sound pleasant, but she's just telling the truth. CEO's son obviously can't compare to Lu Tingxiao, but how many in the circle can get to such a high position at a young age like Lu Tingxiao did?" Su Yimo felt her body tremble as her eyes were bloodshot. She said coldly, "Who said that I must personally sleep with him to get on Sun Zhanping's good side?" "You're saying," Zhao Meixin was muttering to herself. "Didn't we hear that Sun Zhanping was interested in Ning Xi too?" Su Yimo said with a sinister tone. I heard about that too. At a charity banquet, Sun Jianping had gone up against another tycoon for Ning Xi. When she said this, she thought about the rich fan that had spent $100 million to curry her favor, and Zhao Meixin was a little envious. If Su Yimo had Ning Xi's looks, it was possible to get close to any bigwigs. Even seducing Lu Tingxiao would be very likely. Unfortunately, Liang Biqin was attracted by this idea as well. Cousin, you're saying, send Ning Xi to Sun Jianping? But Ning Xi is very cunning. I've never heard her have any relationships with any tycoons despite being in the industry for a while now. She's probably waiting on a good offer for solid support. It's not that easy. Zhao Meixin shook her head while something flashed in her eyes. Not necessarily. Now that Su Yimo's popularity had hit rock bottom, even if they looked for Sun Jianping now, he might not buy the deal and might even take them lightly. If they could figure a way to help Sun Jianping get Ning Xi, it would double the effect. Zhao Meixin's head started to be full of ideas. Coincidentally, there was a great opportunity happening soon. This would determine whether they could make a comeback or not. In Su Yimo's current situation, she needed to get stable backup as soon as possible. Chapter 1272. I'll go and get you. A few days later, at a holiday resort in Imperial, the vice president of Glory World Entertainment had organized a dinner. He invited numerous investors and partners to attend the function. Of course, there were several famous artistes there, and Ning Xi was one of them. Usually, important dinners like this would be a competition among the top artistes. Ning Xi would surely not be able to have this chance, but Su Yidong had invited her specifically. Apparently, he wanted her to be more prominent now. As for Su Yimo, the incident from the anniversary night had died down a little, so after some thought, Isudong still invited her in the end. They had invested too many resources on her and could not just let it go to waste. Throughout the night, the investors, who were usually focused on Su Yimo, had been putting their attention on the rising star, Ning Xi. I didn't expect that Ms. Ning would look even more beautiful than she does in the movies. I was wondering which artiste was so amazing to turn a few million-dollar project into $3 billion revenue. It's your artiste after all, Mr. E. Ha ha. No wonder CEO's son couldn't forget about her. Ha ha. It's normal for a gentleman to like beautiful ladies. Sun Jianping touched his chin and looked at Ning Xi with a wicked gaze. Usually, he would have laid his hands on his victim already, but he was oddly civil tonight, although he could not hide the wild intentions in his eyes. He had been hinting to Su Yimo that he wanted to have a taste of what Lu Tingxiao's woman felt like, but she had rejected him. Now that everyone realized she was totally unrelated to Lu Tingxiao, he had wasted all his resources spent on her earlier. Oh well, that woman promised him a big gift tonight. Recently, Isudong had been facing immense humiliation because of Su Yimo, but now that he saw that Ning Xi was being highly praised by his partners, he felt pleased. Ning Xi sure has potential, but of course, it was all thanks to everyone's support. I hope that our relationship can still continue. When Ning Xi first returned, she was not really used to events like these, but now she was able to handle it perfectly. She shared a toast with Isudong. The way she carried herself was great as well, so Isudong was very contented. Liang Biqin stared at Ning Xi while stabbing the piece of beef on the plate with her fork. Su Yimo remained silent with hatred in her eyes. Wait until the whole world sees your nude pictures with that disgusting old man Sun Jianping. I'll see what you will do then. If this big news blew up, her embarrassing incident at the anniversary would soon be forgotten. I'll go to the washroom. Ning Xi left her seat politely. Liang Biqin then hinted to the waiter near her. The waiter nodded, and he refilled the drinks in Ning Xi's glass. At the same time, he mixed in some powder from his palm without anyone noticing. In the washroom, Ning Xi's phone rang. It was Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi's mask was removed instantly. Hello, is it over? The man asked. Nope, but it should be soon. At Dragon Leap Club? Yeep, let me know when you're done. I'll go and get you. Okay. Chapter 1273. You won't die if you don't ask for it. Ning Xi returned to her seat pretty quickly. As she sat down, Liang Biqin straightened her back, and Su Yimo tensed up as well. They were secretly looking over at Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi glanced at the filled-up glass in front of her. Then she held it up slowly and placed it on her palm. But after some time, Ning Xi did not drink it. Liang Biqin and Su Yimo were starting to get impatient. When Ning Xi was out of the country, She had been imitating how first senior brother did it. They just drank it all in one shot. When she came back, she could not really adapt to the culture in the entertainment industry and was drugged several times. She would never make that kind of mistake again. It was an unspoken rule that one should never drink any alcoholic drink after you leave your seat unattended, especially in a club or a dinner like this, as you would never know if it had been drugged. Moreover, both Liang Biqin and Su Yimo were here. She would be an idiot if she drank it. Su Yimo could not wait any longer, so she stood up and made a toast. I'm very thankful for everyone's support towards Glory World and I. Here's one for everybody. Me too. Liang Biqin stood up as well. Several other artistes followed their example, including Ning Xi. Yi Sudong felt relieved when he saw Su Yimo's considerate behavior. Su Yimo finished her drink, then glanced at Ning Xi. Finally, Ning Xi held up her glass and finished her drink as well. She then courteously used a white towel to wipe her mouth. Su Yimo and Liang Biqin looked at each other in relief. Actually, Ning Xi had not drunk the alcohol at all. She had spat it out into the white towel. I'm sorry, everyone. I think I'm a little drunk now. I'll go back to my room first. Sun Jianping could not wait anymore, so he could not focus during the dinner. Instead, he went back to his room before 11 p.m. After Sun Jianping left, most people did not drink much and left soon after. Dragon Leap was one of the top clubs in town, and the location was very quiet, so Yi Sudong had booked rooms for everyone to stay there for the night. After the dinner ended, Ning Xi sent Lu Tingxiao a message, and she went back to her room. In the dark, Ning Xi did not change her clothes. She lay down on her bed without any intentions to sleep, feeling a little excited. Within a minute, she heard some sounds outside her door. That was pretty quick. The door was opened from outside, and a person came in with a very strong smell of alcohol. My beauty, you must have waited for a long time. Don't be impatient. I'll show you some love right now. Sun Jianping was giggling like a pervert as he leaped onto the bed towards the dark figure. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his elbow. Ah! Sun Jianping screamed, but Ning Xi used a pillow to muffle his voice. The voice he made became more suggestive and ambiguous. Outside the door, Liang Biqin heard the man's panting voice and was really excited. Ning Xi was done for. Liang Biqin called Su Yimo. Cousin, it's done. We can call the media now. Chapter 1274, Karma. After she finished the call, Liang Biqin was really glad. She felt excited when she imagined Ning Xi on the bed with the disgusting Sun Jianping. And as she thought about the pictures of her on the bed appearing on the headlines the next day, she felt extremely relieved. Because of this witch, she had been criticized harshly. Even her ad was being snatched away. Liang Biqin put her phone away. As she was about to leave, she heard the door behind her open. Someone was pulling on her arm, and before she realized what was happening, she was already inside the room. Bang! The door closed. Liang Biqin was confused. When she realized what was happening, it was already too late. A thick arm tossed her onto the bed roughly. There was the sound of garments ripping, and she felt pain in her lower region. Aside from Ning Xi's drink, they had actually drugged Sun Jianping's drink as well. It was several doses stronger than usual. At this moment, Sun Jianping had lost his mind and was crazily expending his energy on Liang Biqin. What had gone wrong? Liang Biqin could not even scream. As she was struggling, a slap rendered her unconscious. Outside the door, Ning Xi heard the man howl with a satisfied grin. Checking up on your bad deed? Time for your karma. Ning Xi went to the reception and got herself a new room. Then she sent the new room number to Lu Tingxiao. At the lobby, the waiter who drugged Ning Xi drink saw her, his face full of shock. Was that not Ning Xi? She was supposed to be in the room with Sun Jianping. Why was she here? Su Yimo walked around her room with delight after she heard Liang Biqin's call. Finally, she could take her revenge. Have you called the media? Have them come tomorrow. No. Have them come now. I heard from Biqin that they're already doing it. Let the vice president and the other partners see how promiscuous this woman is. Su Yimo said. Zhao Meixin was relieved, and she smiled. Rest assured, I've made arrangements. The media will be here in half an hour. Only Ning Xi would receive the backlash in this matter. It would not affect Sun Jianping at all. In fact, it would just be another notch on the bedpost for him. Tonight, she not only done Sun Jianping a favor, she had also destroyed Ning Xi and could make people forget about what had happened before. killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Meixin was really thrilled. She told Su Yimo, "Yimo, you're such a genius for thinking of this brilliant idea. Do you want to go and have a look later?" Su Yimo sipped some red wine. "Sure, of course, we have to be there." At the same time, Ning Xi was already in another room. Tingxiao would only arrive sometime later, so she took a shower first. When she was done showering, the doorbell rang. Ning Xi put on her bathrobe. Then she opened the door while drying her hair. At the door, Tingxiao felt a little nervous when he received Ning Xi's message about changing rooms. He straightened up when he saw Ning Xi in her bathrobe. Chapter 1275, utterly shocked. When she saw Tingxiao standing at the door in a daze, Ning Xi pulled him in. "Did you have something to do nearby tonight?" Ning Xi asked. I had a dinner." The fresh fragrance of the girl's post-shower aroma lingered in his nostrils. Tingxiao had a straight expression that said, "It was for work and not for my wife that I had specially gone for the dinner." As Tingxiao spoke, he took the towel from Ning Xi's hands and started to help her dry her damp hair. Ning Xi enjoyed the devil's service like a little kitten. "Why did you change your room number?" Above her head, Tingxiao's question came. Ning Xi smiled coldly. "Because it was too dirty." Then, Ning Xi explained succinctly the events of the night to Tingxiao. Tingxiao's face was as cold as the northern wind. Initially, he was ready to end the issue because that woman had saved little treasure. Once, but now, even if he had promised Ning Xi not to intervene in her problems, there was no way he could not do anything about this. "Don't be angry. When I left, Liang Biqin was coincidentally on the phone outside the door, so I just pushed her in." Ning Xi had a cunning expression on her face. "Sorry, I'm still angry," Tingxiao said with a stiff face, already deciding to do something about this. At the same time, at the entrance of 801 Presidential Suite, when the reporters heard the news, all of them rushed over. More and more people were surrounding the door with excited expressions. Is it really Ning Xi inside? Definitely. The person who leaked the info is someone on the inside. Whoa, this is disillusioning. Bro, she is my Prince Charming. I can't believe she'd get together with that perverted Sun Jianping. That's why they say we may know someone's exterior, but not their true nature. It's best if you don't believe the tricks of actors. Just look at Su Yimo. In the corner, when Su Yimo and Zhao Meixin saw that almost all the reporters had arrived, they exchanged a look before making a call to let the waiter open the door for the reporters. "Where's Biqin gone to?" Su Yimo had been so immersed in her excitement of Ning Xi's misfortune that she just realized that Liang Biqin had disappeared after her first call and had not returned to the room to look for them either. Forget about her. She's probably rolled into some investor's room. Zhao Meixin said nonchalantly, guessing that Liang Biqin had gone to look for her own patron tonight as well. The waiter had rushed over after receiving the call. Because she had seen Ning Xi in the hall earlier, she kept thinking that something was odd, but she did not care. As long as she followed orders, she would do whatever the ones paying her told her to. Thus, the waiter pretended to shoo the reporters, but she intentionally opened up the door amidst the chaos. The instant the door opened, all of the media swarmed in and crazily squashed into the room. The scene in the room did not disappoint them at all. The room was filled with a sweet and unctuous scent mixed with a nauseating alcohol stench. There was even the metallic whiff of blood in the air. When he saw the reporters rush in, Sun Jianping still went crazy on the woman, and his face was filled with lust. The woman's face was buried in the blankets, and her body had been bitten bloody with signs of bruises. It was a ghastly sight. All of the reporters' eyes flew wide at this shocking sight. But soon they returned to their senses, and then came the flashes and clicking of cameras. Save me. Cousin, save me. Sis Exiled, save me. Help. Liang Biqin had regained consciousness now, and she started to call out for help. At this moment, one reporter started to realize, this doesn't seem like Ning Xi. Huh? Not Ning Xi. Then who is it? Right then, Sun Jianping violently clutched Liang Biqin in a different position, instantly revealing her face before all the media. All the media were utterly shocked. Liang Biqin. It's not Ning Xi. It's Liang Biqin. Chapter 1276. That man in Ning Xi's room. When they noticed the situation in the room become increasingly odd, and even heard some people indistinctly mention Liang Biqin, Su Yimo and Zhao Meixin suddenly had a bad feeling in the pits of their stomachs. What happened? Why did they hear someone say that the person in the room was Liang Biqin? While the media's attention was focused on what was going in the room, the two quickly closed in to check what had happened. At last, when they were clear about the situation inside, they were frozen with shock. Why was the person inside not Ning Xi, but Liang Biqin? How could it be Biqin? Su Yimo could not believe her eyes. Zhao Meixin was going crazy too. Where's Ning Xi? Ning Xi, that witch. It did not matter how all of this happened, but they were done for. This time, they were really done for. The two could not understand how it could have turned out like this. When they saw the waiter look around near the end of the corridor, Zhao Meixin immediately rushed angrily towards her and said through gritted teeth, "What happened? Didn't I ask you to drug Ning Xi?" When she saw Zhao Meixin and Su Yimo's mean glare, the waiter said innocently, "I don't know either. I really did. You saw for yourself when I put the drugs in. How did the person in there become Biqin?" The waiter could only quickly blurt out how she had seen Ning Xi earlier. "I saw Ning Xi and CEO's son enter the room before leaving, but later when I was in the hall, I think I saw Ning Xi. She stayed at the reception for a while. I didn't know what she was doing either. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Zhao Meixin was exasperated. Quickly find out what Ning Xi was doing there earlier. Zhao Meixin felt like this was the key to their problem. The waiter quickly made a call to the reception, then her expression changed. She nervously replied to both of them. Ning, she didn't stay in the room she booked previously. We don't know why either. She booked another room for herself later on." Now, Su Yimo and Zhao Meixin were utterly dumbfounded. No doubt Ning Xi had seen through their trick, although they were not sure how. When the waiter saw that they looked increasingly upset, she added, "But the reception just told me that after Ning Xi got into her room, a man entered not too long after." "What? Are you telling the truth?" Zhao Meixin's eyes lit up again, while Su Yimo looked over anxiously. "Shouldn't be wrong." The waiter dared not guarantee either. Zhao Meixin and Su Yimo exchanged a glance. At last, Zhao Meixin said, "No matter what, let's go check out the situation first. This time we'll go over ourselves." Su Yimo nodded, then asked, "Where's Ning Xi's room?" "Right upstairs. Room 906. The waiter answered. The two had no time to think. They could not even care about Liang Biqin, who had been crying for help, as they rushed upstairs. As they stood before room 906, Zhao Meixin and Su Yimo took a deep breath. If there really was a man in Ning Xi's room, there would not be too huge of a loss tonight. The reporters were just downstairs anyway, so getting them upstairs would require one call. Even if that man ran, he would not make it. Chapter 1277. Chance encounter with Tingxiao. "You're sure the person inside is Ning Xi?" This time, Zhao Meixin asked carefully. The waiter was quite certain. "I'm sure. You need to register for room reservations. It's definitely Ning Xi. In fact, I also saw her walk to the reception myself. I can't be wrong." Outside the door, Su Yimo took a deep breath, then she shot her a look. "Open up. Lightly, don't surprise the people inside," Zhao Meixin reminded. In fact, she had strategically turned on her camera on her phone to record just in case anything happened. It was best to have first-hand evidence. The waiter found it difficult to reply. "Our room cards are only limited to rooms on the 8th floor and below. We can't open this one." Zhao Meixin pinched her temples unhappily. Then she said, "Ring the doorbell and say your room's service." The waiter nodded, then rang the doorbell under the guise of being room service. They waited for a while, then the door opened from the inside. However, in the next second when they saw who it was at the door, Su Yimo and Zhao Meixin, who had been holding their breaths, were instantly aghast. Zhao Meixin's eyes widened and her expression became distorted. She looked quite ridiculous as she almost bit her tongue to say, "Lu." There was indeed a man in this room, but the one opening this door was Tingxiao. He seemed to have just showered. With the white robe on and his slightly damp hair, the water droplets rolled down from his neck. The entire scene made one pretty thirsty. In the midst of Su Yimo's shock, infatuation set in. After she reacted to this scene, even her tone turned gentle. Mr. Lu." Zhao Meixin shot a mean look at the waiter beside her. This incompetent bugger got it wrong again. The one staying in this room was not even Ning Xi. It was Tingxiao. Still, this was considered an unexpected bonus. For the past few days, she had been trying to get a chance for Su Yimo to apologize properly to Lu Tingxiao in order to salvage the situation. But for people like them to meet Lu Tingxiao was an impossible feat, however. Who would have thought that they would have a chance encounter him in such a situation? Zhao Meixin was quick-witted. She humbly said in a hasty manner, CEO Lu, we're really sorry to disturb your rest this late at night. We heard that you'd be staying here tonight, and had come presumptuously. We hope to apologize for the complications from the issue before. Our Yimo really didn't know about those rumors, and we weren't sure how. It could have been misunderstood like that. Of course, we're really very sorry to have not noticed it earlier and clarified it, bringing trouble to you and your girlfriend. These words rolled out uninterruptedly like a template, and Su Yimo, who had been rendered speechless by Lu Tingxiao's presence, was satisfied with it. This manager of hers was quite useful in times of need. At this moment, when the waiter heard that this person was actually the CEO of the Lu Corporation, she froze. Oh my God. She actually met that legendary figure in this lifetime. Indeed, he is so handsome, But how could the reception make such a mistake? Could she have remembered the room number wrongly earlier? After Zhao Meixin finished, Su Yimo's eyes immediately reddened. With tears welling up in her eyes, she bowed humbly to Lu Tingxiao and choked as she said, CEO Lu, I would like to apologize to you and your girlfriend about the matter from before. If she still can't accept it, I'm willing to explain and apologize to her personally. Chapter 1278. Aren't you going to apologize to my girlfriend? Su Yimo's shoulder was trembling, and even the waitress beside her felt pain to see her like this. Zhao Meixin nodded to herself. Yimo's acting tonight was in top-notch. Zhao Meixin and Su Yimo were not expecting Lu Tingxiao to listen to them, but he actually stood there patiently and listened to everything they had to say. The man then looked at Su Yimo coldly. So you want to apologize to my girlfriend? Su Yimo raised her face hopefully. Yes, as long as you can forgive me, I'll do anything. Seeing what was unfolding, Zhao Meixin was overjoyed. Something was going to happen tonight. No man could get past a girl who looked vulnerable and pitiful. In the bedroom, Ning Xi was focused on reading her script for the new movie. It was already too late, so Ning Xi was going to stay there for the night with Lu Tingxiao. She realized Lu Tingxiao had not come back for some time, so she turned her head and called out, "My dear." There was no reaction. Ning Xi scratched her head and walked towards the door. At the door, Zhao Meixin and Su Yimo heard the voice of a woman from inside the room. Su Yimo's face turned pale. Lu Tingxiao was with his girlfriend tonight. She thought Lu Tingxiao would be the cold type and would be very restrictive in his love life as well. She envisioned the woman he liked to be similar. Such a sweet nickname was very unexpected. Lu Tingxiao's expression turned from a cold, ignoring face into a warm one like the ice had just melted right away. For Lu Tingxiao to be so protective of her. Who was this woman? Not just Su Yimo. Even Zhao Meixin was really curious as well. The waitress wanted to take a peek, but Zhao Meixin chased her away. The soft patter of feet stepping on the carpet came closer. Su Yimo held her breath and controlled her mixed emotions as she gawked into the room. It was just a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity to Su Yimo. Finally, someone appeared from the corner of her eye. The girl seemed to have just finished showering, so her face was still a little flushed. She wore a pink bathrobe, and her hair fell on her shoulders. She was also holding a script marked with many colorful post-its while she walked towards the door. When they saw who the woman inside was, Su Yimo felt like an aerolith had just crashed into her. Ning Xi. Su Yimo's lips were trembling. She felt like she was going crazy. Ning Xi was surprised to see the shocked Su Yimo and Zhao Meixin. Nonetheless, since her cover was already blown, there was no helping it. Ning Xi was quickly attracted by something else. She went up to Lu Tingxiao and covered up his low-cut pajamas. Lu Tingxiao smiled at the girl's childish behavior as he held on to Ning Xi's hands and turned to the two women outside the door. He returned to his usual cold tone. Aren't you going to apologize to my girlfriend? Chapter 1279. It's all over. Your girlfriend is Ning Xi? How's that possible? How could it be Ning Xi? Impossible. This is impossible. Su Yimo mumbled to herself as she shook her head in denial. Zhao Meixin's expression darkened and she fell to the floor. Oh my God. Everything had gone wrong. So wrong. When she saw that the person who had opened the door was Lu Tingxiao, her first reaction was that she had gotten the room number wrong. She did not expect the waitress to tell the Truth. The room number was not wrong. It was Ning Xi's room number, but the man the waitress mentioned seeing was Lu Tingxiao. The rumored girlfriend of Lu Tingxiao was Ning Xi. From what Lu Jingli revealed the other day, they had been together for a very long time. No wonder Lu Jingli had recruited Ning Xi personally and got Ling Xi to manage her. No wonder Lu Tingxiao appeared at the anniversary celebration this year. No wonder after Lu Tingxiao had rejected Su Yimo, the dance partner randomly picked had been Ning Xi. Zhao Meixin felt that she was going insane. What made her fear the most was that since Ning Xi knew about their plans, then Lu Tingxiao must have known about them too. Lu Tingxiao's sudden appearance here must be because of this. They had actually tried to set up Lu Tingxiao's woman and intended to frame her with the pervert Sun Jianping. It was over. This time, it was completely all over. Zhao Meixin was quivering in extreme fear. She knelt down wobbly. Ning Xi, Ms. Ning, I didn't do it on purpose. It's all Su Yimo's idea. She said to give you to Sun Jianping. She called the media. I was just following her orders. Please forgive me, Ms. Ning. Zhao Meixin almost wanted to strangle herself right there and then. She had been blind. She had been helping the fake lady boss all along, and even helped her to frame the real one. Lu Tingxiao was not an ordinary businessman. 5 years ago, he had settled the chaos from within the Lu Corporation. He then pushed the Lu Corporation to the peak and made it into an international brand in just 5 years. Eliminating a person like her was as easy as squashing an ant. Su Yimo was dumbfounded. She did not expect Zhao Meixin to betray her and even pushed all the responsibilities onto her. She could not care any less about her image anymore, so she yelled at her. Zhao Meixin, I'll break your mouth. You're the one who planned to use Mr. Lu. You planned everything tonight, and now you're pushing the blame on me. She was exasperated. Why was she not Lu Tingxiao's woman? She might be able to accept it if it was someone else, but why Ning Xi? Why was it always Ning Xi? Su Yimo regretted that she had tried to frame Ning Xi. If the incident tonight had not happened, she could still be a celebrity, but it was too late now. As the both of them argued, Lu Tingxiao looked impatient. Soon, several bodyguards in black suits appeared swiftly. They then quickly took the two women away. Chapter 1280, One and Only Bed Scene. Ugh, seeing Su Yimo and Zhao Meixin appear so suddenly and watch them get dragged away, Ning Xi could not say anything. It's okay. They won't tell anything about this to anyone. Lu Tingxiao closed the door. Ning Xi shrugged. I'm not worried about that. They are the two people in the world that would never tell anyone about this. Sorry, I promised to not get involved in your work, but not this time. Lu Tingxiao was determined to deal with them. Ning Xi scratched her head. But she saved Little Treasure. Su Yimo actually did not know that she had saved Little Treasure. She had drunk and crashed into the car that almost hit Little Treasure, but she had still saved him. Lu Tingxiao looked serious. She wanted to hurt you. He meant, my wife, you're more important. More important than my son? Yep. Ning Xi tiptoed and kissed him. Okay, I get it. I'll leave this matter to you. The man nodded. He was not ashamed to admit that he was helping his wife to remove competitors, speeding up their marriage. Lu Tingxiao glanced at the script Ning Xi was holding. Then he changed the topic. New script. Yep. Want to read it? Ning Xi asked. Nope. Things won't go wrong with Guiqixing's film. He'll probably design the role just for you. Ning Xi blinked and asked with a surprised tone. How do you know? Just a guess. Lu Tingxiao just assumed that his wife was so amazing that Guiqixing would do that for her. Okay, so you're becoming a psychic. Ning Xi leaned on Lu Tingxiao as they looked through the script together. Mr. Kumingyu, who only cares about the beauty. Any character that you like? Ning Xi asked. Lu Tingxiao scanned through the character list. After a while, he pointed at a name. Ning Xi looked closer. Lu Yan. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. That's a good choice. Thank you for the praise, ma'am. Ning Xi then looked at Lu Yan's description. Lu Yan, the female, leads bodyguard. He doesn't have many scenes. Most of the scenes are with me. Most importantly, the only bed scene in the series isn't with the male lead, but with Lu Yan. Ning Xi then glanced at the man. Which is the reason that you picked this character? The former or the latter? Both, Lu Tingxiao said with a straight face. Okay. As Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi lay on the bed comfortably, things were becoming chaotic downstairs as more and more reporters arrived. It was not just because of Liang Biqin. People had also seen Su Yimo and Zhao Meixin being thrown out in big fabric bags by men in black suits. The news broke out like wildfire within the industry. The next day, every entertainment news website had nearly the same headlines, and almost everyone was talking about it. Chapter 1281, Let's Meet Up. All the media coverage was filled with headlines such as the Liang Biqin sex scandal and Liang Biqin's passionate XX. There were even pictures and videos attached. News such as Su Yimo banished after unsuccessfully seducing Lu Tingxiao and Su Yimo banned dominated the headlines too. The internet was in chaos. Everyone was still discussing Su Yimo's drama from days before. Who would have expected such a shocking development? The entire morning, Glory World Entertainment's public relations department phones were ringing off the hook. Once such a scandal was exposed, Glory World instantly suffered huge losses. Yishuandong was overwrought, but the employees and female artistes who had once been repressed by Su Yimo were so delighted that they almost wanted to publicly celebrate. The happiest one in the industry was clearly Starlight Entertainment. Starlight Entertainment, which had been suppressed by Glory World Entertainment when it had once been the leader in the industry, was now rejoicing at its rival's misfortune. Of course, not everyone in Starlight Entertainment was equally joyful. Ning Xi slammed the newspaper in her hands onto the table and looked utterly upset. What's this Su Yimo doing? She had been hoping for Su Yimo to make a move. That way, she would not have to do anything to get rid of Ning Xi since someone else would do the dirty work. Yet here she was watching Su Yimo ruin her own quality brand bit by bit. When Lu Tingxiao had publicly clarified, rejected, and humiliated Su Yimo before this, she was not at all worried that Su Yimo had no support. Instead, she was sure that Su Yimo would not hesitate to get rid of her archenemy, Ning Xi. When she thought about this, Ning Xi had been in a pretty good mood. However, who would have anticipated that the news would be about Su Yimo, Liang Biqin, and Zhao Meixin's complete defeat? Changli frowned as she said, logically, Zhao Meixin shouldn't make such a mistake. How did she let someone get a handle on something that could be used against them? She even let the reporters get their pictures. The three of them couldn't defeat that witch, Ning Xi. What a bunch of morons. Ning Xi was furious. Sigh, this is tricky. Without Su Yimo, wouldn't Ning Xi be even smugger? She's directly under Lu Jingli and has recently become very popular. I'm afraid all of the opportunities from the Lu Corporation that were meant for Su Yimo will now be hers. Changli looked worried. Who would have thought that the inflexible Ning Xi would now swim like a fish in the water within the entertainment industry? Even Su Yimo had fallen by her hand. Analyzing Ning Xi's steps in the industry closely, she had really been advancing gracefully and climbing up the popularity ladder at a speed that was worth fearing. Changli dared not to think anymore. Otherwise, she might drown in her regrets again. Now that the situation had reached such a point, there was no turning back. Ning Xi gritted her teeth and called Ning Xi. Hello, sister, congratulations. Didn't think you'd be this amazing. When she received Ning Xi's call, Ning Xi was not surprised at all. What's up? Let's meet up. Sure. She could guess the reason Ning Xi wanted to meet up with her. Since she was free anyway, it would be fun to play around with her. An hour later, in a certain CAF, Ning Xi was frank. I won't beat around the bush. I'm sure you know very well why I've asked to meet up. I can give you a price 3% higher than the market rate to purchase that 10% in shares that you hold. Of course, that's quite a lot of money. So I won't be able to give them all at a go. For whatever outstanding amount, I can use history's shares as mortgage. Chapter 1282, Crazy Fangirls. When she heard this, Ning Xi looked like her heart ached. Clearly, if she was not desperate, she would not have offered such a condition. Ning Xi laughed when she heard her say history's shares. Ning Xi scoffed. You know that history's shares are still very valuable now. Don't worry, you won't suffer a loss. Initially, she had hoped for Su Yimo to get rid of Ning Xi. However, now that the situation had turned out like this, the issue of the shares could not be delayed further. To avoid worrying about it for too long, she prioritized in obtaining this 10% worth of shares from Ning Xi first. Ning Xi replied unhurriedly. Actually, I'm not interested in the Ning family's shares at all. When she heard this, Ning Xi thought things were looking positive, and her eyes lit up. In the next second, she heard Ning Xi continue instead. I'd rather use it to feed the dogs than give them to you. Ning Xi could not take it anymore. She was clearly insulting her by implying that she was inferior to dogs. There was a darkness in Ning Xi's eyes. Ning Xi, don't forget that I still have something against you. If I expose your scandal from years ago. Ning Xi did not seem to care. She held her chin and said, well, then we'll see whether my gossip is more shocking or the fact that you're the fake daughter of a wealthy family. Ning Xi's expression changed. She almost puked blood. At last, the two of them parted on bad terms. The people in the Ning family were quite organized. Ning Xi had just finished meeting up with Ning Xiao when Ning Yaobang called her. Xiaoxi, my good niece. Do you have time to meet up for a meal? Second uncle will treat you. When it came to trash men like Ning Yaobang who deceived his first wife, then cheated to give birth to several bastards while driving his wife insane, Ning Xi was utterly disgusted and did not even have the mood to deal with him. So she just hung up. When she saw that it was about time, Ning Xi went home and changed into a male outfit before walking towards the Lu Corporation for her advertisement casting. This time, the Lu Corporation had thrown in lots of money into this short commercial film titled 7 Days. They also invited 7 super popular male stars, and the shooting locations would be the 7 main industries under the Lu Corporation. The ad would feature all of the brands under the Lu Corporation, and its influence was estimated to be huge. Despite being trained well as a Lu Corporation employee by Lu Tingxiao, when they heard that they would be 7 Prince Charmings of different styles coming over for audition today, all of them could not help but be distracted the entire morning. They were there in the building, yet their souls were not. When Ning Xi arrived, the entire building was filled with shrieks. The man surrounded by female employees had striking blonde hair with huge sunglasses on. He cheekily smirked. It was no other than Jiang Mai. When she saw the female employee's reaction, she guessed that Lu Tingxiao must have gone out for inspecting and had yet to return to the company. Someone in the crowd then turned to Ning Xi's direction and shrieked again. Then, all the women surrounding Jiang Mai instantly ditched him to swarm towards Ning Xi. Bro Xi, Bro Xi, Bro Xi. Husband, Prince Charming, I love you. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Ning Xi held a girl who had almost tripped from being pushed. The only replies she got were their even more excited shrieks. Jiang Mai was speechless as his hand hung mid-air holding a pen. Chapter 1283. Prince Charming that girls wanted to sleep most with. When he saw Ning Xi's daunting popularity with the girls, Jiang Mai was about to break down inside. Previously, he had been pompous to Ning Xi, saying that she was still far from him. However, in an instant, the situation had become one whereby the new generation excels the last, while the last dies on the beach. There was one more thing that scared him even more. Recently, Ning Xi had been listed on the same list as him, the list of Prince Charmings that girls wanted to sleep with the most. Jiang Mai had been championing that list for many years, and he would never have thought that this year he had actually been surpassed by Ning Xi. Last night, when his manager Lei Ming sent the image of that list to him, he almost puked blood onto his game console. The name of the number 1 person on the list had been typed in bold, red font. It was Ning Xi. Bloody hell, he had been beaten. And this person was his ex-girlfriend. Jesus, this scene was too beautiful that he was about to cry blood. Was this not a list exclusively for male celebrities? How could she, a woman, just random barge in? Did this list even have prestige and integrity anymore? Hey, he wanted to call and complain. He had already been triggered enough last night, but at this moment, after witnessing this scene, Jiang Mai admitted defeat. He wanted to quit the industry. Hey, you guys, was anyone going to come and pay attention to him? But the girls had been charmed silly by Ning Xi. All of them were in highly positioned white-collar jobs, yet all of them were screaming their lungs out like girls going through their first awakening of love in front of Ning Xi. He just could not watch anymore. The crowd seemed to have lost control, even Lu Tingxiao's secretariat manager. Disciplinary committee member Lu Ruohua was leading the crowd of infatuated fans. All the other women simply did not care anymore. Right at this moment, the elevator door opened and the steady sound of footsteps was heard. It was one that could petrify the entire company. The man made his way in, and his cold, sharp gaze skimmed the crowd. The entire workplace had been transported from the equator to the North Pole. Lu Ruohua pushed up her black-framed spectacles and immediately scolded. What are you all doing? Look how you all are. Quickly go back to work. All the female employees scattered like frightened birds, internally mocking to themselves that she seemed to have been the craziest earlier. Sis Lu, you almost took off your clothes for her to autograph. All the employees went back to their busy working mode, and Lu Tingxiao looked towards Ning Xi. Ning Xi walked up respectfully to greet. Nice to meet you, Xiao Lu. Lu Tingxiao nodded slightly. Then he walked towards his office. God knows how much he wanted to just pull his wife into his office. After Lu Tingxiao went in, the office outside returned to quiet conversations. How sad. Why did the boss return so early? Didn't he say he was only going to be back in the afternoon? I'm so sad. It was such a great opportunity. Even though, bro, she is my new love, I wanted to get the autographs of all the other Prince Charmings too. The happiest person is probably Director Yi. I'm really suspecting that she organized this commercial for personal gains. When she said this, Xiao Zhao the secretary suddenly thought of something. Shouldn't the happiest person in this advertisement be the female lead? To be able to act with 7 Prince Charmings. Right? Who's the female lead? Xiao Zhao shook her head. I don't know. I've asked Director Yi a few times, but she won't tell me. It seems quite mysterious. Chapter 1284. If heartache can be exchanged for my dearest. Jiang Mai watched Lu Tingxiao's figure enter his office and felt his mouth twitch. This Lu Tingxiao came right on time, did he not? Did he have to watch her so strictly to even be wary of girls? Without the female employees obstructing them, Ning Xi and Jiang Mai walked towards the advertising department. Jiang Mai looked at Ning Xi and muttered, Ning Xiaoxi, you've now become a henpecked male, haven't you? Ning Xi shot him a side look with raised brows. Gladly, Jiang Mai gritted his teeth. Who said that year that they would be unruly and love the freedom? Now look who's been locked down. Won't your conscience be hurt? If my heartache can be exchanged for my dearest, then I'm willing to be hurt even 100 times over. Jiang Mai was speechless. He hated his mouth. He had already been attacked so much. Why did he still have to raise this issue with her? As Jiang Mai and Ning Xi spoke and passed by Lu Tingxiao's door, Lu Tingxiao seemed to need something and walked out, coincidentally overhearing their conversation. His cold eyes instantly shone as dazzlingly as the splendid blazing sun. Jiang Mai and Ning Xi had just stepped into the department when they saw a few people already in the room. On the genuine leather sofa, there was a man on each end. In a classic athleisure attire was Qin Ran, and the one listening to his own music with his earphones was Han Yunqing. The two of them looked extraordinarily handsome. Both full-on pretty boys, they were once the main singers of a popular boy band, CMT, then they had a falling out after flying solo. They took the teen idol pathway and had always been rivals. By the looks of the atmosphere here, it was indeed as tense as the rumors were said to be. On the wooden chair by the window, there was a kindly, handsome guy in a white t-shirt with a book in his hand. He was holding his head and very focused on reading. It was Luo Fan from Starlight Entertainment. The last one wore a leather jacket and was chewing gum. His hair was gelled and only highlighted his reckless and crazy demeanor. It was Li Lakai from Speedy Entertainment. TSK, TSK, TSK. At the door, when Ning Xi saw this scene in the room, even she could not help but exclaim to herself. It was indeed a feast of suave men. She was afraid that in the whole of China, only the Lu Corporation had the influence to gather all of these people together. In terms of popularity, Ning Xi had only risen in popularity recently, but those who sat here, including Jiang Mai, had all been famous for a while now. Every one of them had their own cult of die-hard fans who could stir up trouble and would even climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames for them. However, Qin Ran, Han Yuqing, Luo Fan, Li Lakai 1, 2, 3, 4, plus her, and Jiang Mai, there were only 6 people. It looked like one more had yet to arrive. Ning Xi Mai, you're here too. Please have a seat. Wait for a moment. When Mo Yuxiu arrives, then we'll begin. Ying courteously greeted the both of them. When Ying finished, Ning Xi was stunned. Mo Yuxiu. Did she hear wrongly? Ning Xiaoxi. What's with this expression of yours? When they found a place to sit, Jiang Mai noticed Ning Xi's odd expression and could not help but ask. Ning Xi massaged between her brows as she had a headache, and she looked incredibly gloomy like she had just been struck by bad luck. Jiang Mai frowned. You know Mo Yuxiu? What dispute do you have with him for you to look like this? Ning Xi shot Jiang Mai a look. Jiang Mai got goosebumps. I'm just asking. Why are you looking at me like that for? Ning Xi had an expression that said, "Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir." She said weakly, "Well, there were some disputes in the past. The situation between Mo Yushio and I is quite similar to yours and mine." Jiang Mai was flabbergasted. "What? Mo Yushio is your ex-boyfriend?" Chapter 1285, The Calm of a First Wife. Ning Xi sat with her legs together and held her chin, apparently hopeless. Bloody hell. She knew that God would not let her have an easy life. Here came her romantic misfortunes again. Jiang Mai's eyes were full-on wide, but moments later, he remembered the rumors about Mo Yushio and did not find it odd anymore. Jiang Mai pinched the space between his brows and lowered his voice to say angrily, "You really think you're a maiden savior, don't you? Going all around to do God's work and causing a bunch of these troubles for yourself. I'll see how you deal with it later. Not everyone is as nice as I am." Ning Xi sighed. She had been living like a walking corpse back then. There was nothing she was afraid of. Naturally, she would do as she wished, but who would have thought that she would be where she was today? Jiang Mai's features softened when he saw her worry and sigh. He then asked with concern, "After you returned to China, have you seen a psychologist? It's fine overseas since no one knows you. But did you mess around when you returned?" Ning Xi shook her head as she recalled. "Dr. Smith told me that I completely recovered the moment I decided to return." Jiang Mai was slightly relieved, roughly understanding Dr. Smith's meaning. To Ning Xi, when she had a goal and the motivation to live, it was roughly the same as gaining a new life. Later on, when I was in one of my moods, I would change my outfit and go clubbing a few times, but that's when I wasn't famous yet, so it wouldn't affect much, said Ning Xi. Jiang Mai thought about it and felt that he had asked too much. She now had Tingxiao as her psychologist. She was living the high life and would not even need any doctor. As they discussed this, Jiang Mai suddenly went closer to Ning Xi and looked delighted as he asked, "What's up with you and Mo Yushio? Quickly tell me. If that guy was worse than him, he would at least feel consoled." Ning Xi slapped Jiang Mai's hand like it was meaningless dust and said, "Men and women should not get too close. Watch your image." Jiang Mai looked at everyone else who were busy doing their own thing and said, "Watch out, my ass. Look, who here is treating you as a woman?" Ning Xi was speechless. Okay. Although all of them saw her and Jiang Mai with their arms around each other, everyone was extremely calm. No one felt like it was odd. "Quickly tell me," Jiang Mai urged impatiently. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. "You're such a busybody. Almost more than your second uncle." At the same time, in Tingxiao's office, Lu Jingli flew in swiftly and bedazzlingly. "Bro, your wife's about to be gone. How are you still sitting here?" An extremely familiar line. Tingxiao looked up from his stack of documents at Lu Jingli, then continued to work seemingly at ease. This kind of calm belonged to the first wife. Besides, he had already stuffed the wife with an incredibly sweet candy earlier. Lu Jingli was worried as he observed while the involved remained calm. "Hey bro, don't ignore me. It's very serious this time. First class alert. No special class. 6. Xiao Shi will be working with 6 exquisitely handsome men who are all attractive in their own ways." Tingxiao still did not react. Lu Jingli was anxious. Xiao Shi's ex-boyfriends cover the entire entertainment industry. What if there's one of them among the 6? Oh no, there's already one, Jiang Mai. What if there's another one? Chapter 1286, Ning Xiaoxi. "You're too cruel." In the advertising department, Jiang Mai kept urging her, but Ning Xi still did not want to share anything. She smiled and continued to relish his agitated demeanor. Not too far away, because he was bored from waiting alone, the gum-chewing Li Lakai had walked over to Luo Fan. He looked at Jiang Mai and Ning Xi and said, "Hey Luo Fan, what do you think their relationship is?" Luo Fan put down the book in his hand. He looked over and replied, "Probably best friends. They're from the same company after all, and they're both apprentices." Luo Fan did not have much of a strong background. The fact that he could get to where he was today relied primarily on his high EQ and his skills in handling people. He behaved carefully, so for such a question, he naturally gave a diplomatic answer. Li Lakai pouted. He thought that Luo Fan was too pretentious and boring, so he went to look for Qin Ran instead. Time passed by, and Mo Yushio had yet to arrive. Many of them in the room started to look impatient. Only others waited for them. They were never the ones waiting. Was this Mo Yushio doing this because he felt that he was superior to them? He just won some lame award in Spain, and now one of the 4 prestigious movie awards. What's he so arrogant about? As popular as he may be, it'll be ruined by that horrible private life of his. Li Likai was furious now as he started to mock him without restraint. Qin Ran and Han Yuqing were also tired of waiting. If it had not been the Lu Corporation that had invited them this time, they would have pulled a long face and left a long time ago. Apart from Jiang Mai, who had been busy trying to get Ning Xi to talk, the only person who remained calm in the room throughout was Luo Fan. I'm very sorry. Please wait for a moment longer. Yushio is probably delayed by some issue. Let me call to ask. Ying had also been periodically consoling everyone and speaking on behalf of Mo Yushio with a warm and courteous attitude. That was right. Ying herself was a loyal fan of Mo Yushio. Even though I don't want to admit it, but this Mo Yushio is quite a few ranks higher than I am. How did you get him? At this moment, the curious Jiang Mai suddenly thought of this. That's not right. Based on that guy's personality of taking revenge and all, he hasn't caused trouble to you even though you've been in the industry for so long. He probably can't even recognize you. It's true that he can't recognize me in a female outfit, answered Ning Xi. Then, what are you worried about? Jiang Mai was frustrated. Ning Xi looked at him like he was an idiot. But he knows me in my male outfit. Jiang Mai was stunned now. In confusion, he asked, Huh? What do you mean? Ning Xi was done teasing him. So, she finally said, Are you an idiot? I mean that I was with him in my male outfit. I what? Jiang Mai exclaimed aloud, only lowering his voice when the others looked over. Bloody hell. You turned him gay in your male outfit. Ning Xi shrugged. Looked like it. Jiang Mai looked like he was in solidarity with the guy. Too cruel. You're too cruel. It turned out that Ning Xi had gone easy on him. There were worse things than his situation. Jiang Mai had felt sullen for so many years, but at this moment, he felt redeemed. Then, aren't you going to die tragically? Jiang Mai suddenly said. This hatred she attracted was coming by the buckets. Duh, why do you think I'm worried now? Ning Xi gave him a look that said, Obviously, it's a sticky situation if it's worth my worry. Chapter 1287. Even if bent broken, it's nothing. Jiang Mai was astonished. He had to surrender to her now. You're too cool. I surrender. Ning Xi stroked her chin. Mo Yushio's one of those who receive the highest class treatment from me. But too bad that he's too much of a piece of trash. Jiang Mai was trash as well. That was because he had been influenced by his upbringing and was so popular. He could get anything easily and failed to appreciate most things instead. He never cared and changed girlfriends at the speed of light. There was no such thing as faithfulness unto death in his principle, but at least he was loyal and did not cheat whenever he was in a relationship. On the other hand, Mo Yushio had zero moral compass and zilch proper human relationships. Cheating was common to him. He treated a girl's pain as his joy, and he especially liked naive and innocent girls. With that face of his, he ruined many girls. The number of girls who threatened to commit suicide for him could form a circle around the entire imperial city. He was insane. Forget about bending this person. Even if he was bent broken, it meant nothing. Jiang Mai was in a good mood as he rambled on. I thought the one with the highest class treatment was me. Now you know how sweet I am to you, don't you? I do. Hey, why isn't Mo Yushio here yet? I'm suddenly anticipating his expression for when he sees you later. Jiang Mai was more than a little excited. Speak of the devil, and he appeared. Ying pushed the door inwards with a wide smile. Behind her was a tall and lean man. The man wore a custom-made Armani suit with huge shades on, and he had brown hair, while his obsidian stud earring shone ever so slightly. The instant he took off his shades, revealing his handsome Caucasian face, the man seemed to be looking for someone as his sharp gaze skimmed the entire room. 3 seconds later, it fixated on the man beside Jiang Mai. He looked incredibly troubled, and it seemed like he was going to jump over and strangle someone anytime. This reaction was not too far from Ning Xi's expectations. After Ning Xi met the other person's gaze, she smiled wolfishly. It was so annoying that the man lost control and took a step forward, about to rush over. Thankfully, he had some rationality and restrained himself. After all, if they had caused a ruckus here, the others would find out the embarrassing incident about him turning gay. Ning Xi was probably fearless for this reason as well. Even though the situation was rather sticky, She would never be afraid of anyone else apart from her dearest. After Mo Yushio took off his shades, Ying stared stunned at his face. She almost forgot to speak, then she returned to her senses. I'm sorry for letting everyone wait for so long. Yushio was late because he was stuck in a traffic jam. Let's all head to the audition venue now. Jiangmai could not help but feel a little disappointed when Mo Yushio actually held back, and there was no drama to watch. He lazily yawned and got up. Qin Ran, Han Yuqing, and Luo Fan had gotten up too. Who are you trying to fool by saying there's a traffic jam at this hour? The others chose to keep the peace, but Li Lakai was not easily fooled. Well, Ying trailed off awkwardly now. Director Yi, I've come because I trust your company, yet now you've invited this morally inferior piece of trash to shoot the commercial with us. Did you not think about how it could implicate all of our reputations? Or worse still, the Lu Corporation's reputation? Li Lakai spoke strongly. The moment Li Lakai finished, the room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Ying was about to smooth things over when Mo Yushio spoke nonchalantly. Puffed. Li Lakai, I just slept with your woman. Do you really have to hold a grudge against me till now? Chapter 1288. Just wanted to cause trouble. Everyone was floored. Because this was an incident from a very long time ago, not many knew about it. Of course, Li Lakai would never tell others about being cheated on. Who would have thought that today it would be brought up by Mo Yushio with such an attitude? This kind of man had seduced someone else's woman, but had the gall to provoke the cuckolded indifferently. Only Mo Yushio could do such a thing. In the next second, a shadow flashed past. Li Lakai had rushed up and swung a fist at him in fury. Mo Yushio leaned aside to avoid the punch. Then he threw his shades up. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, he clearly wished for the whole world to be in chaos. He just wanted to cause trouble when there was none. The two of them started to throw fists back and forth. The entire scene was turmoil. Ying was anxious, and her advice to them to stop fell on deaf ears. The sticky thing was that in order to avoid the news of this incident traveling out of this room, she could not call for security. Not too far away, Jiang Mai was confused. Shouldn't the people fighting be you and Mo Yushio? How did it become Li Lakai? This was not following the script at all. Ning Xi watched the show as she sighed in mock seriousness. Indeed, God still stands on the side of justice. Who would have thought that these two would? Qin Ran muttered in shock. Han Yuqing, who had not interacted with Qin Ran since he entered, also could not help but chime in. What's so odd? There are many people in the entertainment industry whose partners have cheated on them with Mo Yushio. It's just a matter of the incident being exposed. Qin Ran grinned and looked over. You sound experienced. Have you been cheated on too? Bugger off. Han Yuqing shot him a look. But Mo Yushio has been on hiatus in the past few years. It seems like it started about 3 years ago when he suddenly decided to change for the better. Not only did he cut off relationships with all women, he even stopped getting close to them. He started working on his self-restraint, and because of his repentance, he started to regain popularity again, analyzed Qin Ran. It was probably pressure from the company. Who knows how he's like privately? Han Yuqing scoffed. Well, that's true. Stop fighting. Yushio Lakai. Stop fighting, the two of you. Can't we have a peaceful conversation instead? Ying was anxiously attempting to calm them down, but even she felt her words were a little weak. Ying was scared witless watching the two of them. She was afraid that they would get hurt, especially on their face. If that happened, the commercial shoot would need to be paused. She was personally in charge of this extremely important commercial and would never have thought that this would happen. Ying was so worried that she was about to cry. At last, she called the security personnel because she just could not stop them. Ha ha, that woman's like a dead fish in bed. I didn't think you'd like such uninteresting types, Mo Yushio mocked provocatively. The next second, Ying panicked and shouted, Ah, no. The two understood that they could not hurt each other's faces, so they still had some rationality left when fighting earlier. However, Mo Yushio was really asking for it by taunting Li Lakai. In a surge of anger, Li Lakai's fist instantly impacted hard on Mo Yushio's face. At the same time, Mo Yushio had fought back and attacked his opponent's eyes. Ah! Ying squeezed her eyes shut hopelessly. The sound of a swift breeze swooshed past her. When she opened her eyes, she saw an unexpected scene. Ning Xi had stood quite far away earlier. Suddenly, she had gone over and in one move, separated the two of them. Chapter 1289. Fallen in love with someone else. Blind with fury, the two men had really gone at each other's throats, and their punches were not light. To pull them apart at this moment was to get punched. So, no matter if it was Qin Ran, Han Yuqing, or Luo Fan, no one had any intentions to intervene. They all stayed far away instead. What a joke. Did they know how much insurance they had bought for their bodies? A slight knock or bump would delay their work and time. All of that was money. To randomly run over and get hit in the face? Who would take responsibility then? However, the instant Mo Yuxiao and Li Likai's fists were about to smash into each other, Ning Xi used a hand to stop Li Likai's fist, while the other steadily held Mo Yuxiao's swift fist. The two had instantly been shaken apart. When Mo Yuxiao's fist was held by Ning Xi, he recoiled like he had been electrocuted while he looked upset. He suddenly did not have the interest to mess with Li Likai anymore. Unfortunately, Li Likai was not willing to let this go easily. He just pushed Ning Xi's hand away roughly as he looked murderously at Mo Yuxiao while charging at him again. Ning Xi immediately stopped Li Likai with his right shoulder and said into his ear, "Whatever it is, the two of you need to meet somewhere privately to resolve it. Why should you trouble a girl?" Li Likai looked at Yi Ying, who had been anxious to the point of tears, and reluctantly forced his fist down. Yi Ying was actually a masochist. She liked bad boys like Mo Yuxiao, but when Ning Xi swiftly appeared in between the two and when she said those words, Yi Ying's worldview suddenly turned upside down. She seemed to have fallen in love with someone else. Even though many female employees in the company had been charmed by Ning Xi, she was not affected. She felt that as suave as she looked in a male outfit in the drama, she was still a girl. Yet now, this boyfriend force was being maxed out. Not too far away, Jiang Mai was so done when he saw Yi Ying's starry-eyed expression. Just a bit of work and she has gained yet another fangirl. Mo Yuxiao stared at his hand that had been touched by Ning Xi and looked odd. Li Likai probably remembered the importance of this commercial and started to calm down. Finally, the conflict between the two was temporarily suppressed. Yi Ying quickly shifted their attention and led them to the multi-purpose room for the audition. Qin Ran slowly got up and mumbled. Who would have thought that there'd be such a shocking secret between Mo Yuxiao and Li Likai? When Qin Ran said this, he definitely could not have imagined that Mo Yuxiao and Ning Xi's secret would be the truly shocking one. When they walked past the employees in a line, the latter would have gone crazy at this once-in-a-lifetime gathering of Prince Charmings from the entertainment industry if their boss had not been there. Very quickly, they reached the audition location. The so-called audition was just to get them to run through the commercial and act out the scene of their characters for the director, who was one of China's top commercial directors. Even they had to be courteous to him. "Director, everyone's here," Yi Ying announced. At this moment, Mai Huaiyan had also been preparing the props. When he saw the 7 people behind Yi Ying, he looked quite thrilled. Clearly, he was looking forward to this shoot. "Nice to meet you, Director Mai. How's the purple clay teapot I gave you?" Luo Fan walked up and greeted him first. Chapter 1290. He was jealous. The director beamed happily. "Great. It's a great work of art, especially the carvings on the pot. Marvelous. I didn't expect that you could make that." Luo Fan seemed to have investigated Mai Huaiyan's interests and had given him a purple handmade clay pot. The others greeted the director as well, but they all felt a little uncomfortable upon seeing Luo Fan's behavior. Then again, it was an undeniable fact that this guy was excellent at what he did. Not even a professional manager was up to par with him. It was said that he handled his own working schedule, job arrangements, and public relations. Han Yuqing glanced around, then asked, "The female lead isn't here yet?" Qin Ran chuckled. "Director Yi, are you still trying to hide it now?" Yi Ying smiled. "Of course not. She's already here." "Really? I don't see her, Director Yi. Is she invisible?" Qin Ran teased her. Yi Ying laughed. "She can't be invisible, but she can transform herself." Qin Ran then asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Luo Fan realized what was happening. Could it be Ning Xi? Everyone then looked at Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi blinked her eyes innocently. "Me?" Yi Ying nodded. "That's right. We actually wanted to invite another person as the female lead, but on the last day of our meeting, we all decided that you're the most suitable person, Ms. Ning." Ning Xi thought about it. One person serving as 2 characters. It was quite an interesting idea. As for the others, while they were surprised, They did not have any objections as they did not have any conflict of interest with a female artiste like Ning Xi. Although it was pretty easy to forget that she was a female, it was a big opportunity for her. Thank you for the opportunity, Director Yi. I'll do my best. I saw Dream Chaser. It was really great. You handled the characters well in both male and female outfits. I'm sure you can do it in this ad. Ying spoke more casually with Ning Xi now. They even talked about the plot of the movie. Jiang Mai was used to this already, but he accidentally saw Mo Yuxiu secretly staring at Ning Xi and felt like his gaze did not look right. Jiang Mai was way too familiar with eyes like these. This guy was jealous. He was put through such torture, yet he still liked Ning Xi? How miserable. Jiang Mai suddenly felt that he shared the same fate as him. At the same time, inside the CEO office, Lu Jingli pestered around for some time, but Lu Tingxiao did not move an inch. You know who's the female lead for this advert? It's Xiao Shishi. It's Xiao Shishi. She's going to be in a relationship with 6 beautiful men. Lu Tingxiao suddenly put his pen down and stood up. Lu Jingli was relieved. You finally realized the severity of the issue. Thank God I didn't waste my time trying to convince you for the past half an hour. Lu Tingxiao glanced at Lu Jingli. You're too noisy. Lu Jingli was speechless. Chapter 1291. I want Ning Xi's character. In the audition room, the director was delegating roles to everyone. This ad focused on a female lead that was wooed by 7 different types of handsome men. Many popular groups used a similar plot as well, but with these 7 people that the Lu Corporation had invited, they utilized this plot to the very maximum. The idea of this plot was to mainly satisfy the fantasies of young girls, enlarging the brand's recognition among this target audience. Women had a great deal of spending power after all. Director Ma held the script and looked at everyone. So, Qin Ran, you'll be playing a young man from a rich family. No problem. Qin Ran seemed to be satisfied with his role. Han Yunqing, you look much younger, so you'll be a student. He nodded. Sure. The director then looked at Luo Fan. Luo Fan, you'll be playing a biology professor. A fitting role for a person as knowledgeable as you. Luo Fan replied humbly. Thanks for the praise. The director then looked at the miserable Li Lakai and the bored Jiang Mai. Li Lakai, you'll be playing a wild racer, and Mai, you'll just be playing yourself, a famous superstar. Li Lakai and Jiang Mai agreed without any problems. It was then down to Mo Yuxiu and Ning Xi. Mai Huaiyan flipped a page, then he looked at Ning Xi first. Ning Xi, I heard from Director Guo that you're really professional and very good at action scenes as well. It must be tough for a girl like you to come this far while being a stunt woman in your earlier years. Director Guo was overstating. It's part of my job, Ning Xi replied. Mai Huaiyan nodded. You'll be playing a secret agent. There'll be an important fight scene in this. Are you all right with it? No problem. Ning Xi had no objections. Lastly, the director looked at Mo Yuxiu. Yuxiu, you'll be playing a matured-looking CEO? A lot of little girls like this type. Mo Yuxiu was aiming towards this style after he changed his image. Mai Huaiyan gave it some thought and decided that this suited Mo Yuxiu the most. As he was about to let them try out their characters, Mo Yuxiu glared at Ning Xi's direction. He suddenly said, I want Ning Xi's character. Everyone, including the director, was taken aback. The bored-looking Jiang Mai straightened his back. It was coming. The others did not understand. They thought Mo Yuxiu would look for trouble with Li Lakai, but he had aimed at Ning Xi instead. Could it be because Ning Xi had stopped them just now? Mai Huaiyan was a little troubled. Although Mo Yuxiu's reputation was getting better in recent years, his personality had actually become worse. He was always impatient and violent, and it was not unusual for him to be in conflict with his colleagues. Mai Huaiyan tried to persuade him. Yuxiu, the role I gave you suits you the most. Ning Xi's character is mostly acting out fighting and fleeing scenes. One would get injured easily if you're not professionally trained before. Mo Yuxiu was adamant. If you don't believe in me, then I'll fight Ning Xi right now. The one who wins gets the role. Before the director could say anything, he rushed towards Ning Xi. Chapter 1292. Ning Xi stole his woman? Ning Xi's flexibility was impressive. She avoided Mo Yuxiu's attack by bending herself backwards. Still, Mo Yuxiu did not stop. Ning Xi did not want to hurt him, so she just kept a defensive stance. Everyone was confused at this sight. Why was Mo Yuxiu looking for trouble? What was happening? Qin Ran stroked his chin. Could it be like Li Lakai? Ning Xi was cuckolded by Mo Yuxiu? Han Yunqing rolled his eyes. If that's how it is, Ning Xi should be the one asking for a fight. Moreover, Ning Xi's a woman, all right? Oh, I almost forgot. Then could it be Ning Xi stole Mo Yuxiu's woman instead? Ning Xi was pretty popular with the ladies after all. Han Yunqing looked at him like he was an idiot. Do you think Mo Yuxiu would care about his women sleeping around? Nope. Qin Ran shook his head. He did not care about what his women did. He was just fooling around after all, so it did not matter who his women slept with. Not only Qin Ran. Even Li Lakai was full of doubts as well, but at the same time, he also hoped that Mo Yuxiu would be beaten up. However, Ning Xi was still a woman, and they thought that there would be a vast difference in strength. Between them, it was already difficult enough for her to defend herself. Ma Huaiyan did not expect them to get in a fight, and he was shocked. Yuxiu, Ning Xi, stop. We can discuss this further. You don't have to. Mo Yuxiu ignored what he said, becoming angrier as Ning Xi was just defending herself and not reacting. He launched more and more ferocious attacks. If the fight with Li Lakai just now was just all about mockery and provoking, this fight against Ning Xi now was an expression of his true rage. He glared at her as if she had done something unforgivable. Ying did not expect her idol to get into trouble again. There was Ning Xi to stop him earlier, but what about now? Everyone was worried that Ning Xi might be injured by this madman. Only Jiang Mai sat there and looked around. Unfortunately, there was no popcorn around. Ning Xi avoided Mo Yuxiu's attack as she whispered to him, "I'll continue with you after the audition." Mo Yuxiu ignored her. He did not want to wait. If he was willing to wait, he would not have started attacking her just now. Bang! Some props fell from their fight, causing a loud noise. Ning Xi could not stand him anymore, so she went on the offense. Mo Yuxiu's eyes looked even crazier as Ning Xi turned aggressive. Everyone's expression changed when Ning Xi started attacking. Qin Ren opened his eyes wide, clearly impressed. This woman is the real deal. Han Yunqing and even Luo Fan were a little excited. They were guys, after all. So, of course, they would enjoy an exciting action scene. But at the same time, they felt bad about themselves, knowing that Ning Xi was a woman. As everyone was focused on Ning Xi and Mo Yuxiu, there were two sets of footsteps from behind. Ying realized it first, and her face lost all color. Xiao Lu, Chapter 1293, My Dearest is here. She saw that the king had arrived. Ying was so terrified that her knees almost gave way, and she nearly knelt down. Damn it! Why did CEO Lu and Second Master suddenly come over and coincidentally witness this scene? She was bound to be labeled inefficient. Lu Jingli, who had been ignored by his own brother earlier, had followed after a bout of whining. Nevertheless, once he thought about how he could watch the gossip unfold, he immediately became re-energized and stopped being such a baby. However, who would have thought that the moment they reached, they would witness such a shocking scene? Xiao Shishi, you have never disappointed me. When they saw the CEO of the Lu Corporation had actually personally come over, everyone else subconsciously straightened up and greeted him. Because Mo Yuxiu and Ning Xi were engrossed in fighting, they seemed to have not noticed Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli's arrival. Ma Huaiyan quickly walked up to smile and greet them sheepishly. "Tio Lu, you're here. Coincidentally, we're holding the auditions." Lu Jingli chuckled. "You sure they're not just fighting?" Ma Huaiyan forced a laugh. "Second Master, you must be joking. How could they be? The two of them are auditioning for a very skilled special agent character," Ma Huaiyan said as he gestured to them to sit on the sofa. Ying could only follow the director's lead. "Yeah, that's right. CEO Lu, Second Master. Not too far away." Ning Xi had already noticed that her dearest and the busybody had come, but because she could not afford to be distracted at the moment, she continued to deal with Mo Yuxiu and even increased the intensity of her attacks. "Hey you, Mr. Mo. My dearest is here. I don't have the time to play with you." Everyone noticed that Ning Xi was increasingly vicious in her attacks as well, and they could not help but turn all their attention onto them. After they sat down, Lu Jingli saw that his brother seemed quite calm about his wife fighting with someone else, so he leaned over to ask, "Bro, are you not going to help?" Lu Tingxiao replied expressionlessly, "Why should I help a stranger?" His words implied that the person who needed help was the man and not Ning Xi. Clearly, he was incredibly confident in his wife's strength. Lu Jingli was speechless. Fine, he could not refute him. Lu Jingli watched for a moment more and gradually felt that something was off. Hey, bro, why do I feel like the vibe between these two is odd? Lu Jingli stroked his chin. Then he called Jiang Mai over with a finger and said, Mai, come here. Mai could only grudgingly walk over. Second uncle, what's up? Let me ask you, do Xiao Shishi and Mo Yuxiu know each other? Is there some kind of vengeance going on between them? Lu Jingli immediately hit the nail on the head. Jiang Mai looked in fear at Lu Tingxiao, then cleared his throat and said, Well, I think you should just ask Ning Xi herself later. I'm not too sure either. Lu Jingli put his arms on Jiang Mai's shoulders firmly and said, But you're obviously very in the know about this. Jiang Mai felt troubled. Uncle, don't make life difficult for me. Lu Jingli raised his brows and muttered to himself. Could he really be Xiao Shishi's ex-boyfriend? Jiang Mai was stunned. How do you know? Whoa, it's true. Lu Jingli's eyes lit up. Bro, I'm amazing, aren't I? I actually guessed it right. The moment he finished, Lu Jingli felt a chill travel up his spine. His brother's expression had suddenly turned cold. Lu Jingli immediately stopped bragging. He looked to Jiang Mai again and asked excitedly, My good nephew, quickly tell me what exactly is the story? Chapter 1294. Bro, your charm crushes everyone. Second uncle, I really know nothing. It's best if you ask Ning Xi herself. Jiang Mai dared not to reveal much, lest he might get beaten up by Ning Xi, so he just answered half-heartedly before swiftly escaping. Hey, where are you running to? Lu Jingli called out, his curiosity getting to him. In the midst of his wondering, he finally remembered his brother and cleared his throat too. Console. Ahem, bro. It's all my fault for making such inauspicious remarks, but it looks like the two of them have become complete enemies. Also, look at sis-in-law's savagery towards the punk. Mo Yuxiu is definitely not threatening. So what if he is? Lu Tingxiao asked. Lu Jingli quickly soothed. Yes. No worries, even if he's threatening. Bro, your charm crushes everyone present. The moment he finished, the sound of a man wailing was heard. Ning Xi had twisted Mo Yuxiu's arm behind his back. Then she stepped on his back, pressing Mo Yuxiu's entire body onto the floor. The fight had finally ended. Everyone marveled and almost wanted to clap. Moments later, Ning Xi lifted her leg and let go of Mo Yuxiu. If it was not for her self-restraint and fear of hurting Mo Yuxiu, in turn affecting the shoot later, it would not have taken as long to subdue him. Although they had fought for quite a while, Ning Xi only perspired a little on the forehead. Her clothes and everything were still intact. On the other hand, Mo Yuxiu was sweating profusely. Even his clothes were thoroughly wet and disheveled. There was also an obvious footprint on his back. When he saw Mo Yuxiu getting tortured, Li Likai felt quite delighted. Karma would surely get the vile once. With this opportunity, Mai Huaiyan quickly said something to smooth things over. Very good. How exciting. Yuxiu and Ning Xi are both talented, bringing us a visual feast, but in the end, Ning Xi is still a cut above, so this character is best for Ning Xi. Mai Huaiyan glanced at Mo Yuxiu to probe. Yuxiu, you're all right with that, aren't you? Because the fight had been so intense earlier, Mo Yuxiu had yet to regain his breath. He panted hard and did not say a word. His silence could be considered a tacit agreement. When Mai Huaiyan saw this act of submission, both he and Ying were visibly relieved following the calamity. Mo Yuxiu slowly stood up, his gaze fixated on Ning Xi. It was full of struggling, complex emotions. His eyes were not just filled with simple anger and hatred. All the while, Ning Xi's attention was all focused on her dearest. Well, Tio Lu, shall we continue our auditions now? Mai Huaiyan asked. He did not think that CEO Lu would personally come over. Clearly, he felt that the commercial was important. Lu Tingxiao nodded slightly. Lu Jingli waved to rush them. Quickly begin. Begin. Wait till they were done. He still needed to look for Xiao Shishi to nose around her story. He was furious now. After the short crisis, they finally began the auditions. Probably because Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli were present to observe, everyone really went all out in their performances. At last, it ended smoothly, and everyone's characters were settled as well. But there was one remaining casting to be done, and that was Ning Xi as the female lead. Do I need to change? Ning Xi asked. Oh, right. I've already prepared a room for you. Mai Huaiyan said. Bro Xi, please follow me. Ying led Ning Xi into the changing room. Okay, sorry for the trouble, Director Yi. Ning Xi followed Yiying. The remaining of those who had finished their auditions were curious. Apart from Jiang Mai, they had all seen pictures of Ning Xi in a female outfit, but not in real life. Since Ning Xi entered the changing room, Mo Yushio had especially looked very restless, as if he was waiting to pass his judgment. Chapter 1295. You're too cool. Lu Tingxiao did not stay any longer because he had a meeting soon. Plus, he did not want to disrupt her work, so he got up and left midway through the audition. Lu Jingli thought about how he could not ask Xiao Shishi anything at the moment anyway, so he left as well. Bro, don't you want to see Xiao Shishi change into her female outfit? Lu Jingli followed after him and asked. Lu Tingxiao shot him a look from the side. Like I've never seen her in it before. Lu Jingli nodded like a chicken pecking on rice grains and said, Oh, yes, you have. You've seen Xiao Shishi in every shape and form. In fact, you get to see her however you want, in whatever form. Unlike those inexperienced punks. Inside the changing room, Ying brought out the outfit that had been prepared for Ning Xi, and there was also a makeup set ready. Bro Xi, do you need me to call the makeup artist over? No, it's fine. I'll do it myself, Ning Xi said as she took off her jacket, then unbuttoned her collar. Ying's heart randomly skipped a beat. Well, then I'll go out first. Please change. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Ning Xi nodded and unbuttoned the second button, revealing her fair collarbones and the indistinct trace of a white cloth binding her chest. Ying quickly turned around and rushed out, even staggering and almost tripping on the way out. Outside the entrance, Jiang Mai's mouth twitched when he saw Ying blushing. This punk, what did she do to this girl again? Actually, Ning Xi had really been innocent this time. She had not been extraordinarily nice or anything. She really did not do anything. When Ning Xi was changing and putting on her makeup inside, the few of them outside started chatting as they waited. Qin ran read through the script. Innocent, naive, and adorable, and even obedient? This character is far too different from what Ning Xi really is. They must be joking. Han Yuqing agreed. Based on Ning Xi's image in a female outfit, she was practically on the level of the nation's queen. As for her in a male outfit, all of them had just experienced it, so there was no further explanation needed. Luo Fan was from Starlight Entertainment, and he had bumped into her quite a few times when she was still with Starlight, so he was not very curious about Ning Xi and her female look. Instead, he was chatting away with the director. Li Lakai was staring at Mo Yushio, still apparently angry. However, he noticed that the guy was distracted, seeming impatient and absent-minded. Moments later, the door to the changing room opened from the inside. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the door. At the entrance of the changing room, a radiant, red-lipped beauty stepped out, her pair of clear eyes sparkling as her white off-shoulder dress hugged her figure intimately. Her hair fell beautifully on her shoulders, and she balanced confidently in pink stilettos. There was a simple yet refreshing vibe to her. She was incredibly breathtakingly beautiful. The girl's expression seemed introverted, serene, and shy. She looked extraordinarily innocent, lovely, and obedient, making one feel protective of her. Whoa! Qin Ran dropped the script onto the floor, his mouth gaping open. Jiang Mai guffawed. She was tricking people again. Han Yuqing was dumbstruck. This? Li Lakai rubbed his eyes hard, and even Luo Fan was stunned as well. Mo Yushio immediately stood up, and his gaze was fixed on the girl. Shoot. You're really Ning Xi. Way cool. How did you do this? Could this be a different person? Qin ran over and circled Ning Xi a few times in disbelief. Chapter 1296. I won't do it again. This was simply amazing. She was totally a different person. He could not believe it was her at all. As he was still in shock, Qin Ran extended his hand towards Ning Xi's chest area. The quiet girl swiftly grabbed Qin Ran's wrist with a tight grip. Qin Ran screamed, Stop. Bro. Friend. Let go. It's my fault. You're Ning Xi. You're Ning Xi, all right. Ning Xi then let go of his hand. Where were you thinking of touching? Qin Ran squatted down and cowered. I was just too shocked. It's my bad. I won't do it again. As Qin Ran paid his price, everyone saw the wild expression in Ning Xi's eyes. While she was in a female outfit, she was undoubtedly the same person as the man before. While everyone else surrounded Ning Xi, Jiang Mai was focused on Mo Yushio. His expression totally changed when he saw Ning Xi walk out of the changing room. His expression became odder after he saw the scene between Ning Xi and Qin Ran. Who knew what he was up to? Ning Xi was going to have scenes with all 6 of them, so it would take quite some time. She sent Tingxiao a message and asked him to go home first, informing him that she would go straight to Platinum Palace after she was done with work. Things went smoothly with the first few people. The last scene was with Mo Yuxiao. My Huaiyan picked one of the scenes. Let's do this encounter under the rain. This scene was the female lead meeting the company CEO in the street. The CEO would take off his coat and cover her while running together in the rain. My Huaiyan was a little worried, as Mo Yuxiao did not look very well since the incident just now. Yuxiao, is this all right? Mo Yuxiao was really troublesome. No more issues, please. Mo Yuxiao looked a little impatient as he scoffed. Whatever. All right, we'll start then. My Huaiyan said. The take started. Ning Xi made a gesture to cover her head from the drizzle. CCOMO, why are you here? Mo Yuxiao did not say anything. He took off his coat and sheltered the girl's head. Go. Oh, Ning Xi nodded nervously, dodging under the coat. They then walked together to take shelter from the rain. Cut. Good take. My Huaiyan let out a sigh of relief. Yuxiao, you did well, like I said. Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Yuxiao suddenly yanked on Ning Xi's hand and walked out. In just a moment, they both disappeared. My Huaiyan was confused. Jiang Mai was the first to stand up and chase after them. Ying was worried as well, so she followed. Yuxiao, where are you going? Qin Ran raised his eyebrows. So what's happening? Is the scene finished, or do we have another fight scene to catch? He's going to fight Ning Xi in her female outfit. Han Yunqing squinted his eyes. These two must have something going on. Qin Ran replied almost instantly. Isn't that obvious? And it's something more severe than his relationship with Li Lakai. Interesting. Chapter 1297. Date me. Jiang Mai and Ying were too slow. Ning Xi and Mo Yuxiao were already gone. Damn it. Jiang Mai cursed. Ying was worried. What should we do? We have to find them. Will Ning Xi be all right? Jiang Mai looked at her and sighed. I'm also worried that Ning Xi might accidentally kill him. Ugh. At the same time, on an empty rooftop, Mo Yuxiao blocked the only exit, staring at the woman for a long pause before blurting out a name, Tingxiao. When Ning Xi had tricked Mo Yuxiao, she had used her fake identity Tingxiao, which made him think that she was a man until he watched Dream Chaser. Mo Yuxiao was dumbfounded when he saw the man in the movie. He was even more surprised when he found out that this man was actually a woman. Ning Xi Tingxiao. Were they the same person? Mo Yuxiao had his doubts, but he did not make effort to confirm it until the opportunity he had today. Before he came, he was contemplating if he should, which was the real reason that he had been late. However, the moment they met, he knew that the person in front of him was Tingxiao. He spent every ounce of his consciousness to control himself from not assaulting her right away, but his inner rage could not be suppressed, which was why he had looked for trouble with Li Lakai. Mo Yuxiao closed in on her. It's been 3 whole years. I've been looking for you. Ning Xi crossed her arms. For what? Ever since then, I could never get it up for any other woman again. Why do you think I'm looking for you? Mo Yuxiao really wished he could strangle her right now. Ning Xi was shocked. Mo Yuxiao had erectile dysfunction? She was really surprised about this. She had just meant to trick him and leave him with some traumatic experience. She did not expect it to be this severe, as expected of her former self. So, he was not putting on an act. When he had been avoiding women in recent years, he had really lost interest in women. Ning Xi remained silent for a short while. So, you want me to be in a gay relationship with you? Shut up. Mo Yuxiao was triggered. He could not stand to hear the word gay now, or anything that rhymed. He furiously gritted his teeth. Listen carefully, Tingxiao. You only have one choice. Date me. Mo Yuxiao seemed a little uncomfortable, then he added. Well, at least you're a woman now, no? One could only wonder what went through his mind when he realized he had feelings for Ning Xi in her female outfit. He thought he would really get rid of women from his life. Of course, he would never admit it. Ning Xi shrugged, looking apologetic. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Mo Yuxiao was a little taken aback, but he then replied, Doesn't matter, I don't care. Damn it. Whilst he had been struggling painfully every day, she had happily found herself a boyfriend. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. You don't care, but I do, all right? Do you think everyone is as promiscuous as you are? Chapter 1298. I'm going back to my wife. Mo Yushio squinted his eyes as he concluded. So, you're rejecting me? Of course. Mo Yushio laughed coldly. As far as I know, you shouldn't be in a relationship now. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell everyone about it? Ning Xi smiled wryly. I think the news of Mo Yushio having erectile dysfunction is much more interesting than this. You, Mo. Yushio clenched his teeth and brought his face to hers. Do you want me to prove if I'm able to get it up or not? Actually, he really wanted to try to. Although he had feelings for Ning Xi and her female outfit, he was not 100% sure yet. Ning Xi squinted her eyes, mimicking his tone. Do you want me to prove to you that no matter whether you can get it up or not, I'll make sure it'll never get up again? Mo Yushio stepped back and looked at her cautiously. Damn it, woman. How could she be so skilled at fighting? Until he did not suspect her gender at all. Get lost. I'm going back to my wife. Ning Xi pushed Mo Yushio away and left. Mo Yushio looked unwell. Tingxiao, you watch out. Bastard, had she really found a boyfriend? Who was it? Could it be Jiang Mai? It might really be possible. Ning Xi saw Jiang Mai by the corridor when she came out. Jiang Mai looked behind her in fear. You didn't kill him, did you? Ning Xi glanced at him. Did I kill you when I beat you up? Jiang Mai was annoyed. Can you please not use me as an example? Thanks. Ning Xi waved her hands and continued walking. Let's go. Right? You haven't told me yet. What business did Mo Yushio have with you? Jiang Mai asked curiously. Ning Xi replied. Some sort of warning. Jiang Mai looked anxious. What if he really troubles you? The entertainment industry treats stuff like these very sensitively. Don't worry. I have some tricks up my sleeve. Ning Xi said. Jiang Mai did not ask further when he saw Ning Xi's confidence. He just felt that Mo Yushio's attitude was not as simple as it seemed. At Platinum Palace, for the first time ever, the person who wished Ning Xi to be back soonest was not Little Treasure, but Lu Jingli instead. He paced up and down ever since he got home. Why is she not back yet? Why? Why is Xiao Xi not back yet? I called just now, and they said the casting is already finished. What is she doing? She's not picking up my phone. And not replying my messages either. Little Treasure, do you want to give your mother a call? Little Treasure, who was watching television on the sofa, looked up. Second uncle, you're really noisy. Little Treasure, you're so mean. Just like his father. At this moment, there was a sound from the door. Familiar footsteps came in. The little bun jumped off the sofa and rushed to the door. Mommy. My baby. Mommy, welcome home. I really missed you. Chapter 1299, It's Too Late. Mommy, are you tired? The little guy greeted his mother as he handed over a pair of house slippers. What a sweet child. I'm not tired anymore the moment I see you. Ning Xi held up the little guy, feeling glad that he had gained more weight than before. Little Treasure's body had recovered to normal standards. In addition to his training with Tang Lang, his body was getting stronger. He used to get sick from time to time, but recently, he did not have any issues at all. Mommy, teacher gave me homework that has to be done with you. Little Treasure announced. Really? What is it? Let me help you. Ning Xi replied. Little Treasure took out something from his bag and presented it to Ning Xi on his palm. It was a small cardboard with a dozen black dots on it. Ning Xi realized what it was. Oh, your teacher wants you all to rear silkworm babies? These should be silkworms. Little Treasure looked at his mother in astonishment. Mommy, you're so amazing. You know the moment you saw them. Second uncle didn't even know what it was. Ha ha ha, because I've reared them before. Ning Xi grinned at being praised. You're back. Lu Tingxiao had come down. Did you get the ingredients? Shall I make dinner? Ning Xi asked. Let the kitchen helpers do it. You've been busy all day long. Ning Xi did not mind. It's okay. Making dinner is relaxing. I'll go and get a box for Little Treasure's silkworm babies. I'll be back soon. Okay. Lu Jingli was ignored as he watched Ning Xi run away with Little Treasure. Is no one going to acknowledge me? Yep, no one acknowledged him. Lu Jingli then went up to his brother. Bro, are you really not curious at all? He acted like nothing had happened at all. Lu Tingxiao said calmly. If she wanted to tell me, she would. Lu Jingli hated his calm expression. Fortunately, Lu Jingli found himself a new target to pester. A while later, Jiang Mai came over. If he knew he would be tortured by Lu Jingli's never-ending questions, he never would have come over. But it was too late. Lu Jingli held Jiang Mai firmly by the shoulder as they sat on the sofa. My dear nephew, I'm not going to ask you about you and Xiao Shishi if you don't want to tell me, but you don't have to hide about others, all right? Jiang Mai replied. If I tell you, and if Ning Xiao were to beat me up later, will you help me? Of course not. Are you kidding me? Jiang Mai was speechless. This was the scene that Ning Xi saw when she came down with little treasure. Jiang Mai quickly clarified himself. I didn't say anything. Ning Xi did not have to guess what happened. She stared at Lu Jingli. Okay, stop pestering him. Go and prepare the ingredients for me. It's not story time yet. Lu Jingli's eyes brightened up. It seemed like Xiao Shishi was ready for story time. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ning Xi glanced at Lu Tingxiao's direction with a complicated gaze. Lu Tingxiao had given her his utmost trust and tolerance. All the rumors about her messy private life abroad and her psychological issues, she might never tell anyone in her life. But he had given her the courage to open up. Chapter 1300, They're All Trash. After dinner, Ning Xi came downstairs after she put little treasure to sleep. It was a rare occasion for the house to be this quiet. Lu Jingli's eyes sold out his paparazzi desperation. Well, Xiao Shishi, if it's a really private matter, you don't have to tell us about it. I'm just concerned. It looks like Mo Yushio has a great deal of hatred towards you. If anything has happened, you have to let me know, so I can do something about it. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. She would love to see if Lu Jingli would start crying should she ask them to go to sleep now. Any alcohol? Go and get something to drink. Ning Xi told Lu Jingli. Yes, yes. Lu Jingli nodded. Wait. Ning Xi suddenly yelled, going to Lu Tingxiao. Boss, can I drink a little tonight? Just a little. I'm going to stay here for the night and won't be driving. Lu Tingxiao ran his fingers through her hair. You don't have to say anything. Ning Xi felt warm inside as she looked into the man's eyes. But I wanted to tell you. There are a lot of things that I can't achieve and can't tell you about. I don't know how far can I go, but I've been putting in effort. I've been trying to go higher. I want to remove the thorns on me to be closer to you. Closer. Lu Tingxiao was intensely touched by her sudden outflow of emotions, and he hugged her. It's all right. You don't have to remove the thorns. It doesn't matter if I get hurt. Somewhere nearby, Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai were watching. Lu Jingli spoke up. Did they forget about our existence? Jiang Mai replied, We exist. Lu Jingli then went to fetch a bottle of good wine. Lu Jingli tried to be understanding and cleared his throat. Actually, if it's really private, the both of us can go back first. Ning Xi said. It's all right, Jiang Mai knows about it, and you're Lu Tingxiao's brother, not just anyone. Most importantly, if she really left him out today, he would surely pester her later on. Lu Jingli was surprised. Damn you, Jiang Mai. You knew after all. Ning Xi poured herself a glass of wine. She took a sip and then looked at Lu Tingxiao. I'll keep it short. I do have some past conflict with Mo Yushio. 3 years ago, I made him gay, and the traumatic experience seemed to have given him erectile dysfunction. Lu Jingli was so bewildered by this that he spit out the wine. Bro Shi, can you not give me such shocking news right off the bat? No matter how hard he guessed, he never would have thought of this. As expected of Ning Xi, Lu Jingli took a deep breath. Can I ask why is it that all of your exes have such miserable experiences? Because they're all trash. Ning Xi replied matter-of-factly. And you still went out with them? Lu Jingli suddenly understood something. When he heard about Ning Xi, he did not know anything about her. He just knew that all of her exes were pretty miserable, including Jiang Mai. It was his first time being abandoned by someone. At first, Lu Jingli thought it was all a coincidence, but now he realized maybe it was not. Chapter 1301. As long as I like you. Before Ning Xi could explain further, Jiang Mai interrupted. She was weird. She thought that she's some superhero and wanted to eliminate trash guys in order to protect the innocent girls. Ning Xi nodded, satisfied with Jiang Mai's explanation. Huh? What? Lu Jingli was confused. How did the topic turn from Xiao Shishi's love story to a superhero saving innocent girls? Ning Xi sat beside Lu Tingxiao, resting her head on Lu Tingxiao's shoulder. She let out a sigh. Actually, I can't stand it when I see trash guys bullying girls. This happened since I broke up with Su Yin 5 years ago. My psychiatrist said it's a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and that it couldn't be fixed. Of course, I didn't want to fix it at that time. Lu Tingxiao patted her head. He was very understanding of her situation. Ning Xi blinked her eyes. Dear, I had such a bad reputation back then. You didn't really know me well either, so why did you still like me? I really had nothing but a pretty face back then. I was so bad at everything else. The person I like doesn't need to possess anything or be good at anything as long as I like you, said Tingxiao. Ning Xi hugged him. My dear, you're so cool. Ugh, be more serious. We're talking business here. Lu Jingli then asked. So, all your exes were cases like this as well? Your purpose to be with them was to take revenge on them? Even Jiangmai. Jiangmai was annoyed. Could they not mention him all the time? Was he really his true uncle? Okay, they were not really related by blood. Ning Xi nodded. Except Su Yan, and that someone. The others all happened this way. Tingxiao's expression changed ever so slightly. He instantly understood that the unsaid name was Yun Shun. Wow, Jiangmai, no wonder you didn't tell me the truth even after being so drunk. Xiaoxi didn't like you at all. She was just there to torture you. A moment of realization dawned on Lu Jingli. Jiangmai's expression darkened. Why couldn't he be more considerate? Still, a certain devil was feeling really smug. His wife was too cute. Since she shared this much, now, you can tell us what happened between the two of you. Lu Jingli patted Jiang Mai's back. Young man, tell us your story. Jiang Mai had held it in for far too long as well, so he opened up. Well, you know how I was a few years back. I bet with a bunch of friends on whether I could get Ning Xi to be my girlfriend in a day. We bet on a car. Then, Lu Jingli quickly filled up Jiang Mai's glass. Tingxiao was feeling great as he focused on Jiang Mai's story. With Ning Xi's words, most of his love rivals were eliminated, so of course, he would feel great. Chapter 1302, Playing with My Heart. And then, Jiang Mai gulped his drink, then stared at Ning Xi with a similar expression to Mo Yushio's. And then, I really did get her in a day, but... Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. Can you spit it out already? On the 7th day, I brought her to meet my friends and to receive my reward. But in the end, the car went to her. What do you mean? Lu Jingli asked. Why did it go to Xiaoxi? You gave it to her. Does she need me to? She was colluding with my friends to trick me. She's the real scammer. Jiang Mai said. Jiang Mai had really fallen in love with Ning Xi, so he had really been struggling when he brought Ning Xi to meet his friends. As they reached the place, he was about to give up the reward and continue to be together with Ning Xi, but Ning Xi had toasted with his friends. Only then was he informed that he had been tricked. Ning Xi did not like him at all at that time. She had bet with his friends that she would be able to get together with him, then abandon him. In return, she would get the car. Jiang Mai had been in the playing field for over 20 years, and his heart had been crushed by Ning Xi. After Jiang Mai finished his story, Lu Jingli patted the poor boy's back sympathetically. Well, just take it as your karma. Jiang Mai kept quiet. Was that how one was supposed to comfort another? Compared to the other guy, you're really lucky, Lu Jingli added. Jiang Mai admitted it with his silence. Just how bad was Mo Yushio that you had to be this cruel? He's even got erectile dysfunction now, Lu Jingli said. Ning Xi shrugged. To be able to receive such treatment from me, imagine for yourself. I saw a girl almost kill herself with a baby inside her. She told me about Mo Yushio, and that triggered me to do something. I was actually planning to go back at that moment and wanted to stop myself from acting out, but he was too much of a piece of trash to ignore. Xiaoxi. Then how are you now? Lu Jingli was concerned about her psychological state. Ning Xi held onto Tingxiao's arm. Now? My focus has been on your brother. I don't have any more time for other men. If I have extra time, I'd rather be with little treasure. Lu Jingli stood up. I got what I want. It's time to go back. Good night, my dear brother and sister-in-law. Lu Jingli left together with Jiang Mai. Lu Jingli looked satisfied. He had never really known much about Xiaoxi before, but he did realize that there was something odd about Xiaoxi's past. To his relief, today's events finally cleared his doubts. Especially when his brother first started to get closer to Xiaoxi, there was once that he had stalked her to a pub and witnessed how she tortured another man. Lu Jingli went home happily. God, please bless me with a good woman with all the good deeds that I have done. Chapter 1303. It won't fall into someone else's hands. Ever since her grandfather had announced his will, the others from the Ning family had been putting in the effort to get her share of 10%. Because she had something they wanted, they probably would still go soft on her by trying to buy it from her with a high price. If she held on it for too long, they would surely use more extreme methods. Ning Xi thought it was about time to settle this once and for all. After the commercial shoot with the Lu Corporation ended, Ning Xi wanted to contact Ning Xiaotong. However, before she could, Ning Xiaotong called her first. Xiaoxi, are you free now? Ning Xiaotong's gentle voice came over from the other side of the phone. Aunt, what a coincidence. I was about to contact you. I have something to discuss with you, Ning Xi said. Then, come over to my place. I'm at the Royal Jazz Hotel ballroom, Ning Xiaotong requested. Ning Xi thought Ning Xiaotong was busy, so she agreed. Okay. A while later, Ning Xi drove to the Royal Jazz Hotel. The waiter saw Ning Xi in her sunglasses and face mask, so he said politely, Hello. Do you have an invitation card? I'm looking for someone. Madam Ning Xiaotong. Ning Xi said. The waiter replied, Please follow me. Madam Ning is already waiting for you. The waiter brought her to the door of a presidential suite and then left her there. Ning Xi rang the doorbell. The door soon opened. Ning Xiaotong stood there with a champagne dress on her. She quickly invited Ning Xi in. Xiaoxi, you're here. Come in. Quick, put this on. I'll set your hairstyle for you later. Ning Xiaotong showed her a bed full of dresses and accessories. This is... Ning Xi was confused. Ning Xiaotong grabbed her arm. There'll be many famous people in the country at the cocktail party today. Not just anyone can join. I'll bring you around and introduce you later. It'll definitely help you out. Ning Xi coughed. Aunt, I'm all right. Ning Xiaotong looked troubled. You little child, don't. Be shy. If you're not going to fight for it, then it'll be snatched away by others. All of these belong to you. Now that I'm back, I can't just leave you alone. Ning Xi knew Ning Xiaotong was really treating her kindly and was on her side. Her insides felt warm. Rest assured, Aunt, it won't fall into someone else's hands. No matter what, you have to join the party today. I've already told people I'm bringing my beautiful niece. Ning Xiaotong looked determined, as if her reputation would be affected if Ning Xi were to be absent today. Ning Xi did not reject her anymore. Thank you, Aunt. That's more like it. Give this a try. If it's not suitable, I'll get someone to change it. Ning Xiaotong handed her some dresses. She and her husband were busy with their business and had no children, so she never had any chances to pick clothes out for a child. While she found Ning Xi really independent and was impressed by her determination, Ning Xiaotong decided to help her out. Chapter 1304. Only to People I Like. A while later, Ning Xi came out in her changed outfit. It was a glacier blue dress with matching tassel earrings and a pair of silver high heels. Anyone who was slightly familiar with fashion would know that everything on Ning Xi was valuable limited edition items. The dress was a special item from the renowned ES, and the high heels were from the Eden series of Ralph Lauren. As for the earrings, they were designed by one of the top designers in the country. Feng Yi. Ning Xiaotong's eyes lit up. Great. You look marvelous. Thank you. You have really great taste. Ning Xi smiled. Such a sweet talker you are. But why do you have such a terrible relationship with your family? Ning Xiaotong sighed. I'm only a sweet talker with people whom I like. Ning Xiaotong beamed happily. Come here. I'll do your hair for you. Ning Xi sat in front of the dressing table. Ning Xiaotong used a comb and brushed her hair gently. Let me think what kind of hairstyle to do for you, but you look so great already. I don't think I have much to do here. Ning Xi looked at Ning Xiaotong's loving expression through the mirror. She had an indescribable feeling when her hair was being caressed by Ning Xiaotong's gentle fingers. Ning Xiaotong realized that Ning Xi's eyes were a little red, so she asked nervously, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Ning Xi shook her head. It's all right. I just slept too late last night, so my eyes are a little irritated. At the same time, in the banquet hall, everyone was chatting, drinking, bonding, and talking about business. Some people even tried to look for a partner for their children. All in all, the atmosphere was very lively. Zhuang Lingyu was bringing Ning Xiaolong around with pride. No matter where she went, everyone had nothing but praises for them. Madam Ning, when are we going to get invited to your daughter's wedding? Sadly, my useless son is late. You're so blessed, Madam Ning. You have an understanding husband and such a capable daughter. Now there's even an excellent son-in-law. Zhuang Lingyu looked at her daughter in her elegant white dress, and she patted her shoulder. My biggest achievement in my life is to have Xiaolong as my daughter. Ning Xiaolong acted bashfully. It's my blessing to be your daughter. Everyone was really jealous of how close they were. Most of the higher-class families did not have good relationships with their children, who were usually rebellious and arrogant. None of them would be as obedient as Ning Xiaolong was. Lingyu, I heard that your sister-in-law who stayed overseas has returned recently? A lady went up to Zhuang Lingyu and asked. Yes, she's back. Zhuang Lingyu did not look very happy when her sister-in-law was mentioned. Coincidentally, my husband was looking for people to collaborate on his project. Would you mind introducing us? The lady made a request. Zhuang Lingyu frowned, but as she was about to reply, the hush fell over the hall. Everyone stared towards the entrance. There was a lady in a golden dress along with a stunning girl behind her. They both entered the hall regally. Chapter 1305. This is my niece, Ning Xi. Ever since Ning Xiaodong had returned, many in the circle had given her presence much attention because they wanted to suck up to her and be her business partner. Naturally, many people recognized her now, but who was that elegant and incredibly gorgeous girl beside her? They did not recall having met such an elegant socialite before. Could it be Ning Xiaodong's daughter? That was even more impossible. Ning Xiaodong did not have children. Some of them who had recognized Ning Xi were in disbelief too. Her appearance and the fact that she had attended the banquet by Ning Xiaodong's side was simply a huge surprise. Is the person who just walked in Ning Yaohua's sister, Ning Xiaotong? Yes, that's her, but I don't know who the girl beside her is. They look quite close. Ning Xiaotong is childless, so it can't even be her daughter-in-law. Could it be a friend's daughter? That's not quite logical either. The crowd started to guess the identity of the girl beside Ning Xiaodong, and when Zhuang Lingyu took a look at who it was, she looked extremely upset and instantly stomped angrily to Ning Yaohua. She lowered her voice to say, Ning Yaohua, what's your sister doing? Why did she bring Ning Xi? Ning Xiaohua felt her heart lurch in her throat too. Damn it, Ning Xiaotong. This busybody, old woman. Ning Yaohua replied awkwardly. How would I know? She didn't tell me anything. But I think she's just bringing Ning Xi along to join the event. Don't be too sensitive. I've chatted with her once about not interfering in our family matters, so she wouldn't do anything. I think. CEO Ning, finally we meet. Before this, I've made quite a few appointments with you, but you were busy. It's really hard to meet you. Not caring who the person beside Ning Xiaodong was, someone had already grabbed the opportunity to network. A cocktail party like this was the best place to have business chats and network. I've just returned, so there have been too many things and people to deal with. Indeed, I'm quite busy. Forgive me, CEO Xiong. Ning Xiaotong responded unhurriedly. No. I'm willing to wait for another month if it's for the beautiful CEO Ning. CEO Xiong offered friendly small talk. Then he turned to the quiet yet elegant girl beside Ning Xiaotong to ask, CEO Ning, I wonder who's the beauty beside you? Ning Xiaotong looked lovingly and pridefully at Ning Xi before answering. CEO Xiong, let me introduce you. This is my niece, Ning Xi. CEO Xiong was stunned when he heard this. A niece. CEO Xiong said as he subconsciously looked at Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Xiaohua's direction. He thought to himself, isn't Ning Xiaotong's niece Ning Xiaohua? The other niece would be Ning Yaobang's daughter, Ning Tianxin, who was here today as well, but this girl did not look like her. Where had this niece named Ning Xi popped up from? He knew that Ning Yaobang had 2 daughters out of wedlock, but there were not members of the circle, so there was no way they have such charisma. Besides, with Ning Xiaotong's status, there was no way she would show such high regard to 2 illegitimate daughters. CEO Xiong thought it was odd, but it was not polite to ask at that time. Oh, so it's your niece. I was wondering how she was this charisma. Indeed, it's in the bloodline. Good genes. She really has your demeanor from way back when. Chapter 1306. Person under her. CEO Xiong's words were actually trying to probe further. Still, Ning Xiaotong did not deny. I do agree with you, CEO Xiong. This child is like me. Zhuang Lingyu was only a few steps away, and when she heard Ning Xiaotong speak ambiguously with the topic moving towards a dangerous one, her face was turning black from anger. If she let her continue on like this, all of the scandals just might be revealed then and there. Zhuang Lingyu immediately walked over swiftly. Xiaotong, you're here too. Ning Xiaotong shot her a look, then said with a cold gaze, why? Can't I come? Zhuang Lingyu suppressed her fury. She did not fight with her, and just looked sharply at Ning Xi. This child, why don't you address me when you see me? Don't know how to address me as your foster mother anymore. Before Ning Xi could speak, Ning Xiaotong sneered. I think you should let someone else call you foster mother. Ning Xiaotong did not give Zhuang Lingyu any face at all. She was like an old hen protecting her chick, steadily shielding Ning Xi behind her. She had brought the person over, so naturally, she would not let her be wronged. When he heard Zhuang Lingyu's words, CEO Xiong revealed an understanding expression. So, that was where this girl came from. It turns out that it was the rumored adopted daughter of the Ning family. Did they not say that she was not presentable at all? This did not seem to be the case today. She was much more charismatic than the real daughter of the Ning family. If that was the case, Ning Xiaodong's attitude was enough to raise suspicions. Why would she be so nice to an adoptee? In fact, her words to Zhuang Lingyu were quite odd too. Never mind. Every family had its problems, and he did not want to be caught in this mess, so he left after a short chat. After CEO Xiong left, Zhuang Lingyu quickly said, Ning Xiaotong, don't air your dirty laundry in public. How does it benefit you to cause such a ruckus? Do you want us Nings to be implicated by this girl? The elder's health is not in good shape. If you cause any more trouble, you might want to consider the consequences. Ning Xiaotong's eyes squinted. Cousin-in-law, I don't know if cousin has ever told you that the thing I hate most is others threatening me. Now that the interest of the Ning family had been confirmed, the change in the heirs would turn the company upside down. Before everything was ready, she did not want to act blindly. She needed to at least be sure that Ning Xi would not be hurt in this storm. However, this did not mean that she had to accept this woman's threats. After Zhuang Lingyu was threatened instead, she looked upset. However, looking at Ning Xiaodong's attitude, she seemed to have some concerns, so to avoid infuriating her further and causing a backlash, she left angrily. It looked like she really needed to find time to settle the shares issue to avoid any more delay or trouble. How did you survive these past few years? Ning Xiaodong looked at Ning Xi with a frown. Ning Xi laughed. It's all right. Apart from the year that I returned to the Ning family, everything has been quite all right. Ning Xiaotong felt worse hearing this. She took a deep breath and pulled Ning Xi to meet all the influential people in the circle, introducing her to those worth knowing and networking with. Even if Ning Xi had the title as an adopted daughter, she was someone under her. No one would dare to disrespect her. The truth was such. Even though many people felt odd that Ning Xiaodong was lifting the reputation of the adopted daughter from the Ning family, they had given face to her. Besides, this girl was charismatic and beautiful, plus her current level of fame did not lose to Ning Xiaoluo's. Naturally, they were happy to honor Ning Xiaodong as well. Ning Xiaoluo watched from the side as her father's sister, her aunt, helped Ning Xi and felt her face turn pale from anger. Chapter 1307. Someone she liked for many years. This goddamn woman. The person that father and mother recognized was her. She was the lady of the Ning family. She had already followed her father's wishes and sucked up to her by stooping to compromise. Yet that woman had never been nice to her. Worse still, she had brought Ning Xi to attend such an influential occasion today. Clearly, it was meant to make her look bad. What's up, Ning Xiaoluo? Why's your aunt so close to that village girl? Ying Fonglin frowned. Ning Xiaoluo forced a laugh. I'm not sure either. I don't know why, but my aunt doesn't seem to quite like me. She's rather close to Ning Xi instead. Jin Xianxian chimed in. You're just too innocent. How could you beat that woman? She's an iron lady, a female version of Zhuge. Your aunt's company is quite huge, and your uncle, Guo Wenbao, is doing quite well abroad too. Of course, Ning Xi would be scrambling to get such a huge support system. Ying Fonglin pouted indifferently. What iron lady? What female Zhuge? I think Ning Xiaodong's head's not working. Isn't she afraid that people would laugh at her for being so nice to an adopted village girl? I'm telling you that this hillbilly has tricks. She's only been in Glory World Entertainment for less than a year, yet she has defeated Su Yimo. In fact, thoroughly uprooted her. Now, the entire Glory World Entertainment is under her rule. Jin Xianxian spoke exaggeratingly. When she heard this, Ning Xiaoluo looked even more upset. Even though she was the #1 young beauty in Starlight Entertainment, there were still many experienced big shots above her. Some had top-class international resources and opportunities to appear in Hollywood blockbusters. It was not her turn to rise to such fame yet at this point. On the other hand, it was different for Ning Xi in Glory World Entertainment, which was famous for their famous rookies, but they lacked big shots. Without Su Yimo, this rookie, who had been personally hired by Lu Jingli, managed by golden manager Ling Xi, and even recognized by Lu Tingxiao at the anniversary celebration, had the world as a solid foundation, and again, she rose to fame with Dream Chaser. Was she not at the height of her limelight? Now that Su Yimo was gone, Glory World Entertainment would definitely elevate her as the #1 actress, and all of the opportunities would go to her first. To say that Glory World Entertainment was now under her rule was not quite an exaggeration. It was a good thing that Ning Xi's current status was still far from entering the international market. Then again, she could not let her continue expanding like this. After Ning Xiaotong brought Ning Xi around to meet the prominent people in the circle, she stopped when she was satisfied and called Ning Tianxin over. They chatted as they ate. However, Ning Tianxin looked absent-minded throughout the conversation, glancing at her phone every now and then. "Tianxin, are you dating now?" Ning Xiaotong teased. Ning Tianxin immediately blushed. "No, auntie, don't tease me." Ning Xi blinked. You keep looking at your phone. Could you be waiting for that man you have liked stubbornly for many years?" Ning Tianxin was stunned and her cheeks turned even more scarlet. It looked like Ning Xi had guessed correctly. Ning Xi seemed like she had expected this. She snorted. "I knew it was him." Her cousin was not the usual kind of stubborn. She would not look at others no matter how well they treated her. Her loyalty lay with only one man, and his every action preoccupied her mind. Although he had only given her a leaf, that single leaf had been treasured by her for many years. Ning Xi indicated her admiration for this unwavering loyalty. Every time she looked at her, she saw her old self. Chapter 1308, Arrogant Appearance. Any updates recently? Ning Xi leaned in to nose around. A little, I guess. Actually, I don't know if it counts. Ning Tianxin looked troubled like a woman who had completely fallen in love. Ning Xiaotong smiled at the two girls, sighing as she thought how nice it was to be young again. "I have to leave for a while. The two of you chat along." "Okay, bye-bye, Auntie." "Auntie, don't worry about us." "What does a little mean? Be more concrete. Let me analyze for you." Ning Xi could not bear the way the girl looked so confused and suppressed herself from losing her patience. Ning Tianxin hesitated for a moment. When she saw no one was nearby, she weakly said, We did it." "Whoa, what?" Ning Xi almost cried out in surprise. She looked shocked at her usually obedient, traditional, and conservative cousin. "Sis Tianxin, how is this a little? You're really usually quiet, and now you're amazing me with a single shocking feat." Ning Tianxin's face turned scarlet. "I'm saying, even though we did it, but our situation didn't change much." When she heard this, Ning Xi instantly felt something was not right. Bloody hell, that punk did it, and ran. He was drunk then, so he wasn't too clear-headed himself. After that, he apologized to me too. Ning Tianxin looked like she was in a lot of pain. Ning Xi was so mad that her chest hurt. Not only did he run after doing it, it was also a drunk one-night stand. "Sis Tianxin, why are you so innocent? If a man was really drunk, how could he still do it?" Ning Xi looked flabbergasted by finding out how she had been taken advantage of so cruelly. Undeniably, she was so furious. She really wanted to know who this person was. She would definitely cut that punk up into 8 pieces. Sadly, she had asked a long time ago, but Ning Tianxin was very adamant and would not tell who he was no matter what. When she looked at a loss at Ning Tianxin, Ning Xi suppressed the fury in her and frowned. "Let me ask you, the night you were with him to do it, did you guys take safety measures?" Ning Xi looked shyly at her. "No, we were at my place then. I don't have those kind of things." "I knew it." Ning Xi chopped the man into 8 pieces in her heart again. Then she quickly asked, "Wait, did you take a morning after pill after that?" Ning Tianxin turned pale. "I was too confused then. To be honest, I'm still quite confused now. I didn't even think about it." Ning Xi's gaze subconsciously moved to Ning Tianxin's stomach and felt her head hurt. It was understandable if the innocent Ning Tianxin knew nothing, but would the guy not have known either? Since he did not want to take responsibility, how did he not even think about reminding her? She would never have thought that someone close to her would meet such trash men too. After Ning Xi reminded Ning Tianxin about the possible implications, she could not sit still any longer. "Xiaoxi, I'll leave first." This would not do. She had to get a pregnancy test kit from the pharmacy to check. Ning Xi was worried about Ning Tianxin being alone, so she quickly chased after her. When she reached the door, she bumped into someone and was so frightened that she immediately turned around and ran the other way. Crap. Yun Shun. No way. This was impossible. Ning Xi hid in the crowd of the banquet hall as she carefully peered between the gaps of the crowd towards the door again. Yet, she actually did not need to look. The reactions of the people all around her had answered her. That Yun Shun must be crazy. He had actually appeared openly at such a public occasion and did not bother to cover up his appearance at all. That arrogant head of white hair was way too recognizable. Chapter 1309, A Moving Gold Mine. A head of unbridled white hair, and that demonic look instantly attracted everyone's gaze. If it was a normal person with a head of white hair, it would turn heads and send tongues wagging. But this person did not look out of sorts. He was supposed to be like that, akin to poppy. Even though one knew that it was poisonous, one still could not help but fall into its trap. Many of the female socialites looked over in a daze. Who's that man? So handsome. But how have I never seen him? Logically, with such extraordinary charisma, I wouldn't not remember if I've seen him. Among the buzz and whispers, someone in the crowd suddenly gasped excitedly. Could that be the legendary CEO Yun? What? Which CEO Yun? Elon Investment Group CEO. Whoa, no way. Isn't that the tycoon that suddenly appeared recently and brought huge amounts of capital back into the country? Well, I'm not too sure because neither has anyone ever seen how that CEO looks like, nor do we know how old he is. But the rumors say that he has a head of white hair. Plus, with this man's aura, I made such a deduction. Amidst the discussions in the crowd, no one dared to walk over to him because they were not sure of his identity until the event organizer, the old CEO of Mingyuan Technology, wiped his sweat on his brow and rushed to the white-haired man with his personal assistant. Then, he respectfully led the man in. When they saw this, there were instantly gasps among the crowd. It really is him? I shouldn't be wrong. That person must be the CEO of Eland's investment group, Yun Shun. Mingyuan Technology was initially just an above-average tech company, and it was because Elan Group invested $10 billion that they leaped to become the industry leader. My God! In that instance, almost all the company owners' eyes lit up. In their eyes, Elan Investment Group was a huge gold mine. Furthermore, Elan Investment Group had just started up and was looking for investment partners, so it was the best time to befriend him. Instantly, many people quickly walked up to him with the intention of getting a piece of the gold mine. Of course, it was a taboo to rashly walk up at such an occasion. They needed someone to introduce them according to etiquette. Thus, the CEO of Mingyuan Technology, Cui Mingyuan, was suddenly very busy. Of course, even then, he still felt very honored that he could invite such a famous man to attend his event, and his chubby face was delighted. He had just been trying his luck with the invitation. He thought that he would definitely not accept it, so he did not tell anyone about this. But who would have thought that he had really come? He was really overwhelmed by this. Elan Investment Group had invested in quite a few startups the moment they settled in the country, and all of them had performed greatly. The upper-class circle in Imperial had long heard about this young legendary CEO, but sadly this person moved around with elusiveness, and it was incredibly difficult to meet him. Now that they had been presented with such a great opportunity, all the guests would, of course, rush to grab their chance. Even Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu instantly forgot about Ning Xi. They went around to look for someone to introduce them to him. As for Ning Xi, well, after she was sure it was Yun Shun, she had been racking her brain for ways to sneak away. She was not clear about things within the business industry, and she had only heard of Elan Investment Group once in a while, but she would never have thought that the CEO of this company would be Yun Shun. She thought that this guy was just temporarily back in the country, but it looked like he was obviously moving his operations back here. Chapter 1310. That woman must be blind. The crowd of people had incidentally blocked the entrance, so Ning, she could not find a chance to leave. She could only find a corner to temporarily sit down and wait for him to leave. Based on her understanding of him, he probably would not stay for long. However, this time, that guy must have wanted to go against her or something because he did not seem to have any intention of leaving. CEO Yun, you're truly young and promising, already succeeding at such a young age. It's truly admirable. I wonder what business were you previously doing abroad? To the point that he could accumulate such terrifying amounts of wealth. Many others were very curious about this too. All of them were suspecting that he might be a member of some long-established, big-time clan abroad. The white-haired man's long fingers gently grazed his glass of blood-red wine, and he said unhurriedly, "Weapons." There was dead silence after that. Then came a wave of dry laughter. "Ha ha, CEO Yun, you've got a pretty good sense of humor." "Exactly. CEO Yun, you're too funny." "CEO Yun, do you already have a girlfriend?" Clearly, this question was in the heads of all the CEOs with daughters. The white-haired man seemed to look off into the distance indistinctly. Then he said, "I did, but I've been dumped." The rest coughed in shock. "CEO Yun, you're joking again. How could any woman dump you?" "Exactly. That woman must be blind." Not too far away, the blind Ning Xi was speechless. "You're truly generous for having returned to the country to invest and support the nation's infrastructural developments. I wonder which industry are you particularly interested in?" Someone asked. Yun Shin replied, "It depends on my mood." Everyone was speechless. Bloody hell, couldn't they just have a happy conversation? Even if they were annoyed, they had to continue the conversation. "Fine, you have money, you have the logic, you make all the decisions." Ning Xi watched how every question posed to Yun Shan received a cold response, yet the crowd was still determined to continue the awkward conversation. Ning Xi admired their psychological perseverance. She kept waiting, yet Yun Shan would not leave, and trouble came instead. She was sitting in a corner and maintaining a low profile when a strong whiff of alcohol closed in on her. A drunk-looking man in his 40s had staggered before her with a beer in his hand, muttering, "You're your Ning Xi? Any comments, sir?" Ning Xi frowned. How much?" the man asked. "What?" Ning Xi squinted. "I'm asking you. How much for a night?" That beer mouth released the stench of alcohol as he asked impatiently. The man was quite loud, and he gradually garnered the attention of those who were with Yun Shan. "Excuse me, sir, you're drunk." Ning Xi did not want to attract any attention, so she tried her best to be patient and chase him off. "Cut the crap. I'm asking you how much." "Hee hee, they all say you're really arrogant. I would like to see how hard it can be to sleep with you." The beer-bellied man started to say worse things. One of the hotel managers noticed the commotion and he quickly walked over to smooth things over. But that person had probably drunk too much and was foul-mouthed while ignoring them. All those who attended the event were important guests. Thus, the manager dared not to offend anyone. The atmosphere instantly fell into a deadlock. Chapter 13:11. What sin had she committed? The beer-bellied man pointed to the bar filled with glasses of white wine and shouted roughly, "You just want money, don't you? I've got the money. You just have to finish all these wine, and I'll invest $50 million in your show." Because he was causing a huge commotion, everyone was startled, including the one who was being surrounded by an admiring crowd. Ning Xi was furious. Bloody hell, what sin had she committed to deserve this? Trouble was bound to come whenever that guy was around. Wow, $50 million. For the female artists in the entertainment industry, it's actually quite profitable for them to get such an advantage just by drinking and sleeping with people. That girl has Ning Xiaodong's support. I think Ning Xiaodong has ulterior motives in supporting this girl too. She's just an adopted daughter. Everyone knows what an adopted daughter is best for. Ning Shuo watched the commotion happen not too far away and listened to all the discussion around her. She looked pleased as punch. "Ning Yaohua, you'd better watch your daughter. I already told you to find a way to chase her away, yet you said nothing would happen." Zhuang Lingyu looked incredibly upset. Even if she was just an adopted daughter, the situation was embarrassing enough. If people knew the truth about her being her biological daughter, she could not imagine the shame. Ning Yaohua did not look satisfied. He only looked sternly at Zhuang Lingyu and said, "What are you scolding me for? This is unexpected to me too. How could I have predicted this?" Ing Fenglin advised, "Uncle, auntie, don't be angry. Ning Xi works in the entertainment circle after all, and she's pretty. Such things are inevitable." Jin Xianxian quickly said, "What? Then why doesn't Shueluan meet with such issues? Things don't happen for no reason. It's all because she doesn't have any self-restraint." The two echoed one another, causing Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Yaohua to look increasingly unsettled. However, at this moment, none of them wanted to rescue her. They would need to face the onlookers' watchful gazes waiting for them to slip up if they did. Since Ning Xiaotong had brought her, it had nothing to do with them anyway, so they decided to just stay in the clear and save themselves the trouble. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu exchanged glances, both firm about not intervening. Not too far away, the drunk, beer-bellied man did not give up. Drink. Think it's too little? You're just an actress. Do you really think you're a prestigious, hoity-toity lady? Around them, many people looked towards Ning Xi and whispered, "Do you guys think the girl will drink? There's so much wine. It'll kill her. But this is $50 million. Who could resist? I'd drink even if I died. Why would I care about face?" Since she had already been noticed, Ning Xi was not going to pretend to be noble. She immediately smiled coldly and drawled, "What a coincidence. I quite like to watch people drink too, mister. If you finish all the wine in this bar, I'll give you $10 billion. How about that?" The moment she finished issuing her challenge, the crowd fell silent. Then came the buzzing of chatter. "Hey, this little girl is quite daring. $10 billion. Where's she getting the $10 billion from? So what if she doesn't have it? Qian Kaijun won't drink at all. Anyway, I'm suddenly impressed by this young lady. She's got quite the guts. Huh. I had those who use drunkenness to go crazy and even insult others. Even if you wanted to mess with girls, you don't need to cause such a ruckus in public for a lady, do you?" Meanwhile, a dazzling radiance flashed across the white-haired man's eyes, and he chuckled. Chapter 13:12. I'll give you $1 billion. The day she had chosen to enter the entertainment industry, Ning Xi was already mentally prepared. These sort of occurrences were common, and the situation before her now could merely pass as a small case. Had it been in the past, she might have chosen to keep the peace, but today, she was here with Ning Xiaodong. If she did nothing and let this man get away with it, Ning Xiaodong would be humiliated. In fact, before she said this, she had already secretly asked one of the hotel employees to get her Ning Xiaodong. Now, she just needed to deal with this for a while. She just had to delay it for a while till Ning Xiaodong rushed over. $1 billion? Bitch, you're messing with me, aren't you?" The beer-bellied man suddenly flew into a rage. Ning Xi innocently said, "Sir, I'm serious. Or else, you could try finishing the drinks and see if I'm messing with you." When she finished, everyone roared with laughter again. "This young lady is quite interesting. She is. She's pretty and quite smart." Ning Xi was obviously speaking boldly because she knew Qian Kaijun would definitely not drink up. "You stop talking nonsense here. Are you drinking or not?" There was a viciousness in Qian Kaijun's eyes. How could he be willing to let it go now that he had been humiliated by a woman in front of hundreds of watchful eyes? Actually, based on the situation, many people were already on Ning Xi's side. Even if Ning Xi was an adopted daughter and a female celebrity, Qian Kaijun's tactics were just stooping too low. Instead, Ning Xi's neither servile nor overbearing ways of handling the situation received many praises. Still, Qian Kaijun had quite some influence in Imperial. He had a brother in politics, which was why no one dared to offend him either. They only silently sighed about the girl's unfortunate luck. Qian Kaijun continued on incessantly, while Ning Xi continued to delay the time as well. Not too far away, a pathway had suddenly opened in the midst of the surrounding crowd. The white-haired man that she had been avoiding earlier was passing through the crowd and walking towards her and Qian Kaijun. Ning Xi's attention was suddenly heightened, the grade 1 warning bells in her head ringing. What was this guy trying to do? When the others saw Yun Shun walk over, all of them subconsciously looked over too. CEO Qian greeted the man when he stopped in front of Qian Kaijun. When Qian Kaijun saw Yun Shun, his expression changed, and he instantly sobered up. CCO Yun. He did not think that Yun Shun would take the initiative to talk to him. Qian Kaijun quickly wiped his hand on his shirt and held it out. "Nice to meet you. I've long made an appointment to meet you, but you attend to a myriad of affairs every day. Truly a busy person." Qian Kaijun was not sure the reason Yun Shun had suddenly walked up to him, but he just quickly brown-nosed him. Yun Shun did not offer his hand in return, but Qian Kaijun did not care either. He had completely forgotten about Ning Xi and continued to eloquently dive into his proposal. "CEO Yun, if you invest in my project, you definitely won't lose. You don't have to worry about relationships with the government side either." Before he could finish, the handsome white-haired man said to him, "It's not an issue to invest." Qian Kaijun instantly looked delighted. "CEO Yun, you're saying?" Ning Xi was nervous too, on standby to deal with any unexpected circumstances. With everyone's attentive eyes on him, Yun Shun said slowly. Well, I don't have any other hobbies. I just like watching people drink. If you can finish all of this wine, I'll give you $1 billion. Chapter 1313. Acting Unconventionally. These words were practically the exact same words as what Ning Xi had said to Qian Kaijun. The crowd exchanged glances. All of them thought it was odd. Could CEO Yun be trying to play the hero that saves the damsel? According to the normal plot line, it seemed that way, but based on Yun Shun's short appearance earlier, the crowd pretty much understood his temperament. He was ever-changing and unpredictable. One could not use common sense to pass judgment on him. Thus, they dared not to be certain about what he meant either. Ning Shuluo watched as Ning Xi was about to be publicly humiliated. Who would have thought that someone would turn up unexpectedly and disrupt the plan? And this person had to be Yun Shun. She bit her lips until they turned purple. Before the situation could even clear up, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu were still full of doubts and did not act rashly. How then? Yun Shun sipped on his wine, unknown motives flashing across his eyes. Qian Kaijun was thoroughly clear-headed now, his thoughts moving fast in his head. What was this man trying to do? Was he really here to help the woman, or just purely having an idle conversation? Or did he really like watching people drink? He could not see him through. But $1 billion. This was $1 billion. Initially, he had thought about how the project could be started with $300 to $500 million, but now that he was thrown with such a huge number, he was tempted. Besides, for someone like Yun Shun, his words lent enormous weight. He would not just blurt something out like this girl, would he? He had to thank this girl for creating such a good opportunity for him. When he thought about this, Qian Kaijun was promptly decisive. That's nothing. As long as you fancy, such a small feat is easy, CEO Yun. Coincidentally, I'm not good at anything but drinking. Then, Qian Kaijun took a deep breath and took up one of the wine glasses, downing it in one go before he very quickly picked up the next one. Yun Shun smiled faintly as he watched from the side. The corner of his eyes was hooked on a certain someone. When everyone around saw Qian Kaijun down the wine like water, they found it a ghastly sight. Bloody hell, so much wine. Isn't Qian Kaijun worried that he'll die drinking all those? There's no way he can be that good at drinking even if he has a high tolerance. I think he's drunk quite a bit before this. If he continues like this, I'm worried it'll really be fatal. But Qian Kaijun is really short on money, and this is such a good opportunity. It's just drinking a few glasses. Who wouldn't be willing? Are you unwilling? Nonsense, of course I'd be willing. As he watched Qian Kaijun's eyes turn increasingly glassy and his entire body ready to topple any moment, Yun Shun had no change in his expression. There was a frightening iciness in his eyes. Everyone had suddenly lowered their voices. Ning Xi pinched the space between her brows as she watched Qian Kaijun continue despite his belly turning into a bloated ball. Finally, Qian Kaijun finished all the wine on the bar and mumbled incoherently. Soon. Are you satisfied from watching? Yun Shun raised his brows at this. Then he slowly scoffed. Oofed. I was just kidding. I didn't think that you'd really think I was serious. CEO Qian, you're too cute. These words. If he was just kidding, why did he not stop him halfway and even continued to watch for so long? These words were clearly meant to make someone puke blood. You. Qian Kaijun's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. He wanted to throw a fit, but he could not. His entire face was distorted with drunkenness and fury. Had he just been fooled? He did not think that Yun Shun would actually have a slip of the tongue on the spot. The others were dumbfounded at this too. At the same time, they actually thought it was expected. This was more like the kind of thing someone as unconventional as him would do. Chapter 1314. Almost passed out. As Qian Kaijun almost passed out of anger, Yun Shun turned around and said, I have limited resources. $1 billion is impossible, but something lesser is doable. Qian Kaijun was revived as he heard Yun Shun. Of course I understand. It's all right for you to invest any amount. From his tone, he would probably give $300 or even $500 million. Yun Shun then gave a word to the stern bodyguard beside him, and the latter left afterwards. It seemed like he had gone to prepare the money. Soon, the bodyguard came back. Qian Kaijun was full of expectations as the bodyguard extended his hand out without any expression on his face. Qian Kaijun opened his palm, practically hyperventilating in excitement. The next moment, a silver coin dropped onto Qian Caijuan's palm. Everyone was taken aback. $1. Did their eyes fail them? $1? Is that a single dollar? Or am I mistaken? That's right, it is. CEO Yun is so cruel. You'll never guess what he's going to do next. Is there some vengeance going on between CEO Yun and Qian Kaijun? Who knows, but seems like it. Qian Kaijun deserved it. It's not the first time he looked for trouble with this girl. He tried to insult her by offering a $1 bid at the charity auction last time. This is karma. Now that you mentioned it, why does it seem like CEO Yun has something going on with this girl? Thud. Qian Kaijun had fallen backwards. This time, he had really passed out. Ning Xi was hopping mad. The hotel manager quickly had several waiters send him out. Then he carefully apologized to Yun Shun. I'm sorry to let you experience this. Really sorry. As the drama garnered more attention, and everyone was stealing glances at her and Yun Shun, Ning Xi was having a headache with all the sprouted discussions and suspicions. She took the opportunity to flee when Qian Kaijun passed out. Ning Yaohua could not wait any longer. He went up to Yun Shun excitedly and said, "Thank you for helping my daughter, CEO Yun." Ning Yaohua then handed his name card. CEO Yun, I'm the president of Ning International, Ning Yaohua. I've submitted a project proposal to your company before. I wonder if you remember anything about it. Who cared why Yun Shun helped Ning Xi? This was a hard-earned chance for him. There were so many people around him just now, so Ning Yaohua did not have the chance to even speak. Ning Xi's expression darkened when she saw Ning Yaohua swiftly go up to Yun Shun at this point, but had ignored her when she needed help just now. Yun Shun glanced at the girl, then he took the name card. Ning International, I remember. Ning Yaohua looked overjoyed. He then described the proposal details. I didn't expect you to remember. Although we might not be the best in the country, we're one of the oldest in the industry. Plus, we have very close ties with the Su family. Chapter 13-15. My dear, I'm your. In the hall, everyone was jealous at how close Ning Yaohua could get to Yun Shun effortlessly. How cunning. He doesn't even know he was helping his daughter by going up to him so quickly. Great. We tried for so long, and now he's getting everything. What a lucky man. Yun Shun was listening to Ning Yaohua patiently, making some comments and replies from time to time. Ning Yaohua was ecstatic as he inquired after that. What do you think, CEO Yun? Zhuang Lingyu was enjoying the looks of jealousy from everyone else, feeling really proud of her husband. Even Ning Xi forgot about Ning Xi at that moment, focusing on the man with white hair in front of her. If this project were to happen, it would be a big step for Ning International. Most importantly, after the elder made his will, Ning Yaohua needed strong backing for him to hold power against the other shareholders. Finally, Yun Shun spoke up. President Ning's projects are not bad, so. As the three of them stared at him nervously, Yun Shun smiled, then looked at Ning Xi and said, So, my dear, what do you think? Should I invest in your father's company? Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, and Ning Xi were speechless. Ning Xi was confused. She had already tried to make her presence less obvious. Why was she being involved again? She knew it. She could not run away from it. This guy had done it on purpose. Suddenly, Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, and even Ning Xi all stared at her in disbelief. What was happening? Ning Xi took a deep breath, suppressing her own emotions. You really like to joke around, CEO Yun. This seems to be unrelated to me. Ning Yaohua nervously yelled at her. Xiaoxi, stop talking nonsense. Too bad then. If that's how it is, then we'll let this matter go. Yun Shun casually rejected Ning Yaohua. Ning Yaohua's expression darkened, while Zhuang Lingyu did not look very happy as well. Ning Xi clenched her fists and asked, Actually, what's your relationship with my sister, Mr. Yin? Ning Xi replied instantly, No relationship at all. Yun Shun smiled. How could you say that? My dear, I'm your. Ning Xi glared at him. Bastard. If he dared to say anything weird, she was going to kill him. The man had enough fun, and he looked at Ning Xi's glare gladly. I'm your most loyal fan. Ning Xi was speechless. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu looked at each other. Ning Xi's face went pale as she remembered something. Ning Xi's fan. She was reminded of what happened at the charity auction. Could he be the one that had bought the crown at $100 million? The host had mentioned it was a fan of Ning Xi's. Chapter 13-16, Shameless. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu were apparently reminded of the same event as well, and they were shocked. They could never have guessed that the person they had been trying to look for would turn out to be Ning Xi's fan, and it seemed like he would listen to anything Ning Xi said. Ning Yaohua was really outraged by Ning Xi's reply just now. This damn brat. If she had just agreed, he could have gotten the billion-dollar investment already. As far as he knew, none of Yunshin's investments would be worth less than $1 billion. As Ning Yaohua was trying to make amends, Yunshin had lost interest in him. The man turned around and left. Before he left, he stopped and stared intensely at Ning Xi. "My dear, don't miss me too much. We'll meet again soon." Ning Xi remained silent. When Yunshin left, Ning Yaohua could not hold it in anymore. Zhuang Lingyu vented her anger together with him. "Ning Xi, how could you do that? Why didn't you say you wished he would invest just now? Do you know how much loss that cost the company? Sister, you really went overboard just now." Ning Xi glanced at the three of them in obvious disgust as she said, coldly, "When I was in trouble with Qian Kaijun just now, all three of you feigned not to know me at all, and now you're expecting me to ask such a big favor from a stranger. Are you going to use me to pay him back?" "Xiaoxi, I was about to stop the person just now. Don't be so immature. Why not schedule a time and ask CEO Yan out for dinner? Then, talk to him again about my projects." Ning Yaohua did not want to infuriate Ning Xi as he knew how Yunshin doted on her, so he tried to be as kind-sounding as possible. "So what if we didn't go over earlier? You want us to be embarrassed as well?" Zhuang Lingyu did not bother to disguise the brutality in her tone. She was furious as she thought of what had just happened. Ning Xiuhua was patting her back, trying to cool her down. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the back. "How shameful! Aunt!" Ning Xi looked over. Ning Xiaodong had heard about everything from the waiter. She patted Ning Xi's head, then glared at the three of them. "It's an embarrassment for Ning Xi to have you two as her parents. You guys ran away the quickest whenever anything happened, and when she has some semblance of value to you, she suddenly becomes your daughter again. I've witnessed a new level of brazenness today." "You?" Zhuang Lingyu's expression darkened. "What? I'll tell you what. You've never acknowledged Ning Xi as your daughter, so you have no right to ask her to do anything." "Qiutong, be quiet," Ning Yaohua hissed, looking around. Carefully, there was a fire of rage in Ning Qiutong's eyes, but her outlook was as cold as ice. She held Ning Xi's hand and walked towards the crowd. What is she trying to do?" Zhuang Lingyu had a strong sense of unease. Ning Xi frowned and looked at Ning Qiutong. "Aunt." Ning Qiutong interrupted her. "Xiaoxi, don't say anything. I'm here for you." Then, she addressed the crowd. "Everyone." At that moment, the crowd all looked to her. Chapter 13:17, The Lady of the Ning Family. With the sound of Ning Qiutong's voice, everyone instantly glanced over with questions in their eyes, not sure about what Ning Qiutong wanted to do. The crowd exchanged glances and were murmuring amongst one another. Then they heard Ning Qiutong say, "I heard about the situation earlier. Regarding Qian Saijuan's actions and harassment towards my niece, I will do a thorough investigation, and of course, it won't be limited to legal consequences." This clearly meant that she was going to mess with him. Did Ning Qiutong have to go this far for an adopted daughter from the village? Even Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu had not said anything earlier. In that instance, the crowd was clearly baffled. Other than that, I think everyone has misunderstood, so I feel the need to explain to those of you present. Earlier, as I already introduced, Xiaoxi is my niece, my biological niece. She's not adopted. The moment Ning Qiutong said that, it caused a commotion. Ning Xiuhua immediately turned pale. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu wanted to stop her from saying anything further, but it was too late. Ning Qiutong swiftly continued. When Ning Xi and Ning Xiuhua were born, they had been taken home wrongly from the hospital. We only got Ning Xi back to the Ning residence from the countryside when she was 18. Ning Xi is my biological niece, our eldest granddaughter of the Ning family. Today, don't talk about Xiaoxi's identity at hand. Even if she was just a regular girl, Qian Saijuan's actions earlier were still despicable. I trust that no one here would disagree. Zhuang Lingyu's pupils abruptly contracted in ire. Ning Qiutong. She dared. She really dared to do that. I'll tear her apart. Ning Yaohua pulled Zhuang Lingyu back roughly. Calm down. Look at what occasion it is. Don't you think we've caused enough of a ruckus? If you fight with her now, what good would you do? Everything she's saying is true. How about we just wait for things to calm down? At this moment, no one cared about Qian Kaijun. Everyone's attention had turned to Ning Xiaodong's shocking expose. What's going on? Ning Xiaoluo's not their biological daughter? It's actually Ning Xi. Wait, my head's about to go dizzy. So, you're saying that Ning Xi is the real lady of the Ning family, and that Ning Xiaoluo's just a countryside girl that was brought home wrongly? This is just crazy. No wonder Ning Xi's charisma and poise are so outstanding. Who would have thought there would be another layer of secrecy in this? He actually publicly messed with the real lady. He's dead this time. No wonder Ning Xiaotong is this angry. I think the situation's not that simple. If it really was as Ning Xiaotong said, why did the Ning family not announce Ning Xi's identity earlier? Instead, they pampered Ning Xiaoluo like she's their real daughter. Are Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu cuckoo in the head? Ning Xiaoluo's best friends, Ying Fengli and Jin Xinxian, exchanged looks. Then they looked to Ning Xiaoluo with an odd expression. Ning Xiaoluo was not even the biological daughter of the Ning family, but was an actual hillbilly? On the contrary, Ning Xi was actually the real daughter? How could this be? If that was the case, what was the meaning of all those times they had hung out with her, treated her like a princess, and even laughed at Ning Xi together? If that was the case, Ning Xiaoluo must have been in the loop herself, yet she had not said anything while she watched them like fools. What was actually going on here? Chapter 13:18. Is she any nobler? Xiaoluo, what's this? Is your aunt crazy? She actually said Ning Xi is the real lady of the Ning family, and that you got mixed up with Ning Xi? Ying Fenglin asked in bewilderment. Ning Xiaoluo squeezed her nails into her palms and said sadly, I don't know why Auntie's saying that either. Ying Fenglin and Jin Xinxian looked at each other, only believing half of Ning Xiaoluo's words. There were just too many irregularities in this situation. I apologize for disrupting everyone's mood. I hope that everyone will have a pleasant night. Next time, I'll organize a banquet to make it up to everyone. Ning Xiaotong finished flawlessly. Then she led Ning Xi to leave, leaving a shocked crowd and an anxious Ning Yaohua and his wife. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu would not just let things go. They would want to bring this up to the elder. Obviously, Ning Xiaotong let Ning Yaohua and the rest tell one side of the story. Then she had quickly brought Ning Xi to the Ning family's old residence. Coincidentally, it was time they clarified about tonight's incident. It's already late at night. What's everyone making so much noise for? The elder looked angrily upon the commotion in his house. It was not only Ning Yaohua and Ning Xiaodong. Even Ning Yaobang, who loved chaos, had come too. He had already received news about what had happened. Ning Xiaodong had actually publicly announced Ning Xi and Ning Xiaoluo's mix-up, while Ning Yaohua and Ning Xiaodong had gone against each other. What a show! Obviously, he would rush over to watch. Zhuang Lingyu was going crazy with fury. Father, why don't you ask what your niece has done? Ning Xiaodong has gone too far. She didn't even greet us, and even brought Ning Xi to Mingyuan Technology's cocktail party without our permission tonight. Ning Xiaotong sneered. Without permission? Sis-in-law, watch your choice of words. It's my freedom to bring whomever wherever I like. There's no reason for me to report what I do to you. Shut up. Ning Xi is my... She's your what? Zhuang Lingyu took a deep breath. Don't change the topic. Then, she looked to the elder and spoke again. Father, it's fine if she brought Ning Xi to the cocktail party, but she even announced there that Ning Xi is my biological daughter, saying that Ning Xi and Ning Xiaoluo have been mixed up. Ning Yaohua spoke up too. Father, Xiaodong has really gone too far this time. The elder's gaze swept across everyone. Then he said, How's that overboard? Xiaotong was just telling the truth. Father, Zhuang Lingyu immediately cried out in defiance. Ning Xiaoluo's eyes were filled with gloom in that instant as well. Enough, don't fight anymore. Even though it wasn't the best time to do it, this should have long been announced. I've already given you both such a long time to prepare, for you to settle it well. Yet what did you have to show? Do you want to wait for the day that I die before I can see Xiao Shi come back home? The elder stomped hard with his walking staff, furious. Zhuang Lingyu roared. Father, you might be a little too biased. Now that Xiaodong has caused such a commotion, how's our Xiaoluo supposed to go on? What would others think of her? Ning Xiaodong scoffed. Then, why don't you think about Xiao Shi, whom you've titled as the adopted daughter, and how she's been living her life? What others think of her? What's wrong? Xiao Shi can suffer. But she can't? Is she any nobler than anyone else? As she continued to be rendered speechless by Ning Xiaotong, Zhuang Lingyu finally could not hold back and ran over. The situation turned into instant chaos. Ning Yaohua quickly went up to hold her back, not bothering about his strength either. Ning Xiaotong was almost elbowed by Ning Yaohua. At last, he was flung away by Ning Xi by the wrist. Then she pulled Ning Xiaotong to protect her behind her. You unfilial child. How dare you do that to your old man? Ning Yaohua only felt pain shoot up his wrist amidst his hot anger. Chapter 1319, Share Transfer Agreement. Everyone stop. Look at you. The elder cried out in anger. Ning Yaohua stared at Ning Xi as if he was staring at an enemy. Unfilial child, don't think I don't know your motives. You've gotten close to your aunt by every possible means just for that bit of shares, haven't you? You thought that if you could deceive your aunt for those shares, you can inherit the company. You think that those old guys in the company are easy to deal with? Without my protection, you'd be swallowed whole. Zhuang Lingyu looked on mockingly. You keep on saying that you don't want Ning assets, and you don't want to acknowledge us as your parents. What are you doing now then? The two of you, shut up. Even if Xiaoxi inherits the company, it's right and proper. The elder had rage written all over his face. Amid the arguments, Ning Xi suddenly spoke up. Regarding the shares, I was intending to invite everyone out to clarify it once and for all. Since the two of you are now so impatient, let's just settle it now. Plus, it's good that grandfather is here too. The elder frowned. Xiaoxi, Ning Xi gave her grandfather a consoling glance. Then she took out a stack of documents from her bag. In that instance, Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, Ning Xueluo, and Ning Yaobang turned their attention to the documents in her hands. On the first page of that document, it was clearly stated in black, bold words, Share Transfer Agreement. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened, especially Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang's. The Share Transfer Agreement. Ning Yaobang exclaimed. Was Ning Xi planning to transfer her shares? Ning Xueluo looked nervous. Could Ning Xi have been persuaded by her offer from before? That was not right. This which had never wanted anything beneficial to her. There was no way she would sell the shares to her. Bam! Ning Xi just flipped open the share transfer agreement and slammed it onto the table. The contents were instantly presented before everyone. Ning International Private Limited Company Share Transfer Agreement. Transferor, Ning Xi, Party A. Assignee, Ning Xiaotong, Party B. Ning Xiaotong. When they saw that name, Ning Yaohua and the rest were stupefied. Yet, there was more that shocked them after that. The agreement stated that Party A would be transferring 10% of Ning International's shares to Party B at no cost. At no cost. Ning Xi, you're crazy. Ning Yaohua could not take this. Zhuang Lingyu was in disbelief too. She did not think that Ning Xi would transfer all of her shares to Ning Xiaotong for free. She would rather give it for free to Ning Xiaotong and not sell it to them. Ning Xiaotong looked at the share transfer agreement and felt a mix of emotions. Clearly, she did not expect for Ning Xi to do that either. They had only met a few times, yet she had trusted her so much and just transferred all of her shares to her. Ning Yaobang looked on in pain. Sigh, my niece, even if you're not interested in the company and don't want to sell it to my brother, you could sell it to me. It's just too stupid to give it to someone else, not even for a single cent. Father, are you just going to let Ning Xi mess with the shares like that? Ning Yaohua anxiously pleaded. Ning Xuan looked at Ning Xi, and when he saw her determined demeanor, he took a deep breath and said, Since I've already given the shares to Xiaoxi, they are hers. Whatever she wants to do with them is up to her. Zhuang Lingyu hated Ning Xiaotong the most. There was no way she would allow Ning Xiaotong to take up 20% of Ning International's shares and immediately step over Ning Yaohua. She immediately roared angrily. Chapter 1320. You can't cover it up forever. Father, Xiaotong is an outsider anyhow. Do you really think it's all right for her to hold on such a large amount of shares? Ning Xuan looked at Ning Xueluo's direction. You know very well who the outsider is here. I don't want to say any harsh words. One is my biological granddaughter, another one I've been taking care of since young. They're both the same to me, but what you guys did to Xiaoxi is really too much. Ning Xuan then stared harshly at Ning Xueluo. Xueluo, our household is in a mess now because of you. If you feel grateful towards us, or if you feel any guilt towards your sister, please convince your parents. If Ning Xuelua was as innocent as she looked and did not covet anything, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu would not need to act this way. This girl, he could not just let her be anymore. Now that Xiao Shi had handed her shares over to Qiutong, and Qiutong was looking after her, it was the best arrangement as of now. 5 years ago, when the elder had realized that his sole granddaughter was not blood-related, he had fallen sick. After they took Ning Xi in, he was ignorant about many things and was too tired to care as well, which led to the situation today. Then, what about the Su family? How do I tell the Su family about this? Zhuang Lingyu felt really anxious about what was about to ensure. She hated Ning Xi and Ning Qiutong so much. She caused such a mess tonight. The Sus will surely hear about this. And if they know Xuelo isn't my real child. Ning Qiutong glanced at Zhuang Lingyu in disdain. You can't hide it. Forever. I'm just helping you to face the truth earlier so that she doesn't get chased out after marriage. Zhuang Lingyu pointed her finger at her shakily. You Ning Qiutong, are you happy that you're making us miserable? Can you really be glad that you're taking these shares? Ning Qiutong shrugged innocently. My niece gave it to me. Why not? The elders sighed. I've already told you to tell the truth from the very beginning. The 3 of you begged me to hide it. Now, you bear the consequences on your own. Father, if the marriage with Su family is called off, that will affect the whole of Ning International. Ning Yaohua was apprehensive. Not only was Xuelua's real identity exposed, his position as the top shareholder would not be secure as well. Even more so, the marriage matter was uncertain at this point. Although we're not the best family around, we don't need some marriage to hold our stand. Didn't you all say that the Sus like Xuelua as a person, and it's not related to the Ning family at all? Does her real identity really matter? Ning Ziyuan looked exhausted. He did not want to listen to Ning Yaohua anymore, so he signaled to the caretaker to help him up. Ning Yaohua could not refute his statement, but how could a foster daughter compare to a biological daughter in this matter? Ning Yaobang laughed coldly. You said that it'll affect the whole of Ning International, but it's just a matter of you losing your stand. Although Ning Qiutong was not at an advantage this time, he was happy as long as Ning Yaohua suffered. Ning Xuelua calmed herself down, then she turned to Ning Xi. Xiao Shi, think carefully. Everything is my fault. It's nothing to do with father and mother. They are still your parents, and they would never do anything bad to you. Don't be deceived. Chapter 1321, The Stupidest Thing. Zhuang Lingyu dragged Ning Xuelua backward. Xuelua, there's nothing else to say to her anymore. She'll only be happy after all of us are dead. The elder and Ning Yaobang left. Only Ning Qiutong and they remained in the room. Zhuang Lingyu could not keep it in anymore. She still hates us for what happened before. Not only did she get herself pregnant and lied to us that it was Su Yan's baby, but in the end, she made Su Yan leave her, and he ended up choosing Xula. We could only send her overseas to avoid her from being an embarrassment to the family. We didn't announce her identity because someone might find out about her past. We didn't even tell the elder about this, so we're doing her a great favor. She deserves what happened to her. What rights does she hold to hate us? Lingyu, be quiet. Ning Yaohua looked uncomfortable. It was one of the darkest stains in his life. Ning Xuelua joined in. Mother, please don't talk about it anymore. Even if Bro Su doesn't like sister anymore, I shouldn't have gotten together with him. It was I who made her suffer all these years. Ning Qiutong was really shocked. What? So many things had happened over the years. From what Zhuang Lingyu said, Su Yan had been with Ning Xi before. Ning Xi had gotten herself pregnant outside and had lied that it was Su Yan's baby. After running businesses for so many years, her senses of judging a person had sharpened. No matter how she looked at it, Ning Xi did not look like someone who would do that. Ning Qiutong asked, Are you sure that's the truth, and there's nothing else you're hiding? What else could I hide? I took care of her during her pregnancy. She told me that it's Su Yan's baby. After Su Yan returned from abroad, he told me that he had never slept with Ning Xi at all. Do you know how embarrassed I was? Zhuang Lingyu's expression darkened as she was reminded of the past. Ning Yaohua chipped in. Qiutong, I know you think that Lingyu and I are cruel, but a lot of things have happened. Every family has a skeleton in their closet. Enough. The girl's icy cold voice echoed in the quiet room. Zhuang Lingyu narrowed her eyes at Ning Xi with a disgusted expression. We've touched a sensitive scar, huh? Now, you feel embarrassed? What have you been doing? After a while, Ning Xi looked up with crystal clear eyes. Do you know what was the stupidest thing I've ever done? It's not giving all my heart to love Su Yan. It's also not treating Ning Xi like my real sister and hide nothing from her. The stupidest thing I've done was to cry and try to explain and beg you all to believe that I didn't do it. I'm really sorry. You can think what you want now. It has nothing to do with me. Ning Xi then left. Ning Xiaodong quickly followed. When she was at the door, she turned around and looked at Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu. You choose to believe two outsiders rather than your own daughter. You really broaden my views every day? Take a proper look at who's around you. Chapter 1322. Just a fake? After Ning Xiaodong and Ning Xi left, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu looked upset. Zhuang Lingyu was still furious. That brat. She was still trying to quibble. Ning Xi suddenly spoke up. Father, mother, over these years, I'm really grateful for the both of you. Thank you for your care. Thank you for your love and trust. Now that things have progressed this way, it's really not what I hoped for. Although I really don't want to, I think I should leave. Zhuang Lingyu's expression changed. Shuohua, what do you mean? Ning Yaohua frowned. Shuohua, what are you talking about? Where are you going? Ning Shuohua miserably looked at them. Wherever. I don't want to add any more trouble to this family. The both of you have sacrificed a lot for me. Grandfather is right. If I'm really grateful, I shouldn't keep staying here. I don't belong here after all. I should go back to where I belong. I should have done this much earlier. It's all my fault. Shuohua, your grandfather isn't chasing you out. You don't have to care about what anyone says as. Well, I brought you up, and I know who you are. Would anyone know you better than your own mother? Don't do anything foolish. Don't leave me. Zhuang Lingyu begged. Ning Shuohua cried. But, mother, I can't stay in this home anymore. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Zhuang Lingyu stared at Ning Yaohua and urged him to do something. Ning Yaohua sighed. Shuohua, I know that it's been hard for you, but things aren't as serious as you think. Not many people were at the party yesterday anyway. I've ordered an information lockdown as well, so it definitely won't cause any damage to your career. You're our sweetheart, and we'll always be by your side. Who would dare to look down on you? That's right. Zhuang Lingyu went along. As Ning Shuohua felt slightly better, Ning Yaohua's phone suddenly rang. It was Su Hongguang. The head of the Su family had called him. Ning Yaohua's expression changed. Under Zhuang Lingyu and Ning Shuohua's nervous gazes, he picked up the phone. Hello, President Ning. I'm pretty sure you know why I'm calling. I hope you can give me a good answer. The Su family is one of the most prestigious families in Imperial. Now that this happened, are you trying to embarrass us? We thought we were marrying a princess, and now she's just a fake. Ning Yaohua felt attacked, but he had to suppress his emotions. That's a bit too harsh. We've been taking care of Shuohua since she was young. She's always our sweetheart, always our princess. What do you mean by fake? You know her capabilities and how she's like, don't you? Chapter 1323. Decide as soon as possible. Ning Yaohua, don't change the topic here. Do you think this is a good reason for lying to the Su family? Su Hongguang sounded angrier now. Ning Yaohua spoke solemnly. Regarding this issue, please don't worry. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. Then he hung up. After he hung up, Ning Yaohua looked rather gloomy. Zhuang Lingyu quickly asked, what's wrong? What did they say? Something flashed in Ning Shuohua's eyes. Then she said sadly with a tinge of hopelessness. Now that Ani has exposed the whole fiasco, most people have probably taken her word with that powerful influence of hers. Never mind other people. They won't investigate further, but to the Su family, since they've heard the rumors, they'll definitely do a thorough investigation. We can't cover this up anymore. I don't want to deceive them either. Father, mother, don't trouble yourselves. I'll go break up with Su Yan now. Ning Yaohua's expression turned sullen, and in a strict tone, he asserted, Shua, you're crazy. How can you just say such things? Father, at this point, instead of letting the Su family raise it, I might as well bring it up myself. That way, I can leave some dignity for myself. Now that I have nothing, I don't match bro Yin. Ning Shua spoke as she started to sob sadly. Silly child, don't cry. It's all my fault. When I saw Ning Xiaotong appear then, I should have been more alert. Zhuang Lingyu heart-achingly consoled Ning Shuohua, who could not stop crying now. Ning Yaohua had fallen into deep contemplation. Even though Shuohua had said those words on impulse, it was not all illogical. When the elder had set up his will the last time and did not leave any shares for Shua, the Su family had already been suspicious. How was it logical to not leave shares to the biological granddaughter, but leave some for Ning Xi, the supposedly adopted one? It was a lucky thing that Su Yin had probably gone back and spoken to them, which was why they had not said anything. But now there was no way they could explain this. Now that Xiaola was not their biological daughter and did not have any shares under her name, forget about having no status if she married into the Su family. The problem now was that the marriage might not even happen. Xiaola had worked hard and connected them to the Su family by marriage. If their marriage was called off, it would be a huge loss to him. To Tingxiao, the Su family's existence was more important than any shares. A huge reason for his firm status on the board of directors was due to the Su family's support. Thus, no matter what, this marriage had to happen. However, now there was only one way to prove the Ning family's sincerity and raise Xiaolua's status. He had to transfer the shares under his name to Xiaolua. That way, the Sus would not be able to criticize them. Unfortunately, transferring all of his shares to Xiaolua was quite a huge decision, and it was hard for him to immediately decide. As great as Xiaolua was, she was still not their biological daughter. Thus, Tingxiao fell into a dilemma. Moments later, Tingxiao took a deep breath and said, Xiaolua, don't worry, let me think it through. Don't act on impulse with Su Yin either. I'll settle everything for you. When Ning Xiaolua heard this, something flashed in her eyes, but she continued to look dejected on the surface. She did not nod or shake her head, leaving Tingxiao with an ambiguous response. In other words, she was forcing Tingxiao to decide as soon as possible. Chapter 1324. Someone to rely on in the future. Outside the Ning residence. Xiaoxi, are you sure that you want to give your shares to me? Auntie, just take it. I don't want anything of the Nings. Of course, I don't want to favor other people. Thankfully, you appeared. I'm just afraid that these shares will bring you trouble. Ning, she said worriedly. Ning Xiaotong laughed grimly. Huh, trouble? Just their little moves aren't enough trouble for me to pay attention to. If that is so, I won't reject your shares, Xiaoxi. I will accept them. Just focus on doing the things you want to do. I'll watch out on the Ning family's side. Thank you, Auntie. Ning, she looked gratefully at Ning Xiaodong. Then she could not help but ask, Auntie, you don't want to ask me about what happened back then? Ning Xiaodong smiled understandingly. What's there to ask? I can guess roughly what had happened, but with Ning Xiaolua's schemes, you probably lacked witnesses. Now that Ning Xiaolua asserts that it's you, plus with Su Yin on her side, you won't be able to clarify matters even if you had 100 mouths. If they don't trust you, there's no use explaining no matter how many times. If they trust you, you wouldn't need to say a word. Don't worry, I trust you. She looked at the experienced yet gentle woman before her and hugged her. Ning, she felt a mix of emotions rushing. Auntie. The girl did not say anything, yet Ning Xiaotong could sense her emotions. She was heartbroken as she patted the girl's head. My good child, you've suffered. Don't worry. Ning Xiaolua's claws won't be able to stay hidden for long. Your two blur parents will one day regret it, said Ning Xiaotong as she sighed on the inside. This child had been holding on for so many years. It was not easy. As much as she hated them, what could she do? Of all people, they had to be her biological parents. No matter what she did to them, it would still be her fault. As for Ning International, it was the elder's hard work, so she could not touch that. It was not easy for the child to persevere till today. Instead of being blinded by vengeance to take the wrong path, she had found her own direction and was even progressing greatly. When she thought about this, Ning Xiaodong felt happy for her. Such a great child, but what had happened to her was just unfortunate. Probably because of what had happened back then, especially Su Yan's betrayal, she had been quite traumatized. She had to see if there were any suitable men around. It would be good for Xiaoxi to have someone to rely on in the future. Old Gua had a few young men in his family, and they looked pretty all right. After she chatted with Ning Xiaodong for a while, the two left to go home. As she was driving, Ning Xi suddenly remembered something. Crap, she had forgotten all about Sis Tianxin. When she recalled the odd way Ning Tianxin had acted when she left, Ning Xi quickly called her. The phone kept ringing, but no one picked up, making Ning Xi worried. Damn it, did something happen? Ning Xi cursed the mysterious trash man a few hundred times before she turned her car around and drove straight to where Ning Tianxin lived. As far as she knew, Ning Tianxin did not live with Ning Yaobang and the rest. She had rented a place outside instead. Furthermore, She had been there once, so she remembered the place vaguely. Moments later, Ning Xi's car stopped at a slightly dated building. These houses were quite some generations old, so they looked rather traditional. Most of them had retro-styled architecture. They held a beautiful and elegant charm in the day, but looking at it at night made it seem a little decrepit. Ning Xi parked her car, then rushed to the door and knocked. Chapter 1325, Pregnant. The sound of the knocking door rang through the house. The house was dark without any lights on, so she did not know if anyone was even inside. However, it was already so late, and Ning Tianxin did not have anywhere to go either. Logically, the only place she could be at was here. Could something have happened inside? Ning Xi kept ringing the doorbell, but no one opened it. She was prepared to break down the door. At that moment, the door was opened from the inside. Ning Tianxin stood there looking pale. Her expression was stunned, and when she saw Ning Xi, she looked like she could not bear to hold on any longer as she broke down in Ning Xi's arms. Xiao Xi, what should I do? Ning Xi instantly understood her. You're pregnant. When she heard the words, Ning Tianxin's body trembled hard, and she nodded slightly. Her tone was emotional as she admitted, Yes, I'm pregnant. I've tried quite a few different types of pregnancy tests, and tested many times. All of them said positive, all of them. Okay, don't worry. Let's go in and talk. Ning Xi suppressed her murderous rage and carefully guided Ning Tianxin inside. She switched on the lights, and when she saw the pregnancy test strewn on the table, Ning Xi felt a wave of headache coming on. How many months has it roughly been? Ning Xi asked. About 3 months. Do you have any symptoms? I'm just sleepier, have a bad appetite, and a slight urge to puke. But when I was sick previously, I had similar symptoms. My period would also be irregular when I'm stressed, so I didn't even think it could be this at all, said Ning Tianxin as she buried her head in her hands out of frustration. Ning Xi pinched the space between her brows and asked the key question, What are you doing to do now? Do you want this child or not? No, I don't want it. Ning Tianxin immediately shook her head. Ning Xi thought Ning Tianxin would not be able to let it go. After all, it was the child that she conceived with the man she had liked for many years. She did not think Ning Tianxin would be so firm in saying no, so she could not help but be shocked. You sure? Ning Tianxin nodded in certainty. Xiao Xi, I will miss this child, but I can't have it. I don't want my tragedy to reenact on this child. When she heard this, Ning Xi came to a realization. Ning Tianxin's parents had always had a bad relationship. As a victim of it, she naturally did not wish for her future child to suffer the same fate. Ning Tianxin slowly said, That person, he already has someone he likes. He really likes her the same way I like him. He's liked her for many years, so I understand very well that there's no way he'd give up on that woman. I don't want to reach the point of using a child to tie him down. That'd be too lowly. I can't keep this child. When she heard Ning Tianxin's words, Ning Xi could not help but feel admiration. Her cousin looked weak, yet she was quite opinionated on something like this. However, based on Ning Tianxin's suffering demeanor, she did not need to ask to know that she had struggled hard to come up with such a cruel decision. Ning Xi still did not have the heart to let it be. She tried to ask, Sis Tianxin, how about you decide after asking that guy? Maybe the two of you could still work things out. Ning Tianxin shook her head. No need. I've already confirmed how he feels based on the last time. I know that the night after he was with me, he felt horrible. Horrible for betraying the person he likes. So why should I make life hard for him again? Chapter 1326. Beat him up. This silly child. Ning Xi did not know what to say. She was afraid that the guy would suffer, but she never thought about herself, or about the fear of facing single motherhood and the pain of going through an abortion. Then again, she was not the right person to tell her off since Ning Xi had a similar foolish experience before as well. No one would be able to help her. Ning Tianxin could only struggle through it herself. Ning Xi was actually relieved that Ning Tianxin decided to abort the child. It would be really difficult if she were to become a single mother. Although she did not know who the man was, from Ning Tianxin's description, he did not sound like a reliable person. You've decided? Ning Xi asked. Ning Tianxin took a deep breath and nodded. Ning Xi opened her arms wide and hugged Ning Tianxin. All right, I'll support whatever decision you make. The pregnancy tests aren't always 100% accurate, so the first thing to do tomorrow is to do a checkup at the hospital. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Don't mention it. If you really want to thank me, tell me who that man is. I'm so angry right now. I wish I could beat him up. Ning Xi started rolling up her sleeves. Ning Tianxin smiled. Xiaoxi, stop messing around. That man, he's pretty powerful and imperial. I didn't want to tell you because I know you'd surely do something. And you don't have to. It was I who loved him for so many years. It was an accident that night after all. Ning Xi looked disappointed. All right, if someday you change your mind and want him beaten up, you must tell me. Ning Xi was worried about leaving Ning Tianxin alone, so she stayed there for the night. At midnight, her phone suddenly rang. She saw it was Lu Tingxiao's name. Ning Xi quickly got up. Hello. Where are you? Lu Tingxiao asked. I'm over at my cousin's place. Are you done with work? Just finished. Are you all right? Ning Xi was a little taken aback. You knew about it. She did not want to tell him about what had happened because he had been so busy, but he still found out somehow. You don't have to worry about me. It's not really a big deal. I transferred my shares over to my aunt and settled the matter once and for all. I'm here with my cousin because something's happened to her. I might have to stay with her for a while. Ning Xi frowned. Do you also know about the appearance of him at the party? Lu Tingxiao grunted. I've been trying to ask. Things seem to be hectic for you. Is it because... Ning Xi was worried that that guy would do anything to Lu Tingxiao because of her. Open the door, Lu Tingxiao said suddenly. Huh? Ning Xi was confused. You're at my cousin's place? Ning Xi carefully walked out of the room, and when she saw Ning Tianxin already sound asleep, she then quietly walked downstairs. Chapter 1327, Sudden Jealousy. Lu Tingxiao was right outside when she opened the door. How do you? Ning Xi was dumbfounded when she saw Lu Tingxiao at the door. How did you know I'm here? He had probably already been on his way here before he called her. I guessed. Ning Xi was impressed. You're such a genius. But you don't really have to come over, do you? We can talk tomorrow. Lu Tingxiao opened his arms wide. I'm here to give you a hug. Ning Xi's eyes welled up as she jumped onto the man. Lu Tingxiao, how can you be so cute? Even after being busy for a whole day, he was here to give her a hug to comfort her? The both of them embraced each other tightly in the cold night. Lu Tingxiao ran his fingers through her hair. Stop overthinking. Whatever has transpired between him and I has nothing to do with you. It's our private grudge. Ning Xi suddenly realized that Lu Tingxiao seemed to know Yun Shun's identity already. Did they know each other from before? Both of you know each other? Ning Xi asked. Yes. The man looked at the girl's worried face. Are you worried about me or about him? Ning Xi smiled. Of course, I'm worried about my man. Would I still care about others? Her man and others. Lu Tingxiao looked pleased. You don't have to worry about me. The only person I'd look out for is you. Ning Xi was at ease after she saw Lu Tingxiao's confidence. While she was happy with the sweet words, she still pouted. This is a weird thing to be jealous of, isn't it? The man looked into her eyes. He's the person you liked before. Although Ning Xi had just been fooling around with all the other guys, Yun Shun was the only one she truly liked before. It was impossible for him to ignore it. Ning Xi was confused. What? Yun Shun was the person she had liked before? How did he come to that conclusion? It seems like she had mentioned it before. Damn it. She had probably used that guy as her shield when she tried to reject Lu Tingxiao before. Lu Tingxiao did not want to trouble her further, so he ended the topic. It's pretty late already. Go to sleep. Ning Xi did not let go of her hands around him. I don't want you to go. Then, I'll stay with you for a little longer. It's not enough. I want to be your foot accessory. I'll follow you anywhere. Ning Xi hid her face into Lu Tingxiao's chest. My dear, you're so good so good. You should marry a flawless fairy. Instead, I feel that your value has dropped by just being with me. You're the fairy. Hee liar. After a while later, Ning Xi sent him off. I'll stop messing around now. Go home and rest well. Chapter 1328. Mistaken? You too. The man looked at the girl for a while longer before he left. As he was about to enter the car, Ning Xi called out to him, Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao turned back and looked at her. Ning Xi gripped her hands into fists, then relaxed it after a while. In the end, she just waved. Be careful on the way back. Ning Xi remained stationary for a long time after Lu Tingxiao left. Until she felt a numbness pass throughout her body, she went back into the house. There was something she had to tell him. Even if it was difficult, she had to eliminate it from the deepest, darkest roots, even if it meant that she would have to face another hell. The next morning, before going to the hospital, Ning Xi went home to change. She put on a jersey and braided her hair. Then, she drew freckles all over her face and wore a pair of large glasses, turning herself into a less attractive version. After they reached the hospital, Ning Xi made Ning Tianxin sit down and wait. Then she went and queued up to register. After that, he then brought her up to the gynecology department. Xiaoxi, sorry for troubling you. Ning Tianxin wiped off sweat from Ning Xi's forehead, feeling bad for Ning Xi. Ning Xi replied, Sis Tianxin, you're my cousin, all right? I'm going to get angry next time you say something like this again. But don't you have to work today? And if someone saw you here? Ning Tianxin was worried. Don't worry about it, Sis Tianxin. I have nothing scheduled today. Moreover, my makeup is on point, so no one will be able to recognize me. As Ning Xi was comforting Ning Tianxin, she saw two familiar people at the entrance of the orthopedics department. Two people that she could not ignore. The guy was Mo Lingtian, and the girl was Guanxiao. Mo Lingtian held a big stack of bills in one hand. The other one was carefully holding Guanxiao's hand. It seemed like Guanxiao had injured her foot. Ning Xi realized that Mo Lingtian liked Guanxiao from before, but now it seemed like he was going to step up his moves. Ning Xi did not really care much. It was not a concern of hers anyway, as long as Guanxiao stopped her moves towards her sweetheart. As Ning Xi was about to talk to Ning Tianxin, she noticed Ning Tianxin looked unwell all of a sudden. She still looked fine a short while ago, but now she was staring at the opposite door with trembling lips and a pale face. Ning Xi looked at the direction Ning Tianxin was staring at and realized that she was looking at Mo Lingtian and Guanxiao. What had happened? Was she mistaken? As Ning Xi was having doubts, the nurse called their number, swiftly bringing Ning Tianxin over to the examination room. A series of thorough examinations went by. Ning Xi felt that something was definitely wrong with Ning Tianxin, as she was not able to focus during the whole examination process at all. At last, the tests were done. Ning Tianxin sat down before the doctor, whilst Ning Xi stood by the side. Doctor, how is it? Chapter 1329, Might Be Infertile Forever. The doctor was a woman in her 40s. She skimmed the report and announced, You're in your 12th week of pregnancy. The fetus is currently very healthy. Do you want to keep it? She had probably noticed Ning Tianxin's amiss expression and realized that the person beside her was not a man beside her, but a woman. So the female doctor asked frankly. Doctors like herself had witnessed such situations far too many times. Hence such a question was a common occurrence. Sis Xin. Until Ning Xi nudged her, Ning Tianxin had been absent-minded. Breaking out of her reverie, she quickly said, No, I don't. Doctor, can I immediately get an abortion now? Ning Tianxin looked rather impatient, as if the thing inside her was unnatural and causing her discomfort. The middle-aged gynecologist looked at Ning Tianxin, and her expression instantly turned slightly cold. She had been in this line of work for a long time now, but she felt very strongly against people who wanted to get an abortion. Many people had tried so hard to get a child, yet they could not. But people like these behaved completely irresponsibly simply because of the fact that they were young. The female doctor spoke coldly. It's been too many days since conception. There's no use for a medical abortion. We can only do a curettage, which is the only way the job can be done cleanly. I must remind you that this kind of surgery is very harmful to the body. In fact, based on the results of your checkup, your uterus isn't in the best shape. It was initially very hard for your body to conceive, and after getting an abortion this time, I'm afraid the possibility of conceiving another one in the future is quite bleak. When she heard this, Ning Tianxin was shocked by the news. What? She did know that her body was quite fragile, and she would experience extreme pain during her menstruations. She has seen Chinese medicine doctors who declared that she had a weak uterus and that she had to take care of it. She never would have thought the consequences would be this serious. Ning Xi was dumbfounded too. It's that serious? The female doctor replied coldly. Obviously, I'm telling you the most serious consequence, but it's not meant to just frighten you. The fact that she could get pregnant this time was not an effortless one. Ning Xi felt her mouth twitch. Where was the hard part? Ning Tianxin had only done it once and scored. However, it was impossible for the doctor to intentionally scare her either. The risk of Ning Tianxin's abortion was indeed quite high, to the extent that she might be infertile forever. For this to happen to a woman was really serious. There was a dead silence within the consulting room. Moments later, Ning Tianxin's hollow voice was heard. Doctor, please arrange a time for me. The sooner, the better. When Ning Xi heard her, she was immediately worried. Why so soon? It could have such a serious consequence on your health. We can't be so blas. I must make that man responsible. How long do you want to protect that bastard for? Xiao Shi, don't mention it anymore. Ning Tianxin looked miserably in pain. Something flashed in Ning Xi's eyes. She frowned and asked, Let me ask you, is that man Mo Lingtian? When she heard this name, Ning Tianxin's body swiftly turned rigid, and panic flooded her face. Every inch of her body language screamed that she would never have thought that Ning Xi would find out. When Ning Xi saw her reaction, she knew she had guessed it correctly, and her temper skyrocketed. What? I knew it. No wonder you looked miserable when you saw him and Exiled together earlier. She would never have guessed that the man Ning Tianxin liked would be someone she knew. Just as Ning Xi was speaking agitatedly to Ning Tianxin, the two of them had not noticed how the middle-aged woman doctor looked startled when Mo Lingtian's name was mentioned. Lingtian? This girl's baby is Lingtian's child? Chapter 1330. Take responsibility. Or was it just coincidentally the same name? No. She had clearly heard the name Exiled too. Mo Lingtian might be just a coincidence, but there was no way that both names could be the same. When she thought about this, that gynecologist instantly seemed incredibly upset. Sister and brother-in-law had prayed hard for a grandchild to the point that they were about to donate quite a few temples. Yet, Lingtian, this punk, how dare he impregnate a girl and not be responsible? Suddenly enraged, the doctor slammed hard on the table and blurted out. Ning Xi and Ning Tianxin, who were in the middle of their debate, were been startled by her words. Then, the two of them looked over at the doctor. The doctor quickly gathered herself. She cleared her throat and looked at Ning Tianxin. With a much softer tone this time, she advised, I've just told you regarding the harm and consequences of the abortion. It's not to frighten you, but these sort of things are truly very harmful to a woman's body. Furthermore, you have quite a unique physique. The doctor patiently repeated the risks and possible consequences of getting an abortion. Then she continued, So, child, I suggest that it's best you consider properly before making a decision. Your friend is right. You should get the child's father to be responsible. The doctor clearly emphasized the last sentence. I've already thought it through, Ning Tianxin said with determination. She was afraid that after she left this place, she would not find the courage to make this decision again, so she dared not give herself any leeway to back out. This was clearly because she had been triggered by the sight of Lingtian and Exiled together earlier. Thus, she was even more determined to get an abortion. The doctor was anxious now. She could only firmly and calmly continue to advise. Based on your current psychological state, if I were to let you do it and you regret later on, who will be responsible for when you cause trouble? In fact, even if you decide to do it, it won't happen today. Appointments are queued up to a week. How about this? I'll arrange the time for you first. Go home and think it through again while you wait. Ning Tianxin hesitated slightly. Then she agreed. Well, okay, Dr. Kong. Thank you. The doctor had already advised her to this extent, so all Ning Tianxin could do was to leave with Ning Xi. After the two girls left, Kong Wanru immediately called a fellow doctor. Hello, Dr. Zhang. I have an emergency family matter. Could you come over and replace my shift? Yes, immediately. When she was done with the call, Kong Wanru took off her white coat, changed into her regular clothes, and then picked up her bag, rushing to leave. On the way, Kong Wanru drove to the Mo residence at top speed as she called her sister. Hello, sis, where are you now? I'm at school. What's wrong? Don't you have work today? Why do you have time to call me? Sis, it doesn't matter where you are. Come home immediately and call bro-in-law too. What's happening? Your brother-in-law is still working. Is work more important than your grandchild? Quickly come back. I have something important to tell you too. Kong Wanru spoke with urgency. Grandchild? Wanru, what are you on about? Just come home, okay? Also, immediately call Lingtian. Have him come home too. A life is at stake. Chapter 1331. He didn't have the capability. With phrases like a life is at stake and grandchild, how dare the Mo family delay any further? Mo Jianzhong and Kang Shui immediately rushed home. Just the word grandchild would be enough for them to rush home, even if they were in the North Pole. Wanru, what grandchild are you talking about? You even said a life is at stake. Kang Shui quickly asked. Mo Jianzhong looked over confused as well. He looked at his watch and said, Wanru, quickly go ahead if you have anything to say. I still have to rush back to the unit later. Kang Wanru drank half a cup of her tea before saying, Today, I was just in the clinic. There was a young girl this morning who came for a checkup with her sister, and the report showed that she was 3 months pregnant. She wanted to get an abortion. Kang Shui instantly echoed, Sigh, youngsters these days are terrible. That's a life right there. How could she just abort it? Why didn't they take the necessary precautions at the start? The worst is the man. He must be a good-for-nothing to not take responsibility after getting a girl pregnant, and even have the girl go to the hospital. Herself. Exactly. Mo Jianzhong cleared his throat as he watched the two women started to nag together. Wanru, you've called us back just to tell us this? Kang Shui realized it as well. Right, Wanru. What did you want to tell us? Kang Wanru looked at her sister and her brother-in-law, then frankly said, Sis, that good-for-nothing man you just cursed earlier is your Lingta. The moment she said that, Kang Shui and Mo Jianzhong looked like they had been struck by lightning. Wanru, what did you just say? Kang Shui was stunned for a long while before she found her voice, then said regretfully, How could our punk have such capabilities? If he could get a girl pregnant, she would immediately get her to be her daughter-in-law. That way, their family would have descendants, and she would not be fretting as she did now. Mo Jianzhong frowned too. Wanru, I don't know about other people doing this kind of thing, but it's impossible for our Lingtian to do so. Otherwise, would you see his mother and I be this worried? That punk has remained chaste for that Guan girl. He even told us that if he doesn't get to marry Guan Xiao in this lifetime, he would never get married, and definitely wouldn't have a child with another woman. When he said this, Mo Jianzhong was filled with fury. Kang Wanru knew they would not believe her, so she explained the entire situation to them. I heard the girl's sister say that Lingtian had forced the girl to sleep with him after getting drunk, and that girl had liked Lingtian for many years. After she realized she was pregnant, she was determined to get an abortion because she knew he liked the Guan family's daughter and did not want to trouble him. It's all because you two have been praying sincerely to the Buddha for many years that this girl coincidentally came to me, and I spent quite an effort in advising her to go home and think it through first. Mo Jianzhong and Kang Shui exchanged looks. Both of them were dumbfounded by Kang Wanru's words. Chapter 1332. Bring me back my grandchild. I know it sounds unbelievable. I was dumbfounded as well. I almost killed my own grandniece or nephew. What we have to do now is to call Lingtian back and ask him about it. Have you called him? Kang Wanru asked. Kang Shui suddenly remembered. I called him just now, but it didn't get through. I'll call again. Kang Shui quickly dialed the number again, and someone picked up. At the same time, in a high-class restaurant in Imperial, Missouri, Lingtian pulled Guan Xiao's plate of steak over and carefully sliced it up for her before returning it to her. Don't always look so down and lose focus. You even fell off from a horse. You really scared me. I'm sorry. Guan Xiao apologized with a bitter face. You don't worry too much, all right? Tingxiao might be a little harsh with his words, but we've known each other since we were little. Our friendship won't be affected by a woman. He should have cooled down by now. We'll find a chance and ask him out to talk, all right? Mo Lingtian was trying really hard to comfort this beauty in front of him. Guan Xiao's expression softened. Lingtian, thank you. Thank you for always being by my side. Mo Lingtian beamed. Don't mention it. We're friends after all. As they were talking, Mo Lingtian's phone rang. It was home. Mo Lingtian did not want to pick it up, but there had been several calls already. He was worried that there might be something urgent, so he picked it up at last. Hello, Mother? If it's nothing important, can you call back later? I'm busy at the moment. Busy, busy, busy. What are you so busy about? Come home right this instant. Mo Lingtian's mother yelled loud enough that Guan Xiao could hear her. Mo Lingtian covered his phone. Xiao, let me take this call. Okay. Outside the restaurant. Mother, I'm busy getting you a daughter-in-law. Mo Lingtian explained himself. Not only did his mother not soften her voice, she became even angrier. Guan Xiao again. You useless kid. The most important thing now is my grandchild. You come back right now and bring me back my grandchild. Grandchild? Mother, are you having delusions? You're longing too much for a grandchild. Mo Lingtian's mouth twitched. I'm crazy? The girl went to the hospital and wanted to get an abortion today. If it wasn't for your aunt, my grandchild would have been gone already. If my grandchild is gone, I don't want to live either. Wait, mother. Is there anyone else beside you? Is father there? I think you're acting abnormally. Mo Lingtian's father voice came over through the phone. You bastard, you're the abnormal one. I don't care where you are. Come back right this instant. We have questions for you. Mo Lingtian realized that something was not right. He had to go back right away, so he went home after sending Guanxiao back. Chapter 1333, Genes. I'm back. Mo Lingtian walked into the living room unhappily. It was still afternoon, yet both his parents and even his aunt were home, so he was a little taken aback. Can you guys chill? Did some random woman come and say that she has my child again? Mo Lingtian plopped down on the sofa. I'm sorry, but my genes aren't that easy to get. Mo Lingtian was the only descendant of the Mo family. Everyone in their circle knew his parents were longing for a grandchild, so a lot of women tried to con them, but in the end, all of them proved to be fake. Mo Lingtian was really careful in this matter, and he was confident of himself. Mo Jianzhong kicked him off the sofa. You bastard, kneel down. Your aunt found out about it. The girl didn't come to us. Mo Lingtian was used to this already, so he cooperatively knelt down. Aunt, can you tell me who this woman is then? And can she meet me to talk? I've already gone against my work ethics for you. Now, you want me to reveal the patient's private information? You wish. She came to me for an abortion. Which girl would want to meet an irresponsible guy like you? If it wasn't for you, I would have helped with her the abortion and let her carry on with her life already. Kong Shui held on to Kong Wanru's hand firmly. No way. Wanru, please don't be angry at him. I'm really thankful for you. Mo Lingtian pinched his glabella between his eyebrows. I'm not sure what's going on. You have to let me know what happened, all right? I haven't been fooling around outside. His parents glared at him when he said he had not been fooling around outside. They then let Kong Wanru describe what had happened again. Mo Lingtian's lazy expression became more and more serious until both his hands were on his forehead, as if he was thinking hard about something. Lingtian, do you remember anything now? Kong Shui asked nervously. Time passed by slowly. There was just silence in the living room. No one said a word. Mo Lingtian raised up his head. He had a serene calmness on his face as he tried to hide his great anxiety beneath. He looked at Kong Wanru. Aunt, the girl's name, is there. Mo Lingtian took a deep breath. Is there a character that's similar to the one in my name? Kong Wanru thought about it. Then she quickly nodded. Yes. There's one that's similar in both of your names. The character Tian. Mo Lingtian, Ning Xi. Mo Lingtian's calmness shattered. Mo Jianzhong's expression darkened. What now? Did you remember? Is that child yours? Mo Lingtian swiftly got up and ran out. Lingtian, where are you going? Kong Shui went out and looked for him, yet Mo Lingtian had already vanished. Kong Wanru then said, by the looks of his reaction, it's definitely his. Chapter 1334. Too small. What is Lingtian going to do? Could he be forcing the girl to get an abortion? Kong Shui was worried. Mo Jianzhong unlocked his phone. I'll have someone stop him right now. Kong Wanru could not care about her work ethics too much at the moment. That girl's name is Ning Xi. Brother-in-law. Check and see where she stays. Okay. At the same time, at Ning Xi's place, in the kitchen. Xiaoxi, how do you know Mo Lingtian? Ning Xi asked. He's a friend of my friend's. Ning Xi replied as she was looking through the shelves. Then she slowly took out a sharp fruit knife. Ning Xi looked at the knife. Xiaoxi, you know, I never had any intentions of getting married anyway, so not being able to bear a baby wouldn't really affect me. Nope, too small. Ning Xi probably did not hear Ning Xi. She looked through again and found a butcher's knife that was twice as long as the fruit knife earlier. She mumbled to herself, still too small. Ning Xi was speechless. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I'll go and get the door, Ning Xi told Ning Xi. Who could it be? Ning Xi's expression changed when she saw who was outside. Lingtian, why are you here? He looked like he had rushed over. Mo Lingtian was sweating all over and panting. He leaned one of his arms on the door frame, and his eyes were locked on the girl's face. Ning Xi frowned a little. Could he know? No way. It was impossible. She had just found out about it herself not too long ago. No one should know aside from her and Xiaoxi. Ning Tianxin soon eliminated that possibility as she calmed herself down. Ling Tian, what's the matter? I'm really sorry. I can't ask you in because I have a guest over. Oh no. Xiaoxi is inside, and she's really angry. If she saw Mo Ling Tian now, who knows what would happen? Ning Tianxin wanted Mo Ling Tian to leave. If it's not something urgent, can we talk again someday? Mo Ling Tian stared at the girl. He wanted to look for a sign in her expression, but she showed nothing. She had his child. Now that he was in front of her, was there nothing she wanted to say? How could she be this calm? Could his aunt be wrong? Mo Ling Tian was nervous. If he could not clarify this today, he would never be at ease, so he asked, "Is there anything that you want to tell me?" Ning Tianxin was sure that Mo Ling Tian did not know about her being pregnant. She asked with a confused expression, "What?" Mo Ling Tian looked at her stomach pointedly and said, "Are you pregnant?" Ning Tianxin was dumbfounded. Then she reflexively replied, "How did you know?" Chapter 1335. How dare you mess with my woman? How did Mo Ling Tian find out about this? As Ning Tianxin uttered those words, Mo Ling Tian was completely stunned as well. His eyes were filled with hopelessness and panic. "So it's true. You're really pregnant. Was it from that time that I got drunk?" When she saw Mo Ling Tian's extremely miserable expression, Ning Tianxin's heart instantly constricted. Even though she knew very well that this would be his reaction, it still made her heart ache to the point that it was hard to breathe. Ning Tianxin's body shivered. She did not know where she found the strength, but she forced herself to say calmly, "Ling Tian, what are you talking about? How could it be? I don't know how you found out about this, but the child's completely unrelated to you." "Unrelated to me?" Mo Ling Tian spoke slowly. "Do you know who's the gynecologist that did the checkup for you today? That's my aunt. She heard your conversation with your sister herself." Now, Ning Tianxin was completely dumbfounded. She would never have thought that there could be such a coincidence. That doctor was actually Mo Ling Tian's aunt. Now that she recalled that doctor's attitude from before and after her conversation with Ning Xi, it did seem a little out of the ordinary. What a coincidence. Ning Tianxin bit her lip, then she continued, "Well, your aunt probably heard us wrong. I was fighting with my cousin a little then. My cousin misunderstood and thought the child was yours, so she wanted to look for you." Mo Ling Tian looked at her. "So you're saying that it's not mine?" "It's not," replied Ning Tianxin. Mo Ling Tian gritted his teeth. "Okay, it's not mine. Then tell me whose is it? The day that I was with you was your first time." Ning Tianxin had been pushed by Mo Ling Tian to her breaking point. Just as Mo Ling Tian continued to interrogate, a gloomy voice came from behind Ning Tianxin. "The child in her belly is mine. Do you have any opinions about it?" Then, Mo Ling Tian saw a girl walk out from the shadows. She looked murderous, and she even held a huge kitchen knife in her hand. The thing that surprised him the most was, this girl was little Bunny. At this moment, Ning Xi's wig and black-framed spectacles disguise had been taken off, so Mo Ling Tian could immediately recognize the person before him as Tingxiao's little bunny. With the kitchen knife in her hand, the little bunny stared at him sinisterly. It was really frightening. "Huh. You don't want to take the easy way and barged in the hard way, Mo Ling Tian. Accept your death," Ning Xi said as she raised the kitchen knife and charged towards Mo Ling Tian. Mo Ling Tian shouted as he ran. "Hey, what's wrong? Ning Xi, are you crazy?" Why had Ning Xi appeared at Ning Tianxin's place? Wait, something was not right. Ning Xi, Ning Tianxin. They both shared the surname. My God. Crap. Could Ning Xi be Ning Tianxin's cousin? He really did take the hard route instead of the easy one. If he had known Ning Xi was here, he never would have come. Those who did not know her would think she was a little bunny, but after witnessing her valiance many times, Mo Ling Tian was about to go crazy at this point. Now, he was grateful that it was just a kitchen knife and not a gun in her hand. "Hey, Mo Ling Tian, if you're still a man, stop right there. Ning Xi, calm down. Let's just talk calmly." "Talk your ass. Go to hell, bastard. How dare you mess with my woman?" Whoa. You're for real. I'll give you 3 seconds. Bid farewell to your little brother." Chapter 1336. You almost hurt my baby. She did not think that this would happen, and Ning Tianxin was worried. "Xiaoxi, stop. Don't chase him anymore. This is too dangerous." "Xiaoxi, unfortunately, Ning Xi could not hear her at this point. Ning Tianxin was worried that they would get hurt if this continued. Anxiously, she rushed over to stop them from fighting any longer. The two of them did not expect Ning Tianxin to suddenly come over. They could not avoid her in time and accidentally bumped into her. Ning Tianxin's entire body fell backward. Ning Xi felt her soul leave her body, and Mo Lingtian was so frightened he almost peed his pants too. Thankfully, they managed to steady Ning Tianxin together. Ning Xi looked at Ning Tianxin's belly in alarm. Bloody hell. You almost hurt my baby. Mo Lingtian was so done. Isn't it mine? Ning Xi instantly shot a sinister. Look at him. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. Right, it's your baby, yours. You're always right. Ning Xi scoffed. Then she carefully brought Ning Tianxin into the living room. Ning Xi sat cross-legged on the sofa, while Mo Lingtian shrunk to a corner on the sofa opposite. Ning Tianxin brought 2 cups of scented tea for the both of them. She was relieved to see that Ning Xi had calmed down. Mo Lingtian pinched his temples and looked at Ning Tianxin. She is really your cousin? Biological. Ning Tianxin nodded. Yes. What the hell? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mo Lingtian was having a meltdown. Bam! With a loud crash, Ning Xi had slammed the coffee table hard opposite him. Watch the way you speak to her. Mo Lingtian gulped. No, what I'm saying is, if she had told me earlier, I would have mentally prepared myself. Now that I didn't, I got a shock. Ning Tianxin did not say anything about this. She had actually mentioned Ning Xi before and had even said her name. However, he would neither remember nor take it to heart. Ning Xi raised up the kitchen knife. Bloody hell. How dare you still question my cousin? Who gave you the guts? Was she the one who got drunk and forcefully tried to sleep with you? Did she want to get pregnant? If she had not stopped me, I would have chopped you up in the hospital. Mo Lingtian knew he was wrong, so he quickly avoided the blade and said, It's my fault. I didn't act properly earlier. I was just too anxious to clarify things. Aren't you sure of what you've done yourself? Now I am. Ning Xi put the kitchen knife down with a slam on the table. Tell me, how are you going to resolve this? The atmosphere in the living room instantly turned to a chill. At last, Ning Tianxin spoke first. Xiao Shi, I want to speak to him alone. Ning Xi was worried about Ning Tianxin being alone, but Ning Tianxin was determined, so she could only shoot Mo Lingtian a murderous warning gaze. She unwillingly got up. Call me if there's anything. Ning Tianxin looked gratefully at her. After Ning Xi left, the living room returned to silence. Moments later, Mo Lingtian asked with difficulty, Why didn't you tell me? Ning Tianxin did not say anything. Some time passed, and Mo Lingtian finally took a deep breath. He looked to Ning Tianxin and said in a single breath, Tianxin, about this, it's my fault. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I know that it's useless to say it 1,000,000 times. I know that as a man, I should be responsible. I know that the words I'm about to say are shameless, but I'm very sorry. I can't have this child. Chapter 1337. Come out and hang. Ning Tianxin smiled calmly. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to have to hear such things with my own ears. Mo Lingtian was stunned. He was suddenly speechless. Lingtian, you don't have to say anymore. I know that you don't like me, and I know you have someone else that you like. I was ready to abort the child. It was just an accident. There's really no need to do so much. Or were you worried that I'd use the child to force you into marrying me? No, I didn't mean that. If Ning Tianxin was going to cause a ruckus, if she really did, he might even feel slightly better. Mo Lingtian buried his head in his hands and looked like he was in physical pain. If this was another woman, I might give her a lump sum of money. But, Tianxin, I really don't know how to face you. Ning Tianxin smiled. I'm really thankful that you didn't talk about giving me a sum of money. Lingtian, go home. It's really nothing. Mo Lingtian wanted to say that he would accompany her to the abortion, yet he could not bring himself to. Saying that would sound like he was worried about her and wanted to force her to get the abortion, even though the thing he had done at that moment was already cruel. Go home. I'll go to another hospital later on, sighed Ning Tianxin. Finally, Mo Lingtian got up and quietly left. Almost in the instant that Mo Lingtian left, Ning Tianxin's tears fell. When she heard that there was suddenly no more sound of activity outside, Ning Xi walked out. She had just stepped out when she saw Ning Tianxin's silent cries as she faced the door. She felt her heart ache so much that she was about to fling the kitchen knife in her hand right out the door. She did not have to guess the result of their conversation. Sis Tianxin, are you really going to just let him off like that? Xiaoxi, let's not talk about it anymore. I've already decided. I want to be alone. Ning Xi did not know what to say. She could only hug her, then leave her alone. If it was those trash men in the past, Ning Xi naturally had 100 ways to deal with them. Yet now the situation involved Sis Tianxin's guy that she loved to his bones to the extent of not wanting to trouble him about things like this. As an outsider, she could not intervene much in relationship problems. Besides, she was busy enough with her own things. After she left Ning Tianxin's place, Ning Xi returned to Peachwood. She sat there deep in her thoughts from noon till sunset. It had been long since she felt like this. That incident she had intentionally forgotten about and buried in a deep, dark corner had now struggled out like a beast. It was as if a huge mountain was stalking her relentlessly and pressuring her, torturing her in a suffocating way. The sky dimmed outside her window. Ning Xi got up and changed into a male outfit. Then she called Tang Lang and said with a relaxed tone so that no one would pick up anything odd, "Second senior brother, come out and hang." No, I wouldn't hang out with you even if I was going to hang. Ever since you started dating, it's not even fun to go out with you. Tang Lang's tone was filled with disdain from the other end of the phone. Come on, come on. I'm waiting for you, okay? At bar number 8, under Ning Xi's persuasion, Tang Lang came in. The end. However, it was not long before Tang Lang had really regretted coming again. Not because Ning Xi had just sat there without drinking much and being a total bore. This time. What the hell? The girl was going overboard. Chapter 1338. Is she crazy? Hi. Second senior brother. Ning Xi greeted, then started drinking. Before Tang Lang realized, she had already finished 3 bottles of whiskey and was starting on her 4th. Tang Lang's eyes widened. What the heck? What's happening? After finishing her 5th bottle, Ning Xi went right up on the stage, took the mic away from the man who was singing. The heated-up crowd started booing. Hey, what are you doing? Where are the security guards? Get him off the stage. Dude, I've been waiting for Kevin to get on stage. Ning Xi kicked the singer named Kevin off the stage. She even kicked the security guards away. Then she picked a song called What Makes You Beautiful. The club was then filled with the upbeat music. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I can see. You'll understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you, and I can't believe. Slowly, the crowd started to cheer for her. Then people started screaming. Oh, so cool. Who's that guy? I don't know, but why do? I feel like he looks like Broshi. How could Broshi be here? But damn, he does look like Broshi. Oh, my heart. Quickly, get the others here too. More and more people gathered in the club until there was no place left to stand. People started to stand on the tables, and many people were rushing in from the outside as well. Tang Lang was almost squashed. Damn it. Is she crazy? Even if she was not afraid of Lu Tingxiao, was she not worried about people recognizing her? Tang Lang felt things were really odd. What had happened? Could she have broken up? Otherwise, he really could not think of a reason for her to act this wild tonight. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. No matter how hard Tang Lang tried to give her a sign, Ning Xi did not react at all. His voice was drowned in the shrieks and loud music. Ning Xi was giving her all on stage as the girls were going crazy for her. Even the guys were raving hard. Tang Lang had forgotten the last time he had seen Ning Xi like this, but it was pretty common for her to act like this 5 years ago. The situation was getting out of control. Some reporters were even there. Tang Lang moved through the crowd, then finally got up on stage. He then dragged Ning Xi and ran away through the back exit. Praise my skill. Tang Lang spent every ounce of his strength and hauled Ning Xi out. He looked at her angrily. Damn it. Warn me before you go crazy, all right? Chapter 1339, Lu Tingxiao come. Damn it. Warn me before you go crazy, all right? Ning Xi nodded and replied, Oh, let's go now? What are you looking about for? Tang Lang realized that Ning Xi was not following him. He looked over at what Ning Xi was staring at. It was a bunch of guys with motorcycles surrounding a pretty girl. Hey, girl, hang out with me. I can't, my friends are inside waiting for me. Just to look at that male singer? What's so good about him? Let's go? I'll make sure you'll feel very good tonight. Hey, let go of me. Please, I'll ask the guards to take care of this, all right? Can you not get involved again? I just only got you out. The reporters are going to be here anytime soon. Tang Lang was really exhausted. Ning Xi started counting. 3, 2. Huh? What are you counting? Tang Lang was confused. 1. Ning Xi suddenly sprinted forward and kicked the man who was on the motorcycle down. She then rode the bike and escaped. Tang Lang was speechless. Was that countdown meant to be a warning to him? Thank you very much. The man who was harassing the girl just a minute ago was enraged. Damn it. That bastard. He dared to take my bike. Get him. Go. Ning Xi was really a skilled troublemaker. There were about a dozen of people chasing after her. They all looked ferocious and were chasing her on their expensive, heavy-duty bikes. Tang Lang could only continue to follow them. He grabbed one of their bikes and rushed towards Ning Xi. He was still taking the salary of a bodyguard after all. What an inhumane job. Soon, the group dispersed, and only the pretty girl was left there alone. Was she mistaken? Why did the person just now look like Bro Xi? Tang Lang's sixth sense told him that he would not be able to handle Ning Xi alone tonight. So he decisively made a call to Tingxiao while chasing Ning Xi. Hey, boss, your Ning Xi has gone crazy. She's like a wild dog now. If you don't come and hold her back, I really can't take it anymore. Where are you? Tingxiao did not say much, going straight to the point. I only know where I am now, but I can't be sure about later. I'm moving at a really high speed. I'm on the highway connecting Sky Dragon Bay and Death Valley. I'm losing her. Please come here quickly. Tang Lang ended the call and quickly caught up. As Tang Lang caught up with them, the dozen people were already beaten up by Ning Xi, and she was not letting them go. Ning Xi squatted down in front of them. I'll ask you guys a question. The person who gets it right can leave. Chapter 1340. Do you have a girlfriend? What question? I'll answer it. They realized they could not beat Ning Xi, so their attitudes changed. Ning Xi pointed at a guy with yellow hair. Do you have a girlfriend? And no. He shook his head reluctantly. Ning Xi then beat him up. You don't even have a girlfriend. The guy with yellow hair was speechless. Ning Xi pointed at another guy with red hair. Do you have a girlfriend? Yes, I do. He nodded. Ning Xi squatted before him. Let me ask you, if your girlfriend is hiding something from you, would you break up with her? The guy with red hair thought about it. Well, I think honesty is important for two people to be together. If my girlfriend were to hide something from me, I might break up with her. And he got beaten up as well. The guy with red hair was speechless. Who else has got a girlfriend? Raise your hand. Ning Xi roared at them. All of them kept quiet. I'm going to beat up everyone who doesn't raise their hands. Suddenly, everyone raised their hands. Ning Xi pointed at a bald guy. If something unacceptable happened to your girlfriend, although she told you a little about it beforehand, and you've also told her that you don't mind her past, would you break up with her if she told you the truth about what actually happened? The bald guy had no idea what was Ning Xi talking about, but due to the two previous examples of the fallen brothers, he quickly replied, Of course not. For one to break up with the girlfriend over a small matter like this, is he still a man? Then, he was beaten up too. Who did you say isn't a man? The bald guy was speechless. Everyone was beaten up for some weird reason. They finally understood that this person did not really want to ask questions. This person just wanted to beat people up. Bro, where are you from? What do you want? Tell us. The bald guy was beyond the verge of crying. Tang Lang saw what had happened, so he stepped in. Hey, that's enough. Let them go. All of them looked at Tang Lang gratefully, asking silently for help. Then, Tang Lang was attacked. Everyone did not know how to react when they saw Ning Xi attack her own person. Just where did this demon come from? Are you really crazy? Tang Lang grappled with Ning Xi. Under his teaching, Ning Xi had had visible improvement from before, and some time passed as they fought. For some reason, she still had a lot of strength in reserve despite drinking and singing so much. She was still so energetic. Tang Lang could just only go along with her as he wondered just what had happened to her. Some of the thugs wanted to escape, but they were beaten up once again. It was chaos. At this moment, a black Maybach stopped nearby quietly. The car's headlight was lighting up the path ahead. The people in the car could see a young man stepping on a bald man's back, and several men with colored hair crying and begging for the young man to let them go. It was a pitiful sight. Chapter 1341. Tingxiao. Is this how you teach your child? The car door opened, and a chilly man in a black tuxedo stepped out. He walked straight to where the chaos was. When Tang Lang saw Lu Tingxiao from the corner of his eye, he almost cried with joy. Oh, my God. Bosso, you're finally here. Ning Xi had also clearly noticed Lu Tingxiao too. As she was about to grow wings and fly off, she suddenly stopped her movements and looked dazedly at the person before her. With that familiar sound of steady footsteps, the man walked with his back to the light and slowly towards her. As if air and time had come to a standstill, she stood there unmoving as she watched, stunned, at the silhouette walking towards her until that figure stopped right before her. The two people faced each other. The girl stared at the man, then her head fell on his chest, her wig falling off and revealing her long, jet-black hair. In the next second, the weak sound of her voice echoed from his chest. It hurts. The man's expression changed into one of urgency. Where are you hurt? The girl looked at him sadly as she showed her finger. There was a crimson bloodstain the size of a needle tip on her finger. My finger hurts. All the punks, who had been punched black and blue, were speechless. Bro, no? Sis, are you messing with us? Lu Tingxiao frowned and held the girl's finger up into the light to have a closer look. Come to the car. I'll clean it up for you. What was there to clean? That little wound was the size of a needle tip. That tiny drop of blood might not even be hers, but ours. Bro, look at us. Look at how we have been beaten up. What made them break down was the fact that the devil was actually a woman, and all of them had been beaten up by a woman to this extent. Ning Xi did not move. She just sniffed miserably, then opened up her arms. Leg hurts. Lu Tingxiao immediately bent down to carefully pick her up by the waist, then carried her to the car with the gentleness of a treasured darling. From behind, Tang Lang spoke up. Hey, Lu boss, is something wrong? I called you here to educate her. Is this how you teach your child? Huh. The answer to that was just the slam of the car door closing. Then, the car door of the driver opened. Lu Tingxiao's personal assistant, Chung Feng, walked out and walked to the punks. He quickly wrote a check for them. You know what to do. The bald leader's eyes flew wide open at the check. Bloody hell. $1 million. This beating was rather worth it. We do. Don't worry. The bald-headed guy replied. Not long after, the police cars caught up. Since those punks had taken the money, they clearly did not mention Ning Xi and just said that it was a scuffle among them. Tang Lang was speechless. He did not want to say anything anymore. Nice. She had caused so much trouble, yet there was not even one word of scolding. They even helped her cover up. Great. This was so like Lu Tingxiao. Now he knew why this girl was so out of control. At the same time, he finally knew that Ning Xi would restrain herself beside Lu Tingxiao because she was willing to do so. She was willing to change for him, and not because Lu Tingxiao had limited her from doing anything. On the contrary, she could always be herself when she was by his side. As Tang Lang watched the vast and obscure night sky, he shook his head and sighed. Just look at that. This young guy, you're really losing, very justifiably. Chapter 1342, Wife Protecting Devil. At Platinum Palace, Ning Xi was still lively on the outside, but after Lu Tingxiao brought her back, her energy seemed to have been drained entirely. She simply did not want to move at all. Lu Tingxiao carried her down from the car, then took her all the way upstairs before carefully putting her to bed. He helped her take off her coat and immediately checked for any wounds on her. It was a good thing that she was obedient this time. It did not matter how the others had been beaten up, because she was just fine with no wounds at all. Her fair and smooth fingers were intact as well. That bloodstain on her fingertip earlier was probably not hers. Thus, Lu Tingxiao was not even angry at all. Very good. Ning Xi withdrew the finger that he kept checking and held his face. She was humming indistinctly. Baby, you light up my world, the way that your beauty gets me overwhelmed. Then, she leaned in and wanted to kiss his thin and seductive lips. Lu Tingxiao avoided the kiss. He asked seriously, Tell me, what is it? Even though Ning Xi was very impulsive, she had principles. She knew what she should not do, and she cared especially for her career. If something drastic had not happened, she would not have acted as she did tonight. Unless she could not control her own behavior anymore. And what could have made her lose control to this extent? Ning Xi buried her head in his embrace. Perhaps she missed his hug, or she was trying to avoid his gaze. I'm in a bad mood. Why are you in a bad mood? Because Mo Lingtian. How did it involve Mo Lingtian? He bullied my cousin, and even made her pregnant without wanting to take responsibility. Ning Xi. Ning Xi felt her head getting heavier, so she nodded a little slowly. Bro. At this moment, the door was slammed open and Lu Jingli stood dumbfounded at the door when he saw the both of them. Xiao Shishi. You've already been caught and brought back home. That was fast. Because she was way too tired, she had already shut her eyes and fallen asleep in Lu Tingxiao's embrace. Lu Tingxiao signed Lu Jingli to keep quiet. He lowered her down before walking out of the room. In the living room downstairs. Hey, bro, was Xiao Shishi triggered tonight? Look at the things she did tonight. It really became the talk of the town tonight. Lu Jingli immediately played a video for Lu Tingxiao to watch. The video showed Ning Xi kicking the male singer off the stage to sing. Then, when fast-forwarded, some passerby had taken a video of Ning Xi stealing cars to race in a blurry cameo. This video had been shared on the entire internet in just a few short hours, but it had been cleaned up by the people Lu Tingxiao hired. Ning Xi had also quickly released a statement to respond that the person tonight was not Ning Xi. Nevertheless, the entire cyberspace was going crazy with the discussion. Glory World's public relations department had also been busy the entire night. Ever since Ning Xi entered the company, she had been very cautious and conscientious, a model worker who always spared Lu Jingli any worries. However, now, Lu Jingli realized he had been too naive. Xiao Shishi is so cruel. She kept quiet for a long time, and then does this single brilliant feat, giving me such a huge heart attack at a go. Settle this before she wakes up tomorrow morning, ordered Lu Tingxiao expressionlessly. His tone was one that did not allow his wife to be upset about this when she woke up later. Chapter 1343, Little Treasure's Only Mother. Settle this before she wakes up tomorrow morning. His tone was one that did not allow his wife to be upset about this when she woke up later. Understood. Lu Jingli accepted his fate of being mentally and physically tortured. Later on, Lu Jingli suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up as he said, "Right, bro, do you know? Apart from Xiao Shishi's ruckus tonight, there's also super huge gossip. You know that Mo Lingtian has been secretly crushing on Guanxiao, don't you? Well, I guess it's not considered so much of a secret anymore." Lu Tingxiao was ready to go accompany his wife, but he paused when he heard Mo Lingtian's name, and he frowned. Lu Jingli continued, "That bloke has been remaining chaste for Guanxiao, but this time he accidentally got a girl pregnant. Tonight, the Mo family even tried forcing him to get married for the sake of the child. Of course, Mo Lingtian was reluctant. He said he wouldn't get married if it wasn't Guanxiao, causing quite a storm in the Mo family. Even though his love for Guanxiao is unrivaled, he can't just do it and not admit it, can he? What about that innocent girl who's pregnant? I wonder which girl has been so unlucky." When he put together Lu Jingli's words with what Ning Xi had been saying earlier, Lu Tingxiao could understand what had happened. That girl must be Ning Xi's cousin, Ning Tianxin. Ning Xi said she was in a bad mood. Because of this? After he finished sharing the gossip, Lu Jingli left enthusiastically to attend to his work. Lu Tingxiao looked gloomy as he walked up to Ning Xi's room, but was stunned when he pushed open the door. The space that belonged to him had been taken up by a soft little bun, and the little guy stuck to Ning Xi's embrace, sleeping soundly. He did not know when the little guy had run in here. When he heard the footsteps at the door, the little guy alertly opened up his eyes and looked at his father who was walking to the bedside. Lu Tingxiao sat on the bedside and watched as the little bun wrapped his arms around the girl who slept soundly. He lightly stroked her hair, then rubbed his son's little head. "Okay, stay with your mother." The little bun puffed up his cheeks and rolled back into his mother's embrace with an expression that said, "Duh." A while later, the little bun blinked and worry was etched on his soft little face. He looked up to ask Lu Tingxiao, "Is mommy unhappy?" Children were the most sensitive. Even if Ning Xi was sleeping, he seemed to have noticed that his mother was not in a good mood. Lu Tingxiao nodded. Mommy's in a bad mood." The little bun immediately looked serious and nervous as he asked, "Why?" "Because I haven't done well enough," replied Lu Tingxiao. The little bun frowned and said, "Little Treasure isn't good too. Little Treasure wants to be better, even better. That way, mommy would not be unhappy." Little Treasure. Lu Tingxiao looked at his son, and his gaze suddenly looked very solemn. You must remember, even though Ning, she isn't your biological mother, since you've called her mommy, she will forever be your mother, and the only one too. From now on, no matter what happens, this will never change, understand? The little bun lazily yawned when he heard his father. He pouted indifferently and laid back into his mother's embrace, his little mouth muttering indistinctively. She is little Treasure's real mother. His tyrannic tone seemed to say, "It is if I say so." He really took after his father's demeanor. Tingxiao smiled and kissed the both of their foreheads. Good night. Chapter 1344. Important announcement. The sun soon rose the next morning. It was going to be an extraordinary day. Looking through the newspapers, almost all of the news was huge. Imperial Chief Police Officer Qian Kaidong arrested due to involvement in bribery. Qian Corporation loses investors. Qian Kaijun might declare bankruptcy. Economic typhoon caused by Elon Innovative Investment Group. Mysterious investor Yun Shun makes his way into the Forbes World Billionaires ranking. Apart from the blazing financial and social section headlines, the entertainment news was full of hot topics as well. Hua Qixing's super popular fantasy series, 9 Realms in preparation, double female protagonists with the gathering of top actors. Top 1 socialite in the entertainment industry Ning Xi proven to be a foster daughter. Sudden appearance of world's most wanted husband Ning Xi in bar number 8. Thanks to Dream Chaser, Ning Xi's news was featured quite heavily and was comparable to Ning Xiaolaw's. Even though Lu Jingli had been trying to suppress it for the whole night, it was still one of the main headlines of the day, but currently, the discussion had taken a great turn. On a morning entertainment news channel, a reporter was interviewing a pretty girl. "Ms. Li, are you the person who saw Ning Xi assaulting a guy and taking his bike? What are you talking about? That video is so blurred. How do you know that's my bro Xi?" "I'd know. Because I was so near at that time. That person looks nothing like bro Xi. Maybe his side profile looks a little similar, but he's nowhere as cool as bro Xi, alright? He can't even compare to bro Xi at all." Okay, thank you. We understand. What do you understand? Let me finish. A single strand of bro Xi's hair is much more beautiful than that person. I know bro Xi is really popular now, but you guys don't have to bring her down like this. Bro Xi is a public figure. Why would she appear alone somewhere like that last night? In the end, a public interview turned into a confession from Ning Xi's fan. Similarly, some of the people who were interviewed on the spot said similar things as the girl. Lu Jingli had arranged some of them, while the others said it on their own accord. Most of them were Ning Xi's fans. Out of their love and protection towards Ning Xi, all of them denied that the person last night was Ning Xi. As time passed by, the loyalty of Ning Xi's fans started to build up. By that night, the previous night's incident was concluded to be a misunderstanding. Glory World Entertainment had been busy for a whole night, and Starlight Entertainment was not able to relax as well because of Ning Xiaoluo's rumor. For Ning Xiaoluo, whose image was anchored on her being the winner in life, elegant and precious, if the rumor held true, it would cause a fatal blow on her career. It was not just Starlight Entertainment. Even the Ning family was anxious. The Ning family arranged a press conference, which Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu attended together and denied the rumors firmly. They even mentioned that they would seek legal advice if needed. At the same time, in order to distract everyone, at the end of the press conference, the Ning said that there would be an important announcement soon. Chapter 1345. Only one way left. Everyone guessed that the announcement was about the marriage between the Ning and the Su family. Were Ning Xiaoluo and Su Yan finally going to get married? If they really got married, to a certain extent, it would crush the rumor of Ning Xu being an adopted daughter, because there would be no way the Su family would agree to Su Yan marrying a foster daughter from some unknown rural village. The sun rose slowly. It was getting brighter and brighter outside. In the study room of the Ning residence, Ning Yaohua had stayed up the whole night. There was a knock on the door. Zhuang Lingyu came in with a bowl of tonic. "Yaohua, have something to eat." Ning Yaohua looked at his wife and sighed. "Lingyu, what do you think? If I transfer the 15% share I have to Shuo?" Zhuang Lingyu's eyes brightened. "Yaohua, you finally thought this through?" Ning Yaohua did not say a word. He did not even have to think about it. There was only one option left. He had originally planned to get the 10% of shares from Ning Xi. Then he would become the biggest shareholder in the company. In Addition to the strong support of Su family, Ning Yaobang and Ning Xiaodong would then have nothing to be afraid of. Only if that night, Ning Xi would have just helped him out a little, then he would have gotten billions of dollars of investment funds. But now it was all ruined. That damn brat Ning Xi. Was she really born to go against him? Ever since she came back, he had been on a streak of bad luck. Zhuang Lingyu quickly said, "There's nothing much to think about anyway. Everything will be solved if you transfer your share to Shuelua. Can't you trust Shuelua enough? Yaohua, make your decision quickly. I saw Shuelua's already packed up her things. Are you going to regret after she leaves?" After some time of silence, Ning Yaohua finally spoke up. "Call Shuelua over." "Okay, I'll go now." Zhuang Lingyu went to get Ning Xiulua immediately, as she was afraid of any sudden changes. Ning Xiulua saw Ning Yaohua's exhausted expression, and she looked down. "Father, did you not sleep for the whole night? I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Zhuang Lingyu felt her heart ache looking at her daughter. "How can this be your fault? It's all caused by that brat. We're glad that you're still with us. If not, your father and I really wouldn't know what to do." Ning Yaohua looked at his daughter and sighed. "Shuelua, I'm going to gamble everything on you. You have to make us proud, all right?" Ning Yaohua then took out a share transfer agreement from his drawer. "Shuelua, sign this, then the 15% share I have will be yours." Ning Xiulua stared at the contract in shock as she suppressed the light of joy in her eyes. She looked in bewilderment. "Father, what are you doing?" Zhuang Lingyu patted her shoulder. "Shuelua, sign it." Ning Xiulua cast her eyes down. "I'm not going to sign it." "Father, mother, who do you take me as?" Ning Xiulua almost cried. "I don't care how others see me, but I don't want you both to see me as a greedy woman. Father, please take it back. I'd never take anything else from the Ning family." Chapter 1346, Something So Sweet. Ning Yaohua's worries disappeared when he saw the girl's heartbreaking expression. He tried to persuade her. "Xiulua, of course, I understand you, but you have to take this. Only you can help me now. The Su family will only reconsider if you take the shares. Only then can you be with Su Yan. Currently, your aunt has 20%, while your uncle and Tianxin have 16%. We really need the support of the Su family, do you understand?" Zhuang Lingyu held Ning Xiuelua's hands gently. "Xiuelua, take it as helping your father. You've said so yourself that you don't care about what others think. You just have to know that your father and I don't think of you that way. Just take it." "But," Ning Xiuelua still looked hesitant. Zhuang Lingyu stepped up her gear. "No buts, or are you really willing to leave Su Yan behind? It doesn't matter if the share is with you or with us. It's the same. We're still expecting you to take care of us in the future. You can't do anything foolish. You won't be going anywhere, and you shall stay by our side." Ning Xiuelua's tears fell as she sobbed. "Father, mother, thank you, thank you. I will not let the both of you down. I'll hold the Ning family together." Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu nodded sadly. "Good girl." In a dark corner, Ning Xiuelua grinned, looking extremely happy and sneering. "Thanks to you, Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu finally gave me their shares. This is only the first step. Soon, the whole Ning family will be mine." At Platinum Palace, Ning Xi woke up with a start. She dreamt being drunk, singing in a bar, taking someone's bike, and fighting with some people. Ring. A notification sound came from her phone. There was a headline sprawled on her phone screen. Ning Xi found singing at bar number 8. Her memory came back to her at once, and Ning Xi screamed while covering her face in aghast. Oh, she was done for. Ning Xi quickly navigated through her Weibo and several other news sites. She then realized it was not as severe as she thought. Most of the discussion went along the lines of someone who looked like Ning Xi appeared at bar number 8. Obviously, Lu Tingxiao and Lu Jingli has done something about it. "You're up." The man's deep voice appeared beside her. Ning Xi raised her head up, almost in tears. "Boss." Lu Tingxiao had a bowl of soup in his hands. "It's all right. I've already covered up what happened last night. Drink up." Ning. She took the soup and drank it sip by sip obediently. With an anxious heart, she mumbled, "You? Aren't you going to scold me? You're not hurt, so why should I scold you?" Ugh. Why did he act like as long as she was not hurt, she could do anything she wanted? Could he not do something this sweet, so early in the morning? Chapter 1347, Beautiful Trap. "Can you please stop being so good to me all the time, please?" The girl looked down, her eyes like marble spheres that had lost its shine. Before that negativity could spread out, Ning Xi suppressed it back inside her. Ning Xi wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao really liked the girl's small gestures like this. Her silky smooth hair fell on his shoulder, making his heart flutter. He really wanted to give her the whole world. Ning Xi whispered into his ear, "Why do I like you so much? When I decided to be with you, I thought I already liked you enough. Before that, she never thought that she would be with anyone else. If she did not really like him, she would not have taken that step forward. But now I realize, the way I like you then was just a very small fragment of my feelings for you now." She poured her heart and soul out to the man. She had still kept a part to herself when she decided to be together with him, telling herself that if anything unpredictable happened, she could leave right away. However, at this point, she realized that although they had not known each other for very long, he had already become one with he. If they were to be separated, it would be excruciatingly painful. Lu Tingxiao felt warmth in his chest when the girl confessed to him, but his sensitive mind felt a sense of unease. Ning Xi hugged the man. Then after a while, she took a deep breath and said, "Lu Tingxiao, it's been some time since we went on a date. When you're free, let's go out together, just the two of us." "I'm free anytime, as long as it is with you." "Okay, then I'll confirm my schedule with Sis Gigi. I'll let you know soon. When the time comes, I have something to tell you." Ning Xi tried her best to sound normal. Lu Tingxiao noticed something. For Ning Xi to lose control over herself, it must have been because of that. Ning Xi left the man's warm hug, crawling out of bed. I fell into your beauty trap again. I have to go to the studio today. I'm going to be late." Ning Xi quickly put on her makeup and changed. Then she kissed Lu Tingxiao and left the house. When she reached the studio, Xiao Tao was already there waiting for her. "My dear, please tell me that Sis Gigi isn't angry with me." Ning Xi pleaded with Xiao Tao nervously. Xiao Tao looked worried. "She's not really angry, just worried about you. We couldn't contact you last night, so we were really anxious." Fortunately, Second Master managed to stem the news. "Bro Shi, is your family matter settled? If it wasn't for Second Master, we all thought that the person really was you." "Family matter?" Ning Xi was a little taken aback. It must have been an excuse made up by Lu Jingli. She quickly nodded. "Sort of. Because it was a private matter, Xiao Tao did not ask further about it." She just looked at Ning Xi with curious eyes. "Bro Shi, are you and Second Master really just normal friends? I feel like he's been really extra nice to you." Ning Xi's mouth twitched a little. Of course, they were not just normal friends. Chapter 1348. So cool. Most of the people reporting to the studio today was the main cast. The main cast she knew of consisted the other female lead, Ning Xi, while the male lead would be played by Jiang Mai. The tertiary female lead would be taken up by another female artiste under Glory World Entertainment, Li Yiqing. As Ning Xi reached the dressing room, she heard a loud yell from inside. "Hey, what's wrong with you? You can't even do something so simple. Do you intend to kill Xi? Do you know how soft her skin is?" When Ning Xi walked in, she saw Meng Xi sitting in front of the mirror like a queen, and her assistant was scolding a girl. Her sharp fingernails almost struck the girl's face. Ning Xi then realized that girl was Li Yiqing from Glory World Entertainment. Her eyes were welling up, and she was almost going to cry, yet she did not make a sound. Ning Xi immediately held onto the assistant's threatening finger. The assistant shrieked, yanking back her nearly lost finger. As she glared at Ning Xi, "You?" Ning Xi let her go and sat down on a chair nearby. She looked at her coldly. When the assistant saw it was Ning Xi, she toned down her temper and went back to Meng Xi to hide behind her. Li Yiqing was surprised when Ning Xi helped her. She quickly went behind Ning Xi. It was rumored that Meng Xi had someone powerful supporting her. Everyone who offended her before met a terrible fate, which explained why no one dared to get in her way within the industry. As most people realized, the entertainment industry was one of the quickest ways to launder money. The sudden appearance of Sunset Media sprouted suspicion, and people were afraid of Meng Xi as well. Still, now that Ning Xi was one of the top artistes from Glory World Entertainment, with the protection from the Lu Corporation, even Meng Xi had to be careful of her. "When did our artiste from Glory World Entertainment become your nanny?" Ning Xi demanded coldly. The assistant mumbled, "I just asked her for a little massage, okay? It's her honor to be able to massage Xi." What did you say? I can't really hear you." Ning Xi said slowly and carefully in a cold, eerie tone. The assistant ducked behind Meng Xi with a pale face, remaining silent. Meng Xi glanced at Ning Xi as she was checking her manicure, then she smiled. How powerful you are, Ms. Ning. Ning Xi smiled back wryly. Not as much as you, Ms. Meng. At this moment, the assistant director came in and asked Meng Xi to go for the audition, abruptly ending the conflict. Li Yiqing let out a sigh of relief. She blushed and looked at Ning Xi with gratitude. Sis Xi, thank you. When Su Yimo was around, they would be considered fortunate if they were not bullied, so when Ning Xi got promoted, everyone was really worried that she would be the next Su Yimo. She did not expect that Ning Xi was not afraid that she might be penalized. Li Yiqing was really touched when she helped her. Although Ning Xi was still in a female outfit, she felt that Ning Xi was really cool. Chapter 1349, Girls Left and Right. You're welcome. We're from the same company after all, Ning Xi replied. Ning Xi's down-to-earth attitude made Li Yiqing feel even more grateful. Sis Xi, my grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and he's really good at massaging. I've been learning from him since I was a child. Do you want me to give you a massage? Ning Xi smiled. It's all right. You can work on your stuff. Don't let me affect your work. Li Yiqing shook her head. Not really. I've finished my audition already. Let me help you with a massage as a token of appreciation of what happened just now. If not, I'd feel really bad about it. Ning Xi saw the girl's passionate eyes, so she could not reject her. All right then, thank you. Okay. Li Yiqing stood behind Ning Xi gleefully, her pale little hands on Ning Xi's shoulders, and she started massaging. Although she looked petite, she had quite some strength. The way she massaged was really comfortable. Li Yiqing frowned a little as she was massaging. Sis Xi, have you been stressed lately? Your shoulder muscles are really strained. Ning Xi looked into the mirror and mumbled, a little. Xiao Tao was watching Li Yiqing's actions. Looks great to know this. I'll learn from you. Then I'll be able to help bro Xi massage the next time. Li Yiqing replied, sure. I'll teach you. When Jiang Mai came in, he saw someone enjoying the company of girls left and right, so he looked a little annoyed. You really know how to enjoy yourself, huh? Senior Jiang. Li Yiqing greeted when she saw it was Jiang Mai. She explained, sis, she helped me out just now, so I'm just massaging her as a token of appreciation. Okay, get out now. I have something to talk about with this girl. Jiang Mai shooed her out of the room. Both Li Yiqing and Xiao Tao knew that Jiang Mai was on good terms with Ning Xi, so they both left quickly. Ning Xi was unhappy when Jiang Mai chased her girls away. What? Jiang Mai looked at her disdainfully. Look at how relaxed you are. Your death is coming upon you, and you're still flirting around. What do you mean? Can you not jinx me this early in the morning? Do you know who the secondary male lead of this movie is? Jiang Mai asked. What does that have to do with me? Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? The secondary male lead is Mo. Yuxiu. Ning Xi suddenly shot to her feet. Are you kidding me? Kidding you? He's already here. Right outside. Jiang Mai plopped down on a chair. Damn it. That can't be. Ning Xi was speechless. As the old saying went, there could not be two tigers in the same territory. Because of you, that guy was willing to stand below me and become a secondary male lead. Ning Xiaoxi, look at you. Jiang Mai taunted her. Ning Su's expression darkened. Damn it. I'm already troubled enough. Chapter 1350. Bite me. Why couldn't they let her have a peaceful life? When he saw Ning Xi's fretful reaction, Jiang Mai shot her a side look and said, the person at bar number 8 last night was you, wasn't it? Ning Xi tilted her head to the side and did not say anything, but her expression answered him. Jiang Mai snorted. I knew it was you. Then, he looked a little worriedly at her. Did something happen? If the public relations team had not dealt with the matter properly, this incident was enough to ruin all the image and popularity she had worked so hard to build. Based on Ning Xi's excellent work ethics, she definitely would not make such a rookie mistake. It's nothing. Ning Xi obviously did not want to discuss this. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes at her sarcastically. Still hiding things from me? Yet, here I am thinking about sharing your burden with you. My kindness is being treated as malice. Ning Xi simply said to Jiang Mai, not everything can be shared. There are some things I just want to bring to my deathbed. Jiang Mai's mouth twitched. Speak human to me. Ning Xi replied. I just don't want to tell you, so bite me. Jiang Mai had nothing to say. Moments later, Ning Xi finished putting her makeup on and walked to the audition venue. In the studio, Ning Xi's still image for her character was being photographed. With a long silver sword, an outfit whiter than snow, her flowing black hair, and the expression that conveyed neither sadness nor happiness, brilliantly conveying the immortally graceful charisma and love-refusing demeanor of the series' female lead. The photographers, director, and surrounding crew members praised Ning Xi profusely. Ning Xi is amazing. She's even more fitting of the role than we thought after putting on her makeup for the image. She's practically like a goddess that has descended from the ninth heavens. She's exactly the same as Ling Xi in the novel. Fans of the book will have nothing to criticize. Ning Xi crossed her arms and watched quietly from the side. There was fiery enthusiasm radiating from her eyes, as if she had met a worthy opponent. To be honest, Ning Xi was indeed spectacular at acting. An expressionless character like Ling Xi looked easy, yet it was actually extremely difficult to perform because it would look like she had facial nerve paralysis if she did not act carefully. Nevertheless, Ning Xi had mastered it well. There were not many who could achieve this. She was worthy of holding the title of the two-time award-winning movie queen. As the crowd buzzed, someone saw Ning Xi from the corner of their eye. She had changed into her costume as well, and instantly, exclamations began. Wah! Yin Huang. Ning Xi's Yin Huang is really amazing too. The vibes. Ning Xi is quite suitable for such villainous characters. She did well in the world as Meng Chang'e. No wonder director Gua cast her. The two female leads in the series, Ling Xi and Yin Huang, had starkly contrasting personalities and settings. One was the leader of the right-wing Xuanji faction, and the other was a witch from a place occupied by sinister forces. One was elegant and free from vulgarity, the other was sly and unpredictable. The male lead having to contend between the two women, and the love-hate dynamics of this love triangle was considered one of the show's highlights. Of course, if Yin Huang's character was simple as that, Gua Qixing would not have especially casted Ning Xi, and even claimed that it had been tailored for her. The main feature of Ning Xi's character was the fact that Yin Huang was spellbound as a result of having practiced magic and thus had two split personalities. Chapter 1351, A Gathering of Ex-Boyfriends. One of the split personalities was sinister and cruel, the other was innocent and guiltless, so kind that she would not even want to kill an ant. Such a situation often appeared within the script. Yin Huang would be sinister 1 second, then turn innocent. Even when this flared up, she would have to constantly switch between two personalities. Such a role demanded much skill from the actor. When she saw Ning Xi come over, Ning Xi sized her up and had an arrogance in her eyes. It was a condescending look often used in the circle by actors from the capability camp towards the idol camp. To Ning Xi, she was just an artiste that became popular overnight from acting in a melodramatic movie. She did not even have any reputable awards. Such people were a dime in the dozen in the entertainment industry. Most of them would just use their instant popularity to profit hugely, and there were many like her, so she was not worth a mention. Yin Huang's character was not that difficult for Ning Xi, so the audition and shooting of the image stills concluded rather quickly. When she was finished, Ning Xi was speaking to the director when a black silhouette flashed from not too far away. The person who had just turned around the corner was Mo Yuxiao, who had come miles for the kill. Ning Xi speechlessly covered her face in her hands. Bloody hell, had he really chased her here? What was this guy trying to do? Mo Yuxiao looked at her, but he did not do anything for now. He completed his audition and photo shoot by the book. To an outsider, he had perfect work ethics. Only Ning Xi understood his calm expression's real meaning, which was, Tang Xi. There are more days to come. We will have our fun. Yet, today was probably meant to be a disastrous day for her. Just as Ning Xi thought the situation was bad enough, the assistant director suddenly smiled flatteringly and led someone in. CEO Su, this way. We're shooting the image stills. Ning Xi looked at the man behind the assistant and was shocked as if struck by lightning. Su Yan? What was he doing here? Bloody hell. Jiang Mai, Mo Yuxiao, and Su Yan. There were 3 X's in one show. Just one more would be enough for a round of mahjong. Was this meant to create more chaos for her? When Gua Qixing saw who had arrived, he immediately walked up eagerly to greet. CEO Su, you're here. Why didn't you tell me so I could prepare? I had some work nearby today, so I decided to swing by for a look. No need to cause a commotion. Su Yan was the elegant and kind gentleman as always. Guo Qixing led Su Yan to the audition venue. Since you're here, let me introduce you to the main cast so far. Have a look and give us some pointers. Su Yan humbly said, I obviously trust your judgment, Director Guo. I'm just an industry outsider. I can admire the charm of the main cast, but I daren't offer pointers. When he heard Su Yan's words, Guo Qixing felt as if he was bathed in good vibes. Most investors would try to pretend that they knew things and stick a finger in the pie anywhere at this point, but people like Su Yan just made one feel comfortable. Jiang Mai used his elbow to nudge the stunned Ning Xi, and he shot her a side look. He pouted and said, Hey, you okay? Indeed, true love is different. You've been stupefied since he walked in. Ning Xi shot Jiang Mai a mean look. True love, my ass. How did Su Yan become the investor of this show? That was not logical. Jiang Mai blinked. What's so odd about that? Do you know what's the total investment for our series so far? $5 billion. Chapter 1352, Gathered Enough for Mahjong. The lineup of the cast and the script for this show has ensured that this series will be a big hit. With such a huge cake, everyone wants a piece of it, including the Su family who's preparing to enter the entertainment business. It's not surprising that they'd be part of this. The Su family's investment isn't really considered extremely high. They're just one of the many investors. But with Su Yan and Ning Xi's relationship, would the Sus invest a show in which she was the female lead? Relationships are phony. Profits are the priority. Ning Xi calmed down to think about it and decided that it was really not that odd. Even if Ning Xi was the daughter-in-law to be of the Su family, in order for the Sus to enter the entertainment business, they could not just invest in Ning Xi's productions. Ning Xi considered it and suddenly had a bad feeling. She quickly pulled Jiang Mai aside to ask, who are the other investors for this show apart from Su Yan? Jiang Mai rolled his eyes at her. I'm not that free to pay attention to these things. Who cares? I only know that Glory World Entertainment invested $1 billion. CEO Su, this is our female lead, Meng Xi, our second male lead, Imo Yuxiao, and our second female lead, Li Yiqing. You're familiar with the first male lead and the other female lead, Jiang Mai and Ning Xi. Guo Qixing introduced each one of them to Su Yan. Everyone was rather friendly and performed common courtesy towards the investors. Su Yan greeted each and every one of them, his gaze pausing on Ning Xi for a moment, but he regained it very quickly, revealing not a single hint. Director Guo, I still need to rush for a family dinner, so I won't stay longer. Of course, CEO Su, feel free to leave if you're busy. I'll send you off. After Guo Qixing returned from sending Su Yan off, Ning Xi immediately ran over and cornered Guo Qixing to ask, Director Guo, who are the other investors? There are many. In fact, there are more than 10 investors. The Su family's investment is the third largest, answered Guo Qixing. More than 10, Ning Xi scratched her head. Who invested the most then? Glory World Entertainment. Guo Qixing shook his head. No, your company is the second. I'm sure you've heard of the largest investor. It's Elon Innovative Investment Group that recently became very famous in Imperial's business circle. They're surely rich and generous, investing $2 billion in a go. What? Elon Investment Group? Was that not Yinshin's company? When she heard that it was Elon Investment Group, Ning Xi felt like she had been struck by lightning from all sides, and it was as if her fate of death was fast approaching. Guo Qixing continued. It seems like their boss is rather interested in the business of filmmaking. Oh right, their boss will even be featured as a cameo in the show himself. When she heard this, Ning Xi's face darkened. See cameo? Who's he going to cameo as? Guo Qixing looked to Ning Xi and smiled mysteriously. His character has a trivial relationship with your character. Ning Xi put her hand to her heart that was about to stop short. What's he acting as? Director, don't tease me anymore. Let me be mentally prepared. Guo Qixing answered. He's acting as Yun Huang's father. Ning Xi was speechless. Yinshen, F*CKU. He was actually going to act as her father? Fine, you are cool. You have money. You are my father. At this moment, Ning Xi was breaking down on the inside. She had thought that the role in this show was not challenging and rather relaxing for her. She could even improve her acting skills with capability camps like Meng Xi, making it perfect. Yet who would have thought that it had now become the most difficult obstacle in her acting life? Great. Now they had really gathered enough for a round of mahjong. God, You are truly playing games with me. Chapter 1353. Can I go on strike? Guo Qixing patted Ning Xi on her back when he saw that she was looking a little green. He told her in a confident tone, "You don't have to worry so much about it, Ning Xi. He doesn't really have many scenes, so it won't affect the series much, and most of them are just scenes with you. Let him a little, and it'll be fine." Television series were different from movies. The standard requirements were not as high. Some minor characters would not be that important. Ning Xi felt dreadful. Ning Xi thought to herself, "Can I go on a strike?" Guo Qixing suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, Ning Xi. The character you recommended for Ku Mingyu has been decided." Ning Xi was speechless. An extra blow. Guo Qixing had no idea what Ning Xi was fretting about. He just told her to do her best, and then left. Jiang Mai came over and was enjoying the chaos flitting across Ning Xi's face. "What's up with you? You look like you want to jump into the river after the conversation with the director." Ning Xi leaned against the wall, mumbling to herself, "As the heavens entrust a person with great responsibilities, his resolve will be tested, exhausting his muscles and bones, exposing him to hunger, and leaving him in extreme poverty in order to make up for his shortcomings." At the Big Pearl Hotel, which was near Ning Xi's audition location. In the room, the Nings and the Sus gathered to discuss what had happened at the cocktail party the other day. "Uncle, Auntie, the hotel has a batch of fresh seafood today. Let's try some." Ning Xiuela tried to speak carefully. On the opposite of the round table, Su Yan's parents looked unhappy. There was no sign of the kindness usually shown to Ning Xiuela. They acted indifferent to her instead. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu were unhappy about their attitude, but they could only remain silent. Ning Yaohua asked, "Where's Su Yan? Why isn't he here yet?" Ning Xiuela quickly said, "Bro Yan is already on his way. He should be here soon." Suddenly, the door opened, and Su Yan walked in. Ning Xiuela's eyes brightened. She went up to him and had tears in her eyes. "Bro Yan." Su Yan did not have to ask, and knew that his parents were giving Ning Xiuela a hard time. In sympathy, he gave her a gentle gaze and sat with her. Su Yan's mother became broodier when she saw her son's protective behavior. "Su Yan, come and sit over here." Ning Xiuela's face turned pale. "Mother, didn't we talk about this before we came?" It seemed like Su Yan had said something to his parents beforehand, but of course, they would refuse to listen to any of it. Su Yan's mother was upset. "I can't take this. Look at what their family has done. And you knew it all along. Why didn't you tell us?" Su Yan's father voiced out as well. "This is a serious matter, Su Yan. You're being ridiculous." Although Su Hongguang looked like he was blaming Su Yan, he was glaring at Ning Xiuela, apparently blaming Ning Xiuela for seducing Su Yan. Actually, it was understandable why Su Hongguang and Zheng Minjun would act this way. Chapter 1354. Chicken and Phoenix. When they first found out that Su Yan had fallen in love with a girl from the village, they had spent a lot of effort to separate them, and even said a lot of terrible things to her, like how she was unworthy of Su Yan and that she had to know her place. Then, for some reason, Ning Xuan decided to make Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu retain Ning Xi's identity as their foster daughter. Although she was already part of the Ning family, her identity was not worthy to be associated with the Su family. After they realized Su Yan was in love with the real daughter of the Ning family, Ning Xua, they were overjoyed, thinking that she was the real Golden Phoenix. In the end, the roles were all reversed. Ning Xi was the real daughter, and Ning Xua was the wild chicken trying to act as the phoenix. They had been deceived for 5 years. How else would they feel? "Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't want to hide it from the both of you," sobbed Ning Xiuela as tears started falling down her face. Su Yan held Ning Xiuela's hands and frowned. "Father, Mother, I've already said that it was I who asked Xiuela to not say it. It has nothing to do with her." Zhuang Lingyu could not hold it in anymore. "Please think about it. Why didn't we announce Ning Xi's identity after we found out the truth? Why did we treat Xiuela as our princess and ignore our biological daughter? It's simply because of the time we spent together. We've already accepted Xiuela as our real daughter. We don't want her to get hurt. Compared to Ning Xi, with whom we don't really have any emotional connections. I agree that it's our fault for hiding the truth, but Xiuela has been with us since she was born. We've nurtured her well, and we didn't treat her any different even after we took Ning Xi back in our hearts. Xiaoluo is our real daughter. We've decided to treat her as our real daughter. It doesn't matter if we tell anyone about it or not. Zhuang Lingyu then hardened her tone. You know that Xiaoluo is a kind-hearted child. She's really outstanding and was even nominated as Best Actress. Furthermore, her clothing brand is doing really well. Who else in the socialite circle is better than her? I dare say that none of them are worthy of Su Yin or of the Su family. Su Yan's mother looked at Ning Xi sadly, and her facial expression softened. I admit that Xiaoluo is really good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have liked her so much. But families like us are really particular about matters like this, Madam Ning. I believe that you can understand it all too well. Su Yan's father nodded. To be honest, no matter how well your persuasion is, what is a fraud can never be the real thing. She's not your biological daughter after all. Su Yan's mother became more straightforward. That's right. What if you're biased towards your biological daughter? In the future? One biological daughter, one foster daughter. Was it not obvious enough who was going to inherit the family's assets? If the Su family took in a wild chicken and ignored the real phoenix, not only would they be made fun of, they would also not be able to get any benefits as well. It would be bad for business. Chapter 1355, Blessed Day. Su Yan's mother was much more particular than her husband was on this matter because Su Hongguang had an illegitimate child, waiting to take over Su Yan's place anytime. She was hoping for Su Yan to have a solid marriage so that it could help him in the future. If not, she would not have gone against the relationship between Su Yan and Ning Xi back then. She was really hostile towards the Ning family's dishonesty. It was no wonder Ning Xiyuan had only given Ning Xiaoluo assets and none of the shares, but he had given Ning Xi 10% of shares. Now, everything made sense. It still boiled down to legitimacy. In the end, Ning Yaohua took out his trump card. He grabbed a folder from his suitcase and handed it over to Su Hongguang. Su Hongguang stared at Ning Yaohua and accepted the folder suspiciously. Su Hongguang and Zheng Minjun looked at each other in surprise when they saw the contract and share transferal. Apparently, they did not expect Ning Yaohua to go this far. Ning Yaohua had transferred all 15% of his shares to the non-blood-related Ning Xiaoluo. Can you place your faith in me now? Ning Yaohua said. Su Hongguang looked much better after he went through the contract. After he going through it, he returned it to Ning Yaohua. What can I say? You really love Xiaoluo. I have nothing else to say. Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu looked at each other and felt relieved. Ning Xiaoluo was slightly relieved as well, but at the same time, she was also thinking how cunning these elders were. They would only be satisfied when they saw something of value to them. Luckily, Ning Yaohua had transferred the shares to her. Otherwise, her marriage with Su Yin might really be ruined. Su Yan's mother glanced at the contract and her attitude had an entirely different shift. She sighed. We're just concerned about our child's future. I hope you don't mind. Although Zhuang Lingyu was scornful about their snootiness, she used a much friendlier tone to reply. We're all parents here. Of course, we understand. We just hope they'll be happy forever. We're satisfied as long as Xiaoluo is happy. The atmosphere between them seemed much better after the share transferal contract was revealed. Ning Yaohua then quickly took the opportunity to mention the marriage. Su Yin and Xiaoluo have been together for 5 years. It's about time for them to settle down. Zhuang Lingyu went along. Xiaoluo's clothing brand is going to collaborate with another brand in the US. She has some free time right now, but if we wait any longer, she'll be really busy later. Su Yan's mother thought about it. Their relationship and careers are solid. It's true that their marriage can't wait anymore. Ning Yaohua then looked at Su Yin and Ning Xiaoluo hopefully. What do you guys think? Ning Xiaoluo looked down bashfully. I'll go with whatever you both say. Su Yin looked absent-minded and did not say anything. Su Yan's mother looked at her own son curiously. Su Yin, what about you? He returned to his senses. I have no objections as well. Su Hongguang then declared. Tomorrow, I'll go and request for a blessed date from Master Long. Chapter 1356, A Breathtaking Chance Encounter. Everyone else nodded to what Su Hongguang said, indicating that they did not have any objections. Su Yan's mother recalled that Master Long had previously said Ning Xi had a fate that brought luck to her husband. Then she felt much more at ease. Next up, the two families began to discuss the marriage details and roughly decided upon the flow as if all the previous woe had never happened. When all was finalized, Ning Xiaoluo breathed a long sigh of relief. Indeed, What was hers would still be hers. After the dinner ended, the two families were a bundle of joy and harmony. They both cordially bade each other goodbye. The two parents left separately, while Ning Xi and Su Yin left together. With the wedding happening soon, the parents understood that the two lovebirds would want to catch up privately. Su Hongguang and Zheng Mingjun walked towards the car park and chatted. Zheng Mingjun was rather satisfied with the Ning family's attitude for the night, although she still felt a sense of unease in her heart about something. She sighed to her husband. Hey, considering that she was still born to some village woman, Shula is actually not bad already. I'm just afraid that as time goes on, her true colors will be revealed. Su Hongguang prioritized profits more, so he did not think much about this. The Ning family isn't unreasonable. Shula has been pampered like a princess since she was young. She's received a great education and nurturing, so I'm sure it won't be that bad. Instead, it's that Ning Xi who grew up in the village that would be truly uncouth. Even if they tried to change her in the future, I'm afraid it can't be reversed. Did you forget all the things she did? And there was Elder Ning's birthday banquet, the last time at which she actually wore a casual outfit. Otherwise, why did you think that cunning Ning Yaohua would rather have a foster daughter than admit Ning Xi is his real daughter? As she listened to her husband, Zheng Mingjun nodded. That's true. The two were speaking when two girls bumped into them head-on. It was Ning Xi and her assistant, Xiao Tao. At that moment, Ning Xi was wearing Spirit's bespoke high-quality piece with an oriental vibe. She wore high heels and had light makeup on her. It would not be exaggerating to say that she possessed a celestial beauty. Most importantly, there was no frivolousness on her face. Instead, she exuded a natural elegance. Xiao Tao, later on, remember to email me the latest itinerary. I need it urgently. Ning Xi was talking to Xiao Tao when she looked up and saw the two of them. She could not help but stop for a moment in shock. Su Hongguang and Zheng Mingjun. Ning Xi never would have thought that she would bump into Su Yan's parents here. She would especially recognize his mother, Zheng Mingjun, anywhere. After all, back then, in an effort to break her and Su Yan up, she had really been completely unscrupulous. She had been a weak, soft, and easily bullied girl then. Zheng Mingjun's harsh words had cruelly crushed her naive self, and it was also then that her innocence had been completely turned upside down. Hey, Ning Xi, wait up. Behind her, Director Guo Qixing caught up. When Su Hongguang and Zheng Mingjun saw Ning Xi, they did not dare to confirm if it was her. Yet when they heard Guo Qixing call out her name, they exchanged glances and their expressions changed. How could it be? This pretty girl with an elegant aura was really Ning Xi? Ever since Ning Xi had returned to the country, they had only seen her at Elder Ning's birthday banquet. They knew that Ning Xi had entered the entertainment industry too, but they never paid any attention. Chapter 1357. How many girls' hearts have you stolen? The instant they saw Ning Xi and wondered about this girl's mannerisms and appearance, the line, "the apple doesn't fall far from the tree," flashed across Zheng Mingjun's mind. She was worthy of being the real daughter of a prestigious family. Even if she had stayed in a rural village for 18 years, it was just something in her bones. Then, she thought about how Zhuang Lingyu was Zhuang Zhongren's daughter, thus making Ning Xi Zhuang Zhongren's niece, and how she had part of the Zhuang family's bloodline. Zheng Mingjun felt upset again. Ning Xi very quickly returned to her senses after her initial surprise of seeing Su Hongguang and Zheng Mingjun. She turned around to Guo Qixing. Director Guo? What is it? Guo Qixing panted. Why did you leave so quickly? I still have something I need your help with. Ning Xi broke into bubbly laughter. What could be so important that you had to personally chase after me, Director Guo? Guo Qixing cleared his throat, seeming a little unnatural as he scooped out a pink notebook filled with hearts. Please autograph this for me. Ning Xi almost laughed out loud. No way, Director Guo. I didn't think you were a crazy fan too. Guo Qixing shot her an embarrassed look. Nonsense, this is my daughter's. Quickly sign it. The little girl's been urging me so many times. If I don't get it done today, she's going to torment me again. Guo Qixing's daughter. Geez, was that so? Ning Xi took the book and skimmed through it. She realized it was filled with her pictures. What a true fangirl. Ning Xi's heart warmed at this sight. She properly signed her name, and even included a few words of encouragement. Guo Qixing took the book back and looked like his family's good crop was going to be snatched away by Ning Xi. Hey, you need to restrain yourself a little. You're but just one girl. But how many little girls' hearts have you stolen? Ning Xi laughed heartily. Director Gua, are you jealous? Guo Qixing shot her a look before leaving. Su Hongguang and Zheng Mingju were driving home. The two of them had some pin-up frustrations. Initially, they had consoled each other and persuaded themselves that Ning Xua was 100 times better than Ning Xi. Yet who would have thought that with just one look at Ning Xi earlier, they would begin to waver. At Peachwood, after she reached home, Ning Xi took off her shoes as she let Steamed Bun prepare a bath for her. Then the first thing she did was immerse herself in the tub. Only when her entire body was engulfed by warmth, her tensed nerves could finally relax a little. The restlessness in her was screaming crazily with an impulse to escape the limitations of rationality. Obviously, that little moment from last night was not even enough for her to relieve stress. Ning Xi continuously took deep breaths and forced herself to forget about going out to wreak havoc. Ding! Her phone rang. It was probably Xiao Tao sending over the itinerary. Ning Xi wiped her hands and took her phone. Indeed, it was Xiao Tao. Ning Xi opened the itinerary in her inbox. She realized that her workflow would soon be pretty filled up, especially in the next 2 days. When the Lu Corporation commercial was done, she would have to cooperate and attend all sort of promotional events by the company. After she was done being busy for the next few days, Ling Zhizhi had kept her weekends free for rest. When she was done resting, the crew of the television series would be ready to start work. Thus, it was probably only those 2 days that were best. Chapter 1358, Want to be in Dearest's Embrace. Ning Xi stared at the 2 dates marked in red for a long time. Finally, she sent Lu Tingxiao a text. My dear, let's have our date this weekend. If possible, she wished she had more time. She was worried that something would happen, and she lost control of herself. It would affect her work, but now with the new series about to begin shooting, she could only resolve this as soon as possible before they began. If she continued to drag this on, she would not be able to focus on doing anything else. The text had just been sent shortly when Lu Tingxiao called her. I've seen your text. I'm good with it. Okay, that's settled then. Ning Xi spoke with a light-hearted tone. Yet the truth was that the instant she heard Lu Tingxiao's voice, she immediately had the thought of backing out, so she could escape from what she had just committed to and forget about the whole thing. Are you done with work? I've just finished my meeting. Shall I go over to you? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat. Don't. I'm not done yet. I might be quite late. Okay, don't work too hard. Finish earlier and rest soon. I'm hanging up now, okay? Mwah. Ning Xi hung up, seeming like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Geez. All she did was hear Lu Tingxiao's voice, and it was enough to waver her. When they met in real life, she might really throw away her determination into the Mariana Trench. This would not do. She had to be firm before this weekend came. She had to make sure she would say it all in one go and settle this once and for all. The next day, Ning Xi woke up bright and early to rush to the Lu Corporation. She had just parked when a familiar black Maybach suddenly stopped beside her. In the shotgun seat was an excited Lu Jingli. Hey, Xiao Shishi, what a coincidence. You're here. Before he could finish, Ning Xi had already run off. Lu Jingli scratched his head and looked at his brother in confusion. Didn't Xiao Shishi see us? That's not right. She clearly did. Our eyes even met. Then why did she run off faster than a hare at the sight of us? There's no one else nearby either. Lu Tingxiao looked towards the direction she had left. There was an unnoticeable frown on his face. In the elevator, Ning Xi patted her chest as if she had just escaped death. That was close. She had almost cleared out the MP she had accumulated the entire night. Sobs. Bloody hell. She clearly just wanted to fly over and be in her dearest's embrace. No, she must hold back. She did not want to use any more excuses to hide anything from him. Even after she told him, the price she would have to pay might not be something she could bear. She walked into the advertising department, the first to arrive. Bro Shi, you're here? You're really early. Ying cordially greeted her. Morning, Director Yi. Aren't the others here yet? Then, I'll just shut my eyes to rest. Is that okay? Of course. Bro Shi, you must be quite busy recently. Don't tire yourself out. Rest, it's fine. It'll probably take a while for others to arrive. When they're here, I'll call you. Ying said. Thanks. Then, while the others had yet to arrive, Ning Xi sat on the sofa and leaned back to rest. She had not slept for the entire night last night because she had been fighting the restlessness in her. Her stress-relieving methods in the past had all been disastrous, such as partaking in extreme sports or dangerous missions. Very quickly, the others slowly arrived. While Ning Xi was still resting with her eyes shut, she heard a sinister voice by her ear. So, then, have you considered what I said before? Chapter 1359. So, then, still want to continue? Ning Xi did not even open her eyes. Her voice was even more sinister and terrifying than his. I'm not in a very good mood lately. I advise you to stay away from me. The girl's creepy tone caused a chill to shoot up Mo Yushio's spine. He scoffed. Mockingly, in a bad mood. What's wrong? Are you breaking up with your man? At that moment, the words breaking up were a flame that could ignite an entire barrel of explosives. In the next second, with a resounding thump, Mo Yushio was attacked with a shoulder throw by Ning Xi, and he fell to the floor. The girl towered over him and glowered down at him, her eyes containing a slight chill that could make one's blood run cold. This sudden scene shocked everyone else in the office. Qin Ran, Han Yuqing, Luo Fan, and Li Lekai all exchanged confused looks. Bloody hell, why were these two fighting again? This time, it looked like Ning Xi had made the first move. In the corner, Jiang Mai shook his head and sighed as he looked pitifully at Mo Yushio. I wonder what happened to that girl. She has been a mess recently. Even I daren't get close to her. Mo Yushio had to go to her now of all times. It was practically suicide. Frick! Mo Yushio was the most confused. He did not expect Ning Xi to suddenly revolt. In defiance, he cursed and attacked her right back. Ning Xi's usual fighting capabilities were enough to beat Mo Yushio. Now, the situation was even more savage that it was hard for anyone to watch. Then, next up, Mo Yushio had undoubtedly been beaten up by Ning Xi. In fact, Ning Xi did not care about his dignity at all this time. She sat on Mo Yushio and beat him up to the extent that he had no way of fighting back. Only her final sliver of rationality held her back from hitting his face. Qin Ran stroked his chin and commented, "Watching Ning Xi fight is quite exciting." Li Lekai, whose partner had cheated on him with Mo Yushio, was watching the show rather gleefully. He almost wanted to get his phone out and record this, so he could watch it before sleeping every night. It just felt so good. Broshi Yushio, don't fight anymore. Things were just fine. What happened? Yiying was anxiously calling out from the side. She was speechless as well. Why had her two Prince Charmings gotten into a fight again? What weird addiction was this? Thankfully, after the previous incidents, she was getting familiar with things, and now she was much calmer. Plus, Ning Xi did not hit face, so she felt that she would not act out of hand, reassuring her slightly. Until the end, Ning Xi used one knee to pin Mo Yushio's back down. She panted slightly, then leaned into the man's ear and warned, "How then? Still want to continue?" When Mo Yushio felt the girl's slim legs on his back, while the girl's warm breath gasping close to his ear, he suddenly felt his heart beating faster beyond comprehension. That was the long-awaited feeling of arousal. The feeling of being aroused by a woman. Bloody hell. Damn it. It was just once or twice. Yet he had been beaten to the state of arousal? He himself did not know that he was into masochism. Let go. Mo Yushio was getting frightened by his own thoughts. He struggled vigorously from Ning Xi's grasp and escaped far away, but his gaze towards Ning Xi had secretly increased in passion. Jiang Mai looked at Ning Xi, then at the beaten-up Mo Yushio. Sigh. Now Ning Xi had someone else to beat up. Finally, he did not have to suffer anymore. But why did he suddenly feel lonely? Chapter 1360, seen as a romantic rival. With Ning Xi's grave warning, Mo Yushio finally decided to stop. The crowd first gathered for a meeting at the advertising department. Then they proceeded to Emerald Villa together and had a press conference for the commercial 7 days. Yiying had specially chosen a remote and secluded location to organize the press conference. Yet when they arrived, the venue was already crowded with people. Even if the hotel had done preparations in advance, they still could not hold back the enthusiasm of the fans. At last, even the police force had to be there. Among these 7 people, just a group of their fans would be enough to overwhelm. What more when it was all 7 of them together? The crowd almost got into a fight. The funniest thing was that many fans had even changed sides at the event, switching to be another person's fan. As for those fujoshis that liked to matchmake, with the 7 Prince Charmings before them, They had already silently thought of all sorts of ships. They were in heaven. Ning Xi was already in bad condition. When she reached such a chaotic venue, she felt her head hurt even more, but she forced a smile and greeted the fans. As they walked in, being confused and disoriented, Ning Xi did not notice the staircase in front of her. When she walked up, she accidentally tripped. In the next second, before her body lost control, two hands unexpectedly reached out from her left and her right. Jiang Mai's expression darkened. He looked like a worried mother hen. What are you thinking about? Can you watch where you're going? Do you want to perform kissing the floor for your fans? Mo Yushio did not expect to hurl out his arm too. He immediately withdrew it back when he realized what had happened. Then he remained expressionless. It was just a brief interlude, yet the crowd had already burst into shrieks that could pierce through the roof. My pampers bro she so much. She sugoi. She is canon, happiness. Amid the shrieks, a few of Mo Yushio fans had also emotionally said, but bro she is quite fitting with our Shio too. Shio is so tsundere in front of bro she. How cute. However, the moment they started, they were rebutted by Mai and Ning Xi's shippers. Bro she and Mo Yushio? What's this evil cult? Drag them out. Our Mai and Ning Xi is the true canon, okay? From the world to our 18-year-old youth, no matter in a male or a female outfit. As Mo Yushio listened to the fans' discussions, he could not help but take a second look at Jiang Mai's direction. Even though they were in the same company and had collaborated many times, it was not unusual for them to be close, yet he still felt their relationship was not merely platonic. Could Ning Xi's boyfriend really be Jiang Mai? Were the two of them secretly dating? Tingxi. I thought how high your standards were, but they're just so low. Achu. Up front, Jiang Mai, who did not realize he had been perceived as a romantic rival, suddenly sneezed. He scratched his head and mumbled, "Who's talking bad about me?" The commercial received the popular response that they had predicted, and the press conference ended smoothly. A day very quickly passed by amid the bustle. Ning Xi had just reached home when her phone rang. Lu Jingli was calling. "Hey, what's up?" Ning Xi's tone was lazy, revealing a dispirited energy. "Bro Xi, I'm at my brother's. A friend just gave me an Australian lobster and a king crab. I've moved it here. Come over and cook it. It's too wasteful to leave it to my chefs." When she heard that Lu Jingli wanted her to go over to Lu Tingxiao's place, Ning Xi immediately felt her back tense. "I can't today. I have to look through my script. Then, I'll just let my chefs cook it. Just come over to eat." "I'm not free to eat either." 1. Sugoi, Japanese for awesome, amazing, great. 2. Canon. It's a term to describe pairings in fiction that are claimed to be obvious or a couple that is heavily promoted or suggested. 3. Tsundere, a Japanese term for character development that describes a person who is initially cold and sometimes even hostile before gradually showing a warmer, friendlier side over time. 4. Shippers. As mentioned in a previous chapter, ship is when a pairing is heavily supported by fans, and shippers are thus the fans of a certain pairing. Chapter 1361. Wanting to break up with you? Lu Jingli hung up, looking disappointed. He glanced sadly at his brother on the sofa. Xiao Shishi is not coming. She said she needs to look through her script, but she should have time for a meal, shouldn't she? Maybe I'm too sensitive. Why do I feel like Xiao Shishi is intentionally evading me? Lu Tingxiao did not say anything. His eyes just dimmed. Lu Jingli stroked his chin and said, "I still feel like something's odd with Xiao Shishi. It was already weird in the morning. I get the feeling that she's very afraid of you, evading you, and feeling guilty the moment she sees you." In a certain sense, Lu Jingli had been overly insightful. The tangled-up feelings Ning Xi had towards Lu Tingxiao had been concluded rather accurately by him. After Lu Jingli had frankly laid this out, Lu Tingxiao looked worse. When Lu Jingli saw his brother's upset look, he tried to ask, "Bro, are you and Xiao Shishi having trouble?" Lu Tingxiao's answer was a cold look. Lu Tingxiao immediately cleared his throat. "Okay, I'm wrong. How could the two of you lovebirds be falling out? Since you aren't having any conflicts, what's up then? Bro, tell me properly. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you analyze. I'm not spewing nonsense. Such things could be an issue. I really think there's something odd about Xiao Shishi." He stayed silent for a long while before Lu Tingxiao said, "She's been quite unusual lately. Since the day she got drunk at the bar." Lu Tingxiao pinched the space between his brows and spoke inarticulately about Ning Xi's condition the past 2 days, detailing it not just for Lu Jingli, but also for himself. Ning Xi's condition was indeed worrying him recently. Lu Jingli stroked his chin. Let me summarize this. Xiao Shishi first suddenly got drunk at the bar, and even raced with the punks, then fought with them. She seemed in a rather bad mood. From last night onwards, she showed signs of evading you. Most importantly, she suddenly solemnly invited you for a date this weekend, saying that she had something to tell you. When he reached this part, Lu Jingli suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically, as if the world was falling down. He looked at his brother and blurted out, "Jesus, it's over, bro. Xiao Shishi wouldn't be thinking about breaking up with you, would she?" When he finished, the entire room's temperature instantly plummeted. Lu Jingli then realized he had been disgraceful with his words. He quickly covered his mouth and looked in terror towards his brother, who had turned into a gloomy state. Oh my God, it was too frightening. He had just simply made a guess, yet his brother's expression had turned murderous. It would be worse if Xiao Shishi really broke up with him. However, based on the current situation, all signs pointed towards this unfortunate ending. Xiao Shishi was fed up and wanted to break up, but she felt that his brother had been too good to her, so she felt guilty towards him, which was why she struggled and found it difficult to express it. But relationships cannot be forced, so she still decided that she had to meet his brother this weekend and clarify things. Within a few short seconds, Lu Jingli's brain had already filled in the gaps and completed the plot. Oh no, what to do? Lu Jingli decided to calm his brother first. He quickly cleared his throat and carefully consoled. Haha, bro. My brain is so weird. There are too many 8 p.m. melodramatic soap operas that I've been watching recently. How could Xiao Shishi break up with you? Chapter 1362, Making the Lady Boss Happy. The next day, the whole of the Lu Corporation once again felt the fear of the devil's dictatorship. Lu Jingli was surrounded by a large group of people. Second Master, what happened? Why is CEO Lu a little scary looking today? A little? He's freaking scary. I don't even dare to take another look. When our eyes met, I thought I was going straight to hell. Second Master, did boss get into a fight with the lady boss? You have to help them. Aren't they on good terms? Why did they get into a fight? If boss isn't doing anything about it, Second Master, you really have to do something, right? You have to make our lady boss happy. If our lady boss is happy, our boss will be happy. We will only get better days if our boss is happy. All the people in the company now understood the key to their boss emotional shift. It must be related to the lady boss. However, now that everyone knew Su Yimo was not the lady boss anymore, they did not know who it was, so they could not help even if they wanted to. They could only go to Lu Jingli. With everyone talking to him, he was really troubled. He was still single, so why did he have to be concerned with the lovebirds? It was really tiring. But the situation was pretty grave. The weekend was just the day after tomorrow. He had to find a way to find out what Xiao Shishi was trying to say. After work, Lu Jingli took Ning Xi's schedule for the day and went to the Royal Jazz Hotel. Ning Xi had a dinner function tonight. Lu Jingli executed his plan, staying in a dark corner of the hotel lobby and covering his face with a newspaper. Time passed by. Ning Xi did not appear for a very long time, and Lu Jingli accidentally fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already midnight. He quickly asked a nearby waiter, then found out that the people in the room had already left. The miserable Lu Jingli could only go straight to her place. When he was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice. It sounded like Ning Xiueluo, and he heard Ning Xi's name being mentioned. Lu Jingli stepped back and hid in an empty room. Xiueluo, are you alright? You drank too much. Haha, that I'm okay. I'm going to get married. I'm just happy. Xiueluo, be careful. Sis Chong, be honest with me. Are you regretting the decision of letting Ning Xi go? I'm not. Let me tell you. Ning Xi, that witch. She's never going to beat me. No matter how high she reaches. I can always bring her down. Do you believe me? Yes, I believe you. It was clear from Chong Li's tone that she replied for the sake of replying. Ning Xiueluo was unhappy with her attitude. You don't believe me? Let me tell you. Ning Xi, at 18, she was pregnant at 18, and she even delivered the child. Did you know that? Ha ha. What? Chong Li was shocked. Then, what happened to the child? Died. That child died when it was born. What a waste. If that child was still alive, how wonderful it would be. Chapter 1363. Xiao Shishi, you traitor. After Ning Xi and Chang Li left, Lu Jingli came out of the room with a shocked expression. He did not go to Ning Xi's place anymore. Instead, he headed right back to the Platinum Palace. Bro, I overheard big news. Lu Jingli found Lu Tingxiao in the study room, panting as he burst in. There was only a dim light turned on. Lu Tingxiao was looking out at the night view. Although his face was not revealed, Lu Jingli felt like he was about to be suffocated by the depressed atmosphere when he stepped into the room. The room was extremely dangerous. His brother's condition was much worse than he imagined. Lu Jingli continued with his report anyway. Bro, I was about to look for Xiao Shishi just now, but I coincidentally overheard the conversation between Ning Xi and her assistant. She said that Xiao Shishi was pregnant when she was 18 and gave birth to a dead child. I noticed that she was really drunk when she said it. So, I'm not sure if she's telling the truth. After he finished, the room remained dead silent. After some time, Lu Tingxiao replied, So what if it's real? So what if it's fake? For any other men who heard news like this regarding their girlfriends, they would have freaked out. But Lu Tingxiao did not react at all. Ugh, Lu Jingli was at a loss. Well, truth or not, it would not matter to his brother anyway. I mean, no matter it's the truth or not, I'm afraid that Ning Xi might be scheming something against Xiao Shishi again. Do you want me to come up with something to prevent this? Lu Jingli suggested. Lu Tingxiao was slightly more alert when he heard it was about his wife's safety. He raised his hand and indicated his agreement. Oh, okay, then I'll investigate it later. He looked at his brother worriedly. Bro, you don't have to worry so much. It's all my fault. Xiao Shishi would never break up with you. What if she's going to? Lu Tingxiao looked back uncertainly at Lu Jingli. If she really wanted to leave, what should he do to keep her here? He had to admit that Lu Jingli's prediction might actually be accurate. Ning Xi's recent behavior was rather aligned with the prediction. It did not matter why she wanted to do this. What mattered was that she wanted to. Lu Jingli was anxious, but his eyes brightened. Even you're not confident in yourself. Have some faith in little treasure. Just bring him along on your date. Xiao Shishi would never be able to say that she wants to break up with you. Lu Tingxiao looked lost. She's mentioned that it has to be just the two of us. Lu Jingli remained silent. She had explicitly mentioned to not bring little treasure? Damn it. Things are getting serious. Xiao Shishi, you traitor. Chapter 1364. Second uncle, you're overthinking. On Saturday morning, the little Bun had just finished lessons with Elder Song. He was holding a calligraphy scroll when Lu Jingli suddenly grabbed his arm. Little Bun, your mother is going to break up with your father. Please convince her. Only you can do this now. The little Bun struggled out of Lu Jingli's tight grasp and carefully adjusted his outfit. Hey, my dear, don't ignore me. I'm being serious here. I'm begging you now because I can't think of anything else. We're all depending on you now. Ning Xi's schedule in the past several days was unusual. Lu Jingli had missed her countless times, so he could only beg little treasure to help him. The little Bun looked at Lu Jingli coldly. Mommy wants to break up with him? The little Bun was still calling Lu Tingxiao him. Not once had he called him father. Yes, it's tomorrow. Your mother has been avoiding your father lately. She asked him out tomorrow and said she has something to tell him. What else is there aside from breaking up? Lu Jingli desperately said. The little Bun just stared at Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli stared back nervously. They both stared at each other. After a short while, the little Bun spoke up. Second uncle. Yes. You're overthinking. Lu Jingli was speechless. What did he mean by overthinking? What did he mean? My dear Bun, I'm being logical, all right. You'll regret it if you don't listen to me. The little Bun bit his lip, his expression clearly indicating that he was worried for Lu Jingli's IQ. Second uncle, no wonder you still don't have a girlfriend. Lu Jingli was once again speechless. Was he that despicable now? Why did he feel that ever since little treasure started talking, half of the time, he was talking to his mother, while the other half of the time, he was saying negative things about Lu Jingli? Why? Today, the servants in the Ning residence were all hurriedly busy. As Ning Xi's marriage was just around the corner, they already started decorating the house. They wanted to create a joyful celebration. Outside the door, there was a young teenager dressed in a casual outfit, and he had a big plastic bag in his hands. He also had a large black backpack on his back. A servant noticed the young Teen. So he went over and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The pondering teenager was taken aback by being called out. He quickly replied, Is Tang? No, I mean, is Ning Xi here? The servants looked at him suspiciously. Why are you looking for her? The young man let out a sigh of relief after knowing that he had gone to the right place. Can you please call her for me? I'm her brother. Brother? The servants noticed he was wearing pretty plain clothes, and they went into alert mode. Are you mistaken? She's a single daughter and has no brother at all. I really am her brother. Please send her a message. Say Tang Nuo is here. She surely knows me. The servant saw that he was pretty determined. Wait here. In Ning Xi's bedroom upstairs, someone knocked on her door. Come in. Chapter 1365, affectionate as always. In her bedroom, Ning Xi was looking at her makeup delightedly. Even though her poor and crude biological parents were useless, at least, they had given her pretty good looks. Miss, there's a guy outside who says he's your younger brother. Should we let him in? The servant asked. My younger brother? Yes, he said he's called Tang Nuo. The instant the servant said that, there was a crisp shattering sound. The bottle of skincare in Ning Xi's hand had fallen to the ground and fragmented into pieces. The servant was frightened. Miss, are you okay? Are you hurt? Ning Xi's expression clouded over. She swiftly got up and pulled open her curtains to look downstairs. Indeed, at the entrance was an uncouth youth with lots of bags with him. Damn it! Why did this punk come here? And precisely at such a sensitive time, too. She had finally suppressed all the rumors out there, and her marriage with the Su family was happening soon. Was he here to go against her? Ning Xi shouted unhappily. What have you been doing in the Ning family all these years? Since when did I have a brother? This is clearly some random guy trying to pretend to be a relative and come to leech on us. Quickly chase him away. Do I need to teach you this little matters? Yes. I'll go now. Miss, don't be angry. The servant quickly ran out after being berated terribly. Outside the yard. Leave? Where did you poor good-for-nothings come leeching from? How dare you claim connections with Our Lady? I'm not. You're not what? Our miss already said that she doesn't know you. We'll let the dogs out if you don't leave. Amidst the horrible scoldings and being chased away, the youth left sadly while turning around to gaze up at Ning Xi's window repeatedly. Under the gray skies, there was heavy traffic. This huge, flourishing city bedazzled him with fresh sights, yet not a single speck of this belonged to him. It did not belong to someone like him. He knew that he should not have come. He really should not have, but he really had no other way. Ning Xi shutting the doors on him, and chasing him away had cut off the young man's only hope. Suddenly, raindrops fell from the sky and the youth very soon became dripping wet. Numbly, he walked to the shed of a small store robotically, lugging his heavy things. Ning Xi was driving aimlessly on the streets of Imperial when she suddenly saw a familiar silhouette by the roadside, and she almost thought she was experiencing an illusion. Tang Nuo? Why would Xiao Nuo appear in Imperial? With a screech, Ning Xi stopped not too far away from the store entrance. Don't stop right here. You're disrupting my business. At that moment, the shop owner was reprimanding the youth as if he was a lowly beggar. The youth looked hurt. Still, he quietly lugged his things and walked into the rain again. Xiao Nuo. At this moment, a familiar voice that pulled at his heartstrings and almost made him cry was heard from behind. The youth felt his back stiffen as he turned around in disbelief. He stared at the woman opposite him in a daze, his pale lips trembling. It was a long time before he blurted out, Sis. Tang Nuo and Ning Xi had always been in contact. He also constantly looked out for news about Ning Xi online. Despite that, he was still shocked at the sight of Ning Xi in front of him. She had really changed so much, but the affectionate gaze in her eyes was still the same as always. Chapter 1366. Who bullied you? Xiao Nuo. It really is you. Ning Xi was stunned to see him looking so battered. She did not stop to think, and quickly took off her coat to wrap him up firmly. Get into the car first. Ning Xi took his things and put them in the boot as she urged to get in. However, the youth stood uncomfortably outside the luxury car. Sis, I'm dirty. What nonsense. Has the rain turned you silly? Ning Xi pushed him into the car agitatedly. The BMW drove off with the beauty and youth in it. Behind them, the shop owner remained in a state of confusion. Did he just witness a rich and beautiful woman suddenly drive off with a beggar? And that beautiful woman looked like a celebrity. In the car, Ning Xi ramped up the heater and handed the young man a towel, looking very upset. Wipe yourself. What's wrong with you? Don't you know that you're weak? Don't you know how to get out of the rain? Why did you suddenly come to Imperial? Why didn't you tell me? Don't you have my number and new address? As he listened to her nagging ramble on, the youth could not help it. His tears started to splatter onto the back of his hand. Ning Xi was worried when she saw his tears. Why are you crying? What happened? Who bullied you? Tell me. Tang Nuo shook his head. He rushed to wipe his tears away and blushed with shame. No, it's just because I haven't seen you for a long time. These are tears of joy. You punk. Ning Xi could not help but laugh, but she still felt that Tang Nuo had something on his chest. She was planning to ask him properly when they got back home. Half an hour later, Ning Xi brought Tang Nuo back to the villa. When he saw the opulent residence, Tang Nuo's eyes were full of amazement. Sis, you're so amazing. It turns out that it's true that you've moved to a huge house. Duh, would I lie to you? I already told you that I'm popular now. Don't you watch TV? Okay, we'll talk again later. Go take a hot shower first. Ning Xi found one of her male outfits and gave it to him. She pushed him into the bathtub and explained how to use the bathroom in detail. After Tang Nuo went in, Ning Xi sat on the sofa, and her head was swimming with the sight of Tang Nuo, looking pitiful and battered earlier. Suddenly, mournfulness filled her eyes. She had been closest to her brother, Tang Nuo, since they were young. Even though she was always weak and easily bullied, if someone dared to bully Tang Nuo, she would be the first to step up. How could she bear seeing her beloved brother being bullied? Only until there was the sound of footsteps of Tang Nuo having gotten out of the shower did Ning Xi gather herself. She looked serious when she asked him, Tell me, what happened? Tang Nuo immediately said, No, nothing. I just came to Imperial for vacation since it's the holidays. I didn't want to trouble you, so I didn't tell you. They had lived together for 18 years since they were young, so Ning Xi could immediately tell that he was lying. Did something happen at home? The youth instantly tensed up. No, everything fine's at home. What could have happened? When she saw that he still did not want to tell, Ning Xi intentionally sounded more solemn. Since you see me as an outsider, that's fine. I won't force you. Tang Nuo's eyes instantly reddened at Ning Xi's words. Sis, I didn't. I am just afraid that you'd worry. Chapter 1367, Where It All Began. Ning Xi's expression instantly changed. So, something really did happen at home. When Tang Nuo saw that he could not hide it anymore, he clenched his fists and bit his tongue in an attempt to stop the words from pouring out. But because he was worried that Ning Xi would think that he thought her as an outsider, he started to stutter. Something did happen at home. You know our father is easily persuaded. Some time ago, he met someone at the construction site and was tricked into lending a huge amount of money. But now we can't get it back. How much did he lend? Ning Xi frowned to ask. Probably. All of his savings. Even the money you sent back home previously. About $600,000 in total. We were planning to buy a house in town. But now, we don't even have enough for my school fees. Grandma has fallen sick from being so angry earlier. All the medical fees are on loan. The more he spoke, the worse he looked. Ning Xi fell silent for a while and said, You went to look for Ning Xi, didn't you? When he heard, he quickly explained, It's because I was really desperate. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have gone looking for her. Yet, in the end, I really shouldn't have come. Even if he did not tell her, Ning Xi could roughly guess what had happened after he went looking for Ning Xi. Ning Xi was about to say, Why didn't you look for me? But she swallowed it and sighed instead. Okay, I understand the situation now. You've been on the road for a day, so you must be tired now. Sleep at my place for the night and rest well. Tomorrow, I'll go home with you. Tang Nuo instantly looked up. Sis. To avoid the youth rejecting her, Ning Xi just cut him off. If you still see me as your sister, then don't spew nonsense anymore. Go to sleep. The fact that you went to look for Ning Xi and not me tonight has already made me really angry. Since Ning Xi had said all of that, Tang Nuo had no other choice but to obey and go to bed restlessly. In reality, he had always wished his sister would go home. However, the words that mother had said back then had definitely hurt her. So as much as he missed her, he dared not let her come home. Even though something this huge had happened, he was embarrassed to come trouble her. Yet, now, he still had to trouble her in the end. Late at night, It was still a sleepless night. She walked quietly to the youth's room and straightened his blanket. Then she quietly watched him sleep. Go home. Even just once could do her good. Maybe, returning to where it all began could clear her head. The next morning, Ning Xi brought Tingxiao to Changchun City. She wanted to settle the issue on that side as soon as possible since she needed to rush home to meet Lu Tingxiao at night. To avoid being recognized, Ning Xi disguised herself a little as always. This time, she dressed up as an innocent and cute village girl. When Tingxiao saw the girl with flushed cheeks in a flowery dress and twin pigtail braids, he teared up. It had been so long. Even if he missed her, he dared not to come looking for her. It was also because he was afraid that the sister in his memory would never come back again. Thankfully, his sister was still here. Ning Xi knew she had not slept well for the past few days, so she did not dare to drive while being so exhausted. She took the long-distance coach with Tingxiao. Tingxiao did not mind at all. He was quite pleased actually, and he felt very much like himself. The siblings chatted about all sorts of things on the road. Very quickly, they had returned to their usual intimacy as if they had never separated. Chapter 1368. Because the person he loved was there. Halfway through, Ning Xi took out her phone and sent Lu Jingli a text message. Lu Jingli, I'm going to Changchun City to handle some family matters, but I'll surely be back by evening. Please tell your brother that I'll look for him the moment I get back to Imperial. At the same time, at Platinum Palace, in Lu Tingxiao's study room, the man had been sitting there for the whole night. Lu Jingli knocked, before carefully entering the room. Bro, Xiaoxi, she sent me a message just now. She asked me to tell you that she's going to Changchun City to settle some family issue, but she'll surely be back by evening. She also said that she'll look for you when she's back. Lu Jingli then suggested, Bro, why don't I tell Xiaoxi to change the meeting? Let's not tire her so much. What a genius. Delay it as much as possible. There was just a long, dead silence in the room. Time seemed to have slowed down. After some time, Lu Tingxiao got up and reached out for his coat and car keys. Then he headed out. Lu Jingli was confused. Bro, where was he going? Could he be going to Changchun City? Did he want to die this badly? Things could still change. Lu Jingli was about to say something, but when he saw Lu Tingxiao's expression, he was silent and just watched him leave. He was reminded of how ancient heroes left their homes and martyred themselves for their people. He knew that there might not be any hope, but the person he loved was there. No matter where it was, he had to go. After a long journey, Ning Xi finally saw the strange yet familiar village coming into sight. After 5 years, she had returned to the place she lived in for 18 years. Ning Xi had an odd sense of nostalgia. This was where she was worry-free for 18 years. It was also the place where all her nightmares began. As time passed, there was only sadness left. Sis, there's still a long way to go. I'll call for a bull cart. Tingxiao was afraid that she might be tired. Ning Xi replied, I still know how to walk, all right. Oh. Ning Xi glared at him, but Tingxiao felt joyful. He was afraid that Ning Xi might act strangely with him, but her familiar attitude made him feel at ease. As they walked, Ning Xi asked, Who's the person who borrowed the money? The person's name is Hong Bin. He used to work in Haiqing City. He returned to the village not long ago, saying that he worked for several big shots before, but apparently, he was just lying. I've told father many times to avoid getting close to people like him, but after a few dinners, they became on good terms. Father gave him everything he had. Don't even talk about the promised high interest. He did not even pay back a single cent. Tingxiao's expression went bitter, but then he said, But, sis, don't worry about it. We've already reported him to the police. We'll get the money back for sure. Chapter 1369. Never treated us as family. Of course, Ning Xi did not believe him. If reporting to the police could solve the issue, he did not have to go all the way to Imperial to look for Ning Xi. After about a 20-minute walk, they arrived. Just as Ning Xi was about to prepare herself mentally, they heard very loud noises coming from inside the house, including the loud yelling of vulgarities from several men and the bone-chilling screaming of her foster mother, Sun Lan. Stop. Please. Stop. Damn you, Tingxiao. You dared to report me to the police. I'll kill you today. I'll see who's going to save you. You witch. Shut up. I'll cut off your tongue. Father. Mother. You guys get lost. What are you doing? Robbery under broad daylight? The law still exists here. Law? I am the law. Xiao Nuo, Xiao Nuo, why are you back? Leave. Leave right now. Sun Lan was terrified. So your son is back. Good timing. Didn't you go to Imperial to borrow money from your sister? Now, give me the money, and I might be kind enough and let your father live for several more days. Hongbin said like the jerk he was. Hongbin, you're stepping over the line. Tang Shan had bruises all over, and his words sounded very weak. Sun Lan shrieked. Leave, Xiao Nuo. Don't give them the money. Which, do you want to die? Hongbin glared at them with his ferocious eyes. Give me the money if you don't want to die. Tang Nuo looked at his mother. Mother, it's enough. I don't have any money with me at all. Why did you think I'll have the money? I've told you so. She won't lend to us. She wants us dead. Sun Lan's expression changed. Xiao Nuo, what nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense. I went to look for her. I didn't even get to see her. She chased me out like some random beggar, claiming that she has no brother at all. Don't you understand? She has never treated us like her family. Tang Nuo's suppressed anger exploded all at once. Sun Lan and Tang Shan looked horrified. Although they did not want to believe it, their son could not be lying. Sun Lan shook her head. Impossible. Xueluo wouldn't be this cruel. She must be too busy and had no time for you. Or did you find the wrong place? Tang Nuo was really tired and did not want to explain further to his mother. Hongbin impatiently scowled. I'm not here to listen to your blabbering. I don't care if you steal or rob. $100,000. I'll leave when I get the money. Give me $100,000. Then, I'll let you stay alive. Or else. Having to face this robber in front of them after finding out that their daughter had abandoned them, there was only despair left in Sun Lan and Tang Shan's eyes. Tang Shan roared. Hongbin, don't you go overboard. I only reported you to the police because you didn't return my money. Now, you even injure me and want more money from me. You're a bastard. Hongbin was enraged and he said coldly, Bastard? I'll show you what a real bastard looks like. You think only girls are worth money nowadays? Many rich people have weird fetishes of their own. Your son looks pretty handsome. I think I should be able to fetch a good price. Chapter 1370. Exception. Before Hongbin could finish his sentence, a loud slap struck across his face. Smack. There was traces of blood on his mouth. Who is it? Do you want to die? Hongbin's underlings looked at the entrance. There was a cute lady there, dressed in really plain clothes and pigtails. She looked weak, but her expression said otherwise. Sis. Tang Nuo then remembered he had brought Ning Xi here. He quickly went over to shield Ning Xi. When Tang Shan and Sun Lan heard Tang Nuo call out for his sister, they looked over. Xiao Nuo, what did you say? Xueluo's here. Xueluo? When they saw who it was by the door, they were shocked. It was not Xueluo. It was Tang Xi. It was Xiao Xi. Why was Xiao Xi here? Did Xiao Nuo not look for Xueluo? Hongbin wiped the blood off his face and looked extremely hateful. You're Tang Shan's daughter? Do you know who I am? How dare you hurt me? His underlings went along. You witch, do you want to die? Damn it, Robin. Let's just take the both of them away. This girl looks pretty cute as well. That's right. Look at her skin and her face. I don't think anyone looks as attractive as her around here. I didn't know Tang Shan has such a pretty daughter. Tang Nuo was really incensed listening to them. I'll kill you if you dare touch my sister. Sun Lan did not know why Ning Xi was there. She dragged Tang Nuo back. Xiao Nuo, don't be reckless. Get them. Ning Xi looked at the time on her watch, seeming impatient. After 5 minutes, those hulking, angry men were all on the ground. The jaws of Tang Shan, Sun Lan, and Tang Nuo all dropped. Ning Xi stepped on Hongbin's wrist, making him yell loudly. Her expression only turned gentle when she looked at Tang Nuo. She explained herself, if I don't be harsh with them, they might look for trouble again after I leave. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. I'll never look for trouble with Bro Tang again. Cold sweat fell from Hongbin's forehead. Although it seemed normal, her way of fighting was all calculated. There would not be any obvious injuries on the surface, but it could make a person suffer in pain for a long time. Not even doctors could detect what was wrong with them. She usually would not use skills like that, but this time was an exception. Just no trouble? Ning, she said coldly. I'll return the money. Right now. Just the money? And interest. I'll add the interest too. In the end, they forked out about $700,000 and gave them all to Tang Shan. Only then did Ning Xi let them go. After Hongbin's gang left, the house looked a little empty. A total of $700,000 in cash was on the table. Sun Lan helped Tingxiao up from the floor, and they both stared at Ning Xi. Chapter 1371, Lu Tingxiao, her light. Sis, you're so amazing. Where did you learn all of that from? Oh, oh, oh. I almost forgot that in one of the interviews, you said that you were a stunt double when you had just entered the industry overseas. I thought it was just superficial. I didn't think it was this amazing. Sis, teach me if you have time. That way, I won't have to worry about people bullying us anymore. Tang Nuo spoke with an excitement as if he was admiring a superstar. It made Ning Xi's heavy heart relax a lot. She rubbed his head of hair and said, "Okay, when there's a chance." When he saw that the atmosphere was a little odd in the house, Tang Nuo quickly reminded his parents, "Father, Mother, say something. Sis is finally home." As if the two of them had just woken up from a dream. Tingxiao seemed a little unsure of how to face this daughter that they had not seen for 5 years and had experienced such a huge change. He said awkwardly, "Xiaoxi, thank you so much for this time. If it wasn't for you. Sigh. Look, now you've met such an incident the moment you returned. Have you eaten? I'll go cook for you lot." As she watched what was once her close family now treat her with awkwardness and a cautious attitude, Ning Xi felt an indescribable feeling. She quickly said, "Don't bother. I still have something to do tonight, so I have to rush back. Next time, when I'm free, I'll come back to meet you all." "Oh, okay." Xiao Nuo, send her off. "It's okay, Xiao Nuo. Father and mother are just shocked. Accompany them. Quickly get father to the hospital to treat that wound." Ning Xi tried her hardest to ignore the expression on Sun Lan's and Tang Shan's faces that seemed relieved of a huge burden when she said she had to leave. She turned around and left very quickly. Behind her, when Sun Lan and Tang Shan heard Ning Xi address them as father and mother, they were stunned. Then both their eyes welled up. That was Xiaoxi. That was their daughter. It had been 5 years, and she had finally come home. Yet they were going to let her leave just like that. Ning Xi did not know how she left the Tang residence. She felt as if her entire being was drowned in the salty ocean. It felt heavy and sticky, making her every step drain her of all her energy. The darkest part of her soul and her negative emotions all engulfed her like demons right at this moment. She was such an unlucky person. Ever since she was born, she had been on the losing end. Losing all her most important things. The harder she tried to catch it, the quicker they disappeared. Only when she did not want anything anymore would she stop losing. It was as if the road ahead had been sheathed by a layer of blurred mist. Across that mist, she seemed to see a silhouette. Under the glow of the blazing sunset, there was a familiar black Maybach and that lean figure that she knew so well. Every time, that figure seemed to pierce through the mist and light up her world with bedazzling sun rays. Yet, at this moment, her expression changed as if her death toll had just rung. "Lu Tingxiao, done with your thing?" She was not sure how long Lu Tingxiao had waited there. There was a bunch of cigarette butts beside his feet and the light odor of tobacco on him. Ning Xi stood there, stunned. The instant she saw Lu Tingxiao, all the determination she had mustered for the past few days was instantly crushed to powder. She did not want to lose the person in front of her. Chapter 1372. Do it once before breaking up? Done. Ning Xi tried her best to make herself sound normal. She asked, "Didn't I tell Lu Jingli to inform you that I'll look for you when I get back? Why did you come? It's so far, so I can see you earlier." It was as if Lu Tingxiao did not notice the girl's odd manner. He walked over and opened the car door for her. Ning Xi took a deep breath and walked robotically into the car. Lu Tingxiao started the engine. Then the car slowly and bumpily drove out on the narrow village roads. It was silent inside the car. No one said anything. Outside the car window, the familiar views and villages flew by akin to the brightness that had departed her life. The road ahead was already leading onto the highway and leaving the village, becoming increasingly wide. Because the village was rather far, there was not a single car on the road. Lu Tingxiao's long fingers grasped the steering wheel as he looked at the road ahead calmly. From the shotgun seat, a hand suddenly pulled hard on the steering wheel. Screech. With a piercing screech, the car suddenly swerved from the left to the right and drove into a wide paddy field. Ning Xi. Because of the girl's dangerous action without any warning, Lu Tingxiao's initially cold expression suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily. In the next second, Lu Tingxiao's car seat was suddenly pushed down as the girl pressed the button. The anger in his eyes instantly disappeared when she abruptly closed in on him, and that cool softness on her lips landed on his. Ning Xi's body trembled hard as she leaned on him. She kissed him hard in a chaotic mess as if things had reached a dead end. Lu Tingxiao could not care less at the moment. He cursed softly, and his wide hand cupped the back of her head. He returned the kiss even more passionately. Ning Xi had used her all to kiss the man before her cool fingers sliding through his hair, his chest, and his hips. Clunk! The seat belts were unbuckled. Lu Tingxiao gasped. She got on his nerves. In his eyes was suddenly a strong wave of fury. He held the girl's wrist down strongly. Damn it! Damned woman! What did she mean? What was she trying to do? In the time he had dated Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao had always paid attention to the internet, so as to keep up with the times. Plus, Lu Jingli had been influencing him in his ear. In such a situation, 3 words suddenly flashed in his mind. Break up sex. Was this what Ning Xi meant? To do it with him one time. Before they broke up? What was this? Compensation? When he thought about this, Lu Tingxiao felt disappointment in his heart. Ning Xi looked down at his hand, holding onto her wrist. Because he had been too angry, his veins were bulging. Since she had been stopped by Lu Tingxiao from continuing, Ning Xi kneeled over him. Moments later, she laughed tauntingly. Lu Tingxiao, you really don't need to. I'm not some chaste girl. It's not my first time either. When Lu Tingxiao saw Ning Xi's look of self-rejection, while there was heartache, there was also anger. Ning Xi, do you think I would care about such things? Chapter 1373. I seduced you. Ning Xi looked up quietly at the man before her. There was no light in her eyes. Lu Tingxiao, you don't care? That it's not my first time? Well then, what if 5 years ago, when I was just 18, I already wasn't a virgin? What if I had sex with a stranger I didn't even know and had even given birth to a dead child? A bastard. When she reached the end, Ning Xi was hysterical and her body shivered uncontrollably. As the words she blurted out recklessly played back in his head, Lu Tingxiao was suddenly stunned. There was an odd expression on his face, as if he had been redeemed. Lu Tingxiao was afraid that he would cause anxiety to the girl. He softly and slowly asked, Ning Xi, the thing you wanted to talk to me about today, was this? Ning Xi clenched her fists like all her energy had been drained, as if she was waiting for the final judgment. Yes. The moment her words fell like a gavel, the sky spun, and when she reacted, the man was now all over her and passionately kissing her earth-shatteringly, as if he had received a new lease of life. The man's lips fell one kiss after another on her with strong, fiery affection. On her forehead, her nose, her cheeks, her lips, her collarbones. Even though he did not say anything, Ning Xi could feel his emotion from the kisses alone. Lu Tingxiao's reaction did not seem to be quite like what she had imagined. In her daze, her lips were suddenly bitten. Ning Xi suddenly cried out loud. There were tears in her eyes as she frowned at the person committing the crime with complaint written on her face. Lu Tingxiao's eyes were filled with raging fury. I will ask you again. You've called me out today to tell me something. It was just that. Ning Xi subconsciously nodded. Yes. The moment he finished, the man kissed her unyieldingly once again. A long while later, he let her go and asked again. Don't have anything else to say, do you? Ning Xi did not dare to say yes again. She looked confused and asked, What did you think? I was going to say. Even though Ning Xi did not answer yes this time, Lu Tingxiao's expression suddenly seemed worse for wear, and he kissed her more fervently than before. He was totally punishing her. Amidst the rolling waves of paddy fields and the sealed car, an undetermined amount of time passed before the man's lengthy and heated kisses finally stopped. Ning Xi, do I seem like the kind of person to go back on my words to you? In your heart, is my affection towards you so easily wavered? I've said even if you have a past I am not a part of, with all those wicked beyond redemption things you've done that may risk universal condemnation, I don't mind. Do you think I was lying to you? The person who's really lying is me. Ning Xi lost control and shouted. Lu Tingxiao pulled the girl who was breaking down into his embrace. He said word for word into her ear clearly. Ning Xi, listen closely. You didn't lie to me. You've already told me right from the start. No, you've warned me. I seduced you, I provoked you. It was I who tore open your wounds that you never wanted to tell anyone, yet I was so mean to you earlier. It's all my fault. Don't be angry at me. I thought you wanted to break up with me." The tears Ning Xi had been holding in up till now were falling hard and silently. Each tear drop bore the trauma that had never left her for the past 5 years. Chapter 1374. That Strange Man. Tingxiao caressed the girl carefully, his eyes full of pain. Actually, when he first came into contact with Ning Xi, he had always felt that she avoided intimate body contact, and sometimes even showed hatred towards men. He guessed that she must have had some bad experiences before. So, he never pried into her past. He would never ask if she did not want to share, and was even more careful on relationship matters. He would rather endure it himself rather than trouble her. The girl was like a little beast being extremely wary of humans after being hurt. She looked outside out of curiosity, then carefully came out and peered around, and soon she braved up and licked his fingers. She leaped onto his legs and rested on them. She dared to make faults in front of him. She tried again and again, until she was sure he was not dangerous, his gentleness making itself apparent. Until today, she removed all her armor. She took off all her protective gear and opened up the most painful wound, showing him her weakest spot. As if she was making an offering, she laid them down all in front of him. Tingxiao hugged the girl tightly. Aside from feeling touched and pained, there was a darkness within his eyes. It seemed like what Lu Jingli had heard from Ning Xi was true. Ning Xi knew about this too, and she was going to use it to blackmail Ning Xi. However, there was still something odd what Ning Xi just said. A strange man that he did not even know. Why would she do it with a man she did not know? If she had been forced, why would she keep the child of that man? Is it related to Ning Xi? Tingxiao asked with certainty. Ning Xi thought she would never tell about it since even the best psychiatrist could not make her say it with hypnotism. Though now, she just spoke of it naturally. I thought Ning Xi was a true friend to be trusted. I never suspected her. Of course, I didn't know she had been with Su Yan behind my back. On Su Yan's birthday, she drugged me and arranged 2 men. Tingxiao's arms tensed up. Don't say it if you don't want to. Ning Xi shook her head and she continued. I believed her and went to the room where she told me to look for Su Yan. Then, some accident happened. I went into the wrong room. The room wasn't the one where the 2 men Ning Xi arranged were. Until now, I don't even know who that man is. Ning Xi's body was trembling as she was reminded of what had happened that day. Ning Xi, Tingxiao, let me finish it. If I don't say it now, I might not have the courage to speak of it ever again. Ning Xi raised up her head and continued. I lost consciousness after I went in. I didn't know what happened. I didn't know Ning Xi tricked me. I didn't even know that Su Yan had already betrayed me. I only found out the next day. Su Yan was beside me on the bed, so naturally, I assumed that I had done it with him, and Su Yan told me that as well. Chapter 1375. You that I love most. Ning Xi put up a bitter smile. You can guess what happened afterwards. After I got pregnant, I thought it was Su Yan's child, so I insisted on keeping it. During that time, Su Yan went overseas for a long time and was only back when I was 8 months into my pregnancy. After he came back, he told me the truth. It wasn't him that night. The child wasn't his. He revealed what Ning Xi did to me. He told me that he only lied to cover up what Ning Xi did to me. When Ning Xi told me the truth, I lost control and ran out onto the road and got hit by a car. The child was dead when it was born. This is probably the only kindness the heavens showed me. If not, I really wouldn't know how to face this child. All her past feelings were coming back to her. Do you know how I felt? Back then, the world crumbled around me. Both Ning Xi and Su Yan didn't know, but I've doubted Su Yan from the very start. Although my memories were messed up that night, I can never forget the feeling. That strange man was very scary. I felt pain. It was agonizing. I felt like I was going to die. After that time, I had a high fever for a whole week. I stayed in bed and only recovered after about a month. When I went to the doctor, I can never forget the embarrassment. The only thing that kept me going at that time was the thought that I had done it with Su Yan. I didn't want to think that that person wasn't my boyfriend. So, I kept on lying to myself until I couldn't anymore. And I paid the price. Ning Xi stopped for a bit, then continued. Afterwards, my fear towards men followed me everywhere. I hated men. That was my only experience with sex. I went to counseling for a very long time. It didn't help, but I didn't care anymore. As he was listening to Ning Xi, especially when she mentioned about the fear towards the strange man, Tingxiao's bloodlust surfaced. Who's that man? Ning Xi trembled a little. I don't know. I investigated for a very long time. There was no clue at all. I'm not sure if Ning Xuelaw arranged it. It's like the man didn't even exist in the first place. After she was done, Ning Xi looked lost. She just stared at the man in front of her. I'm finished. So this is my past. You're so good. Sometimes, I think, it'd be nice if you were a little more terrible. Tingxiao frowned and looked at the girl in the eye. Ning Xi, I'm telling you this. You think I'm good because you love me. My first and only time was with some other woman, and I even had a child, a black spot that can never be removed. Nonsense. Little treasure isn't a black spot. Ning Xi's sense of loss was gone, replaced with a serious expression. Tingxiao smiled. That's right. To me, everything that has happened to you isn't as well. No matter what happened in your past, that's all you. That's what made the current you, the you that I love the most. Chapter 1376, Rotting Little Cabbages. Thank you, said Tingxiao as he kissed the girl. Ning Xi looked confused. What are you thanking me for? Tingxiao's expression turned dark. Thank you for telling me this and not breaking up with me. Thank you for not killing me. Ugh, thank you for not killing him. Ning Xi was stunned. I've been wanting to ask. Why would you think that I want to break up with you? That idea is so stupid. Ning Xi quickly changed her tone after she realized Tingxiao did not look right. I mean, why would I be so stupid to break up with you? Tingxiao pinched the space between his eyebrows. He also felt he was pretty stupid to have been influenced by Lu Jingli so easily. Until now, Ning Xi finally understood why Tingxiao's attitude was so odd recently. He looked at her like she was some irresponsible jerk, but under that enraged gaze was the fear and anxiety of losing her. He was afraid that she might break up with him. Ning Xi tried to remember her recent behavior towards Tingxiao. Not only did she lose control of her emotions, she had avoided him. Then, she suddenly asked him out and told him that she had something to talk to him about. It was pretty easy to be misunderstood after all. Evening, at Platinum Palace, near the entrance, under the evening breeze, there was a miserable-sounding singing. Little cabbages, rotting on the ground. 3-year-old, mommy's gone. Things re still good, staying with father, just afraid that he'd remarry. He remarried. Several years later, there's a brother, much better than I am. He'll eat the noodles, while I drink the soup. I cried as I washed the bowl. The little bun wiped his eyes and walked slowly towards the door. Little bun, my dear little bun. Lu Jingli's eyes were watery as he hugged the little bun. What if the house went back to the way it was after Xiao Shishi left? What if he could not enjoy those delicious meals again? How miserable. The little bun could not help it. He gently patted his second uncle's head, comforting his broken spirit. The sound of an engine came closer and closer. Lu Jingli focused and looked outside. He then saw that familiar car drive slowly towards the entrance. Lu Jingli was really anxious. Then he saw his brother come down from the driver's seat, going to the other side and helping a girl. Down. Lu Jingli's eyes widened. Had his brother abducted Xiao Shishi? But judging from Xiao Shishi's power, it did not seem possible. The little bun was relieved when he saw his parents were back. He was worried that his second uncle might go crazy. Bro, what's happening? You guys. Lu Jingli kept on asking as Tingxiao carefully put Ning Xi down on the bed upstairs. Chapter 1377, Drag That Beast. After he tucked her into bed, Tingxiao kissed her lightly on the lips. Ning Xi had not been sleeping well for the past few nights. After she had explained everything to Tingxiao and all the stress had been relieved, she could not hold on any longer and fell asleep on the way home. Now, the girl opened her eyes in a daze and saw the gentleman before her. Home. Home. Tingxiao nodded. Home. Ning Xi reached out with her arms and held onto his neck. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. You can continue to sleep. She instantly frowned. Aren't you going to sleep with me? Tingxiao almost said he would. Then he caught hold of himself and said, I have some things to handle. I'll let little treasure accompany you, all right? Ning Xi nodded obediently. Little treasure, sleep with mommy. Tingxiao turned to his son and ordered. Obviously, the little bun did not need Tingxiao's orders. He had long taken off his shoes and soon climbed on the bed to sleep with mommy. Mommy, can little treasure sleep with you? Ning Xi hugged the soft and nice-smelling little bun before giving him a kiss, feeling incredibly contented. Tingxiao kissed both his son and wife's forehead before getting up to leave. Lu Jingli was completely frustrated from the sidelines. Hey, I'm still here. All of you. Can you care about me first? Also, what did this familiar display of affection mean? They even had to display it with all three of them together. It was not what he had imagined at all. After he settled Ning Xi, Tingxiao indicated for Lu Jingli to follow him to the study room. Lu Jingli obviously followed after like an excited child. Bro, what happened? Did you and Xiao Shishi break up? Tingxiao shot him a sharp and cold look, and Lu Jingli immediately weakly gulped. I usually have accurate foresight. Could I have actually guessed wrongly this time? From the situation, it seemed quite obviously that he was indeed not as accurate as he thought. Did you investigate the thing from before? Tingxiao asked. Lu Jingli did not immediately understand what Tingxiao meant. Huh? What thing? The thing you heard from Ning Xi. Lu Jingli instantly looked unwell when he heard his brother. The initial investigations show that it's true. Xiao Shishi did indeed give birth to a dead child. As for the concrete situation, because I've been worried about you and Xiao Shishi's thing, I haven't done a detailed investigation. Investigate this. The more detailed, the better. Lu Jingli was a little shocked. When he heard him, his brother was clearly not interested in this at all previously, yet after returning from Changchun City, he suddenly ordered him to investigate it thoroughly? Lu Jingli's thought process churned. Then suddenly his IQ was on point. Bro, don't tell me that. The thing Xiao Shishi wanted to tell you this time was actually this. Tingxiao did not say anything, so it was considered a silent agreement. Lu Jingli was about to cry. What the hell? Just this. That meant he had just scared himself for so long. After being nerve-wracked for half a day, Lu Jingli could finally relax. Okay, as long as they were not breaking up, it was fine if he had inaccurate foresight. Speaking of which, he suddenly really admired Little Treasure. Bloody hell, he was practically the pillar of the house with his calm manner. Next up, Tingxiao and Lu Jingli exchanged some information with each other. When Lu Jingli finished listening, he was immediately furious. What? What kind of shameless person is this? A beast. Bro, don't worry. I'll help you drag this beast out. Chapter 1378. We're both on your side. In a certain loft in the old city district, Ning Tianxin was sitting on the sofa, looking helpless. She had been looking for a hospital to get her abortion, but the Mo family seemed to have intervened from the inside. She had found quite a few hospitals, yet all of them rejected her on account for the fact that her body was not suitable surgery. Either that, or she had to queue for a date that was at least half a month later. Just as she was thinking of other ways, Mo Lingtian's parents had personally come to look for her. When she opened the door and saw the two incredibly charismatic middle-aged couple, Ning Tianxian was shocked. The two of you are. You must be Tianxin. We're Lingtian's parents. We're really sorry to come here so suddenly like this. May we go inside and chat with you for a bit? Kong Shui spoke as she examined the girl before her. She saw the girl was dressed in a plain-colored casual outfit with not much makeup on her face. She thought she looked surpassingly beautiful, slender, and elegant. Immediately, she had a favorable impression of her. Indeed, her sister was right. This girl was different from all the previous ones. Of course, please do come in. There was no way Ning Tianxin would slam the door on two elders who had personally come to see her, so she had to invite them in. She suppressed the worry in her as Ning Tianxin served the both of them tea. You don't live with your family? Mo Jianzhong looked around the house and casually asked. I moved out when I started university. Are you still in university now? I'm attending graduate school. Mo Jianzhong nodded with satisfaction. Still a student. No wonder she looked so innocent. Miss Ning, may I call you Tianxin? Kong Shuhui's tone was extraordinarily gentle. Ning Tianxin nodded. Feel free, Madam Mo. Sigh. Tianxin, I'm sure you know the reason we're here. You're now pregnant with the flesh and blood of our Mo family. No matter what, I will have Ling Tian be responsible for this. Don't you worry. Please don't be impulsive. Don't hurt this child. We'll definitely let you make the decision. Kong Shui had intentionally emphasized on don't hurt this child. Clearly, she knew about Ning Tianxin looking for hospitals to get her abortion recently. Ning Tianxin thought it was far-fetched. She chose her words carefully before saying, Mr. Mo, Mrs. Mo. I've already discussed the way to resolve this with Ling Tian. So, the outcome of your discussion is to abort the child? Is life just child's play to the two of you? This is nonsense. Mo Jianzhong could not help but shout in fury. Kang Shui immediately shot her husband a look. It's all your son's fault. Why are you being so fierce to Tianxin? What if she's frightened? Mo Jianzhong's voice then toned down quite a bit. I'm not fierce. I'm angry at our son. Kang Shui patted Ning Tianxin's hand lightly. See? Auntie and Uncle Mo are both on your side. You don't have to be afraid of anything. At night, in a certain VIP room in Imperial's Eden Bar, Mo Lingtan gathered a bunch of single friends and had already been at the nightclub for 3 days and 3 nights. He was in a state of drunken stupor. What is up with Master Mo? Someone who did not know asked from the side. Immediately, someone who was familiar with Mo Lingtian's personal issues answered in a busybody way. Don't you know? He's being forced to marry recently. It's going around the circle. Forced to marry? Isn't that normal? Hasn't he always been like that? The person who asked was confused. The other came closer again and said with a shock factor, this time is different. This time there's a baby involved. Chapter 1379, Loved for so many years. That person was shocked to hear that. What? No way. No wonder Master Mo looks so tragic. His parents have long wanted a grandchild. Now, they'll really drive him crazy. This is clearly going down the path of an arranged marriage due to a pregnancy. Sigh, our loyal one here finally waited for his goddess to return, and his hugest romantic rival Lu Tingxiao is now taken. When the time and tide were right, such a thing had to happen. Who's the woman? She must be quite high-ranking. That she could even get through our Master Mo. That I don't know. Master Mo, stop drinking now. When they saw that Mo Lingtian had really drunk too much tonight, everyone started to advise him to stop as they were afraid there would be a mishap. Unfortunately, no matter who tried to tell him to stop, Mo Lingtian just continued to guzzle the booze like he was drinking water, as if he really wanted to die from drinking. He kept muttering, Xiao? Xiao. Got it. Whoever hung the bell on the tiger's neck must untie it. I think we should just call Miss Guan. Over. Otherwise, something might really happen if we continue to let him drink on like this. A few people gathered around to discuss. Then one of them called Guan Xiao. About 1 hour later, Guan Xiao finally arrived. Everyone else had very tactfully walked out, leaving the two of them some space. Why did you drink so much? Guan Xiao frowned and took the glass away from him. When he saw who it was before him, Mo Lingtian instantly hugged her tightly as he looked hopeless. Xiao? You found out, didn't you? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It wasn't intentional. That was just an accident. I was drunk. I thought she was you. I don't even like that woman. You know, I only have you in my heart. I like you. Ever since we first met when we were 6 years old, I have already liked you. I have liked you for more than 20 years. I've been waiting for you to come back. No one can replace. Apart from you, I won't like anyone else anymore. Guan Xiao watched the man's devoted manner, and something flashed in her eyes. She was well aware of Mo Lingtian's feelings towards her, and she knew this a long time ago. To say that she was not moved at all would be lying. Sadly to her, the only person who was her match was Lu Tingxiao. How could she be willing to lose to that cheap woman as a failure, and settle for Mo Lingtian as the next best thing? Her dignity would definitely not allow that. How did your family find out about that woman's pregnancy? Did she tell them? Guan Xiao frowned. Even though she never thought about being with Mo Lingtian, she still felt a little uncomfortable at the sound of such news. Mo Lingtian's face turned pale. When she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor was coincidentally my aunt. My aunt had found out the child was mine through her conversation with her cousin. Then she told my parents. What a coincidence. Guan Xiao asked. Mo Lingtian's thoughts were a mess. He held on to Guan Xiao's hand. All of this is not important, no matter what, unless it's you. I won't marry anyone else. Guan Xiao slowly pulled her hand away. Lingtian, I'm sorry, there's no way we'll get together. I really don't want to lose you as a friend. Didn't we say that we were going to be friends forever? The way you are behaving now is making things difficult for me. Chapter 1380. You just want me to marry her. Is it because of this? Mo Lingtian asked with a shaky voice. Guan Xiao frowned. Lingtian, I believe you're not someone who would mess around. Maybe you've been tricked, but what's happened has happened. Mo Lingtian then said. It was really an accident. The child won't be kept. You can accept the same thing for Lu Tingxiao, but why not me? Guan Ziyao's expression changed. Even if this didn't happen, it'd be impossible between us. She then turned around and left. Mo Lingtian tried to follow her. Xiao, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. After just a few steps, two men blocked his path. Master, old master wants you to go back. Get lost. Get out of my way. Mo Lingtian looked furious. Master, please don't make it tough for us. I ask you to get lost. Did you hear me? Sorry, master. They looked at each other and forcefully brought him into the car. Mo Lingtian was too drunk to get out of their grasp. He could only watch Guan Ziao disappear into the darkness. It was midnight, yet the Mo family was still up. After Mo Lingtian got back, he saw his parents were in the living room. Not only that, there was a girl opposite Mo Jianzhong and Kang Shui. It was Ning Xi. Look at you now. Mo Jianzhong was angered when he saw Mo Lingtian was drunk. Mo Lingtian stared at Ning Xi as if she was a ghost haunting him. Why are you here? His fearful and suspicious expression made Ning Xi's face turn pale. She had already called Mo Lingtian countless times and sent him a lot of messages, but he did not pick up or reply to any of them. With the sudden visit of Mr. and Mrs. Mo, they asked her to keep the child, putting her in an awkward position, and she really had no say. So she just followed them back and wanted to have a discussion with Mo Lingtian. Who would have thought? Mo Jianzhong was enraged. What's with your attitude? Your mother and I invited Miss Ning over. Kang Shui said gently. We asked Tianxin to be here to discuss what's going to happen next. Lingtian, running away won't solve the problem. Mo. Lingtian laughed. Solve? Solve what issue? Your solution is for me to marry her, isn't it? Is there anything wrong with that? Shouldn't you be responsible for what you did? How are you even my child? Mo Jianzhong yelled at him. Lingtian, the child in Tianxin's stomach is yours. Are you really this cruel? Kang Shui looked miserable. Mo Lingtian was triggered. To the both of you, I'm just a tool to continue our family's bloodline. Have you ever thought about how I feel? Have you ever thought about who I really love? Bastard. Mo Jianzhong smashed the table, almost passing out from anger. You've been messing around for so many years because of that woman. You did so many ridiculous things. Have I ever forced you to marry anyone else? Your feelings, your romance. Have you thought about the opportunities this girl will miss because of you? Saying irresponsible things like this. Are you really a man? Chapter 1381. Good night, goodbye. Huh, man. When Xiao told me that we were impossible, I've already ceased to be a person anymore. Mo Lingtian laughed like a maniac. Then he looked at the three of them coldly. You want me to marry her? Sure. I'll do what you say. I'll marry whoever you want me to. Anyone who's not Xiao. It doesn't make any difference. Mo Lingtian then suddenly went unconscious and fell to the floor. Kang Shui was shocked. Lingtian. It was chaos until the servants helped Mo Lingtian into his bedroom. A while later in the living room, Kang Shui looked at the quiet Ning Tianxin apologetically. Tianxin, I'm really sorry. It must be tough for you. That child drank too much. Don't take his words personally. Mo Jianzhong's expression darkened. Tianxin, don't worry. I'll make this marriage happen. Make some preparations at home. I'll bring that kid over to your place tomorrow. Ning Tianxin was touched when she saw the concerned expression of these two elders. Thank you, Mr. Mo, Mrs. Mo. Kang Shui patted her shoulder. Good girl. I know you like Lingtian. Don't worry, he's just confused for now. After you get married and give birth to your child, I'm sure he'll understand what's the best for him. Tears started falling from Ning Tianxin's eyes. She suppressed her emotions and nodded. Kang Shui and Mo Jianzhong were relieved as Ning Tianxin calmed down and did not mention anything about getting an abortion again. Tianxin, it's really late already. Why don't you stay over for the night? Kang Shui offered. Thank you, Mrs. Mo, but I think I'll still go back. I have to arrange things with my family. Kang Shui nodded. Right? Then, I'll have our chauffeur send you back. Can I have a look at Lingtian before leaving? Ning Tianxin asked. Of course, you silly. Go now. Upstairs, in Mo Lingtian's bedroom, she opened the door and went in. Ning Tianxin sat by his bed, looking at the man's face quietly. Although he was asleep, he looked pained. He was still, mumbling about the one he loved. Suddenly, Mo Lingtian opened his eyes. When he saw who was there, he said sarcastically, Ning Tianxin, I'll marry you. You happy now? Ning Tianxin closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and smiled. I'm happy. At least, I've heard that you're going to marry me. It was really distressing for her. Mo Lingtian then fell asleep again. He mumbled, Xiao. Xiao, don't leave. What should I do? I'm not worthy of you anymore. I can't love you anymore. Good night. Ning Tianxin kissed the man's forehead, then left. That goodnight gesture was packed with magic. Mo Lingtian's agonized expression faded, and he fell into a deep sleep. Mo Jianzhong had his servant send Ning Tianxin back to Ning Yaobang's place, but after they arrived, Ning Tianxin did not go in. She called a taxi and went elsewhere. In the car, Ning Tianxin took out a piece of flyer promoting a clinic for abortions. She could not do it at big hospitals since the Mo family had told them not to take her in. This was her only choice left. Chapter 1382, Mother Loves You. After half an hour, the taxi stopped on a quiet street. I can't go inside there. You have to walk a little. The driver peeked at Ning Tianxin from the rearview mirror, finding her odd. She looked like a university student, yet she was here alone going to a private clinic. Most girls came here for abortions. Okay, thank you. Ning Tianxin paid the fare and stepped out of the car. She walked into the dark alley. At the end was a lit-up signboard that said, Entai Hospital. Although the name said hospital, it was just a house and was more like a clinic. Ning Tianxin placed her hands on her stomach. She felt like lead was chained to her foot. After a long time, she finally walked inside. The dark alley was like a beast, slowly consuming the girl. Hello. The nurse at the receptionist counter was munching on some sunflower seeds while watching a drama series on her phone. Although she saw someone walked in, she did not even raise her head. Abortion? Inquiry, or do it right away. Do it right away. Go and pay in the room next door, then we can start the operation. How long will it take? It depends. We'll do a checkup first. Usually, it'll just be a few minutes. At most, it'll take about half an hour. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Our doctors conduct dozens of operations like this every day. They are very experienced. Okay. After the fees were paid, she went through an obligatory checkup. In the operation room, an old doctor was preparing his tools. All right, go and wait outside. We'll start the operation in 10 minutes. Ning Tianxin nodded and sat down on the rickety bench. To abort this child, she had checked through all the hospitals available. But now, there were no inquiries, no warning, and no waiting. She just had to pay and the operation would be done. It was too quick for her to even react. 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, this child who should not exist in this world, this child that would make his father suffer, this child that caused such a chaos, would finally leave this world. Ning Tianxin looked down. Her hair was covering her eyebrows, and she held the sonogram image of her baby in her pale hands. In the image, the baby already had taken on a human form. It had small hands and feet, and was lying down obediently. It was so cute. Tears fell onto the picture. The girl was now holding the picture close to her heart, crying without a sound, her whole body trembling. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Mother can't keep you. Sorry. Mother loves you. She had never told anyone how much she wanted the child, although it was a surprise to her, even if the child caused her so much pain. She remembered the first time she had gone for a checkup. When she saw the image of the child in the machine for the first time, her heart felt so tender. But she understood, like Mo Lingtian's love, this child did not belong to her. Mo Lingtian, this is the last thing I could do for you. Chapter 1383, Late Night Call. Late at night, at Platinum Palace, because of the mental stress for the past few days, Ning Xi slept soundly since she returned from Changchun City. At midnight, she was suddenly awoken by an unknown number calling. To avoid waking the little bun, Ning Xi walked out to answer the call. Hello, who's this? This is Entai Hospital. Do you know Miss Ning? Tianxin. Hospital? Ning Xi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ning Tianxin. Is my cousin. Has something happened? She came here to get an abortion. There's been a slight mishap during the process. Our end doesn't have sufficient medical qualifications to handle it. She needs to be immediately transferred to another hospital. Please quickly inform her family members to come, or else, if the person dies at our place, we won't be responsible for it. Then, the person told her the address before hanging up quickly. Ning Xi stood stunned and suddenly felt cold. What's wrong? Tingxiao's concerned voice came from behind. Ning Xi suddenly returned to her senses. She clenched her fists and was shaking as she said, Tingxiao, something's happened to my cousin. I need to go to the hospital quickly. It's some Thai hospital in the northern city's mountain roads. Ning Xi then just rushed out, wearing her pajamas and slippers. After she ran out, Ning Xi realized she did not drive her car over. Then she anxiously wanted to run back to Tingxiao. At that moment, a white Bugatti Veyron swiftly stopped beside her. Tingxiao lowered his car window and said, Get in. Ning Xi instantly pulled open the front passenger door and got in. There were a pair of shoes and a white mask in front of her. Change your shoes, put on the mask, ordered Tingxiao. Then the white supercar drove off and disappeared into the darkness like a lightning bolt. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a remote alley entrance. Ning Xi opened the car door and ran into the hospital. The instant she saw that so-called hospital, Ning Xi felt her heart drop. This was not a hospital. This was an illegal clinic. Why would Sis Tianxin get an abortion here? They had already decided that when she was going to get it, she would call her to go together. Did the hospital mess up? Ning Xi carried this sliver of hope and rushed in. Where's Ning Tianxin? The nurse at the entrance did not look too confident. Walk straight ahead. She's in the operating room. Why did you just come? She's not going to hold on any longer. If she dies here, she's going to ruin our reputation. Quickly get her away. Ning Xi was furious when she heard this, but she did not have time to fight with the person. She promptly rushed into the operating room, with Tingxiao following closely behind. The moment she pushed open the door, Ning Xi faced a bloody sight. On the operating bed was a pale and barely alive girl who was Ning Tianxin. Ning Xi felt her mind go blank. Even the last hope in her had vanished. The sky was turning brighter, yet Ning Xi's heart was increasingly gloomy. Until they had transferred Ning Tianxin to Ren AI Hospital, she still could not believe that the person who was rescued in the operating room was Ning Tianxin. CEO Lu, the patient is not doing too well. I'm afraid that you'll need to prepare for the worst, the doctor said solemnly. Then he rushed back into the operating room. She had been just fine a few days before, but now her life was at risk. Chapter 1384. Who is stupid now? Ning Xi's mind was filled with the image of the girl lying lifelessly on the operating theater. Her body shook and her legs were weak. Why? Why did it turn out like this? It's all my fault. My fault. I should have always been by her side. Ning Xi's entire being was engulfed with blame towards herself. Tingxiao felt his heart ache as she held the girl by her shoulders. Don't think too much. It's got nothing to do with you. Something probably happened on Mo Lingtian's end. Otherwise, Ning Tianxin would not have suddenly gone to a small clinic for abortion alone late at night. Mo Lingtian. Ning Xi gritted her teeth, and there was fire in her eyes. She took out her phone and chaotically found Mo Lingtian's number. After she called him, the other end beeped to say his phone was switched off. Ning Xi was so enraged that she wanted to rush over to him. But she could not leave the hospital now. Don't rush, consoled Tingxiao as he rubbed her head. Then he called Mo Jianzhong. It was dawn at the Mo residence. The sun had just risen when Mo Lingtian was pulled out of bed by the servants as instructed by Mo Jianzhong. In the living room downstairs, Mo Jianzhong and Kang Shuhui were discussing a suitable gift for the first meeting. On the sofa, Mo Lingtian's hair was a mess. He was still wearing his pajamas from last night and his expression was apathetic. When she saw Mo Lingtian's indifferent manner, Kang Shuhui said lamentably, Lingtian, we're going to the Ning residence to propose a marriage today. How long more do you want to dilly-dally? Do you want them to think that we Mo's don't even have the most basic etiquettes? Or do you want to regret again? Last night, you agreed. Mo Lingtian leaned on the sofa and smirked. What's the difference whether I agree or not? This is the wedding you guys want anyway. You two can just go. Huh? He once swore that he would never get married in this lifetime unless it was her. Even when his opponent was Tingxiao, he had never given up. He lasted till today and finally saw a sliver of hope, but now, he was actually going to get married. He and Xiao had to thoroughly end like this. He would be imprisoned and shackled forever now without any more hope. Mo Jianzhong was in a towering rage. You fool, you can't differentiate the good from the bad. Tianxin is such a wonderful girl. You will regret it one day. When Mo Lingtian heard his father's words, there was a larger cloud and feeling of rejection in his heart. He had also thought that Ning Tianxin was different from the other women. Even when Xiao said that it was all too coincidental, he had not suspected her. However, now, she did not fulfill her promise of aborting the child. Instead, she had managed to bribe his parents in just a few days. When he thought about this, Ling Tian's long-suppressed anger exploded at this moment. If she is really as wonderful as you say, could she push me to this point? If she is as innocent as you think, could it be such a coincidence that Ani found out her child's father is me? Am I the stupid one, or are you too? Or maybe, you don't even care what kind of person she is. You only care about the child who can continue the bloodline. I regret it the most that I've judged her wrongly. Mo Jianzhong was about to erupt when his phone suddenly rang. It showed that the caller was Lu Tingxiao. Why would Lu Tingxiao call him this early in the morning? There was a trace of doubt on Mo Jianzhong's face as he picked up. Hello? Tingxiao. It's quite early, what is it? Uncle Mo, is Ling Tian beside you? Yes, you're looking for Ling Tian? Uncle Mo, please turn on your loudspeaker, said Lu Tingxiao from the other end of the phone. Chapter 1385, Unexpected Ending. Mo Jianzhong did not understand, but he still obeyed and turned on his loudspeaker. Lu Tingxiao's monotonous voice was heard. I'm at Imperial Ren AI Hospital highest floor's emergency ward. Ning Tianxin has lost a lot of blood from her abortion. They're trying to save her. Lu Tingxiao's words echoed clearly in the empty living room, ringing in Mo Jianzhong, Kang Shuhui, and Mo Ling Tian's ears as if they had just heard thunder. They reacted after quite a while. Kang Shuhui took the phone from her husband and quickly asked, Tingxiao, what are you saying? We talked to Tianxin for the entire afternoon. She was still fine when she went home last night. She promised us that she wouldn't think of aborting the child anymore. We wanted to have her stay over because it was quite late, but she said she wanted to go home and discuss the marriage with her father, so the driver even sent her to the door personally. How could she have gone to get an abortion? I've spoken to Ren AI Hospital before. If Tianxin went over, I would definitely know. Mo Jianzhong followed up to say. When he heard this, Lu Tingxiao finally understood why Ning Tianxin had rushed to a remote private clinic for abortion at the last minute. Last night at dawn, Ning Tianxin went to a private clinic in the northern city alone. Kang Shuhui felt herself waver. She still did not want to believe this. Tingxiao, how did you know about this? Lu Tingxiao coldly replied from the other end. Ning Tianxin is my girlfriend's cousin. Xiaoxi received a call from that clinic late at night. When we reached, she could barely hold on because she's lost too much blood, so we transferred her to Ren AI Hospital immediately. Mo Jianzhong regretted it now. He asked anxiously, how's Tianxin right now? What about the child? How's the child? Was the child saved? The child's gone. She's being rescued right now. It doesn't look too optimistic. Her uterus might not be saved either. Lu Tingxiao's words caused Kang Shuhui and Mo Jianzhong to be thoroughly stunned. Kang Shuhui covered her mouth and choked on her tears. Mo Jianzhong steadied his wavering figure. Shuhui, quick. Let's go to the hospital. Call Wanru too. We can't let anything happen to Tianxin. Otherwise, he would not be able to forgive himself ever. Kang Shuhui nodded. She choked on her sobs as she made the call. Mo Jianzhong immediately had the butler prepare the car, and the two of them then rushed to the door. Behind them, Mo Ling Tian continued to sit on the sofa absent-mindedly, as if he could not snap out of what had just happened. Abortion. Child. Is gone. Uterus might not be saved either. Tianxin. A long while later, Mo Ling Tian suddenly woke with a start and got up. He then ran to the door muddle-headed. On the way to the hospital, Mo Ling Tian drove his car at the speed of light. At the same time, with shaking hands, he took out his handphone that had been switched off for the past few days. The moment he switched it on, many missed calls popped up. Most of them were from Ning Tianxin. In his text message inbox lay the messages that Ning Tianxin had sent him. Ling Tian, I've been looking for quite a few hospitals in the past 2 days. All of them used all sorts of reasons to reject my abortion. I think your family might have done something. Have you explained to your parents? Ling Tian, please reply quickly when you see this. Ling Tian, Mr. Mo and Mrs. Mo came to look for me at my house. Today, call me when you see this. Maybe we can have a proper conversation with your parents. I believe they'll understand you. The last text was sent at dawn today. It only had 2 words, Ling Tian. Apart from a name, there was nothing after, as if she had written it halfway and just sent it because she did not know what to say. Chapter 1386, Security Camera Footage. At Rin AI Hospital, when Mo Lingtian reached, Ning Xi was being wheeled out from the operation room. The girl's lips were dry and her face was pale white. Her skin was pale to the point it looked almost papery and transparent. "Doctor, how's my cousin?" Ning Xi went up to ask. There was a lot of sweat on the doctor's forehead. He looked tired and sighed. "Fortunately, she got here on time. We managed to save her uterus, but..." The doctor sounded like he was giving a lecture. Didn't her doctor tell her that getting an abortion would really hurt her body and might even cause her to be unable to get pregnant again? And she even went to an unauthorized clinic for an abortion. "I'm afraid she won't be able to get pregnant in the future." "My fault. It's all our fault. If we didn't stop her from doing the abortion in the hospitals, she wouldn't have been forced to go to an unauthorized clinic." Kang Shui was crying as she saw the girl on the bed. Mo Lingtian stood nearby. He stared at the pale girl blankly. Ning Xi saw Mo Lingtian. Without considering that Mo Jianzhong and Kang Shui were there, she wanted to go up to him, but Lu Tingxiao stopped her. "Hey, go and be with your cousin. Let me handle this, all right?" Ning Xi looked at Ning Tianxin. She obeyed and went to look after her. Kang Shui and Mo Jianzhong did not even look at Mo Lingtian. They carefully followed Ning Tianxin into the room. Only Lu Tingxiao and Mo Lingtian were left at the corridor. Lu Tingxiao went up to Mo Lingtian, not saying anything. He clicked on a video on his phone and handed over to Mo Lingtian. Mo Lingtian stared blankly at him, then took his phone. Lu Tingxiao patted his shoulder, then walked into the room. Mo Lingtian looked like his soul left him. He held the phone in his hand and sat down on a bench nearby. The video seemed to be a security camera footage. In the video, it looked like it was a small clinic. Suddenly, Mo Lingtian's expression changed. As expected, Ning Tianxin appeared. Mo Lingtian straightened his back and stared at the lonely girl. Ning Tianxin looked lost. She went in alone, asked the nurse some questions, paid, did a checkup, and waited on the bench. The girl looked calm the whole time. Until the doctor told her it was 10 more minutes before the operation. The girl was holding the sonogram image, and she broke down. From his view, he could only see the girl with her head hanging down and her whole body shaking. She did not make any sound, but his heart was akin to being squeezed by a metal fist. It was suffocating. In the video, there was sound of the girl sobbing. "Baby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Mother can't keep you. Sorry. Mother loves you. Ning Tianxin, you can come in for the operation now," the doctor announced to her in the video. The girl looked up. There were fear and tears on her face. The next moment, she quickly took out her phone and typed on it. She was texting someone and looked like she was asking for help. Nevertheless, in the end, her expression hardened. She deleted that long message she had just typed. Mo Lingtian unlocked his phone and looked at the last message the girl sent him. "Lingtian, 2 lonely words." He looked at the unfinished message, then balled his fists tightly and cried uncontrollably. Chapter 1387, My wife's hands might be injured. People were walking by the corridor, cautiously looking at the man in his slippers and pajamas sitting on the bench and sobbing like a little child. After some time, the door of the room opened and a tall man came out. He stood in front of Mo Lingtian. "You finished?" Mo Lingtian raised his head slowly, looking utterly miserable. "Lu Tingxiao, you're so cruel." Lu Tingxiao replied, "I'm just worried that my wife's hands might get injured if she hits you." Ning Xi had just walked out of her painful past and had not recovered fully yet. How could he allow her to worry about something else? Mo Lingtian was speechless. Was this how bros were supposed to act? Sometimes, a man knew how to make another man feel pain better than a woman did. Even if Ning Xi beat him to death, the pain could not compare to when he watched Tianxin getting the abortion all alone. When he remembered her expression of despair before she went into the operation room, that incomplete message, his heart shrunk. 3 days ago, when she told him she would abort the child, she had seemed so relaxed, so indifferent, and he had actually believed it. Until the very end, he suspected her and even misunderstood her. Mo Lingtian sat there looking lost. "Lu Tingxiao, that last moment, Tianxin was about to send me a message. What do you think she was going to say?" Lu Tingxiao glanced at him, then said calmly, "At that last moment, Ning Tianxin was not acting as the woman who loves you. She was acting as a mother. From her maternal instincts, She probably wanted to endure all the accusations just so she could save her child. Mo Lingtian, who had calmed down, started to tear up again. Lu Tingxiao continued, but she knew you didn't want it. So despite her despair, she went into the operation room and killed her own child just to grant you your wish. She knew the risk of the abortion, which was that she might never get pregnant again, but she was willing to trade her life for yours. Stop talking. Mo Lingtian pulled at his hair as he howled. When Ning Xi walked out of the room, she heard what Lu Tingxiao said. She also saw Mo Lingtian's trembling body, curling himself up into a ball and yelling. Painfully, Lu Tingxiao went up to her, between bros and wife. It was obvious who he was with. Are you still angry? Ning Xi pinched the space between her eyebrows as she saw Mo Lingtian. Whatever. I won't hit him even if I was still angry. Beating him up would just help purge his guilt. Ning Xi noticed that Lu Tingxiao's phone kept ringing, so she huffed. Lu Tingxiao, Sis Tianxin is all right now. You can go and work on your stuff now. All right. Give me a call if you need anything. Ning Xi nodded. Then she tiptoed and kissed the man in appreciation. Lu Tingxiao, thank you. Everything had happened too suddenly. She had freaked out last night, but almost everything had been settled by Lu Tingxiao. He even lectured Mo Lingtian for her. Lu Tingxiao patted her head. Don't exhaust yourself. Chapter 1388. Just wanted to take a look. After Lu Tingxiao left, Mo Jiangzhong, Kang Shui, and Kang Wanru walked out of the doctor's office. The atmosphere was heavy. They did not look at Mo Lingtian, who was still motionless on the bench. Wanru, be honest with me. How severe is it? Kang Shui asked nervously while Ning Xi frowned. Kang Wanru sighed. Chief Liang already said clearly. I have nothing else to add. Under this situation, there's almost no chance for her to get pregnant again. She's already very fortunate to be able to keep her uterus. Kang Shui kept on crying and blaming herself. Oh no. What should we do? Mo Jianzhong looked at Ning Xi. Miss Ning, we're really grateful for you. If it wasn't for you. Oh, wait. Does her family know about this already? Should we tell them? It's such a serious matter after all. Ning Xi shook her head. There's no need. My grandfather isn't very well, and he can't take any shock. Sis Tianxin won't want her mother to worry about her. As for my uncle, if he knows about this, I wonder what crazy things he'll do. It'll just make Sis Tianxin's life difficult. I believe that's what she doesn't want at all. Ning Xi then hardened her tone. Thank you for your concern over Sis Tianxin. I'll let her know you guys stopped by. I'll be taking care of her, so don't you worry. Ning Xi tried her best to be polite, but she was basically chasing them away. Anyone from the Mo family could trigger Ning Tianxin, who was already in such frail health. If there's anything we can help with, please don't hesitate to contact us. Of course, Mo Jianzhong understood what she meant. He did not want to trouble her anymore. He then glared angrily at Mo Lingtian. What are you sitting here for? Everything's gone your way. Mo Lingtian did not move an inch as if he did not hear anything his father said. Kang Shui was about to say something, but in the end, she did not. She simply shook her head and left. It was not all Lingtian's fault. They were at fault as well because they had been too impatient and did not listen to Tianxin's explanation. Tragically, it was all too late now. They could only try to make amends. In just one night, their daughter-in-law had become a weak shell and their grandchild had disappeared. It was a really huge blow to them, and they both suddenly looked 10 years older. At the entrance of the hospital, Kang Shui wept sadly. She's such a nice girl. We're not blessed enough to have her. We don't deserve such a good daughter-in-law. I don't care what you and Lingtian think. From now on, Tianxin is my daughter. After everyone went off, only Ning Xi and Mo Lingtian were left. Mo Lingtian stood up and walked towards the door. Ning Xi raised her leg and blocked his way. Let me take a look at her. From now on, if you go near her, I'll call you grandfather. Just a look. What can you do by looking at her? Mo Lingtian could not say anything. He did not know. He just wanted to see her. He was dying to see her. Chapter 1389. The only thing you can do. Amidst the dead silence, there was the sound of a phone ringing. Mo Lingtian reflexively reached for his phone. When he saw whose name flickered on the screen, he turned pale in an instant. It was Xiao. The child he once thought was threatening was now gone. Ning Tianxin did not entangle herself with him. His parents were no longer forcing him to get married, and Xiao herself was even calling him. When the day turned to dawn, It was not the endless darkness that waited for him. Instead, his life had returned completely to the right track. Still, why did he feel that? All of this was meaningless. The only thought in his head was that he wanted to see her. He desperately needed to see her. Mo Lingtian hung up on Guan Ziyao's call. He looked to Ning Xi with an ashen face and continued to repeat determinedly, "I just want to have a look." Ning Xi's gaze was cold towards the man before her. Mo Lingtian, if you genuinely have even the slightest guilt towards Sis Tianxin, then please never appear before her ever again. This is the only thing you can do for her. Mo Lingtian's back stiffened. He stood at the same step for a long, long time. It was probably more than 10 minutes when he finally made a move, turning around and walking step by step away. Mo Lingtian finally left. Ning Xi massaged her temples and sighed before she took out her phone to make a call. The other end rang for a short while before being picked up. Then, there was the sound of a girl's pleasantly surprised voice. "Hello? Bro Xi. Annie, are you free now? Can you do me a favor?" Before Ning Xi could finish, the girl's anguished weeping was heard. "Bro Xi." Ning Xi's worry spiked. She quickly asked, "Annie, what's wrong?" "Bro Xi, I've been grounded by the big boss." Ning Xi frowned. "Grounded? What did you do? Why is he grounding you?" "I think the boss might be jealous of me," answered Annie in between sobs and sniffles. What?" Ning Xi was confused, not understanding Annie. "Bro Xi, ever since that day you called me to meet up, the boss has been asking people to watch me. They won't allow me to leave the house. Most importantly, he even snatched the little biscuits you made for me. All of them," Annie explained as she started to snivel heart-wrenchingly again. "Bloody hell. That guy actually snatched away the biscuits I gave Annie? What the hell?" Ning Xi's mouth twitched. She was so done. She quickly consoled the girl. "Be good, Annie. Don't cry, don't cry. They're just some handmade biscuits. I'll just make them again for you the next time. I'll make as many as you want. Don't be sad." Annie continued to sob. Then she anxiously asked, Bro Xi, why do you need my help? Are you injured?" Ning Xi pinched her glabella. "It's not me. It's a friend of mine. Is Satan at home, or is he at the company now?" "At this time, he should be in the office," answered Annie. "Then, who's looking after you at home? Is first senior brother there?" Ning Xi asked again. "It's Sis 16. I don't know whether first senior brother is here or not." "Okay, got it. Wait for me. I'll go to you." The little girl responded obediently. After hanging up on Annie, Ning Xi made another call. The phone rang more than 10 times before the phone owner finally picked it up slowly. Then came the sound of the man's lazy and sleepy drawl. "Hello? Hey, second senior brother. Come with me to the haunted villa." Ning Xi spoke quickly. Chapter 1390. "I'm just afraid you don't need me." "What haunted villa?" Tang Lang questioned in a blur. "Days. They're one where first senior brother and the rest live." Tang Lang yawned lazily. "Why were you going there for? Aren't you scared of ghosts?" "I need to look for someone." Tang Lang was even more speechless. "Look for someone? Who is it?" "Annie." After the long moment of silence from the other end of the phone, Tang Lang continued. "Does your Lu Tingxiao know you're asking me to accompany you to look for women? I have some serious business that needs Annie's expertise. She's been grounded by Satan and can't come out now. Make your way over now. We'll immediately meet there." Ning Xi spoke quickly. "I'm not going. What if I bump into Tang Yi, that pervert?" Tang Lang groaned, determined not to fall into such a situation. "Nonsense. Obviously, I need you as a backup if I have to go against first senior brother. She could settle the rest of them herself." "Hey, where's your humanity?" Ning Xi instantly ground her teeth viciously. "How dare you talk to me about humanity? Do you want me to punch you? You should really count how much money you owe me since you've returned to the country. What's your measly salary doing? The last time after we hung out, didn't I pay for the bill? Even if you prostitute yourself to me, it wouldn't be enough to repay your debts. Besides, this is your rightful duty as a bodyguard, okay?" Tang Lang immediately refuted, unconvinced. "Why is it not enough to repay you? My head was once on the original Sins leaderboard for a bounty of $100 million US, all right." Ning Xi buried her face in her hands. "I can't believe you think it's okay to brag about that." After she was done with Tang Lang, Ning Xi immediately rushed to Yunshin's residence in the suburbs. Now, although all the doctors had pronounced that it was unlikely for Sis Tianxin to get pregnant again in her current condition, she wanted Annie to check Sis Tianxin out. Even if there was a sliver of hope, She wanted to try her luck. After she went home and changed into a male outfit that made it easier for her to move around, Ning Xi drove her blackie and rushed to that sinister, old residence in the suburbs. Even though it was daytime, the house still took on an eerie look, worthy of its title as Imperial's #1 haunted house. However, because it was daytime, plus having watched an entire hard disk of horror movies that seemed to have taken effect, Ning Xi was obviously much calmer this time. Tang Lang looked up at the villa and started commenting. One look at this house, and I know that that guy has basically bidden goodbye to any other girl. Which girl would be willing to come home with him? Enough nonsense. Let's quickly get things done. Ning Xi held her breath and looked on. Then she quietly pushed open the gate and sneaked in. It was best to sneak Annie out without alarming anyone else, then send her right back in half an hour. Hush hush. Just as Annie had said, there did not seem to be many people there today. She did not even see 16. Ning Xi had very smoothly avoided startling any sirens. She climbed up through the windows and found Annie's room. Annie. Ning Xi called out in a lowered voice. Bro Xi. Inside the room, the sulky girl, who was pounding medicine, put down her things and flew over to her. Bro Xi, you're finally here. I miss you so much. Be good. Don't cry. Ning Xi gently consoled the girl, then looked apologetically. I'm sorry, Annie. I need to trouble you again. Annie immediately shook her head hard. Bro Xi, don't say that. You saved my life. I'm just afraid that you won't need me. Chapter 1391. Triggered? Tang Lang leaned on the door, scowling. That's enough. Outsiders would think that the two of you want to elope. If we alarm Tang Yi, the unlucky one is going to be me. Ning Xi pulled on Annie's hand and quickly followed Tang Lang out. The trio smoothly reached the main entrance, but once they walked out, there was a surprise waiting for them. 16 was staggering as she ran towards them with blood all over her. Ning Xi, Tang Lang, and Annie were all shocked. When 16 saw Ning Xi and Tang Lang secretly helping Annie escape, she was startled too, but she did not have time to think. She looked towards the looming danger behind her, panic written all over her face. Right at that moment, an incredibly terrifying gust of wind from the palm of a hand suddenly attacked 16. Her face was filled with near-death despair. In the next second, Ning Xi pulled 16 behind her. Then she glowered at Tang Lang and threw him forward. Bloody hell. Tang Xi, how dare you? How dare she use him as a human shield? Tang Lang shouted furiously as he used one hand to meet with the force. When they saw who it was, Tang Lang was dumbfounded. His legs and stomach were shaking. Tang Yi's eyes were murderous. He did not have his spectacles on him, a clear sign that he had completely lost all rationale. What the heck? What's up with this guy? Tang Lang howled in grief as he quickly handled Tang Yi's crazy attack. The panicked 16 looked at the man that had held her by the waist and saved her. In her daze, she took a while before she finally reacted. Tang Xi. Well, after all, the last time she followed Feng Jin's orders and kidnapped Tang Xi to the house, she was dressed like an extremely delicate, underage girl and was so scared of ghosts, completely ruining the image of Tang Xi she had once admired. Thus, now when she saw the Tang Xi from her memories emerge again, she did not know how to react immediately. What's wrong? Why does first senior brother want to kill you? Ning Xi frowned and asked. 16 then regained her senses. I don't know. Bro Yi suddenly started attacking me like mad. Like he had been triggered or something. Triggered? Ning Xi's expression suddenly changed. Tang Yi had acted out like this in the past, but it was incredibly rare. What was it that could trigger him to this point? Tang Xi, quickly come help me. I'm about to die because of you. Not too far away, Tang Lang shouted as he was being pushed back step by Tang Yi's madness. Facing a completely irrational Tang Yi, even Tang Lang would find it unbearable. Besides, although Tang Lang had said then that he would work hard and train, he still wasted time every day. Ning Xi knew that Tang Lang had things on his mind, but this guy always looked so sloppy. Every time she asked, he would change the topic. Obviously, he did not want to tell her, and she could not help him. Annie, check up on 16. Ning Xi placed 16 carefully on the sofa, then quickly joined the fight. The last time 16 exchanged hands with Tang Xi, she knew that Tang Xi's skills had deteriorated to a tragic extent. She suddenly looked over a little worriedly. Yet, she realized that because of Tang Xi joining them, The dynamics of the fight had suddenly changed. In just a few short months, Tingxiao's skill had improved tremendously. In fact, her moves were a little odd. It did not look like the old moves. She had never seen them before. Even Tang Lang was shocked. Bloody heck. Punk, where did you steal these moves from? Why haven't I seen these moves before? How dare you steal someone else's moves when you have me as your master? Chapter 1392. Would you not die finishing them? It's because you're useless that I have to learn from others. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. The three of them were having an intense fight. Although Ning Xi had learned a few tricks from Han Xiao, she could only hold on for a little while. The both of them were losing against Tang Yi. Tang Yi had already lost his mind. A blow landed on Ning Xi's shoulder. Then he aimed towards Tang Lang's fatal area, until a lazy voice came from somewhere nearby. Yi. Suddenly, Tang Yi stopped. All his movements halted mid-step. Tang Lang had sweat all over his forehead. To his relief, he managed to avoid Tang Yi's fatal blow. Ning Xi was panting as she bent over and glanced over at the white-haired man. It was Yin Shun. It was over. This guy had come back. Tang Yi's wild insanity vanished. He now looked lost and lonely. Ning Xi was really troubled when she saw Tang Yi's expression. What exactly had happened? First senior brother was seriously weird today. After some time, Tang Yi returned to his senses, and he stared right at Tang Lang. Follow me. Tang Lang wiped the blood from his mouth. Damn it. Can I not go? He was going to die if he went now. It was all Tang Xi's fault. Tang Yi replied with a cold voice. If not, we'll continue. He would continue the fight if he did not follow. Damn. Yes, coming. Tang Lang went up with him. Ning Xi looked at the two of them worriedly. What happened to first senior brother? The white-haired man smiled and looked at her. My dear, shouldn't you be worried about yourself? You want to steal my people when I'm not around. Ning Xi's expression darkened. Steal his people? Ning Xi was still worried about her first senior brother and second senior brother, but she did not want to cause a scene. She took a deep breath and admitted, I'm here to look for Annie. I only need half an hour with her. Under what condition will you let her leave with me? Tell me. The man raised his eyebrows. Beg me. I beg you. The man looked disappointed. That's not fun at all. Ning Xi was speechless. So what do you want? The man saw Ning Xi's defeated expression. Pay me. Ning Xi saw a chance, and she perked up. Sure, how much? The man then replied. Cookies. 10,000 of them. Made by you. Ning Xi was speechless once again. 10,000 cookies. Won't you die finishing them? Annie was blaming herself now that she had gotten into trouble. As expected, the boss was still angry about the cookies. She should have been more careful and not let the boss see the cookies. She knew that his way of thinking was very different from how normal people thought. Annie was really anxious and she tried to help. Bro Shun, 10,000 is a little too much. And you want her to make them herself. Yin Shun then thought about it and nodded. It's a little too much indeed. 9,999 cookies then. Ning Xi, Annie, and 16 all were dumbstruck. Chapter 1393, Stuffed to Death. Was there any difference between 10,000 and 9,999? One day, I'll take all the girls from your organization away. Ning Xi was offended. But she took a deep breath and said, 9,999? Sure, but my initial half an hour will take a month. She did not care anymore. Her priority was to bring Annie to check on Sis Tianxin, so she requested for more time in case of an emergency. The man's white hair was swaying in the air as he smiled. Deal. Ning Xi was afraid that he might go back on his words, so she swiftly ran away with Annie. Bro Xi, are you really going to make that many? You're not going to make them all by hand, are you? Annie looked worried. I'll do it. Why not? I'll make sure he's stuffed to death. Ning Xi then took a glance at the direction Tang Yi and Tang Lang had left in. She wondered what was the matter with them. Nevertheless, she could not care less. Yin Shin was there. First senior brother had returned back to his senses, and with Tang Lang's thick skin, he would be fine. Get on and hang tight. Ning Xi helped Annie put a helmet on, then quickly drove towards the hospital. At Ren AI Hospital, Annie looked curiously at the pale white girl on the bed. She looked really unwell and very weak, but Annie could see that she was a real beauty. Seeing how nervous Ning Xi was, and that she had mustered up her courage to go look for her even though she was so terrified of ghosts, Annie asked, Bro Xi, is this your new friend? She's my cousin, Ning Tianxin, Ning Xi replied. Oh, she's your cousin. She looked much happier. What happened to her? She looks like she's lost a lot of blood. She did abortion in an unauthorized clinic. Some accident happened and caused her to hemorrhage. She was just rescued in time and almost lost her uterus. All the doctors say she can't have children in the future anymore. Ning Xi sounded serious. Annie nodded. Then, let me take a look. Okay. Ning Xi quickly brought her a chair. Annie sat down beside the bed. She gently took up Ning Tianxin's wrist and started her examination. Ning Xi stood beside quietly, not daring to interfere. Time passed by. Annie's expression looked more solemn by the second, and Ning Xi's heart sank little by little. Could it be that Annie could not help either? After about 5 minutes, Annie stopped and put Ning Tianxin's wrist back under the blanket. Annie, how's my cousin? Ning Xi asked. Annie sighed. Does she have a cold uterus? Yes. Annie then said. Although she had a cold uterus before, it wasn't really serious. Some supplements could help with that. But now, apart from having a cold uterus, her abortion severely exhausted her body. She's lost a lot of blood, and her energy within her is depleted as well. Is there any way to help? Is it true that she can't get pregnant ever again? Ning Xi was really nervous. Annie chose her words carefully before saying, the chances of her getting pregnant are very low, but it's not impossible. The problem is that with her condition as of now, she won't be able to keep the baby if she gets pregnant again. Chapter 1394. Don't let him get near. Annie then repeated her examination and said, but, Bro Xi, don't worry. Fortunately, you told Bro Shun to let me go for a month. In this month, I'll help you nurse your cousin. I'll also use acupuncture to help her remove some toxins in her body. As long as she follows what I say, takes her medicine on time and rests properly, at most, it will take 3 to 5 years. If she's lucky, she can probably recover in 1 to 2 years. Then, it might be possible for her to get pregnant successfully. The tensed Ning Xi was relieved. That's great. As long as there's hope. Annie, thank you. You don't have to thank me, Bro Xi. Your cousin is my cousin as well. Oh, right. Annie looked at the girl on the bed and she reminded. Under this situation, the patient's psychological state is important as well. I'm not sure what she went through, but, Bro Xi, you have to take care of her and make her stay happy most of the time. If necessary, hire a professional psychiatrist. Okay, I get it. Thanks for reminding. I'll contact one later. I know someone. Ning Xi looked a little worried as she looked at Ning Tianxin. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Xiao Tao. Ning Xi then remembered that today was the opening ceremony for 9 Realms, so she quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Xiao Tao. Bro Xi, are you up yet? The ceremony is starting in 2 hours. Don't forget about it. All right, got it. Ning Xi ended the call. Bro Xi, if you're busy, you can leave first. I'll take care of her. Annie assured. Ning Xi hugged her gratefully. Thank you, Annie. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do. I'll leave first, and I'll get back as soon as possible. If there's anything, do give me a call. If you need anything, call this number, and he'll help you out. Ning Xi then passed Xiongji's number to her. Okay, go now. After she left the room, Ning Xi called Xiongji. Miss Xiaoxi, anything I can help? My cousin is in the hospital right now. I'm fine with just your Xiao for now. Do help me out at the hospital. There's another girl in the room called Annie. She's my friend. If she needs anything, help her. But the most important point is not to let Mo Lingtian get near her. Remember that. Ning Xi especially focused on the last part of her sentence. Got it, Miss Ning Xi. I'll not let him get near her. Xiongji did not ask why and promised her. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you. Ning Xi left the hospital after she had settled everything. At Movie City, Ning Xi changed into her outfit and put on her makeup. She had reached half an hour earlier. Ceremonies like these would usually have a blessed day and time picked out, and being late to such a function would be deemed unlucky. The main cast, director, filmmakers, and producers all came one after another. There were also several important investors, and of course, the media partners. The place was buzzing. The table was all prepared, covered with a red cloth. A Guan figurine was put on it, and beside it was an incense burner together with some fresh fruits and a roast pig as an offering. Chapter 1395. The Mystery of Ning Xi's Boyfriend. She had been on the go since the middle of the night till now, and Ning Xi felt lightheaded. After she finished dealing with the media, she was about to find a spot to rest before the ceremony began. However, the moment she pushed open the door to the resting lounge she saw, Jiang Mai, Mo Yuxiu, and Su Yin. Each one of them took up a corner to sit in, and the vibe between them was odd. It was fine with Jiang Mai and Mo Yuxiu, but why was Su Yin in the actor's resting lounge too? Bloody hell, she better find somewhere else to rest. Unfortunately, it was obviously not that easy. Ning Xi was about to escape when Su Yin, who sat on the left side of the sofa, had gotten up and started to walk towards her. Xiao Shi, Mo Yuxiu, who had been quietly observing Jiang Mai, suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Yin. Did Su Yin and Ning Xi know each other? He even called to her so intimately. Unfortunately, Mo Yuxiu was still there, so Ning Xi could only turn around to answer. Yes, Co Su? Can we talk? I have something to tell you. Sure. To avoid Mo Yuxiu picking up anything to use against her, Ning Xi could only follow Su Yin out. As he watched the two of them leave the resting lounge, Mo Yuxiu's expression instantly changed. This Su Yin, even his gaze towards Ning Xi was odd. Could it be that Ning Xi's boyfriend was not Jiang Mai, but Su Yin instead? Did Su Yin not have a girlfriend already? And the two of them were about to get married soon. Damn it. This girl could not have gotten together with a taken man, could she? Jiang Mai watched as Ning Xi left with Su Yin, looking quite unhappy too. What would these two talk about? Moments later, Ning Xi and Su Yin found themselves in the garden behind the hotel. Be quick if there's anything you want to tell me. The ceremony is about to start. Ning Xi glimpsed at her watch and said hurriedly. Su Yin looked at the girl with mixed feelings. A while later, he finally took out a red invitation card and passed it to her. Xueluo and I have decided on the wedding date. It's on the 8th next month. Ning Xi took the invitation and looked at it apathetically. Congrats. When he saw Ning Xi's reaction, Su Yin did not know why he felt even worse. If she could still mock and insult him like before, that would show that she cared, but now, when he saw that Ning Xi just wanted to leave after receiving the invitation and offering her congratulations, Su Yin clenched his fists tightly and suddenly chased after her to pull the girl's hand. Xiao Shi, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Before Ning Xi could say anything, a hand suddenly appeared from behind and grabbed Ning Xi away from Su Yin. Ning Xi turned her head. She raised her brows at Jiang Mai, who had suddenly run over. Blondie. Jiang Mai shot her a scowl. What's there to talk about with an ex? What if pictures of the two of you were taken? Then, he looked coldly at Su Yin. Mr. Su, you're about to get married. Please watch yourself. Even if you're not afraid of gossip, my little junior sister is afraid of scandals. Su Yin watched the two of them leave with a frown. Not only were the two of them close, Jiang Mai even knew about him dating Ning Xi in the past. Could the rumors about Ning Xi dating Jiang Mai really be true? After he brought Ning Xi away, Jiang Mai immediately demanded, What nonsense were you talking about with that trashy man? Ning Xi shrugged. He was obviously here to wait for me. I decided to just settle it once and for all to save my time. Jiang Mai looked at her skeptically like he did not quite believe her. Really? You wouldn't happen to still be hung up on this first love, would you? Chapter 1396, Pleased as Punch. After all, first love is the hardest to forget. Do you truly think I'm brainless? Ning Xi said unhappily. Jiang Mai looked even more solemn. Then, are you preparing to use those ways to handle Su Yin? Such as seducing Su Yin, then dumping him? Ning Xi raised her brows. Me seducing Su Yin? If I was really about to seduce him, do you think Ning Xueluo would still be in the picture? Jiang Mai was speechless. It seemed that he could not argue with her. Ning Xi suddenly stared at Jiang Mai. Blondie, have you ever heard of a particular saying? Jiang Mai frowned. What saying? Ning Xi shot him an aristocratic look as light as a feather. Acting nonchalantly is the most savage revenge. To just let her seduce Su Yin might be a little too gross. Ning Xi finished, then continued to say, Right, there's one more saying. Usually, if a person can't move on from their ex, that must be because the current partner isn't good enough. Thus, now that I have a partner such as my dearest darling, do you think that I have any reason to not forget my ex? Jiang Mai was speechless yet again. Well, he could consider that his mouth asked for it. Jiang Mai took quite a few deep breaths before he recovered from the pain of being stuffed with public affection for the nth time. He muttered to the sweet-looking girl, Have you and Lu Tingxiao made up from your fight? Look at you, pleased as punch. Previously, it was as if she had a contagious disease. Even he did not dare to get within 3 steps of her. Ning Xi recalled the evening from yesterday. Spring winds in a small town. Paddy fields. She did not care about Jiang Mai's question. Her face revealed an incredibly gentle expression as she murmured, immersed in her own words, sigh. I suddenly have an impulse to propose to my dearest darling. I got to speed up on my progress of accumulating dowry. Jiang Mai had nothing to say. Let's just pretend I didn't ask. Very soon, it was time for the opening ceremony to begin shooting. The main creatives from the drama team took turns to light up their joss sticks and pray to the deities. At last, the director lifted open the red cloth that covered the camera and announced the beginning of the shoot. The scene was a wave of cheers and applauses. Ning Xi, who was beside Ning Xi, had been looking around and seemed absent-minded since the ceremony began. Now, she walked to the director to ask, Director Gua, did Xiao Yun not come today? We did inform Boss Yun's end, but as he's such a prominent figure, he definitely won't attend small ceremonies like this. Gua Qixing answered. Understood. Meng Shi revealed a disappointed expression, then she asked again, will he really be coming to do the cameo then? Well, he only mentioned it once on the phone. As for whether he will actually come, I really am not sure. After all, the rumors have said that CEO's temperament is a little unpredictable. We'll only know everything when the time comes, Gua Qixing said in an unsure tone. Meng Shi thought about it and suggested. Right, Director Gua, isn't that character for Lung Aoshue's mysterious master still available? How about you let CEO Yun cameo as that? This is an upright and positive character. In fact, it was very popular among the readers of the original work. It must be more suitable than being the father of a sinister witch, isn't it? When he heard this, how could Gua Qixing not understand Meng Shi's intentions? He cleared his throat and said with difficulty, I'm afraid that this isn't something I can decide on. The character Yun Hao Yin was first chosen by Boss Yun himself. He chose it himself? Why did he have to choose this character? Maybe because this character's surname is coincidentally also Yun, and it caught Boss Yun's interest? I'm not too sure about how rich people think either. Ning Xi listened to Meng Shi and Gua Qixing's conversation and pinched the space between her brows. She took a long sigh, indicating that she was tired. Chapter 1397, could only rely on herself. After the ceremony ended, Ning Xi apologetically rejected the upcoming social with the reason that her family member was ill. Then she rushed right back to the hospital to observe Ning Tianxing. Ning Xi had just reached the hospital entrance when she saw someone running towards her. Tingxiao, you bastard. Oh, second senior brother, you're back. Ning Xi skimmed the man before her through her sunglasses. Tang Lang's hair was messy and his clothes were a dirty gray. He had even rolled through tree leaves, the bits making him look even more disheveled. One look, and it was clear that the tumble had been pretty vigorous. Punk, I went to help you. But at last, you ditched me and left me alone. I just didn't want to disturb you and first senior brother's love for one another. I haven't even asked you yet. What did you do to trigger first senior brother like this? Ning Xi looked